to wait too long. Yeah, you make a wish, you get it. Closest thing to heaven's right here in your hands like it's magic. Imagine that happiness can happen all the time. Just look around us. Yeah, everything is right. We don't need four-leaf clovers, luckily to be.
watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex-claim me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, then to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
Water, running as fast as you can. Slow down, can't keep up. Don't think I have any more left. Out of breath, out of breath. Tired, I can't take the pain no more. Yet you insist on making puddles on the floor. Been here before. Been here before. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. You say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel?
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
we are the champion.
They don't stand a chance, and it is going to be Falcons full pushing Esperanza, punching their ticket to the Esports World Cup in style.
We were undefeated in Stage 2 EMEA, and we are going to be undefeated here as well.
And Alcancia finding back into this game. Chio's off the map now. Checkmate returns to the point as Alcancia will set up. There's nothing Proper can do against this.
We always win.
터치가 됐어요. 자, 시간 공격. 리아기 시간 공격.
We still hungry.
Hello there and welcome to the OWCS Mid-Season Championship live from the glorious Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here in Riyadh. It is great to have you with us for the Overwatch 2 B stream. We are looking forward to bringing you some serious action today. My name is Adam Savage. Great to be here as your host. I'm joined by the delectable, the almighty Wolf and ZP here as well, who bring you all the action and talking through each and every one of our matchups. Fellas, here we are. We made it. We're in Riyadh.
That's right. We have
Amazing.
16 teams here. We have teams from all over the world here. The best that Overwatch 2 has to offer. We have some clear favorites in this tournament, but with some shakeups, some changes to the meta that we're seeing right now, it's anyone's tournament to win.
Sure is.
Yeah, and most importantly, you got regional play that's been going on all the way in the lead up to this event, and now we get to see which region has really been on top of things, who has had the right read on the meta, and who is going to be on top at the end of it all.
Indeed. You might be wondering who is actually competing here as well. Let's take a look at the teams taking part in this competition for you. Here they are. They're all ready and raring to go here. We've got the B stream and the A stream, of course, as well. But Wolf, lots of teams, regions all over the world here, but there are some favorites amongst them as well.
We certainly do have some big favorites. I think Crazy Raccoon is the one that stands out to most, but you have teams like T1, AG.AL. They're looking really good. Al-Qadiyah as well, also a team that a lot of people I think are sleeping on right now, but shouldn't be. And then also we have some Chinese representation here at this tournament as well. It's been a while since we've seen consistent representation from China, so teams like Weibo Gaming really looking to get into the thick of things.
Yeah, and to me, the most interesting story to me is just Team Falcons and the fact that essentially they're Stage 2 not so good, but they decide, hey, we just got to show up for last chance qualifier, come on in, and a team in their situation would go, oh, they just barely got in. No, everyone is afraid of Team Falcons, and for good reason.
Indeed. We're going to take a look now as well. Obviously, all the different teams here are competing in the Club Championship, the wider Club Championship as well. Let's find out a little bit more about that here as well.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, just 27 million. Just 27 million. Yeah. It's incredible that all the teams competing together here, trying to get that top spot of $7 million here as well. That's one of the great things about this. All the different orgs coming together to compete for those top prizes. And you guys get to watch everything that's going to happen on Overwatch very soon here as well. Well, some of those top prizes are $27 million up for grabs here. I mean, everyone wants a slice, a chunk of that cheddar.
It's an incredible prize pool, and it also means that it is incentivized a lot of organizations to pick up teams in esports that they wouldn't necessarily have that much interest in, right? So it's revitalized a lot of esports as well across the world. So I think it's just amazing for the ecosystem as a whole.
And on top of that, too, the way the prize pool works is that you are really incentivized to get as high as possible there. It's not entirely equitable towards the end. You want to be in the top 3. Ideally, you want to be first. So having an investment in every game really does pay off here at EWC.
It certainly does here. The Esports World Cup, of course, as well, synonymous with the keys in which our teams have as well here. And one of the things that, personally, I find very, very entertaining, the crushing of keys as well. When you've crushed your opponents, you get to crush a key as well here, which, of course, as well, Wolf, is a part and parcel of being here in this competition.
Yeah, so when I was here earlier, I had the pleasure of actually holding one of the keys when I was here for League of Legends, and the producers were trying to see like how sturdy they were and asked me to try to bend one. You can't bend those. You're going to have to use the giant hydraulic press to break it. And the team that eliminates, of course, a team whose key is then crushed actually gets to send a player to activate the press. So it's not just that you crush your opponent's key in a metaphorical sense. You actually physically press the button and watch it get destroyed.
You're gassing me up here, Wolf. You're gassing me up here. Let's have a look at the club championship as a whole here as well. Can only see exactly how things stand in this competition because, of course, at home you kind of want to familiarize yourself with exactly what's been happening in the competition so far. ZP, we can see here as well, Team Vitality currently top of that leaderboard, 2,400 points, but there's plenty to play for.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot still yet to be decided here. And one of the interesting things here, too, is that, you do have some teams that come in and kind of act as a wild card, right? Where Crazy Raccoon last year, I believe the only game they won was Overwatch 2. But you take a look at, how we head into this year, they, again, could play spoiler with some of the bigger orgs here and take away what could be a needed first-place finish from some of the other teams that are competing.
Yeah, and of course, to remind everyone, in order to actually win the club championship, you can't win on points alone. You actually have to win a title. Team Vitality, who's our current leader, already has done that so far here at EWC, but it is really important for teams like Virtus Pro to try to make that happen, not only fighting for points, but if you could win Overwatch 2, you've already got that guaranteed win in the bag that could potentially secure you the win overall in Club Championship.
One place or the next, the difference is huge, really. We can actually show you a bit more about exactly, we highlighted it earlier on about what happens with the keys. Here's a closer look as well at exactly how this all goes down, courtesy of the press and the crushing of those keys.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
And there it is, the trophy there as well, standing in the middle, the edge of the world in the desert there. Shout out to the voiceover guy as well. The epic nature of the tone there really set it for us here. As you can see, the key crushing is all part of this kind of bigger process here at the Esports World Cup, which is kind of makes it even more entertaining for the masses, you guys watching here at home.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty legendary that also if you are the champion, you get to choose 3 opponents that you may have faced. You don't necessarily have to pick the teams that you beat on the way through the bracket, but most teams do. But you could also pick a team from your region as well and kind of immortalize their story as well by grabbing the crushed keys. So there's so many layers to this. There's a ton of money on the line as well, but you get immortalized in that totem for Esports World Cup history.
Also, the keys are kind of getting destroyed this year. Like in the video, they're a little bit bent, but they upgraded the key crusher to where we're just hearing stories like, oh yeah, they went to crush the key and it actually broke into like 4 different pieces. So it may be a little bit more scattered than what we saw in the video.
This is true. This is true. Obviously, we're here for Overwatch 2. We've talked about it a little bit here. Let's go more kind of deep into exactly what is going to unfold very shortly here. Let's take a look at our tournament, I think, as well, exactly how this is going to go down and what this tournament looks like for you watching here at home as well here. We have our group stage first and foremost. Wolf, walk us through.
So it's a GSL style format, which means that you have 4 teams in the group. Two teams will play against each other, then the other two teams will play against each other. Then after that, the winners will play against each other. The winner of that is the first person to get out of the group, the first team to get out of the group. And then, of course, the losers will play against each other. The first team to lose that match is the first eliminated, and then the loser of the winner's match will play against the winner of the loser's match in that final decider match. This will, of course, be played in first to 2 at first, so best of 3 essentially, and then later will be played in first to 3 for knockouts, so the best of 5 that you expect if you're an Overwatch fan.
And the key with all that, too, is just the fact that, look, you have very limited chances here, and you can quickly find your way on the outs. But also, you take a look at the format here. You know, as is the case with OWCS, you're going to have hero bans happening before each map. But, of course, there's a little bit of nuance of things where you cannot ban the same role twice within a single map, and heroes can only be banned once per team. So you can't go against the other team and be like, oh, you have us really beat Tracer v Tracer. You don't get to play Tracer the entire series. Nope, you only get to take that card away once.
Yeah, and to clarify that a little bit, of course, if the first team to ban bans Tracer, let's just say a DPS hero, it means the second team can't ban any DPS role in that same map. But of course, moving into map 2, they'll have their opportunity to ban DPS again.
Gotcha. I mean, it's all going to unfold very shortly here, folks. You'll see exactly how the picking and banning goes. But what are they playing for? We talked about the club championship. Now let's look at the pricing of Overwatch 2. And boy, oh boy, that's a lot.
Big
money.
That's a lot
of cheese, baby.
Big money, baby.
$1 million here. I mean, Wolf, $1 million, $1 million bucks. This is incredible prize money.
When you think about what the difference between making it to finals versus getting dropped out in the semifinals and having to play that third place match, you're looking at a bump of $80,000. But then winning the title itself, obviously club championship points aside, is a difference of $120,000. So winning the title is so much more important. You're not going to settle for making top 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot's at stake here, and it's a tournament where it really incentivizes finishing on top. You do not want to be a team where it's like, oh, we just lost and we got 4th. No, the pay difference between 4th and even 2nd is massive.
Massive. And it sets up the year ahead, really, doesn't it? And competing from this point onwards as well. So obviously lots to play for there as well. Obviously everyone wants the glory of being the champions here, but the prize pool is absolutely second to none here. The teams and what the teams look like as well here, and exactly what the groups look like. We'll take a look at those as well, so you can get your head around exactly which matchups are going to be coming your way here on the B stream. You can look forward to that very shortly here. Wolf, let's start with our upper bracket here. The matchups we have coming our way, opening matches, it's looking good.
So, AG.AL versus Falcons is arguably one of the best matches of the day, frankly. That's going to be on the other stream, but here we're going to be starting things off with Weibo versus Virtus Pro, which is our best match of the day, I would say, and it's a very exciting one. Group A, kind of a group of death. Like, this group is do or die. If you lose this first match, you go straight down to losers. And if you're Virtus Pro, well, I expect, of these is our most likely one that we're predicting to go to losers. You're going to have to play against AG.AL at best case scenario. If Falcons get upset, you might drop the Falcons in that lower bracket matchup. So this group is pretty intense.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that you just have so little margin for error that you go, oh, we've lost a match that maybe was our most winnable match. Now the match that's coming up, it may be even more impossible. So really, everything matters. And the fact that's first to 2, I mean, look, we've never had control maps that quite matter this much.
Yeah. Now, in Group B, Crazy Raccoon are the clear favorites, right? I mean, this is our defending champions, of course, of EWC. They have won so many titles since their rebrand. And, this group has Vero in it, a team that I'm very close with, very familiar with from Japan. I wouldn't say they're necessarily the favorites to beat Crazy Raccoon here. Maybe you're looking at Rock here or TL if they can upset there to actually challenge them. But this feels like a pretty set in stone group here for who's getting first place. I don't think CR is going to drop a game here.
Yeah, I think you got a good point there. Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing that one. Group C as well here. ZP, we could have a bit of a cakewalk in our hands here. This could be over pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, this part of it does feel, as Wolf said, for the last group you're looking at, kind of set in stone. I don't see QAD losing their match, nor do I see GK losing theirs. I mean, the GK-ZK match on paper may be one of the most lopsided matches of the entire group stage. I mean, we'll have to see. Players still have to play the game, and we've seen stranger upsets in Overwatch history, but on paper, this looks to be pretty straightforward.
Okay. Group D is coming our way here now as well. And again, Wolf, we see familiar teams also on the board there in the upper bracket before we go to the lower bracket later.
Yeah, on our stream, T1 versus the Guapos is going to be really fun. I think that, with players like Color Hex, who are such legacy players across Overwatch history there, it's really exciting for me. I always love to cast players like Punk as well. who've been around for a really long time. The Twisted Mind series that'll be on the other stream is also a pretty exciting one. I think I would put my money on the second series being more interesting, though, so I hope you guys, stay with us here on the B stream for that one.
Absolutely. Why would anyone leave? I mean, look at you guys are here. I mean, come on. That's all coming your way here. Of course, those matchups will be very, very exciting indeed here. It's a really good point as well. Actually, our teams competing face-to-face here. Obviously, a lot of matchups are online and suddenly happening in-house. I guess an advantage maybe for some teams that do that more regularly as well.
Yeah, so for the Korean teams, a lot of people who obviously follow OWCS Korea know this, but if you don't watch the region and you just watch them, defeat your favorite team at every LAN because they always win, I mean, just straight up, they play on LAN every day. Like, their regular season matches that they play are in front of a live audience every single day. So a setup like this to them is incredibly familiar, whereas some teams may have played some LAN, but it's been a little while. Some players coming to this tournament have never played in a setting like this, where you actually have to bring your equipment, set it up here. There's a lot of camera people running around. You're used to just kind of playing in your house with your keyboard, maybe your cat's in your lap. It's not that kind of scenario here at EWC.
I would also say, too, a lot of the Korean teams tend to be more of your veteran-heavy teams where you have players that have been in the Overwatch competitive ecosystem for some players as many as 7 years, right? So that goes all the way back to Overwatch League and having experience there with playing in live environments, whereas some of the other regions, as mentioned, maybe players that don't have the same level of live experience because they just weren't playing Overwatch, back in that time. So, the difference in experience at live play, definitely pretty severe from team to team.
Yeah, whatever happens, I mean, the Esports World Cup is an experience in itself here. And one thing we love to do here at the Esports World Cup is talk about our Aramco power rankings as well here. Let's take a look at this and see how they stack up here. We've got ourselves favorites, dark horses, and underdogs here. Wolf, where do you want to kick us off?
So, obviously, in terms of the favorites, right now, I would put all four of these teams above pretty significantly the dark horses. And for me, I would, if I wanted to split the favorites into two tiers, I would have Crazy Raccoons and T1 actually above the other two, just because they're the stronger performing teams. They actually played a relatively close finals against each other as well in terms of coming here. Dark horses, on the other hand, I think any of these teams with an overperformance could take a map off of the favorites, but the gap is pretty big, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, too, when you look at teams like Weibo, you'd have to go way, way far back to find a time where, the top Chinese Overwatch team wasn't at a minimum a dark horse, if not a favorite. But I will say, to that graphic, I do wonder if VP, maybe it should have been a little bit higher because, look, the Scrimbucks haven't been all that great for VP, apparently, in the last month. But you look at their actual on-paper results going back to their last match against Twisted Minds, they might have gotten crunched in the upper bracket, but they nearly brought things back in a lower bracket run. So we'll see how the actual match play turns out.
Oh, yeah. I can actually feel the energy in the room because I can start to feel players kind of around us now starting to come into the building, get themselves set up here, which is going to add to that whole kind of like the kind of entertainment value, the explosive nature of this, being in the same building at the same time. This is going to be amazing. For you guys at home the entire time, let us know who you think is going to win each of these. We've kind of said about the underdogs and the dark horses. Who do you think is going to go all the way to? Let us know, of course. Lots more to look forward to. We've got matches coming out of our ears here on this broadcast here on the Overwatch 2 B stream. You can see here our schedule, which is in front of you right now. Here we mentioned some of the matchups here, but we've got a stacked schedule. I guess we can take into consideration here as well, Wolf, that our players here are. This is by no means a sprint. This is a marathon. You've got to be here all day long. You've got to really kind of grind out to make sure you ensure the best run possible to get to those finals.
That's right. So teams like Crazy Raccoons, who are playing on the A stream, may actually feature on our stream later on in our winners matches, which are the final two, which will end up being those first to threes. But you might play one of the earlier matches today and then have to play that later match at the end to try to advance directly out of the group stage. You have a huge advantage if you get out on day one. You don't have to play those additional matches. You can take an extra rest day tomorrow. But at the same time, like you said, the schedule is quite grueling. You're preparing for one match earlier in the day. You don't know who your opponent's going to be at the end of the day. So there's a lot that goes into that.
Yeah, we got obviously a match of the day as well here. We've kind of alluded to it earlier on here as well, ZP. But this is our match of the day. We're really kind of excited about this one. Weibo versus Virtus Pro, which is coming up very soon.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very interesting one because, I mean, I think VP kind of wants to run things back and prove it. I think the last stage, wasn't necessarily as great for them, but now they kind of get the wild card, which is they have to be the ones in international competition to go against the best from China, where, again, you never quite know how powerful the region will be going into any given Overwatch tournament. But, I mean, Chinese teams have made ridiculous runs in Overwatch history, and, the question is for VP, are they going to be running into a meat grinder in Weibo, or have they taken some of their recent losses to heart and actually have a very good plan coming in?
I think for me, both of these teams have a lot of legacy players that have been around for a really long time for both regions, of course. So that's very exciting to follow. Some players like Gushui, for example, we haven't seen play. You know, there was a hiatus for Chinese Overwatch, but now he's back. He's been grinding, you know, like what his form is going to be like. All those fans who didn't get to watch him play in international tournaments for a really long time are excited to see what he's going to look like today.
Yes, indeed. I mean, speaking of what they look like, I mean, we're going to see some kind of images, I hope soon, of the players actually walking into the building to give you guys at home kind of a highlight, what we're seeing here, what we're feeling in the room as well as they come in through. Here we go. You can see them right now arriving here, ZP, into the building. It's warm outside, hence the mouse mat going on the head. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's smart.
Yeah, I mean, look, you do whatever you have to stay cool. Also, you threw me for a split second back in time where I thought you said we were about to see Soon walking into the building. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean? He's back.
We're not going that far back in Overwatch history, at least not for Soon today, ZP. But these players are looking pretty ready. Obviously, like you mentioned, it's very hot outside, but it's not a long walk from your transportation to actually get to the venue. But it is a hot one in that short distance that you do travel. You can see the fans that are blowing outside as well to try to keep everyone cool. Very air-conditioned in here, though. Very good player conditions. As you guys can see, they're going to be playing right behind us there on stage. I am hoping that we could see Virtus Pro actually go toe-to-toe with this team, because I think they have a roster that can compete with what we're going to see here from Weibo. These are legends, though. I mean, we're talking about Gushui, Shy, Leave. You mentioned those three players. They're kind of the surviving all-stars, the remnants of the best that Chinese Overwatch had to offer. I mean, this is a stacked lineup.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I mean, you talk about players like Leave, where you think about moments of, okay, what is this player capable of? Anyone that's followed competitive Overwatch for any length of time knows that, look, especially in a live environment, Leave can hit periods where Leave just takes over the game. It's a meta where you're going to be able to play a lot of Tracer, and it's one of these cases where you could look and go, okay, Leave is just completely taken over, but also maybe not. I mean, there's a lot of variability and also veteran presence on their competition.
I mean, Leave was an MVP candidate, right? In a Korean-dominated space. Gushui, a candidate for top 5 in his position, right? In the tank role, in, again, a Korean-dominated space back in the Overwatch League. These players were always challenging for the top, and it's really exciting to see this roster also has some new blood in Mew and Monk as well from the Chinese scene. And, I mean, Weibo, this is a roster, again, that are more of a dark horse, I would say, than a favorite. But we're going to learn in this first series if maybe we should push them up in the tier list a little bit.
Okay, can we do that? That'd be cool if we could.
I think we can.
Yeah. Sure, let's do it. I think that's interesting as well. Like, you know, you look at like the likes of Weibo, who've had this kind of like track record of being kind of, you know, very kind of strategic-minded and structurally kind of sound across all their matchups. BP, are they going to be kind of trying to focus, do you think, on the likes of clutch-ups to get them through? Is that kind of like, do you think that Weibo will be kind of very in the know of that being a thing that could be a counteract to whatever they're doing on out there?
Well, look, I think VP, they're not going to really vary too much meta-wise from what we last saw them in OWCS on the EMEA side. I think they're just going to try and play standard and hope that what's coming in from the Chinese region is not going to completely catch them off guard in that regard. I mean, the thing I always have to look at is like, okay, how's Shockwave going to come in play? I mean, I may be a little bit biased because I remember casting Shockwave all the way back in the Contenders era. It's like, oh, this is a cool new rookie. And then it's like 6 years later, it's like, okay, Shockwave's still one of the very best players around, and now like a player with some of the deepest hero pool options in all of Overwatch.
I mean, this is the thing with Shockwave and JO especially, is they're both incredibly flexible. I think Shockwave has picked up most of the slack in that regard in this roster because he's just so incredibly flexible. But the cool thing is you have players on the side of Weibo that have played like previously, like prior to some of these players. So you could argue they have more experience competitively, but a lot of them were on hiatus for quite a while, whereas these players didn't really take a big break, actually. So some of them arguably in better form. I think the deciding force in this series will likely be who has better coordination and preparation going into what is basically the first match of the tournament. We don't know what the full meta read is going to be for every team. If your read is better than another team's, you might get a big step up. And a team that's as flexible as Virtus Pro might have a strategical advantage going to this first to 2.
Okay. I mean, talking of hero, I mean, dynamics as well within the squads. I mean, Virtus Pro, do you think they're capable of surprises? Is that something that we kind of potentially expect from this team as well, ZP?
I mean, for me, I don't think Virtus Pro doing well would necessarily be a surprise. I think they've been one of the top teams in the EU for a while. And again, I mean, you think of how they got here into this particular group. They were very close to taking down Twisted Minds. And again, it's kind of interesting because heading into this, you hear a lot of Scrimbucks like, oh man, VP, you know, they're really trying to struggle to get a read on this meta, which may be proven out in just a few minutes when we get into the match. match, but I don't know. For me, I tend to go more off match results and overall history. And this is a team stock full of veteran talent that also has been pretty darn good in recent memories. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Do we do predictions? Dare we predict how things are going to play out here?
I like a little pred.
Yeah.
I'm a pred guy.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Weibo. I think Weibo's gonna take this one. I think it's gonna go the distance though. I think it's gonna go 3 games. I think Weibo's gonna have an edge. I think that this roster has shown in the past that they're super good at preparing for tournaments like this, especially when you're the one that no one has a read on just yet coming from China. You're not playing against these teams. These teams aren't scrimming against you either. They're way too far away for something like that. So I get them a slight edge.
You know, I'm kind of torn between the Weibo 2-1 and the VP 2-1. I do think sometimes in international competition, you have Chinese teams like kind of have a slow start and then go for the lower bracket run. So I'm going to be a little controversial. Instead of parroting you, Wolf, which was going to be my initial thought, I'm going to say VP 2-1 here.
Okay, 2-1. I like that. I mean, clearly going the distance is kind of like the vibe here.
It's our match of the day. You know, I think this one should go the distance, right?
Yeah, I think so. It also makes it look really good if that's the case. It makes us look really good, which is great. But yeah, let's do what you guys think as well here, of course, on the Overwatch 2B stream. Who will be the victor? Is it Weibo? Is it VP? Let us know. We're eager to hear from you guys as well here. But it's all about to go down very, very shortly indeed. As we said, lots of matchups coming your way. 4 guaranteed matchups, and then things really change up when those bracket matches start as well. I guess as well, before going in, ZP, just to reiterate here how important it is to kind of really get a good head start here, because without that, it becomes a much more difficult road to get to that final.
Well, again, you don't want to face either of the 2 teams that you're going to have to face. Like one of the 2 that's going to get knocked down to the lower bracket here should you lose this match. It is a horrifying matchup, and even if you win it, it's still going to be, you know, a pretty tough fought battle. So realistically, win this one and get rid of the elimination match. Like, you don't have to deal with it. That is the ideal.
Yeah, if you win here, you're guaranteed to have that opportunity to go straight out of the group stage. Against the competition you'll be facing, it's tough, right? Like, that's not where you're going to be thinking, okay, this is my big win, I'm going to upset AG.AL. But on the other hand, you get an extra day to prepare. Watch who you're going to fight in that decider match, what strategies they have, what reads you can gain, what you want to ban against that team, maybe what maps you want to go to. So having that extra strategic edge is really important, and why this group stage is kind of cool and really favors the teams that win early, so you actually get that additional prep.
Yes. Preparation is key, obviously. Looking at things as well, like I'm very aware that with Esports World Cup, there are so many games featured across the course of the summer here, and those kind of are relatively new to Overwatch and the comp scene here as well. What meta and heroes we're going to see a lot of, do you think is going to be quite popular throughout the course of this? I mean, Wolf, kick us off here. What do you think we're going to see a lot of at the course of this competition?
So it really varies by region, right? And there's a lot of different archetypes. So there's rush compositions where you just simply try to get on top of the enemy team as fast as possible and eliminate either their front line or their back line and win the fight instantly. Then there's more of the Asian and Korean style where you play at range. You know, you play heroes like Sojourn, you can play a little bit of Cassidy, and you protect that long-range hit scan and try to prevent those rush teams from getting on top of you, and then you just do massive damage and you win those longer fights. I'm expecting that maybe we see from Virtus Pro a little bit more of a mix-up. Like, they're not going to play one style throughout this series. I think they're going to have a map-specific style on each and every game they play.
Yeah, I mean, VP more so than, say, we're likely to expect from Weibo, right? It's like more willing to go like, okay, Shockwave, you get to go play the Venture now. But on the same note, they're also very comfortable doing more bread and butter, which is running a lot of Freya, which basically every team does to an extent, running Tracer constantly. They have a lot of different looks, but yeah, I mean, if we go out into Control and it's a setup where we have Shockwave coming out on Venture, also not going to be too surprised.
Yeah, and let me ask you guys as well, before we actually go into the match, experience here at Riyadh. We talked about the Esports World Cup being here in Riyadh as well. What an amazing place. Actually looking at my eyeline right now, there's like cosplayers outside, there's all sorts of stuff happening on the Boulevard where we are right now as well. What's the experience been like? Have you kind of enjoyed having the kind of the players around us and the kind of the being here and the hype around Overwatch as well?
For me, the most exciting part about being in Riyadh, it's my 3rd time here, is that for so many of the Saudis that are here to actually come and watch the games live, this is such a new experience for them, right? And we have had esports basically all around the world. We've had it all over Asia, North America, Europe, but in Riyadh here, for so many of these fans, this is the coolest thing. Like, that this is the closest they can get to esports, and it's also the biggest event of the year. So they get to actually celebrate something here locally that they haven't had the opportunity to have really since last year. So that's awesome for me. I love it when fans get to have that first big LAN experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only the fans here, but the culture's just been very, very welcoming. Like, you talk to the fans, like, everyone's like super nice and, you know, very into the games that are being played here. I mean, you have a lot of like true fans here, especially in Overwatch, of course, where, you know, Saudi Arabia as a country has had enormous amounts of success going to country or events like the Overwatch World Cup, right? So, I mean, this is a more popular game in the region than some of the other games represented here at EWC, and you definitely feel it when you come in here to cast Overwatch.
Yeah, indeed. And I think you see the players now kind of getting themselves ready. We're just a few minutes away, we think, as well, of that first matchup kicking off here. We've got Weibo versus VP, which is going to be, we said a match of the day for us. We're excited about this as well here. Players as well, looking at like the player cams here, there is a calmness in the air. We can feel this as well here. Obviously, we're only a stone's throw away, as Wolf alluded to as well. There is a calmness about our players, and which is a good sign, Wolf. It's a good sign.
Yeah. Right now, for those who aren't that familiar with professional Overwatch or just professional esports in general, you can see that mouse movement there. This is the time where coaching staff getting final checks ready, the bans are being decided, a lot of map discussion is happening here. The fist bumps, right? The big get ready for the match, the Jayo, which is basically the Chinese version of fighting, if you've heard that from the Korean scene. It's basically just like a let's go team moment. This is the moment where you're getting those final warm-ups in as well. You're making sure your mouse sensitivity is perfect. You're in the training room shooting that bot. You're making sure everything is exactly the way you want it to be. Your keyboard angle is correct. Your mouse pad's right where you want it. That's where these guys are at right now.
Also, as I'm staring at the VP logo, I just realized on a personal level, I cannot escape Virtus Pro. Like, in all the games I've been involved with in recent memory, I'm just always looking at the Virtus Pro bear. It doesn't matter. It's just all the games. It's like Virtus Pro's like, we like the games that you like. You're going to watch us play. And also, they usually win when I'm watching, so I think if this one is close, I'm going to give myself credit and say, like, I may be a good luck charm for Virtus Pro here.
ZP is the VP whisperer.
Yes.
As far back as our ride here to the venue today, where we had you and Hunter disagreeing vehemently on potentially where VP would land in our power rankings, which I think is really fun, right? Because if we all had the same opinions, that it would be super boring. But I think VP is one of the big mystery teams because they have so much flexibility. Like I said, what we see today will really be able to help us gauge what their power level is, more than what we could just guess from their scrims, right, that have been discussed a lot in the recent LAN results.
Well, I think it's a classic thing where going from the casting side, for the most part, where you're not always in every scrim, you sort of develop an aversion at times to the scrim bucks, where oftentimes they can be true, right? But like coaches behind the scenes and people that are more in the like coaching and like analyst for the team roles will be like, well, I know how this team performs in scrims and I think it's going to be this. But then as a caster, you have all these moments where you go, but wait, this is not the actual real results. Like, your scrim bucks are one thing, but when the teams actually play the game live on stage, you get a different result. And for me, I look at VP and I go, okay, I respect like some of the intel that's been coming out here, but also I think that there's also room for a bounce back, especially in a live environment.
I think there's a lot of people out there as well who always kind of wonder about the way in which your minds work when you are casting the action, because there are so many things to think about all the time. Have you seen your own personal journey of when you first started casting to now, like a massive change in the way and technique, the way you kind of remember things and see things?
Absolutely. Like, there are a lot of things and patterns that you observe in esports where, you mentioned earlier, everyone looks calm on stage. That's a good sign, right? But for me, like when I saw that, I'm not going to name any names, but I could tell which player is super comfortable, which player is incredibly nervous. Like the player that's sitting back with their hands behind their head, leaning back in the chair, that player is confident. The player that repeatedly keeps checking sensitivity, like until 2 minutes before the match, that player is nervous. They're not going to perform. That player is not necessarily comfortable with this setup. Those are the kind of things you learn when you've been doing this for a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, you just have tells a little bit, but also they're not always one-to-one, where you do have some players where they just look nervous all the time. That is just their entire personality. It's like, you talk to us like, oh no, it's completely chill, and then it's just like, well, you don't look chill. You actually look like you're about to have a heart attack out there. It's like, no, it's fine.
Yeah, they live on the edge, and that's fine. If that works for you, that works for you as well. I think, yeah, just like us, we're cool, calm, and collected, but inside, there's a firework display going on because we're ready and raring to go. Our players are ready as well. Hopefully it'll be kicking off very, very soon. You'll see this kind of first matchup in this best of three. As you mentioned actually earlier on, the first 4 games best of 3s, the best of 5 later on. How does that affect dynamic? When you go from a best of 3 to best of 5, how does it affect how players go about business?
Well, I think on one hand, like, it's really interesting for Overwatch as a competitive game because we've kind of always played at least 4 maps. Like, it's been up to 4 maps, right? First to 3, or in Overwatch League in the early days, we had 4 maps played no matter what, right? So to be able to call a series after 2 games feels very unusual, right, for an Overwatch pro. So it feels like the stakes are really high. And that first matchup of Control, where it can be quite a volatile map type, where an early lead can mean so much, to lose that one and think, wow, the next map choice might be our last. We only get one more chance. And then if we win that, then the final map that we have to win is going to be the enemy team's choice on their map type. that's stressful. You know, that first matchup feels so much more important now in a first to two.
I'd say for me, specifically here, it feels a little bit bad for Weibo. Because when I look at Weibo, and again, the history of Chinese teams, oftentimes they need a map or two to download and go, okay, this is what we're going to play, this is what's going to work. Also, on top of it, I think Weibo's a little bit more vulnerable to target bans here. And that's the other thing these first two series is that you have more room to just take out a team's best heroes, and they don't have enough maps to come back and go, well, you've gotten rid of our best, but now can you beat us at your best? Well, it doesn't matter if they've already won the series because it's only first to two. So that's also a dynamic here where if your team is more susceptible to being banned out, you are more vulnerable in this part of the group stage.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. I always wonder as well whether the teams are very conscious of other teams' performance whilst when they finish their games, whether they're kind of really focusing on their own game or they are kind of keeping tabs on what's going on elsewhere in the competition too.
You know, as a player, you're not necessarily focused on that, right? But as a coach, 100%. You know, you're really looking for those weak points. You're looking for some of those calls and team fights that are a little bit shaky. Like, let's say, for example, Lucio player on your team seems to have an issue with timing his sound barriers or is extremely greedy. Like, he wants to time it perfectly. It goes at the very, you know, there's some Ajax situation happening.
I was actually thinking of Ajax. Like, he brought me back from it. I was just like, yep.
Of course, Ajax famous for being canceled while trying to cast his sound barrier. It's an ultimate that gives you a massive shield, right? It helps you win team fights. It's one of the most iconic ultimates in Overwatch, right? So if you're, as a coach, identify that when Lucio player seems to be very greedy, you might start thinking, all right, watch for this guy's ult charge, like really track his ult charge. We might be able to punish him. We might be able to focus him down. Whereas a lot of teams would focus the DPS. Maybe you go for the Lucio first because he's playing so greedy that you don't get that sound barrier off. You kind of get to cheat the ult economy. There's small things like that that you can think about and pick up when you're watching all the teams as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the trends that you pick up over time are important, but I think the thing going back to it and where we're at now, where, you know, the first two, you know, just talked a little bit about the hero bans being a little bit more important when you have less maps to sort of recover after your mains get banned out. It's also just the fact that if you do have trouble adjusting to regional styles right now, you don't have much time really at all here. So regardless of which of these two teams comes out on top, the team that gets smacked in map 1, I mean, they get a very small break between map 1 and map 2 to figure out and go, okay, how do we want to play this? You get to bring the other team to a map you feel most comfortable on, but are you going to be able to get over the shock in map 1? Maybe not.
That's a really good, I mean, again, great points. I mean, for the players as well here, I mean, we're hearing that they are looking like they're going to be kicking off very shortly indeed here, which is very exciting. We all can't wait for this first match. Yeah, talk about ults as well. Well, yeah, for a second. Which one of the have been most prevalent, most key? Which ones do you think are real game changes we might see at the course of the next couple of days?
For me, I'm always thinking about support ultimates. I think they're one of the biggest game changers. You can nullify enemy teams' ults. You can give your team the opportunity to actually get kind of cheat and engage and cheat positioning because you have that additional healing or shielding. You know, in the case of like a rally, for example, it gives you that additional armor, that extra staying power. Those are the ults I'm normally tracking first in team fights.
Yeah, generally speaking, in Overwatch, the support ults will carry the most value overall, or at least the most consistent, because, you know, DPS side, you got ultimates like Cassidy's where it doesn't quite work as well, but Wolf, we're getting into
time. All right, here we go. Game number 1 here, and we actually have, it looks like a Juno composition. I was excited because that has been a little bit less common as of late here. As we move into this one, is going to be actually a Sojourn Tracer composition here with a Hazard out of Weibo, and Virtus Pro actually opting for the Kiriko version of this here with the Orisa.
You know, it's a little bit surprising. You know, we didn't get a chance to go over bans. We're seeing them here. You know, a lot of people thought maybe you ban the Hazard, and VP instead they decide, actually, we're going to ban the Winston here. So interesting setup here, but first fight, Wolf about to be underway.
Well,
VP, better positioning right now on the point. Weibo working around the outskirts.
Yeah, with Vistola here on this Orisa, this composition is super sturdy here. You can see Shy struggling to actually get those headshots in and get that elimination. Fixa will escape, but this is looking really, really good here in terms of compositional matchups for Weibo.
Well, it was looking good, and then Vistola went down, and suddenly the floodgates open. Weibo, 2 opening pickoffs here, and that's so tragic for VP, Wolf, because it was at 99% to cap. They don't even get the stall to get extra percentage on the point.
And on control, when you're running a composition like with Vistola's Orisa here, having that Batiste gives you a lot of extra staying power and healing output, as well as the ability to use that immortality field to survive long enough to get that armor back. And with the Kiriko, you're just a little bit more limited in that regard, so very difficult to hold on to the point here. In terms of ult charge, relatively even. If Virtus Pro can get a fast retake here, they can get that momentum back very quickly as Vistola playing on the edge.
And it's going to be the last opportunity to have more of a neutral fight. Vistola moving on in, looking for Gushue. Gushue is going to wall climb his way out of danger. His VP look to get their way in. Looking at leave right now. Pulse Bomb soon to be ready. Poking on the outskirts. Pulse Bomb ready to go. Leave with options now. Tracer v Tracer. Meanwhile, Shockwave getting caught on the outskirts. VP down one. Wavo still looking relatively healthy here, Wolf, and it may be another reset.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a frantic fight there for Leave after he lost his recall. Wasn't able to actually focus down a single target, but it's a heroic play from Mew, who actually gets into the backline there, assassinates Shockwave there with the dive. Some of that damage coming through from Shy that actually wins them the fight. It's a massive ult advantage here for Mew versus Fixa. They may even look for a fight off the point here using the sound barrier advantage that they have. They can even use the Kiriko Rush for the engage.
Fixa has been poor this game in terms of ult. It has not been great on the other side, and now VP. They just need to drain some ults out of Weibo, if nothing else. We'll see how this goes. VP opening up here with the Kitsune Rush, looking for the opportunity. Weibo right now holding, leave, Pulse Bomb over. Not gonna get much out of it at the beginning. Both teams go back for a Shy. Working on the outskirts. Monkey able to find Jwoo in the interlude. Both teams down here, one Wolf. We'll see if Weibo is able to hold on. All the while, percentage still going up.
Big advantage Shockwave there. The fact that Shy dies first and he actually gets more value out of his overclock saves a team fight here for Virtus Pro that looked surely lost at the outset. Huge plays from Shockwave. He had an opportunity. He certainly did not miss.
VP with the flip, back in control, but in the hole here, Wolf. But honestly, fight went really, really well for VP because not only do they get control, Weibo completely burned their ult banks.
Yeah, they also really messed up their regroup here and actually will get staggered. So this is some additional free percentage here for Virtus Pro. Have such a big turnaround on this first point of control. And now in terms of Weibo Gaming here, swapped Monk over. They're looking for a little bit more of a support ult build here. But with this composition, it's hard for Shy to get line of sight. And if he actually gets picked trying to find it, it's just more and more time built here for Virtus Pro. I think Mew having that ult charge advantage we talked about earlier is going to be a big boon here for Weibo Gaming.
Weibo right now working bit in the neutral, and Shockwave gets caught. Early pick coming courtesy of Monk. Jwoo nearly going down at the same time. Weibo now working man advantage 2 up over on the point. Monk may be falling towards the very end, but you take a look at this. They're going to have presence here on the point, Wolf. And the problem for VP, they don't have much time for a re-engage.
Now, a lot of these fights have really been decided by which Sojourn dies first. Even though neither Sojourn have been doing massive damage output, it's the positioning, it's the threat that matters so much. As Vistola's off the point here, or rather back on the point here alone, and actually we'll get a bit of a back cap. Really sneaky move here. It's only going to get them a little bit of percentage, but they need anything they can get. Now they need that desperate fight, but they don't have the Lucio ult.
They got the back cap, but I'm not even sure that was worth it, Wolf, because now you're not going to get the full 5-on-5 fight the way you wanted. Monk gonna drop the Kitsune Rush. Vistola had to be on the point, ends up being the sacrifice. Can the rest of VP come on and in and make something out of nothing? Shy saying, no, you are nothing. One after the other on the Sojourn, and Wolf, this is looking pretty done.
Yeah, it's definitely done here. That's going to be the last of it. Vistola unable to drop his ultimate on the fight. No Terra Surge, and Weibo Gaming will take the first objective here. I think some of the big factors of this first round were whether the first Sojourn was picked early in the fight or not. We saw in that big turning point for Weibo when they regained control. Shy has high ground. No one's able to contest him, which means the Orisa is just a fish in the barrel there. Never able to get any value out of his Terra Surge because Weibo Gaming were always split. And then also the Lucio ult charge you mentioned early on, Fixa was always so significantly behind in ult charge that they weren't ever able to match that ult economy.
Also, I just think at the end, I don't really understand the logic where, okay, you've gotten the back cap, sneaky, but the back cap comes at a cost of you getting staggered, and Weibo just goes, well, I guess we'll walk back on the point, and now you don't get a final fight. Like, strategically, it didn't seem that great.
The timing of it, I think, was one of the big problems I had with it, because if it was a 99 to 100 at that moment, you have no choice but to actually put the Orisa on the point and look for a play like that. But we're sitting at 94, 95. There's some additional time they could have worked with there to actually look for a fight. Try to build that Lucio ult up, because if you Terra Surge first, maybe that buys enough space, then you get the sound barrier, but otherwise it was definitely going to be a desperate situation for VP no matter what.
So I'm assuming here we probably have a bit of a pause between rounds. Nope, we're right back on in, so point unlocking here in just a moment here, Wolf, and we'll see where this one goes if VP can bounce back. But the early opening for Weibo did look convincing.
Yeah, leave here on the side is the damage onto Gushui.
Yeah, looking here, nearly getting the Lucio super close was Vistola. Weibo a little bit pushed back. Jwoo able to clean up the scraps. Monk gonna fall. And now VP working at man advantage, in control of the point. Gushui though still sticking around here, Wolf. Picks off one, and this is where Weibo may be able to turn it around. Leave comes in, not in time to save Gushui, but it's getting a little bit messy.
Yeah, this is a hand stiff moment here for Weibo Gaming. They had such a disadvantage early, and because Mew took the brunt of that early part of the fight, at this point he has a massive ult charge again, advantage over Fixa. A big win here for Virtus Pros. They were able to stall this out to 24%, but this was never going to be a fight that they could win.
Well, if you remember on the last map, they nearly started off the same way. They just didn't get the cap. This time, at least, they end up getting the cap. Kitsune Rush going to be dropped. Pistola, though, dropped in turn, not able to stay alive. Weibo just playing around the Kiriko ult, and I gotta tell you, it's looking closer to peak Leave than not so good Leave, and that is such a good omen right now for Weibo Gaming.
AG.AL tossing that ultimate out really hurts here for Virtus Pro, because that was the best way for them to reposition and win that fight, but I think maybe the determination should have been that that fight was not winnable, because that's a big tool gone for them. They're gonna have to look for a sound barrier engaged now. Weibo Gaming may just simply try to take the fight off the point. As Mew, man, he is an assassin in this game.
Oh, and just like that, Shockwave gonna go down. Shy able to find his counterpart. Weibo working at big advantage. Gala nearly down as Leave on the hunt. Gushue gonna finish it off, and Leave still not done yet. Jwoo trying to equalize the pulse bomb, but I gotta tell you, Wolf, the fight's already over.
And they keep using Mew to help engage with Leave in the backline and take out Shockwave or the supports, right? And we're seeing Monk teleport in for the follow-up. And like I said, they took that fight off the point. And if you're Fixa in this case, you don't want a sound barrier off the point, because then Weibo just disengage, you never get the cap, right? But they forced the fight off the point. The dive was clean. Weibo still hold ult advantage here. And Fixa, man, he's got to ult this fight, surely.
Yeah, I mean, you have to open with Barrier here if you're VP and be decisive on the gauge. It's probably going to be Barrier into Overclock. We'll see if Shockwave can deliver, but there's the Barrier. Where's the Overclock? VP, you're on a timer. Can you make some of this work? And Shockwave delivers. Gets Gushue. No Overclock required. So this is the engage VP's looking for. They're up one on the point, and the point about to be capped, but Weibo here. Shy, still around, finds Shockwave. Surely they don't fight this back again here, Wolf.
I mean, it might, but Leave being down here is recall just 1 second away. Really big timing here. And once again, Virtus Pro will get the late flip just like they did in the first round. Ult advantage, though, so strong here for Weibo Gaming. Now, I think the best way, like if Virtus can actually track the ults really well here, their best bet is to try to take a fight off the point with a pushed up Orisa. Gala's ultimate allows him to get into the backline, and they try to assassinate the Lucio. Otherwise, Weibo Gaming slow play this, force ults, and then win the fight. Like, this is how control works. Yes, you have the control now, but the ult economy is not yours, so you have to take a creative approach, and I think that is going to have to be Gala.
I think what VP needs, they need a good pick-off in the neutral here, whether it be coming from Shockwave or Jwoo getting a pulse bomb. They need some form of help rather than going into just raw team fight versus team fight.
They're playing it so slow, and Pistola might get cut off here if they're not careful.
Right now, Weibo playing on the edges. Kitsune Rush gonna be dropped here, and Leave finding Shockwave even as that goes down. Leave, a menace, 2 down, going even for more. Genlo able to recall just in time, and Leave has done critical damage to VP here, and their odds of taking map 1.
Some really good clutch from VP in some tough situations, but ultimately it's not enough, as at least Fixa gets that last kill there. An attempted overcap, or back cap, excuse me, from Jwoo is going to be all they get here. He could just stall things out, but this one is all but over. ZP, I think some passive play there from Virtus Pro when they needed to be willing to take a bigger risk there. They didn't have the Kiriko ultimate, but we could have seen Gala play out more aggressively, look for some big pickoffs, you know, try to use his shurikens to get some chip damage, teleport back to his team and look for the rush, because instead they kind of slow played it. Then the Hazard ultimate comes in, the team gets caught in half by the wall, and it's just a disaster there in the final fight.
And also on top of it too, we didn't really talk too much about the Tracer matchup in terms of Jwoo versus Leave in the run-up here, but man, oh man, Leave was everywhere, and Jwoo at times just felt downright invisible, Wolf.
Yeah, unfortunately, that kind of was the reality of it. And I think the big difference in the Lucio role here was just how aggressively we saw Weibo play around the fact that the Lucio is so confident they can actually get into the backline, threaten there. And when his health goes low, if you don't get eliminated as the Lucio, you then heal yourself. And sometimes you can just gain a 20% ult advantage off of being aggressive like that alone. And that just kept happening. And then when they start winning fights and the enemy Lucio is getting picked repeatedly, you know, unfortunately for Fixa, like, it wasn't, they weren't going to be able to match. He wasn't going to be able to help out, and it was just an ult economy issue. I will give Virtus Pro that big, you know, I'll give them one big thing in this one, is that when they were down, they were able to take a few clutch fights actually to bring it back when a lot of teams might have just rolled over and died.
Yeah, I mean, it was not without the bright spots here and there, but I also think going into it, they really didn't have a great answer for Gushue on the Hazard. I mean, Gushue, you kind of alluded to it with Wall saying the stage. I kind of wonder back on the bans here where they decided coming in, they're like, okay, yes, Gushue does have a legendary Winston, but taking Winston out with the ban, I think may not have been the right choice as opposed to banning the Hazard. And where I think this is going to go for map 2, regardless of what map it is, I think Hazard ends up getting banned.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something we may in fact see. I gotta say, you know, I'm not familiar with Gushui's game, like I haven't seen what he's been scrimming because he's in China, right? We don't really meet up that often. Like all I can see is what he's looked like domestically. I go, yeah, it's Gushui. I ban Winston, you know? Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Yeah. Like that's his most legendary pick across his career.
Yeah.
However,
I actually, do you know what? It was incredible during that first map. The comms as well in the room, because obviously being in the studio here, you can hear the kind of frenetic nature of everyone kind of like, shouting the orders, what to do. It's an amazing thing to feel that from the teams. Obviously, Weibo have gone with a great start to proceedings, as kind of expected as well here, Wolf. I mean, we kind of predicted this might happen, and so far, so good for them.
Yeah, and I don't think this series necessarily, if I saw this game alone, I'd feel like, oh, this is going to be one-sided. It's control, right? It's the volatile map type where if you get an early lead, you normally hold on to it, right? It's very impressive to actually wrestle things back, which is why I was mentioning Virtus Pro having those late flips with ult disadvantages was really impressive. The problem is this is a first to two, and momentum-wise now you're really in the gutter because you know that this is your last map pick.
Yeah.
I think the only saving grace here, I think if this were a first to three, I would think VP is probably done here. I think the fact that it's first to two, there's still opportunities that they can get to just off the power of banning the right things, and also in the next being able to go to a map of their choice. VP is still a pretty historically flexible team with pocket strategies, so the world where like VP comes back on map 2, especially with a combination of their own map plus a good target ban, and then they're able to go from map 2 into banning something relevant on map 3 and catching Weibo off guard, it's not impossible. But on the same note, from the eye test, Weibo just looked mechanically far superior, even in spite of whatever hero matchups, hero differences you wanted to bring up there.
What is Virtus Pro's way in which they kind of counteract whatever Weibo might have up their sleeve in this next match as well? I mean, obviously, they need to do something.
I don't think they're going to be playing Orisa on the map type that they pick. Obviously, Orisa can be very strong on control, and when you control a space like that, it's very strong, and if you're playing around it, it feels very good. Unfortunately, they didn't have the Batiste with it, and maybe it was just a good read in terms of what Weibo had heard about VP, that this was going to be a good ban. Maybe moving to something that's a little bit more mobile, a little bit more flexible would give them a lot more agency. So I'm looking at seeing a tank change up here more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, on the same note, I think they could also play the comps that are a little bit slower at the same note, where you could have Shockwave come out and play, say, Cassidy, right? Where I think the pace of the game also got a bit away from them, especially when you kind of looked at what's happening between how the two Tracers are playing. And yes, I mean, the tank play coming in from Hazard also had a decent amount to do with it. But I almost wonder here, just given the aggression that you generally see out of teams like Weibo, where you would have the idea that, okay, maybe we can run something to slow this down a little bit and try and get some control over the pace of the game.
Indeed. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of try and go about proceedings. Obviously, we said so much on the line. We're going into the lower brackets later on, if not winning this matchup. Interesting as well, we talked about kind of community, how important it is as well, because people are kind of finding out, obviously, we're in the B stream. If you want to get more involved in Overwatch, we have Discord communities, all sorts of ways in which you can as well chat to like-minded players in the community. You can find out more. You can see on the screen a way that you can kind of QR code, you can kind of jump on in there and ask away, ask questions, kind of get more involved with things. If you've got something you want to kind of bring up, get in there and do it. It's all there for you here, courtesy of the mid-season championships and EWC here as well. We're looking forward to this next one. I'm excited as well here. I think this is going to be one thing we need to kind of consider as well. Different heroes, different things. We mentioned Orisa, the javelins being a huge kind of factor there as well. But Tracer as well is such a key hero in each and every one of their teams, getting around the back of teams and really giving them something to worry about, basically.
It did seem like when we saw some of those fights lost by the side of Weibo that their target selection was a little bit frantic. We were watching some Tracer first-person view where we're shooting the tank a little bit. We're kind of moving over to the support a little bit. We're like, where's the Sojourn? Especially when Recall was down, they were playing incredibly safe. So maybe that's something that could be punished. It's, again, always hard to punish Tracer because she's so mobile. She has so much safety. And oftentimes saying, I know my strategy is to win the Tracer 1v1 is not something that's actually a strategy. Like, often it's just mechanically, is he better than you, or do you get a little bit lucky, or is your team better coordinated around that? I don't think Tracer is something that needs to be banned or anything like that for either of these teams. I think the focus is more about composition overall as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole supporting cast behind it, and also I think both teams are relatively confident in their Tracer play, and though it was a really, really good game for Leave, does it hit the criteria of the team comes after just being like, okay, guys, we actually can't deal with him. He's a monster. Like, we actually just have to ban this. Like, get rid of it. I think they're going to go to more of the supporting pieces that helped make it happen. In this case, I think the Hazard is going to be banned heading into the next map from VP. I think they were already on the wavelength of tank bans. I think maybe, again, you think about Gushue historically, ban the Winston. No, in this case, I think you probably ban the Hazard and go from there. And, okay, maybe in the next map, if they still feel like there's a big Tracer difference going on, if that is actually the read, maybe they could come in with the third map, but I don't necessarily think we're going to go down that road.
Something to consider is that because they ban Winston for control, they now can no longer ban Winston for the rest of the series. Yes. So you want to pick a map where Winston is less powerful, right? And a map that Gushue is less likely to pick it if you're really concerned about that. So that's another edge that you might consider. On the other side of things, the Batiste is now available, so depending on what kind of composition they're looking to run Virtus Pro, they might want to run something with the Orisa. Again, if they're given the opportunity to play a map where that's still strong, like they could take us to Shambali Monastery, for example, if they wanted to run an Orisa comp there. Even like running Reaper. That's a bit fringe right now. I'm not trying to predict that, but like this is a team that is very flexible, and if they have a unique strategy, you're already down 0-1 in the series. And frankly, like we've talked about so much today, you don't want to drop down to that loser's matchup. Maybe you wanted to save a strategy for a little bit later in the tournament, but maybe the coaching staff right now considering this is the time to pull it out.
Over the course of the last, the years that you guys have been casting the game, watching the game as well, what have been some of the most differentiating factors between the players who are at the very top and versus everybody else? Have you found anything specific that is worth noting?
I mean, it kind of depends on the role. I mean, I think to some extent, there's always been the world where like the players at the very top just happen to have eliminations out of nowhere where it doesn't really make sense. I mean, whether that going all the way back to OWL Season 1 and you have players like Jonak where it's like, I didn't realize this Zenyatta could actually get this many eliminations. It doesn't really make sense that like 3 heroes walk into a room with Jonak and then like Jonak walks out, right? Or floats out, as it were back then. Or, earlier seasons where you have players like Decay where it's like, yeah, I guess, the Decay on Widowmaker, I guess we lose long before the era of hero bans, right? Like, there's certain here. Overall, I'd say like players that are really good, they just have ways of defying expectations within their role of like, okay, this player in this role, they should have gone down, but they didn't go down.
Yeah.
That's weird.
So, I mean, it's funny you mentioned Decay. Like when I was casting Decay before he was known to everybody, he was the type of player who I was like, Decay's weakness is he can't play Widowmaker. He turned that around. And I think a really good pro in Overwatch is able to turn things around. In the old days of Overwatch, very early on, we had a meta called GOATs that appeared because right now in Overwatch 2 and at the end of Overwatch 1, like you're locked into your roles, right? You can't play 5 DPS players, but back then you technically could. And there was a composition where you had 4 tanks and 2 supports back when Overwatch 1 was played with 6 heroes. And so many DPS players struggled to move into tank because it's just so different from what their normal role was. And the best teams are the teams that are super adaptable, right? And I think beyond even adaptability, the teams that find the most success, it's sometimes less about mechanics and your actual like micro, your aim, and about how much you can work as a team coordination-wise without saying anything. Sometimes it's about actually having the coordination without having to say words. Everyone just already knows what to do, and you can keep those comms cleaner and just shout out, this guy's low, we're going for this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and not even explain the game plan.
Sure. Yeah, the comms are incredibly important here. Speaking of turning things around as well, we are going to be taking a short break here on the show as our players get ready for the next round of this epic first game we have here for you on the Overwatch 2B stream. Do not go anywhere. Join us back here in a few minutes' time. Lots more fun coming our way. We'll see you in a sec.
This land is calling.
Hello there, and welcome back to the OWCS Mid-Season Championship live here from EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Great to have you with us for the Overwatch 2 B stream. It's me, Adam, again, of course, joined by Wolf and ZP as we anticipate what's going to be a great next map, second map coming our way between Weibo and VP very, very soon. I guess a recap of what's happened thus far in our first map as we wait for our players to get themselves sorted for this next map. Weibo, a strong start to proceedings. It was kind of what we kind of assumed might happen, and they delivered on the promise of having a great start.
Yeah, it was a 2-0 start on control. VP fighting back a little bit, but overall it felt like a pretty dominant performance, but not so dominant that it feels hopeless. You know, we have seen 100-0s, 100-0 control maps where it's like, oh man, they didn't win a single team fight. Like, they did fight back, and I am hoping that in terms of bans and map choice here, Virtus Pro have a good plan.
Yeah, I mean, VP, this is where if there's any weakness, Weibo would come in the idea of like banning things out that they may be a little bit overly reliant on, or on the same note, you know, just going to a map that they feel comfortable on. They have, you know, unique pocket strategies. But what's kind of interesting here is that we believe they're doing a tank substitution, so they're taking Vistola out, and they're likely going to be moving then to playing a Hazard mirror, is how I'm kind of reading this maneuver, as opposed to anything else. So I thought that maybe they come in and they'd ban the Hazard. I think they might just be going, okay, we'll just play it too.
If I'm not mistaken, bans happen after player subs in this tournament, so that would be a pretty risky move as well. Like, if you're able to read that, then Weibo can read that as well, right? Depending on what the ban priority is, because obviously if Virtus Pro are reading that and they have first ban, then they ban a tank and then you can't ban the Hazard. Like, there's some metagaming that can happen that goes into this, but I always get a little bit concerned when I see tank substitutions, because it means that the enemy team already is able to read very quickly you're going to change your style, and they're sitting there talking like, what are we going to play into this? It seems pretty obvious they're going to be trying to run the Hazard mirror, so what's our response to Hazard? Maybe we don't play the Hazard mirror, maybe we play something completely different and throw them off.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like substitutions are very commonplace amongst the course of this competition. Do you think we'll see it quite regularly, ZP, that this will happen between teams?
It just depends on the team and like the depth that they have. Some teams are running with rosters where they literally cannot do substitutions, or their substitution is quite literally this guy's on the roster in case someone gets sick, in case someone breaks you know, their leg walking to the venue. Well, probably not their leg, probably their arm. Like, they make
it's
a play
extreme
in that case.
Breaks a bone. Yeah.
We of course advocate for the safety of all players, and hopefully this doesn't happen. But I'm joking around a little bit, but like, obviously in terms of getting ready too, like when you have a substitution, you got to make sure that you've got your mouse pad right, like I was talking about earlier, your mouse sensitivity fully set up and stuff like that, headset's working, comms are good. So sometimes these types of things can take a little bit of time as we move into the second map, but the predictability of swapping tank is always so scary to me, whereas if you swap DPS, it's obviously a little bit more niche of a situation, where sometimes that could be predictable as well, where you're like, okay, well, they're clearly bringing their Genji player in. I think I know what's going to happen here. But sometimes players prepared a specific strategy that's not meta, and you bring a DPS in, it's harder to read and know for sure what's going to happen. Whereas this one, if you're correct in terms of the tank sub and the Hazard to come through, like, that's a little bit worrying in terms of how easy it is for Weibo to kind of prep something through.
Well, I guess they could prep on the same though. It's like, I think they may be calling the bluff of going, it's like, well, we know you guys love playing Hazard, so we don't think that you're going to cut off your nose to spite your face and be like, you brought him in to play Hazard, therefore we will ban Hazard with our own bans. Like, I think in this case, they're probably, the read is more, they will just play the mirror, we will play the mirror, we'll go from there. But you're not wrong, Wolf, and the idea is that if we can see it, they can see it, and in theory, you could game plan about it on your own time.
And if we do talk about, like, let's just say no bans happen that ruin the mirror. Like, we're assuming both teams can play the same heroes that we saw on that control map. Maybe I'm worried that actually Weibo's just better at it than they are, and things could actually get worse. So I'm kind of like, I'm worried about your read, ZP. I don't think it's a bad read, but it makes me feel better about potentially a Weibo 2-0 here.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right, moving in, and okay, Vistola is still in on
It's
tank.
Ice is coming in on DPS.
Yes. So okay, they're going to swap it around a bit, so it's not quite the substitution we may have thought was coming on in, and we'll see how this one goes on Circuit. But Circuit was kind of interesting. We were talking about Hunter in the car over. He's like, yeah, I think if VP gets in trouble, they may bring it over the Circuit. And Hunter was right. I'll give him the props here on cast.
So it is going to be attack first here for Virtus Pro. So Ice will look for a pop-up shot. Likely will swap afterwards. You can run Widow Sojourn, but I don't think that will actually be the game plan here. Pretty unique. Crosshair he's got set up here as well, as he will swap away from this over to the Symmetra. So this is the Symmetra strat that Hunter was kind of alluding to, that we've seen so popular in EMEA on this map, because you can cross so much distance. And with how Shy has been performing on this Sojourn, it's one way to close the gap and just kind of rush him down, especially with an Orisa. The pairing is incredibly strong.
I mean, it's just about as strong as the Tetris reticle, is what I would call that one. You know? I just like that. It's like, okay, we're about to make a line. All right, getting into it, VP on the attack first. Where this is also a little bit risky at times, Wolf. You know, we had the discussion about, man, you're the team that's down. You know, you defend first, and then you get full capped. No, they're going to attack first, all or nothing.
Yeah, you see that teleport there forces a big reaction, but the counter engage does come through here from Weibo. And Monk is now able to play, of course, that Batiste, since it is unbanned here. It's really working a treat here for Weibo to hold this corner incredibly well. Leave down.
Yeah, Leave pops up. Shockwave immediately knocks him down. Opportunity now for VP. Vistola moving on forward. Sets up Shockwave for another. 2 clean kills here for VP. This is looking pretty good. Shy gets a little bit towards the end, but that's not going to be enough, Wolf, to change the course of this fight.
No, certainly not. And I think the composition that Weibo is running is very tricky, actually, in the Virtus Pro. Just completely out-mobilizes them with the teleporter. And Leave has to be ready to engage on the teleporting heroes as they come out. And if the teleport's staggered, then it's really difficult for the Venture to actually engage like that. So I feel like compositionally, a pretty big advantage here to Weibo, or sorry, to Virtus Pro, as Weibo try to hold the high ground here.
Monk pretty close to window. Would want to get it up here pretty soon, but in this case, Weibo's just going to go, okay, first point is lost. We're just going to back up a little bit, go for the longer defense on the second point, which of course, pretty defensible here on Circuit Royale.
Monk going to look for a backline access here with the window.
That window dropped, and I mean, multiple options with it. Meanwhile, though, Shockwave got to the backhand side here, Wolf. We're looking at the BAP, but all the destruction coming in from Shockwave on the other end, and he's really come alive in this map.
My read is Weibo Gaming just don't really know how to handle this composition with what they're running. They didn't want to give ult charge over to go for a swap, but they are losing big time here. The first cap is already through, and Virtus Pro have such a nice amount of momentum right now. They can match sound barrier here. Vistola is free to actually play up like this, you know, judge positioning, see if anyone's swapping, which in fact no one really is here. They swap off of the Batiste after that window, but that is it. The sound barrier's at the ready here. We'll see when these get traded right now.
First beat is out. Second beat gets to be held a little bit more here from VP, but the problem is it's held for too long. Shy with the overclock. Finds 2, looking for more, and now Fix it. Might as well just hold that to the next fight, because there's no point now.
Yeah, it does give them the edge for the next fight, and I think this is an intentional choice here. Weibo Gaming actually had a bit of a split beat there. Mew played it so safely that, in fact, it didn't even necessarily hit the entire front line there for Weibo Gaming, but it still didn't matter. They still are able to win because they had their barrier, but now Virtus Pro, with the time bank they have, feel pretty comfortable pushing up here and going for that second push. They also have the Symmetra ultimate, which can cut the fight in half. So this is a really big opportunity here for Virtus Pro to get the second cap.
Puts a lot of pressure on Leave to make something happen here with ult in just a moment. VP, though, they open up the symbol, getting the tempo to their favor. Fixa hanging on to the beat. Likely going to drop it as soon as wall goes down. VP getting close, but Shockwave gets picked off. Shy able to find the Sojourn v Sojourn in the neutral. And just like that, you got Weibo Gaming a little bit ahead right now on the point. Well,
he's looking
back
for
and forth. And yeah, he's still going for it. The Stola over and in. Not going to be enough. The Stola is just burned down instead.
And where's the sound barrier? If you're going to go for that play, I think you've got to back it up with a sound barrier. That's a huge risk from Virtus Pro. Massive win for Shy. He gets the pick on the Shockwave that takes out so much of the damage. Those are the kind of moves you have to have when you're down on ultimates like that. You have to make the confident play. You have to look for the risky play. Vistola was looking for the risky play. He saw the group there. He wanted to go for the Terra Surge, but Fixa needed to back him up, and he did not. And that's an expensive failure here for Virtus Pro. They were in such a good position.
You know, on the bright side, though, Wolf, you cannot Ajax if you don't hit your beat.
True.
Like, you still have the beat, even though you haven't used it 2 fights in a row.
Still got it.
That's right. That being said, I have to imagine VP is going to open with Kitsune and Sound Barrier, not necessarily in that order here for the next fight. Weibo, though, is stocked for Bear. Weibo going to open things up first, and now Fixa drops to me, but Gala is in a rough spot, nearly gets picked off, and at the same time, while Gala's retreating, Vistola gets focus fired down, Leave with the pickoff, Shy with the fall through, and Weibo again knocking VP back, and this once enormous time bank, Wolf, it is starting to dwindle to nothing.
2 fights in a row. They don't Sound Barrier. Mew is able to match Sound Barrier in the interim, helps them sustain through their Ligue holds his ult until the last possible second. Now high ground plus overclock advantage here for Weibo makes this fight nigh unwinnable. It's going to have to be a desperation Kitsune rush here. Maybe a good teleporter to pair with it is all that VP can hope for on this fight.
Or think about how the start for Weibo, where it was a pick from Shy on the Shockwave. Shockwave, if you return the favor, that'd be one great way, but Symmetra down immediately. Leave, ulting on in, Shy on the fall through, and again, VP, the fight basically over before it begins, and Wolf, the time bank, we're about to go under a minute.
Yeah, this is not what VP want here. Leave playing up close and personal on this one, but they are going to get those exit kills here. And unfortunately, the Symmetra ult not ready on that one. They had the overclock disadvantage. Shy does get picked there by Fixa in the end, but ultimately did the damage before that happened. You know, his angle there on the overclock was really good. Now, distance on the TP is insane after you get that perk, and that's going to be the angle they're trying to take here on the flank.
Shockwave trying to make something happen. Symmetra, though, going to fall immediately, and Shockwave gets one off the overclock, but is immediately punished. Still, trade-outs here from VP. Most promising fight they've had so far. A lot of it can have to be done in the neutral here. Vistola dropping the resell. A little bit more space created. Weibo, they have the opportunity to still contest back here on the fight here. Well, but Ligue dying towards the end, they might just decide, okay, we're not going to go over it. They're looking for it. Might be trying to get in, getting zoned off the point. They are able to get the contest here. Weibo, they still want to go in here, Wolf.
They can play for this. If they get that Sound Barrier, Mew is so close. The rush is ready for Monk as well. They are not going to get the contest. They do decide to back away. That was on a knife's edge. Yeah, Mew is just 5% closer to that ultimate. I think Weibo Gaming 100% get the stop there. So big win here for VP.
It's a win for VP, but on the same note, talk about a loss where they had such a good time bank going the second, and now they are playing from behind all the time off the clock. And Weibo, again, dumping ults into the fray. Shy with 2.
And this is really just the Kitsune rush alone that Weibo Gaming win this fight on. They back away. This is why they make the call not to contest there, because it would have been a last-minute contest. They possibly could have trickled through and given so much distance over to VP. Instead, they take the fight they want. They play through distance. They have an ult-efficient fight. Now they have Sound Barrier to back this up, and the cart is completely in Weibo's control.
VP right now getting pressured before even getting a chance for a clean fight. They have to pop the sim wall under pressure, trying to turn it into an advantage right now. Weibo, though, just able to disengage pretty cleanly here. Shockwave under pressure, in danger. Shy moving on in with the overclock. Vistola already down. More railgun shots coming out. Shy connects. Shockwave down, and down to 40 seconds for VP, and what could be ominously close to a lower bracket departure, Wolf.
Yeah, unfortunately here for the side of Virtus Pro, it just feels like the Lucio difference in terms of impact here is quite high, but the coordination for Weibo is so good. Leave has Tectonic Shock. He's on that flank. He's getting focused by Ice on the Symmetra, but he's still able to survive there, knowing he can communicate with Mew, the positioning he's in, the situation he's in. Liga doesn't have to ult either. And Virtus Pro, I mean, they have the ults to win this fight here in the longer fight with the Kitsune Rush and the Terra Surge, but it's going to be so desperate.
I mean, Sim getting picked off that early, I mean, it takes the wind out of your sails. VP now have to turn this round 4v5. Annihilation comes out for Ligue, is punished. Opportunity here for VP. Kitsune was used, Gala is down. We are in overtime. Overtime spawns are a thing if VP can just chip away a little bit. Vistola staying alive here on the point.
He has to be patient.
Yes, and he's creating time right now, Wolf. Is Shockwave able to find Monk? There's a little bit of life in VP yet.
Yeah, that armor he gets back there with Gala's help allows him to hold the cart there, absorb the pressure. They get that pick. He holds the Terra Surge for this corner play. There's still a chance here for VP to finish the map. It has to be clutch, and it has to be now.
Oh, Shy's in danger. Shy nearly getting picked off, just barely able to get away. VP, more on their side right now. An overtime surge in progress. Shockwave dropping the overclock. Shockwave, do you have anything in your sights right now? He's looking, but right now, you just see Weibo Gaming taking cover, disengaging properly. Kitsune Rush was used in the interim. And now VP right now just keep moving forward in overtime, but both teams at 5v5.
Everyone keep your eyes on those Sound Barriers. Fixa has his first. He wants to use it second, though. I think that's going to be what determines it. And Shy may snipe him before he can use it. He has to use it early, and that's a barrier second from Mew.
Yes, however, they got Ligue down at the same time. The barrier wasn't in time to take down Ligue, so there's no opportunity for VP with the tank advantage. Able to find Monk. Weibo Gaming, they wanted to put this one away, but they have just made little error after little error, and now it is compounded in a way that has VP potentially finishing out their map pick here.
Shy is going to have to reposition. He's got this overclock, and he's got the angle.
They're looking. Ligue able to take down Gala. VP though, able to respond. Shockwave punishing Ligue, who swapped over onto the Maga. Now, VP, can they keep it going? Shockwave, super consistent here so far. Shy goes down, and Shockwave's still doing it right now, Wolf.
Yeah, still an extended fight here. Spawn advantage does go to Weibo Gaming, so they need to trade up. Pistola being down is massive here with the swaps coming through. The defense is there. They can't stay on the cart, ZP. And so now, to close out this series, all Weibo need to do is to finish the map. I think we have to talk a little bit about some of the decisions that are being made around these sound barriers, because yes, we are seeing some big plays overall from Weibo Gaming around their flanking Sojourn, which has been really cool. The teleports have been relatively successful here for VP, but I think some of the big defining moments here are when those support ultimates are being used. I think the best one we did see there was the fact that it came immediately when they saw that flank, the Sojourn flank from Shy there, comes up, and then they turn that into a win, that first elimination that got them to the end. Well, let's remember that this is a multinational, EMEA roster here for the side of Virtus Pro, right? Like, Jehu and Fixa are Korean. Jehu is subbed out, right? So Fixa is the only Korean player on this roster. Makes you wonder if communication is sometimes breaking down in some of these team fights when we're timing these ultimates, whereas obviously it's an all-Chinese roster here for Weibo. They have no communication issues whatsoever. This team qualified for this tournament with this roster. I'm not trying to claim that these guys can't talk to each other in team fight, but it does make you wonder in some of these fights if maybe there's either a disagreement or the communication isn't as crisp and as fast as it needs to be to get those sound barriers up on time.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting too, the flip side in terms of communication, I feel like Weibo gave away more than they needed to at the very end of the last map, where you stop and think about it here. They nearly had the second point hold. They still had really good ult economy going into third, and they just give up some picks in the neutral. And then the response is to stagger, and staggering repeatedly to the point that, like, if you're VP, given where you are about to be, you're actually pretty happy that you nearly capped out the map.
Now, it's a treat to see Leave play Pharah. We don't get to see it very often, and we're always fortunate when we do. He's going to play this here as we do swap sides here for the attack for Weibo Gaming. And there's no great answer here outside of the Sojourn, who's now dead. So this is going to be a pretty nice push here for Weibo at the outset.
I love how you describe Leave playing Pharah as if it's like this fine vintage of wine. It's just like, it's such a pleasure to indulge in this 25-year-old.
It's a 2020 bottle of Leave, okay? Yeah. It's been a little while, but we're back in it. Leave it in international tournament. He's playing Pharah. And Pharah is pretty strong right now, one of the most banned DPS heroes that we do, in fact, see. Halfway to this first point are Weibo Gaming to get free corner control here. Then it makes you wonder if Virtus Pro may want to switch composition. Pistola's over now to the D.Va, which will be a great answer to Pharah, has always historically been one of the best. But the coordination is going to have to be crisp between him and Shockwave in terms of focusing Leave down. And also that means that Shy, when that's happening, gets sight advantage over Shockwave. So it is a very tricky defense here that Virtus Pro are going to have to play a tightrope they'll have to walk.
I think the problem is when you're focused on Leave, you're not looking at Shy, and Shockwave's duty gets so much harder. Like, yeah, Shockwave's space going into this now to be the hero that he was on the first round, way less in Leave. Rocket after rocket, nearly taking down two from VP. Gala and Fixa, the support line, just barely able to survive. Actually, pretty good turnaround here from VP. Pistol, though, under the gun right now in the tiny room. 200 HP and getting lower. Shockwave, though, connects! 2 down!
That was a massive railgun then from Shockwave. He actually saves the fight because initially it looked like that was going to be a sound barrier turn. Mew and Monk building so much ult charge there, focusing Ligue in that room. Positioning fantastic as Monk will get staggered. Not the end of the world here, but a lot of extra time bought for Virtus Pro. But that was actually a really big turnaround because Shockwave doesn't hit those shots. Then suddenly Ligue gets Terra Surge in that room. They can't win the fight. The sound barrier goes up. Fixa can't match. And then actually it's just a cap for Weibo. So really clutch hold there for Virtus Pro. Clearly having mastery of this map. And it turns out it's a great map choice for them here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking pretty rejuvenated. And also, you talk about time getting away from things. Weibo's looking good at the beginning. But now, minute 40 left. Still a big corner to turn around. We got the Lucio v. Lucio set up here. Of course, we talked a lot about it between maps. The wall can be dropped here first by VP. And Weibo decided we don't want a part of that. The quick retreat here, Wolf, but it could go into an even quicker engage.
Yeah, looking for the angle here for the drop down for Ligue. Finds it now. Sound barrier first for Mew. And they need to make something of this.
Later barrier here from Fixa, and this one is good, giving VP the advantage. Shy though, Mortality Field out of there. Weibo still moving forward. They're able to catch the sim in the interlude. And now Opportunity here for Weibo Gaming to get the first point, get a little bit extra time, and Shy finding room to work with once again.
He denies the remake. Vistola's looking for the remake there. He snipes him with a headshot before he can remake. Huge play there from Shy, who will ultimately fall here, but this is definitely a win for Weibo Gaming, who get the cap. We're seeing so many clutch plays from both of these Sojourns. When they're able to find those angles, they have been big difference makers here, as Ice should be fine. See the retreat from Leave as they look for corner control here. The Venture swap. This is such a close game.
Yeah, I mean, and also, I mean, your VP kind of playing like their tournament life depends on it, because guess what, Wolf? I think it does in this instance. So it is already at the all or nothing stage, depending on your point of view. Mew getting under fire super early here for Weibo, able to get away. Shockwave applying good pressure once again. Meanwhile, looking at Leave. Ult soon to be ready to go here. Working the corner. Vistola, his target. Vistola getting real low. And Weibo decide to go in. Weibo, they decide to dive on in. It's going to be what they need. They do. Leave is able to get Shockwave into the back. Sets up Mew onto Vistola, and Leave has cleared open the way.
I mean, that might just be a B cap here. The angle from Leave, he doesn't look at explosions, man, because he's a cool guy. That tectonic shock takes out his opposition. He's already looking the other way. Clean dive on the side of Weibo. They do it without the sound barrier. They hold sound barrier advantage. Now, if they can identify that Fixa doesn't have sound barrier, and based on how this series has gone, I think they should be able to use it to contest here and guarantee B, and there it is.
Yeah, they drop the beat and drop Vistola in turn. VP, they go for the last moment contest. Instead, they get slammed, and this is the other side of the coin. Last round here, Wolf, we saw Weibo go, no, we don't want to do this because we want to give up a ton of room for free on third. And in this case, VP goes for it, and they will give up a ton of room.
It's such a great point. This is a perfect example of what it looks like when you fail that contest that Weibo didn't go for. But I think VP feels so desperate because this is not going to be an overtime situation. They couldn't finish the map. They feel like if Weibo have this much of a time bank, they will eventually just get out-ulted. So the contest there at least gives Fixa the opportunity to get sound barrier advantage here. But if they lose even one fight here in this neutral, I think it's all over. And Gall is down. Late sound barrier.
Well, Wolf, it may be just about over, but Shockwave says no! Shockwave, the great equalizer, with another two after the barrier, in from Fixa, keeping Virtus Pro alive. Weibo was close to running away with it there, but man, oh man, Sojourn shots we need him most coming in from Shockwave.
Shy here doing a decent amount of damage. We'll just have to kite back here. There's no way you can actually look for an elim at this point. And the next real phase of this is going to be setting up for this sound barrier. I think Monk probably isn't aware that he has an ult advantage over Gala because it's so close, but he is going to use it anyways. Terra Surge to deny the entry.
Goes for the Terra Surge. Is it going to bear fruit? Weibo right now.
Buy some time for sure.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Weibo had the retreat, and Shy couldn't retreat all the way. Shockwave says, let me help you back to spawn. It's a full heal. Just comes at the cost of a little bit of time.
Ice using that ult there to control the choke right afterwards as well as two tools burned, but I think it's well worth it because it allows VP to still hold this angle here where Shockwave has the overclock. That's what they're really fighting for. Not distance on the cart, but line of sight. And this is a great angle here. As you can see, the Observer showcasing. This is going to be the big moment here if they're going to hold this next push. He has to find those angles, and they fought for it so well. Mew, sound barrier first.
Sound barrier is out. Shockwave under pressure before the overclocking goes down. Off the engage. Weibo completely well coordinated. Leave with the ult towards the very end. Vistola going to be burned on down. However, it's not over yet, Wolf. A minute 30 left to get to the goal. VP still time to work with, and the upside, at the very least, they did not use the overclock in the last fight.
I mean, the reason they lost the fight is because they were killed before they could use it, but like you say, the upside is they still have it, and I think all eyes have to be on Shockwave here. What angle can he find? How much damage can he get done? And will he just be focused first again in the fight? There's one more fight win here for Weibo Gaming, and it should be lights out. So this angle here, they already have control of this high ground. Lige has his Terra Surge pushing into the choke.
Here we go. Shockwave, you've been the hero so often before. Can you do it again? It does! Get Shy! VP up on a good run. Shockwave with 3 before it's all said and done.
That's the overclock angle they needed. That is exactly how Virtus Pro can win this map now. Fixa has sound barrier ultimate, and what looked like just moments ago looked like it was going to be Virtus Pro dropping down to lower bracket. Shockwave says, not today, not right now, not in this second game. They have such great tools to bring us to 3 maps here.
We are heading into final fight. If VP plays this smart, if they don't give up any picks in the neutral,
and Fixa
is able to time the barrier, they very well could bring us to a third map.
It's all about the positioning of Shockwave here. If it gets run over by this Kitsune rush, that could be the way that Weibo win this. Sound barrier at the ready.
Barrier versus Kitsune.
Shockwave's positioning so good here. He's super far back, practically in spawn.
13 seconds left. This is going to be final fight. The barrier comes out first here from VP, and Gala is able to punish Shy. Shockwave going to have room to work with here. VP up one. Vestola here dropping the ult. It's going to be enough. Ligue, meanwhile, was able to get onto the sim.
Mew needs that sound barrier. He's so close.
He's getting really close here, Wolf. It is on a knife's edge. Both winnable for both teams. How's this going to end? He's got the barrier, Wolf.
There it is.
Drops the barrier. Weibo looking to put this to an end to knock VP into the lower bracket. VP though withstanding. Spawns coming back out. We are in overtime. VP is back up at full strength. Leave. Burrowing over and in, looking for an opportunity, about to get an ultimate on. Vestall is super low. Can they save Vestall? Meanwhile, Shy goes down. VP might have just died. They save Vestall. They get the pick onto Shy. Weibo looking a little bit rattled here, Wolf.
Yeah, I believe he's super low, but he just keeps punching out that damage. Ligue is down now. Virtus Pro has spawn advantage. I think they may have finally done it. The defense is real. And we are going to a third map. Shockwave, 100%. The MVP of this second game. In every critical moment when they were down on ultimates, every critical moment where if he dies, the fight is over, they lose the map, he positions back. His triple on the overclock saved the game for them, gave them a second lease on life, and now we have a series on our hands.
You know, sometimes you wonder, it's like, how many times can you go to the same well? How many times can you withdraw from the same bank? And it turns out that the bank of Shockwave has incredibly deep coffers here, Wolf.
Shockwave, disgusting, outrageous. I mean, Vestola as well, I thought put up an incredible defense as well, kind of from distance, but Shockwave, at every angle, every play just seemed perfect and managed to keep Virtus Pro in this series.
Yeah, some of the big plays there from Vestola on Javelins were actually what were a big determining factor, because we saw so many Sojourn flanks attempted. Because the positioning of Shockwave is so good, it's hard to actually find line of sight in the mirror, Sojourn v Sojourn, so he has to go off on an off angle to either try to snipe the support or look for that kill on the Sojourn, and he just kept getting tracked by Vestola, who just javelins him, he makes the call, and they focus him out of the fight. So Shy had some struggles there at the end of the map, but just better coordination, and this is the kind of map pick where, you know, you hear rumors about it, you hear rumblings about it. Hunter's telling us, man, they love this symmetric comp on this map. Like, everyone who's in the know knows this team is probably going to take us to circuit. And the map pick works a treat. Sure, it was a close game, but, like, often in Overwatch, you see a map pick and you leave yourself, you know, after they lose the map that they chose, you're like, I'm not sure why they picked that. Here, you could see clear mastery and comfort from Virtus Pro.
You know, we didn't really talk about it because we went straight in the game, but you think about the bans that led in here. We're thinking, okay, maybe you do something like a hazard ban, but on Circuit Royale, maybe you don't really need to do that. However, the interesting thing to me is that the ban that VP went with here was the Freya ban, and I feel like they wanted to force the Sojourn mirror, which the Freya ban basically does here. Otherwise, there's a world where it could have been more Freya play against the Sojourn, and Shockwave may not have had as much room, or that may not have been as advantageous. So VP, in a way, they kind of looked at their strengths and said, yeah, we'd like to make this more of a Sojourn game. We have faith in Shockwave, and that faith was rewarded.
Yeah, it 100% was. Like, moments like what we saw from Shockwave on that heroic defense are the dreams of every Sojourn player. You know, whether you're a solo queue player, you're an aspiring pro, like moments like that we just saw there, that's game saving. And if you can, to have line of sight is a privilege in pro play, right? It is, because you're always under threat, especially when you're playing against a venture composition where Leave is just running you over constantly. And he gets line of sight, the team trusts him, buys space for him, and when he presses his Q and unlocks the overclock, he comes up big. Like, if you miss those shots, if you're not able to perform, if you choke in that moment, then you lose the game, right? Everyone has so much trust in you. Shockwave has so much experience. You were talking about it earlier today. You remember when he was the young rookie, everyone's waiting for him. Is he old enough to play in the Overwatch League? Now he's grown into a veteran.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there's an era back in the day where it's like, all right, Shockwave, you're going to get some breadsticks. And, well, there's some bread guy. That's where we're at.
He's looking to get the bread, yes, I would say, exactly. At this point.
Looking to get the bread, as all our teams hard, and it's made it very hard now as well, because Weibo obviously 1-1 in this series, is best of 3 here. It's still very much to play for. Some of the fans actually filtered into the building waiting for that winning moment, but the clutch up there, the defense was on point, and we have a 1-1. What's going to happen next? Obviously, don't go anywhere here on the Overwatch B stream here at EWC. It is coming your way very shortly. A quick break from us, and we'll see you back here for all that action in just a few minutes' time. The OWCS Mid-Season Championships here at EWC is spicing up. It's 1-1 in our Weibo versus VP. First matchup here on the Overwatch 2B stream. Great to have you back with us here. Wolf, I mean, a great start to proceedings for us and for you guys at home as well, with an electric first or second round of this series.
Yeah, the performance we saw from Virtus Pro on Circuit Royale was pretty insane. They obviously came very prepared for that map in particular. It was still close. Like, it was definitely possible that if a few things go a little bit better there for Weibo, it's a 2-0. My concern now becomes, do we move into map 3? Like, was this the best Virtus Pro has to offer? Like, is this the map they prepared the most? And they don't get to choose the map, so now it becomes a little bit more unexplored territory. I'm starting to feel, I'm sorry for Virtus Pro fans out there, I'm starting to feel pretty good about my 2-1 prediction, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you there too, because here's my problem with the last map is that, yes, VP was able to take it out, and yes, Shockwave looked ridiculous, but if you run back that map 10 times, does VP win more times than Weibo from what we saw? I don't think so. That required immense heroics from Shockwave, and usually you can't count on that level of performance over and over again over the course of the series. Sometimes it has happened, but if I'm VP, I'm not even happy with the way I won that because it relied on hero plays more so than it probably should have.
Still a bit more scrappy than probably wanted, you're right here. We're looking at pick and bans on the screen here as well here. Wolf, you can see here, we're going into that third map now, and Esperanza. How are you, I mean, does that kind of skew your opinion either way, the map choice there as well?
I mean, moving to push is going to open up a lot of possibilities for Sojourn. Like, it's great for Shockwave. I think this is obviously a map that Weibo picked, but it's VP who will be able to play a similar style, I think, to what we saw. They won't be able to play the Orisa, of course, that's been banned here in this third map. We also see a Moira ban, which is quite interesting. You can often run Moira early to actually get a huge coalescence because you build that ult so fast to get a lot of tempo. Pretty unique ban, actually. A little bit surprised to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes there, I just don't think that they want to deal with anything that was like particularly tanky on the point and just making things particularly tough to push through. I mean, Moira at times can sort of stall things out on top of, as you mentioned, getting Cole super early. So it's just removing that factor from play. And yeah, I mean, this one is going to be interesting based on the bans. I mean, honestly, in terms of hero choice, I'd probably expect Vistola to come in here on either Ram or Maga based on what they've usually done. But the Orisa is out of it. And honestly, I think pretty good ban coming in from Weibo.
Yeah, it's quite, it removes a lot of the volatility. Like, it's a hero that can kind of cheat ult economy and can be so team fight breaking oftentimes and very simple to execute. So it's, again, unusual, I would say, but it does seem smart. The Orisa on the other side ban here by VP means it does open up a little bit more positional play. I'm curious to see what tank we do see in return, because it's kind of what's going to define what these comps look like here as we move into Esperanza. I don't think that Winston is going to be the go-to. I'd rather see Hazard, I think, is more likely, especially on the first point.
I tend to agree, but we'll
or
see
first
what comes
fight,
out.
I should say.
We'll see what comes out as we go into this here. Not quite in game here just yet, so get a little bit of time to vamp here, Wolf, and talk about what to expect. But you know, I will say, if I'm Weibo here, I don't know how much I love going to, this game mode in particular, because, I mean, it is also more volatile, right? Where it's like, I don't know, I feel like if you feel like you're the stronger team right now, I don't know, there's a world where I just prefer, like, the most reliable map type possible.
I like push if I think I'm the better team, because you end up having, if you can get a slight lead, so many different ways you can manipulate the map, especially on Esperanza, playing around high ground, low ground, choke point control. And if you think you're the master of those types of things and your opponent's just kind of out clutching you, you can go, no, I know the rules of Overwatch better than you. Because I think push is the map type that tests you across multiple different archetypes, where you often see different compositions at different points of the map. High ground, low ground control, those types of contests can be really important, right? And for Virtus Pro, you won't necessarily be able to clutch this one out with just a triple kill from Shockwave.
On the same note, though, my counterpoint is that, but could you clutch it out with 2 triple kill fights from Shockwave in a row, which was happening a lot towards the end of the last map? And if you have Shockwave playing that explosive and that volatile, and that happens here at the very beginning of Esperanza, you could be in a hole you're not going to dig yourselves out of, so...
Yeah, no, this is quite interesting, by the way. Ice moving on to tank. So he's going to be playing the Hazard here. Jeyu's back in on DPS. So you mentioned the tank substitution that you expected to see in Game 2. We're going to see it in Game 3 here. Gushue is actually playing the Winston with the Pharah. This makes sense. A lot of backline access. They're going to try to make Shockwave's life hell. He is going to be the target here for dives constantly. As you can see, he's already having to move away here and look for a reposition. But look at GOOCHWAY already tracking his position.
Yeah, Shockwave has been rightly declared public enemy #1 here from Weibo. Both teams, though, feeling each other out at the moment. Not a full dive on either side here just yet. VP, a little bit lower in health here so far. His eyes getting real low, focus down. Mew with the killing blow. Weibo, better focus fire here, and with just the tank kill, well, okay, hold on. It's equalized. Both teams down to tank now, Wolf.
Yeah, I do prefer the position here of Virtus.pro. In fact, Shockwave kind of untouched at the moment. Shy struggling to get that line of sight here. And it's their lead right now in terms of the push. Very small. Jehu taken out here as neither of these teams are able to fully reset. Jehu then taken out, punished for his aggression there by Leave, and they will actually regain control of the bot here. Now that means that with the respawn of Shy, he can come up here, take that high ground bridge control away.
You know, Wolf, with the tank swap here, I don't know if they're comfortable going to something like a D.Va here to deal with Leave. I think Leave is going to have tons of room on this Pharah by comparison to when we saw it here on Circuit, and there may not be a swap this time, so this is looking pretty darn good for Weibo here so far. VP on the back foot, Kitsune Rush soon to be had here, but Weibo double support ults in turn.
Okay, there's the Kitsune Rush. They need to be able to close that gap, but the sound barrier here for Weibo should deny a lot of the damage. GOOCHWAY actually going to counter engage. This is a really smart angle.
Weibo double layered the support ult, so they went all in on the counter engage, and VP was actually able to back out. That was a 2-for-1 trade in favor of VP. Now Fixa gets the barrier up a little bit later. They're able to move forward, punish Shy, and VP, they win the ult trades here, Wolf.
Yeah, Leave is able to escape, but only barely, and this is going to be a huge push angle now for Virtus.pro. Extremely ult efficient win here in the fight. And the fact that Weibo survived barely with some of these players, but then still continue to recontest and lose them in the stagger means that it's a guaranteed push advantage here. It looked likely no matter what, but it's now going to be a pretty significant advantage. In fact, even looking for knocking on the door on that checkpoint is really what Virtus.pro has, because Shockwave has free reign, line of sight, and that overclock available here, which means Leave is going to really struggle to actually find an angle here with this ultimate. In fact, might be better off not using it unless the fight is already won.
I mean, this is a key turning point of the game. If Shockwave is able to do what he did last map and just come out on fire with this open, here we go. Leave over in, drops the brush, and gets dropped in turn by Shockwave. Taken down, overclock in action. VP up 1, Shockwave with 2, 3, Wolf, he's doing it again at a key point in the map.
And frankly, I think this fight was disrespectful by the side of Weibo Gaming. It's exactly like I said. You think you can ult this guy? He's got overclock, he's got line of sight. The second he channels it, yes, he has an angle there, finds the AoE spot, he's like, ah, perfect. Boom, instantly taken out by Shockwave's overclock. Like, not even able to channel it for really a full second there as he's just knocked out of the sky. Sure, you want to use your ultimate before swapping, but I think in some cases, you should just swap because they lost so much distance as a result.
And now Weibo, they are deep in the hole. I mean, we are on push, Wolf, and yes, you got 6.5 minutes, but you don't want to be in this spot. This is a hard spot to actually get out of, and GOOCHWAY, under pressure, has to drop the primal just to stay alive. It is a survival primal more than anything else, but off the juggle. Able to take down Eyes, and things looking a little bit better right now for Weibo, but the way push works, Wolf, a lot more left to go.
Yeah, I mean, so essentially now the bot will have to push back and they'll have to look to threaten the checkpoint in return. But in this time, in this interim, Weibo Gaming can reset here, Shockwave can reset here with Virtus.pro and get high ground over Weibo's approach. And where Shockwave can find that angle is going to be really important. Weibo do have a slight ult advantage, but frankly, with how close it is, I don't think it's necessarily going to matter, as the observers here in production are showing in the split picture-in-picture.
Remember, where this went all wrong for Weibo is when they double layered the support ult. So this time around, they need a little bit more clearance here. They open up the Kitsune Rush, Mew waiting a little bit longer, dropping the beat. Fixa counters beat for beat as VP also drops the Kitsune, so support ults traded out across the board. What is going to be the turning factor? Gala goes down, but so is Mew at the same time. Both teams down support, 4-on-4. Leave, off the rewind, pulse bomb, good to go. Looking for a target here, over. Shy and GOOCHWAY able to pick up 2, and it's a slight edge now to Weibo, and now a bigger edge as Shy finishes off Jwoo.
This was a really important fight for Weibo. The fact that they're able to get this one set up here, they don't have the better support ultimates, but they're able to kind of outplay and survive through the later barrier there from Fixa. Shy ends up winning out the DPS war, is pretty massive. Now, they will have to win one more fight here to get the distance lead, but they're feeling pretty comfortable now. Zeiss here also doesn't yet have his ultimate, but is such a strong Star Wars controller here of this high ground. As you can see, looking for the slice there. not quite able to force a recall out of Leave. Here's the overclock trade.
Shy, dropping the overclock, gonna create all sorts of space for Leave. Pulse bomb, the pulse bomb's out. Did Leave connect? No, did not. Shockwave though, getting caught. Shy and Gushway on the case. 2 down from VP and Weibo finding their groove. Shy shot after shot landing and a punch to boot.
Yeah, Gushway is just so much stickier than Ice can be when we're looking for that fight of the overclock versus overclock. Oftentimes when you're a fan watching this, you hear overclock versus overclock, you're like, who's gonna hit the headshot first? You're thinking like it's a Western movie, but actually it's just the tanks that are also trying to chase those Sojourns and take them down, and Gushway is the one who was able to take Shockwave out and give the advantage to Weibo in that moment. Did so without Primal that he holds now for this fight.
VP, a must-win fight. Gushway gonna drop the Primal. You got the Hazard Ult dropped at the same time. Weibo spaced out a little bit, but Shockwave is isolated and beaten down by Gushway. The threat is gone here, Wolf. Gushway zones it out. Gushway cannot be stopped. This is why Winston got banned back in map 1, but it couldn't be banned this time around, Wolf, as the lead about to head over the way of Weibo Gaming.
And Ice trying to do some heavy lifting here in this fight, but unfortunately just going to be the last to fall. And, you know, he's swapped here now off-role. He played Symmetra in the previous map. Now he's playing tank in this one. And Gushway is the master of Winston, right? And he's making a larger impact here in the tank, or sorry, in the DPS battle. In terms of the tank v tank, his impact is larger, but he keeps taking Shockwave out of these fights. His ultimate was fantastic, and now Monk gives the Kitsune rush.
Kitsune rush can be dropped here. And again, it's a quick double layer of support ult here for Weibo, but this time around it works out. Leave the pulse bomb on the eyes towards the very end. Gushway on the cleanup. And this is just not stopping for Weibo. And now, I mean, Wolf, you're starting to wonder, is like, uh-oh, are you about to get full cap?
Yeah, exactly. Is completion on the cards here with a fight like this? Maybe. Now, one of the saving graces here is Fixa and his sound barrier that he holds to defend this. But let's say even if you do hold with that sound barrier, even if you do win that fight, Weibo Gaming are going to start to build up an ult advantage, and you have a lot of distance to cover. They're on your spawn, and you're going to have to get 50 meters if you can get to your checkpoint.
The neutral pressure is overwhelming.
Late barrier again. Where are you going, Fixa?
Well, the barrier, it's not here. The neutral game, you just saw VP's health bars melt. Jwoo just going down super quickly, along with Eyes, not able to stay alive, and Weibo Gaming just taking all the territory they want. The cart still pushing all the while, and Fixa probably about to drop a beat here, but man, oh man, if you win this fight here, Wolf, it's so much further to go.
Yeah, okay, that's going to be Ice dropping down here. Spawn advantage is there for Virtus, but they're going to win several fights here, and they're just not doing it. They're getting trickled out one by one. Another dead Fixa without a high-value sound barrier.
Yeah, I mean, Fixa drops the barrier, and the lack of value, as you say, apparent. Big difference between the two teams. Only 1:50 left, and Gushway continuing to channel his rage up, over, chasing down Tracer, not a care in the world. And if you're Weibo, by the way, you don't need more progress here, Wolf. You can just play the time, and you will feel absolutely good about where
you
you're
keep
at.
taking 5v4, 5v3 fights as Virtus Pro keep losing members outside of their spawn. You are feeling very good about running out that clock. And now we're going to trade once again those overclocks here. Hazard Ultimate high value.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for VP is you look at this, okay, you've gotten 2 pickoffs here, but it has to be the first of many. You have a minute left to go, and it's like, congratulations. You have now, like, won one fight of now 4 you need to stay in this. So
I mean, you guys might be listening to ZP here going like, oh, I'm going to ZP give him a chance. But in truth, like, it is going to have to be like a legendary push here for the side of Virtus Pro to be able to bring this one back, because they're 60 meters behind. They have to get all the way to their checkpoint. And once overtime hits, if you lose a fight, if you get wiped and you can't stay on that bot, it is just over. Now you're down sound barrier as well. And for Weibo Gaming, they can pick their engage the way they want it.
They have so many win conditions right now for Weibo Gaming, and they're going to say, let's start out simple. Kitsune rush, beat dropped right on after Gala, unable to stay alive. Gushway fearlessly diving in after the support ult appetizer. 25 seconds left now, Wolf. It's not over just yet, but only just.
Yeah, and now they have to touch this robot within 15 seconds here, or the map will just end. Like, Weibo Gaming do not need to push. And they will, by the way. So everything, even if they win this fight, Virtus Pro, all the distance they just gained is now deleted. One more chance here. Fixa desperately trying to build that sound barrier.
BP, can they do one of the best pushes we've ever seen and stave off the lower bracket? Or will Weibo secure the win and go up in the upper bracket and show that they mean business here at the EWC Mid-Season Championship? We'll have to see. Wolf, we are in overtime, and VP, the margin for error is gone. How many times can you ask Shockwave to deliver? We may be about to find out.
How many times can we ask Fixa to get a high-value sound barrier? Here it is.
That's 2.
It's only 2!
It's only 2! Meanwhile, Jaewoo was able to land the pulse bomb. Gushue, though, still doing work into the back.
The knockoff is there. He's got to touch that cart.
Yeah, and Weibo right now is saying, no, get off. It's ours. All the fisticuffs coming in from Gushue. High HP, tank versus tank, forcing Eyes to run for the hills, leave on a little bit of cleanup. And Weibo, they have done it here, Wolf. They are going to proceed forward in the upper bracket, and Virtus Pro down to the lower.
My biggest fears for Virtus Pro were realized in that one. They had such a great Circuit Royale, but the depth fell apart. They had to sub one of their players onto tank to try to play the hazard, and they just did not look as comfortable with this composition. Gushue plays his iconic Winston, and the tank diff could not have been bigger.
Also, Wolf, your power of the caster curse is unbelievable because about 2 seconds before that sound barrier, like, we'll fix it, get a high-value sound barrier, and kind of like, I don't think it's going to happen.
Is it a caster curse, or is it me kind of worried about Fixa being like, I'm not sure if it's going to happen because it really hasn't been happening in this series TP?
Well, it didn't happen, so, Fixa made you look amazing at his own expense.
Yeah, absolutely incredible there from Weibo Gaming, who are absolutely delighted, I'm sure, to make their way through to the next round. Let's have a look at these highlights here as well. I mean, I think it's a tale here of Gushue just popping off, having an unbelievable game, not to mention the fact that, nullifying a Shockwave was a huge factor as well, Wolf.
I mean, you saw Shockwave get high value in this early fight because they were sticking with the Pharah. And then the flexibility I talked about Virtus Pro, I really thought they have in terms of composition. We didn't see it here today, really. We saw their power on Circuit Royale, but in this game, sure, they shut down the Pharah, and then instantly Weibo's like, okay, we don't run that. It's fine. We'll just switch our composition up and actually play something better. And they had such a great closeout of this game.
Yeah, I feel like someone could wake up from a coma about 4 years ago and be like, I can't wait to watch my favorite Winston player, Gushue, and you're just like, yep, absolutely, still good. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
Still dominating, still doing unbelievable things. But having a player like that in your team as well, we talk about experience at the top of the show there as well. It's such a huge, important factor to consider as well here. Let's head over to Unter right now, who is joined by one of our players. Let's head on over and see what they have to say.
We are here with Gushue at the moment, coming off a win versus Virtus Pro. I have a question for you, Gushue. Teams have been saying that Winston is very difficult to play on this patch. Has the death of Winston been exaggerated? Can you make it work?
就想问你，因为很多人说 Winston 在这个版本，这个英雄可以说是已经凉了嘛。然后，但是你这毕竟是你的绝后英雄，就是想问你，你觉得这个英雄在这个版本当中，尤其是在竞技比赛当中，还有一席之位吗？
我觉得温顺良是因为那些欧洲队伍和北美队伍不会玩这个英雄，但我觉得亚洲队伍对温顺良用得很好，所以因为他们不会玩，所以才觉得凉了。
I think people think that Winston is dead because the European and the North American teams just can't play that hero. They don't have no idea how to play it. So I think in the Asian scene we play the hero a lot more, and I think that hero is pretty strong right now.
Respectable. Another question for you, Gushue. We've seen a lot of Symmetra in the bracket leading into this tournament and even now, even on Circuit Royale against your team. Are you concerned about Symmetra going forward?
就现在赤之光是一个版本很强势的英雄，包括第二把对面也是选了这个英雄，而且对你们来说也是一个非常棘手的一个来对付的一个英雄。就想问你，你们战队会对这个英雄有什么顾虑，有什么考虑？好像以后可能会要 ban 吗？
我觉得新meta确实是这版本的 meta 对于我们来说也挺。 在有些队伍新meta确实有点过于强势了，但是我们有挺多办法还是针对新meta阵容的。
I do agree that Symmetra is kind of is like a really strong hero and absolutely dominating the meta right now, especially in certain maps, certain compositions. She is the cornerstone of how strong those teams are, and I think that it is a hero that gives a lot of trouble and a lot of headaches. But we do have some strategies prepared and as to how to counter her and counter those lineups. So we'll see how it goes.
Good looks. Also, Gushue, I'm wondering, are there any teams here at the tournament that you're hungry to play against again? Because you've been here many times before, you've been in top-tier tournaments time and time again. Is there anybody that you are really looking forward to eliminating from this tournament?
就是这次来到这个比赛呢，有没有哪一支战队你特别想对战、特别想淘汰的呢？因为毕竟就是国际比赛，你们也参加了好几次，然后也对战过很多这些战队，有时候有哪些战队，比方说有点恩怨的嘛？
特别想淘汰的是下一场的Team5吧，因为上一次我们国际比赛输给他们，所以我这次很想赢他们。
I definitely hope to beat Team Falcons, which we are facing next, I believe, because Team Falcons was the team that eliminated us in the previous tournament, and we want to, give it back to them.
Very good. In the same breath, there's teams you want to play against, there's teams you want to knock out. Is there anybody you're hoping to avoid here in the bracket?
那同样问题，有什么战队你是不太想面对的呢？
不太想面对的是 CR 吧。
Probably Crazy Raccoons because we don't want to face it. We want to stay in a tournament.
They do have a habit of winning again and again and again, so it seems a pretty reasonable response. Are there any matchups where you feel like you are going to need to be subbed out? We saw on Circuit Royale you had to be taken out for Liga.
那有哪些 Or was it against like a specific team or matchup?
Here versus Virtus Pro, they had to sub him out. So are we expecting to see him subbed in and out more, or is this a once-off?
就能不能也跟我们透露一下，就是可能哪些情况下你会被轮换走呢？就是换一个选手进来，因为比方说第二把当时你就是被轮换走的，就想问你，通常会什么情况下会这么做呢？
因为一会儿还有比赛打，所以不方便透露。
Well, it's kind of like a secret strategy for us, and since there's a lot more games that we have to play, we're keeping it under wraps for now.
Very much looking forward to seeing the secret strategy because we know that, people say that you're a legend on Winston, but everybody knows you have a deep hero pool. You just showed it on Hazard here today.
确实，因为比方说每个人都知道 Winston 是你绝活，但是你显然也有一个很深的一个英雄池，像今天也展现出来了。那也很希望以后我们能继续看到你出色的发挥。
That'll be all from us. We're going to throw back to the desk, and thank you very much, Gushue.
Yes, Thank you, Anta, and thank you, Gushue. What a legend there, and shout out to the translator as well there. Interesting as well, is Winston dead? No, just North America and Europe haven't got a clue what they're doing. Fair enough. I like that. I like that kind of heat there. But I think that's interesting as well, the kind of the vengeance story of they want to play Falcons, they want to have that opportunity to take them on again. We love a good vengeance story.
Yeah, we really do. For the side, speaking of Falcons, they were also the team that knocked Virtus Pro out in top 8 last year. So for them, they fall here early down to the losers match here in our group stage. So they're down to their last life, right? And this is where we talked about you don't want to be in Group A, the group of death. So, for VP, I think down but not necessarily out here. I think both trying to play through Shockwave for the future of this tournament is definitely the goal, but also there's some predictability with that as well.
Yeah, also in terms of predictability, I think when you look at what just happened on the last map, that the Orisa ban against Vistola really, I think, hurt VP, more so than I think any other ban we saw within the series. So that's also a problem, especially in matchups that are 1st to 2, where if you have a situation where it's like, we know you're going to be pretty weak if we pick a certain map and then also get rid of a hero you tend to clutch on. I mean, it just makes it hard to win a series with so few maps.
It really does. And we can see some of the highlights here as well for you at home, folks, as well. Catching back up on what happened at the course of our best of 3 here. Of course, there's 3 more BO3s and a couple of BO5s coming away too. There's loads more Overwatch to look forward to here. Very shortly as well, we're going to take a look at our bracket as well here. Obviously, you guys want to catch up with exactly what's happening in the wider competition. Have a look at this. This is how things currently stand. And we have a few changes here as well, Wolf. And you can see Group A really shaping up now.
Yeah, so like we mentioned, you don't really want to play against AG.AL in that lower bracket, and unfortunately for Virtus Pro, that's where they will find themselves here.
Yeah, also in terms of the idea of how good is Falcons going to be? It's like, oh yeah, Falcons pretty good. Just forget about what happened in stage 2. Maybe they took the stage off a little bit and realized we still got last chance qualifiers. We're ready to go. They're not ready to go.
They're not ready to go, ZP. Well, I mean, they're ready to go, but I don't know if they're really ready to go. I think I want to give Shockwave massive credit because to me, coming into this series, he was the main focus for me. Like how well he performs might determine the entire thing, right? And we saw compositionally there were some weaknesses there. Team-wise, there were some weaknesses for Virtus Pro. The problem is the next matchup is tough as well, and I think you got a little bit exposed here. So Shockwave, man, he's going to have to put the whole team on his back. All 5 other players, both the sub and himself. It doesn't matter if it's Jay or not. He's going to have to put them on his back and carry them like a tall totem pole. Or if they're going to actually miraculously get out of this group.
Well, if I got good news, though. All the player services and amenities provided to the players here at the Esports World Cup, there is a place where the players can get a massage. so far as I know.
That is
so,
true.
So
Hey,
the reality is that
every
if you're
crowd.
running things for VP, you get Shockwave over there instantly. You need top condition.
Absolutely. Make the guy feel as comfortable as humanly possible here. We are going to head over to a short break here because we have lots more matchups coming your way. It doesn't stop there. Loads more here on the Overwatch 2B stream here at EWC. So grab yourselves a refreshment, come right back. Lots more Overwatch 2 just after this.
Tired of doing what we're told and getting bored of what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. Cause I'm scared of getting old and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. Memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want.
Welcome back to OWCS Mid-Season Championship live here at Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Great to see you here. I'm Adam Savage. Here on the desk with me is Wolf, and we welcome Unter to the squad here now as well. Fellas, it's been an amazing start to proceedings here with our first matchup done and dusted. And we move on to the next match. We've got ourselves Liquid versus Rock, which I'm looking forward to a lot here. Unter, we welcome in. You had a chance to chat to Gushue just now. You were there amongst the players. What was the vibe? What was the energy like down on the main stage there?
They look quite happy to have won the match, I'll be honest. I think going into this, Weibo were expecting to win. They lose on Circuit Royale, they have to sub out one of their star players, and as a result, you know, they might drop a map there. But they were happy with an expected result, end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that having realistic expectations for both teams is like very important in a group stage like this. It keeps you grounded, but it also means that if you're able to overcome expectations, you can actually have that kind of upset mentality where you're like, I could do anything, right? But you also don't want to have that mindset of like, I can do anything and be overconfident. So we're going to take a look at TL now coming in here. I kind of pin this to be one of the closer matchups of today, just simply because it's a second seed versus a third seed here. It was really close as well for Team Liquid in their domestic finals. Actually, just the final deciding map between them and Geeke was where they ended up dropping the second.
Yeah, ultimately, I do think that Team Liquid, they look like a strong team, but time and time again, they've come a little bit short. In North America, 2 stages in a row, they were heralded as the favorites, and they didn't come out on top either time. Rock, it's a similar story, where it's not necessarily that they are a bottom team in the Chinese region, but again and again, a little bit of a disappointment in their results. 3rd seed, twice in a row.
Yeah. For me, I'm really excited for Riyadh. He's always been one of my favorite players. He loves to play Wrecking Ball. He kind of doesn't follow the rules or the melds of what people are doing meta-wise. Sometimes he just breaks the rules, plays his own thing. That Wrecking Ball he's iconic for is one of those picks that we maybe see today. I'm hoping we see today. So I'm expecting a little bit more surprises out of the Chinese squad.
I like a bit of spontaneity. I like it. Let's talk about the players actually themselves. Let's actually meet them and see exactly who is going to be coming our way very shortly here. Let's see the rosters of who is competing both on Liquid and Rock. That should be popping up on screens any second now here. You mentioned like teams are they're kind of second and third in terms of seeding and such. But these are the players here that we're going to be kind of like really kind of looking at. Which ones do you think are really stick out in terms of kind of like the experience perhaps or the leaders that can really, we saw it in the previous with matchups with like Shockwave was a real, or Gushue with big impacts on the team. Who do we have here, do you think, Unter, who's really going to jump out to you?
Team Liquid, their backline, Vega, RuPaul, very storied backline playing together. They came second at the Esports World Cup last year. RuPaul, prior to that, he won the Overwatch League. He is a superstar caliber player, truly top tier. So if you're looking for experience, look no further than the backline of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think the experience does matter a lot, especially in terms of how you play as a coordinated unit. We saw some disconnects in our last series with Fixa, right, with his squad in terms of support ultimate usage. If your support line is really well paired with each other, it means you less commonly have to actually make the call as to who you're healing and stuff like that because it just comes naturally. Looking at this roster here for Rock, you know, a Saudi org that has a mostly Chinese roster, I'm excited for Riyadh, as I mentioned, but Dia was one of the most iconic players from China back in the day. Obviously, China had a big Overwatch hiatus. He's now returning, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do performance-wise. It's been the first time I could commentate this guy in like 5 years, so really excited to see how he performs. This roster looks really strong on paper, but as Unter already mentioned, has kind of disappointed a little bit domestically.
Gotcha. We want hopefully they can turn it up here at the Esports World Cup, and we'll see them kind of progress through the competition and give us a real kind of. I mean, that's the great part about this as well. The entertainment of the fact that we had that great first series. I'm hoping for the same here again. I mean, 2-1 last time you said, Wolf. I mean, predictions again. Are we going to? I don't know if we're going to do this every time, but I'm just going to ask you, where do you think it's going to go?
I kind of want to lean towards Team Liquid, if I'm honest. So we're going to flash some of these Rock players here on screen here. But in terms of predictions, I do kind of feel like Team Liquid has a little bit better synergy, but it's really hard to say. You know, I think this series will also probably go the distance and go to 3.
For me, I'm more of a believer in a Team Liquid 2-0, to be honest with you. I think ultimately both of these rosters have very experienced cores. We have players that have been in the scene for a long time, have played many high-stakes matches. But the core of Team Liquid, they've reached the top of the competition. They have gone the distance. They've gotten all the way to the grand finals of the Esports World Cup. Meanwhile, with Rock's core, many storied players that have been at high-level competition for a long time, but they haven't punched all the way to the end of a bracket.
And when you consider as well that, you know, Team Liquid did play that finals all the way to 7 maps, like it went the full distance, that's a ton of experience you have with this roster right here, because rosters change all the time in Overwatch, from tournament to tournament, from year to year, even sometimes in the middle of a season, right? You know, there's the mid-season drama, sometimes that happens, but with Team Liquid, the fact that they were pushed to the brink builds chemistry. And on the side of Rock kind of dropping out early, still were able to qualify for this event. But on the other hand, I don't know if that clutch moment is going to come through again on a very mixed roster here as well.
Yeah, it makes such a massive difference, right? The experience we talked about a lot here, but it does play such a big part of things. Being on the main stage, the audience, you talk about the fans being here too, having all that, it goes such a long way in terms of preparing you for an event like this as well. Particularly if you go 1 down, Hunter, you have to fight back and win the next 2, and they seem very capable of doing that.
Absolutely. I think another thing worth mentioning for Team Liquid, we're talking about the experienced players on the rosters. This is a roster that, outside of those championship caliber players, it's full of rookies. And throughout the year, they've been getting closer and closer to the mark. At some point, you go from being inexperienced to actually being somebody that has the chops to close out a close series, to close out a difficult situation. And I feel like for Team Liquid, it's only a matter of time before they reach that point. We could be witnessing it here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Team Liquid fans around the Boulevard as well, and some of them are kind of trickling in here as well to watch the matches. You guys can't see them, but they're kind of like right behind us right here. I also saw some Team Liquid fans that were traveling, you know, in the Riyadh airport as well, like wearing their Team Liquid jerseys, and they were traveling with like Overwatch merch and stuff like that. So I know they're here to watch this org compete. So it's exciting again because this is an organization, Team Liquid, that is really big in the club championship points, right? An org that has a ton of history across so many games, starting really with StarCraft, right? But here in Overwatch as well. When we talk about the grander scheme here, the bigger picture of the Esports World Cup, it means a lot for the organization here. And I think while very much an underdog in this tournament, a win here propels you forward, helps build that momentum, gets you a little bit more of that stage presence, and then maybe Team Liquid can go the distance in this tournament.
I'm looking around now after earlier when we mentioned players who are kind of relaxed versus not relaxed. I'm looking for arms behind head. I'm looking for frantic mouse sensitivities and things. I'm looking for all those things now, Hunter, which I guess, you know, when you look at the players here, I mean, a lot of their kind of the way they compose themselves. Also, as we can see on screen here, our 2 teams about to go head to head. It is important. It kind of gives us a bit of insight into kind of the inner workings of each of them ahead of this series.
Yeah, I think, you know, we were looking over at the Rock side and everybody looked cool, calm and collected. You could see Team Liquid, they looked a little bit more serious, but then we do see Boston Fine, Infected, the tank player for Liquid, smiling and waving over at the other side. So I think neither time is really letting the nerves get to them at this point.
Yeah, I think you can see as well, like players, we talk about the Esports World Cup because it is an incredible thing. We mentioned our own experiences being here. But for them as well, the players actually, you know, competing here and being part of this competition, it's a life experience too, not just in-game, but actually a life experience of being here for this, which I think also pays dividends kind of going forward too.
Yeah, I mean, I traveled from Korea to come here, right? Like, that's my region, but there were a ton of Western players boot camping in Korea because it's one of the best places to train. And so many younger players traveling who are on my plane, coming here and seeing them in the airport as well. It's such a different generation than the older times in Overwatch League where everyone was making the big money. It was the big league. And now it's a little bit more like, okay, some of these players haven't traveled. They haven't been to these big lands, right? They haven't been on planes. They haven't had to get used to jet lag, but they're so hungry. They're so excited to be here in Riyadh. And it's just a new generation of Overwatch, and I love it.
It's really fantastic to see teams that get to go out to these boot camps on site. They get to all live together as a team, something that often with the online matter of the game, it doesn't necessarily happen all the time now, but everybody gets to come and play together and practice in an environment that's much more competitive than what they're used to.
Absolutely right here. And you can see on the screen, we're actually going to show you as well, they pick some bands as they come through for our different maps. Lijiang Tower Control being our first up here. Wolf, I mean, how does this play out here, do you think? If we can see kind of the bands on screen too.
I'm a little bit less, I mean, personally, I haven't really said it yet today, but I'm kind of tired of Freya. You know, it's a hero I haven't enjoyed that much watching so far leading into this event, and we haven't seen her yet, actually, so I'm winning there. That's banned. I'm more interested in the Kiriko ban, Because Kiriko on Lijiang Tower changes everything, because it's how you approach the point, especially on Control Tower, where it's a very big choke point, or a small choke point that opens into a wider area. And Kitsune Rush is sometimes the only way you can break in when you don't have control of the point. If that support is gone, then getting control of the point, capturing it first becomes so important. Sometimes retakes are just virtually impossible.
Exactly right. And I mean, we know Belosria loves to play a little bit of Wrecking Ball. If you ban out Kiriko, a very survivable support that can flip around the map, be very active all over the place, you wind up stuck on characters like Baptiste, where you can no longer flip around the map. You're a little bit more of a liability in the server. So maybe this is telegraphing that they want to pull out a bit of the wheel.
One thing I didn't talk about in the last series as well is kind of disengagement intelligence as well, knowing when to back off and when to kind of like regroup as a team as well. How important is that in a best of 3 as well? How knowing as and when to push, when to kind of hold back?
It is very important, as we saw. Sometimes making the choice to contest at the wrong moment can cost you precious time. In Control, it's a little bit less common because it's usually, if you're losing the fight, you're losing the fight. Like there's no like element of I can turn this one around. I mean, it can happen for sure, but knowing when to back away is often the difference between you have 2 ultimates for the next fight, or you have nothing, or your enemy got so many extra ultimates, or in Control in those moments, like it could be the difference of 30 extra % of the capture.
Truly, I mean, knowing when not to push, it's probably the hardest skill in the game. Disengagement is much more difficult than simply walking in anytime something happens. It's easy to have a call and response. Somebody uses an ultimate, you use your own, you walk into them. But to actually disengage, to save your skills, and to get away from the fight, that's much more challenging. And these are real game-winning plays whenever you witness them.
It's sometimes so hard to judge if you can turn a fight with your ultimate. And that takes like years of practice and training and with coordination with your roster that sometimes you never get because your roster breaks up and you move to a new team. But knowing I have just enough tools to win this fight and actually let's commit versus this is an unwinnable fight, we need to save. Save, get out. Those are some of the judgment skills that all of these pros have, but maybe at varying levels.
As a coach as well, Hunter, you've been in that position many times. You've seen some of the coaches with their teams here, kind of getting together, huddling together, and kind of motivating them as well. Do you have a particular way in which you motivate players? You can get the best out of them?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my entire style is not coaching the players at all. It is instead just completely having a laugh the entire time and trying to keep the spirits good and hope that they can figure it out for themselves. But you can see Kasaurus back there. He's got his book in hand. He's taking things a little bit more seriously, perhaps not going the full motivational route.
Yeah, you didn't bring a playbook with you? I can't believe it.
Oh, I actually do have a playbook in my backpack. I'll get it in the next break.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I bet it's going to get stickers all over it. I can imagine that. Our players are getting ready here, folks, as we'll very soon be diving into this very first match of our best of 3. Remember, there's 3 best of 3s coming your way, followed by 2 best of 5s. Obviously, we're 4 groups and brackets and such as well, lower and upper. So everything's going on. Obviously, this is the Overwatch 2 B stream. There's, of course, an A stream happening as well here, and things are all happening around us, courtesy of the fabulous thing that is Overwatch 2 and the Mid-Season Championships. On that note, I believe we are ready to dive on in here to the very first of our best of 3 here, Liquid versus Rock Esports. Let's take a gander at this and see how it plays out.
All right, big question is it just a match for Mirror? And it is. This is often what happens on this part of Lijiang Tower. Belosria teasing the Wrecking Ball.
Right now.
I mean, sometimes you shouldn't talk about the hovers before we walk out of the gate, Hunter, as you're very well aware. I thought maybe he'd do it, but I was thinking, okay, now here it's a Ramatra mirror for sure, and it is.
I'm interested to see, I mean, we're hovering Symmetra right now in spawn, but you do that to TP out. I want to see whether these teams actually stick it going forward.
Yeah, what sort of crazy heroes do they swap to here as the swap comes through? Because like
no swap,
because this is one of the best places for Symmetra because you can charge up that damage and you can win that fight so easily without ultimates.
Belosria is already in there punching away. Earlier form timing from him, but Infected is forced to disengage. He's backing out of this one, and that's going to give a little bit of time to breathe for Team Liquid.
Now Rock here, not able to cap the point just yet. It's not unlocked. As you see, Taejong, looking for some additional poke damage here on the side. It's not about ults, it's about this choke point control and how much damage these Symmetras can build up.
Unlock goes through, and already we've got Zero TPing over to the side. Slide invested from Tree very early on. He's just going to survive that one. We've got Team Liquid point presence, and Lynx is going to go down first. Infected's going to punch him out. So that's already a huge lead for Team Liquid that they should be able to close out here.
Belosria just trying to buy time here for Lynx to run back because it is a Lucio. He can get here very quickly, so I think this is one of those times where you can make that judgment call to stick around a little bit longer, deny some additional percentage. He's able to get out with no issue. So making the right judgment call in that moment.
A good judgment there, but Rock, they're going to be right back into this one. They have reset. You can see Infected, he's pushing very deep. He's forced the lamp out of Chamomile. Already Bellisria on the point, threatening the cap. That's going to force a response from Team Liquid. Window comes out in main. Liquid, they're able to disengage it, though. You can see Infected hiding behind the pillar. RuPaul has his own window, and he's going to snap it out in main. He peeks, but he finds nothing in response. All he can shoot is a Symmetra turret. Team Liquid, they're looking for an angle to engage, but nobody is presenting themselves.
Yeah, Rock not able to get the cap, though, so Team Liquid very well played there, avoiding the window from Chamomile. And backing away, now actually trying to fight for control of this choke point.
There's a huge clash taking place inside right now, but Infected, he's going to pop the Annihilation. He's going to go deep with that one. He's got the hands up at the moment, blocking away, trying to take a little bit more space. There's more ultimates online for both sides. The beat comes out from Vega. Simwall in response from Taejong, but no kills converted as of yet. Bellisria is going to pop the Annihilation in all of this as well. Simwall's on either side. It looks like Team Liquid, they're backed into a corner. The better beat comes out from Lengsa. You can see Bellisria is swinging for the fences right now. Infected is going to go down, and Liquid, they've lost this massive ult trade inside.
Yeah, now Dia did commit his overclock here, so that's an additional ultimate they didn't necessarily need, but they want to get this cap as fast as possible. Some additional percentages bought here by the support line here of Team Liquid, 66-0. But you mentioned the later support ultimate coming out, Lynx's barrier being much more effective. They waited it out. They actually had that immortality field that bought some additional time to get the second sound barrier up, so it's a win for Rock. But we do kind of reset here ult-wise. Tree has ult advantage, so Team Liquid down but not out, and they have the percentage lead as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a big trade coming through. Tree, he's going to want to swing with this overclock, but Chamomile has a window to respond. Rock all balled up at the moment. Tree swinging wide with the overclock. Out comes the window, and you can see a disengagement attempt pinched from behind. Rock coming in from the back. The Sim TP was so good from Taejong, and Liquid, they've gotten absolutely nothing from this overclock.
Yeah, that was such a clutch move from Taejong there. He sets up the flank, and Tree, even though he started with a great angle, they just completely circumvent him, and he gets nothing out of the overclock here.
Oh, RuPaul with an early pick onto Dia through the window. Point control for Rock right now, but Liquid, they are pressing forward. They are going to pressure this cap as Lengsa goes down as well. That's now a two-player lead for Team Liquid, and they're going to clean up the scraps while Rock try to stagger it out.
Yeah, that Rock need to regroup as fast as possible, and the problem is they don't really have an edge and any critical ultimate here. Sure, Taejong can actually drop his Symmetra ultimate down, but that's not often going to be a game changer on a map like this in a mirrored composition. And Dia is still so far away from his overclock, if he could even find an angle to use it, as this is very dire for Rock. Great position for Team Liquid.
Early little engagement there from Liquid, trying to bait something out of Rock, and then they TP back. Nice little disengage there. They didn't actually get much for it, though, so Rock, they are going to be able to take this final fight on their own terms. They do have to contend with the overtime wick, though, and right now you can see the clash begins. Bellisria, he pops the form, he swings in. Infected is going deep as well, but Zera's the first man to get a kill. Lengsa trades beats with Vega, but still Team Liquid, they have an advantage. Bellisria does not have an ultimate to match Infected's Annihilation. Now, Rock, they're staggering onto the point. 3 players remain, but they need to touch, or the overtime wick will burn down to nothing. And Zera, he is fully torqued on the objective. He is going to close this out.
Yeah, it looks like this is just going to be an early win here for Team Liquid. And with these two mirrored compositions, it looks relatively close, right? It's one of the longer rounds of control that you're going to have, constant overtime contests, and it looks like, oh man, that was a really close first round. But I feel like it actually really wasn't, Hunter. I feel like Team Liquid controlled so many aspects of that. Sure, there was the one time where they ended up losing control, and it was a nice angle that was taken there. Later beat, the later immortality field as well, was when we did see Rock take control. But otherwise, really good flanks there with the Symmetra teleports coming out from Team Liquid. They looked like they are just stronger at this composition, more well-versed in it. So the Lijiang map looking great for them to start things out, and the Kiriko ban absolutely working out so far. And as close as that looked, I feel like it really wasn't, you know, like I said before.
Yeah, I really do think that what we saw from Team Liquid that was so good, it's the disengagement. We were talking about it in the pre-show, and we saw it there. Big ult clash comes out, and straight away, Liquid, they're willing to just backstep a little bit, wait out, and then get a better value ult later on in the piece. But now we're here on Garden.
Dia playing Cassidy here, looking for a little bit of a tank break onto the enemy Ramatra. This is quite unusual in a mirrored composition like this, but it is so much extra damage that Infected needs to respect it.
Infected, he's pushing deep right now. A TP flip from Team Liquid already. You can see Bellisria getting huge damage with the punches, but Zera is getting full torque on the beam. He's pressing forward, and that means that Rock, they're now the team balled into a corner. Zera TPs into the back, starts spamming damage from behind. He's all over the place, but Rock, they flipped off the point.
Yeah, Dia here with free reign now, looking for that damage onto the front line, onto Infected.
Oh, Infected blocking on the objective right now. Fully torqued Taejong. spamming damage into main. But, a trade. Down goes the Baptiste, down goes the Lucio as well. This is a favorable trade for Team Liquid, but Infected has gone down as well. It's very back and forth as RuPaul will also fall, and it looks like Rock, they might just be closing this one out on the objective.
This almost felt like a turn-based round here. It's like Infected goes in with the block. Once his block's on cooldown, Dia has a lot more agency. He pushes back in, and it was this back and forth concept, but when those trades started to come through, even though it started off great for Team Liquid, Dia's damage output ends up winning out the day here. And now Rock in a fantastic position. It's hard to approach here. Zera's teleport is going to have to be clutch. In fact, it's on the point.
Very quick TP from Zera. Gets them over to the objective early on. Rock, they have the ultimates to keep this contest going, though. Liquid, all of the pressure is on them to do something. And you can see, here they do it. They TP, they window, they find 2 kills through that. Beat comes out from Lengther, but it's a day late and $1 short. Rock, they're going to collapse in this fight. An absolutely disastrous ult exchange for them.
Yeah, this is really rough for Rock. This is not the trade they were looking for. It's a teleport for Zera to get Infected on the point. The second teleport even better, and Tree finds line of sight to railgun Dia out of the fight without using his overclock. Once that damage is gone, you can never compete with what Team Liquid has. The fact that Lengthy uses the barrier there as well really hurts Rock's longevity here on the second round.
On Control Center, we did see Team Liquid struggle to capitalize on a beat drop advantage. We'll see if they can make better this time. Tree pops the overclock early on. He TPs in and out. Simwall comes up to block him. Dia's going to pop the high noon. Chamomile goes down with the window available. Dia's going to fall as well. And Liquid, they managed to win with the beat push this time around. Rock scrambling.
Yeah, that was such a clean engage. Sometimes you want to hunker down on the point, but when you have that beat advantage, you could just take the fight to the enemy team, bowl over the enemy Cassidy. They baited out that immortality field early, and then Dia was just not able to fight right afterwards. So great usage of that ult advantage here. Now things are a little bit more even in terms of this next setup here, and the windows available for Chamomile, who can try to take a flank angle here, but Team Liquid with positional advantage really kind of nullifies a lot of those angles. As you can see here, they can just control the choke. It's going to be a long flank teleport here to try to get Dia into position for line of sight.
Oh, Rock, they've completely flipped the map on Team Liquid. No longer can they hold the bridge. Next TP, we've got to keep our eyes on Dia. He's going to swing inside a window. He's going to do some big damage. Stepping up in main right now. There's the window, and Dia, he finds the kill onto RuPaul immediately. Team Liquid, they've got no primary source of healing anymore, but Tree finds a trade. No heals for either, but Dia snaps back with another kill. Tree goes down, Infected on the point. He's going to preserve that annihilation, and they're not going to use any ults in this fight, Liquid.
It's sometimes so tricky to actually teleport in, still set up that window, and maximize the damage like Dia did there, but it was like clockwork for Rock. They were able to get that pick onto RuPaul, and then Tree is taken out after he gets a kill, but it's a trade up for Rock, and now they're the ones in full control. And now they have that sound barrier advantage themselves, as here comes the TP from Zera.
Same TP coming out from Team Liquid now. They're fighting face-to-face. No ultimates invested yet. Big swings coming out from Infected, though. You can see the Annihilation comes in response. Beat from Lengther. That's a beat advantage. But where's the kill? Where is the push? RuPaul looks to be in a bit of trouble, and there it is. Dia, he finds the first kill. So Team Liquid, they are in a real tough spot now. 66% in counting for Rock.
Riyadh holds on to his Annihilation, so this is actually really good, especially when you're trying to hold at 99. If they can hold it for just 25% here. Dia also might be able to Deadeye zone, especially after Zera's teleport, really hurting the approach. He doesn't quite have it yet, so this is a really nice window here for the side of Team Liquid to get in before he actually has that zone.
Liquid need to go fast right now. The Simwall comes up. If they're not careful, more ults will come online for Rock. Overclock comes out from Tree, but he's in main. He doesn't have a good angle. He finds a kill onto a lamp. High Noon in response from Dia. No kills come through for Team Liquid. They've dumped it all with Tree. He finally finds a kill onto Chamomile. RuPaul is traded out, but Dia goes down as well, so that's a one-player advantage for Team Liquid. Vega's going to use the beat in this scene. Oh.
Very clean. And I gotta say, I think Rock really put all of their eggs in the immortality field onto Dia and looking for the Deadeye turn, and it was a big Symmetra wall to just deny everything. Like, Dia couldn't find an angle on anybody until it was just too late. So I think Rock really overestimating that combo and how much it was going to do there, and Zera just said absolutely no angle for you.
Huge aggressive fight coming out right now from Team Liquid. They're in Rock spawn. They're going to take down Taejong. Window comes down from Rock on the point, but they're already down 2 players. The tempo play from Liquid, they knew they were at a deficit ult-wise. They've given the flip here, but it's not going to lose them the game unless Rock can really ping-pong the point perfectly.
Yeah, Bellisria really just trying to hold on to this one, but he loses half of his health. Taejong ultimate here, very low value. Bellisria is the first to fall.
Already Infected has been traded, though. There's a sign of life for Rock. The staggered touches are incredibly difficult, but they're not out of the game yet. And now they are apparently out of the game.
Caster Curse Hunter on day 1. And that's going to be Team Liquid taking the first map here, 2-0. Second map, though, or second round, much closer than the first. But at the same time, it feels like you said, Team Liquid have such a good read on when to disengage, how to utilize the fact that they're down on ultimates. Like, how do you take that fight? What angle do you teleport on? You're looking for the Deadeye combo. We know that. We're going to play around it. We're going to avoid it. We're going to use our own photon barrier to deny that angle. And Team Liquid's reads here just looked cleaner. And again, it's like, I'm not saying Team Liquid were twice as good or anything like that, but it's those 10%, those 20% edges of how you position, where you fight, or it felt like Team Liquid did kind of run circles around Rock in some of those critical moments.
Yeah, it is a game of inches, and when it comes down to the ult economy, when it comes down to this big push-pull, oh, it is.
Yeah, indeed, here are some of the highlights from that first map, and it wasn't about a specific role difference to me, Hunter. Like, it wasn't like, okay, well, you know, I'm seeing better Symmetra play at Azera. Arguably, he's the one who looks like he's gapping Taejong here, but it's because the team knows the angles. He has the angle, but then how they follow up and how they come out of that teleport and where the coordination is just means that his teleports are getting higher value. Because some of the teleports to retake were identical. They're like in the exact same location for both players. It's how they were used for Team Liquid that got just inherently so much more value.
It's very much a composition that's all about the team play. Not just about is the teleporter in the right position, but is your timing right? Is everybody pushing and pulling at the exact correct moment to find a kill? And that's where you can really see Liquid edges ahead. If we're playing deathmatch, if there is no team play involved, it could be anybody's game. But you can see when it comes down to a bigger picture, Team Liquid, they're better at edging out these advantages.
Yeah, it's looking really good for your potential 2-0 pred here. Obviously, we've only seen Symmetra mirrors, right? And Kiriko was banned, so things will change. And we're going to play a completely different game of Overwatch when we move into whatever map is chosen here for Rock, but what I've seen here in terms of the direct matchup, because we watch obviously both of these teams domestically before they came, as they qualified for this tournament, but in direct comparison, I think we're going to have to see a big step up in terms of the coordination here for Rock.
Very much so. I think I'd kind of like to see Symmetra taken out of play, if I'm honest, because we saw so many trades coming through. RuPaul and Chamomile both going back and forth, but now RuPaul, he's going to be on Kiriko. He's going to be very survivable, which means if we want to take him into a position where he's no longer being traded, maybe we need to target this team play comp that Liquid are playing so well on.
Yeah, you talked about how clean a Team Liquid were as well, and how the cohesiveness as well is such an important factor in all of this too. That experience we talked about earlier on, being in finals and having worked together as a team for such a long time now, that naturally comes with time. The cleanliness of every time they kind of engage and such, is that something that comes from that experience, or is that something that kind of sometimes just some certain individuals have something over others?
In my experience, you know, with these types of things, it really varies from team to team, because it might be like this roster you have just really gels communication-wise, and they know how to play cleanly together, like everyone's mentally clicked. Sometimes it's a really good coach. So you have some Korean coaches that have been sent even into Western rosters who have just been like, okay, you guys hate each other, but I'm going to fix this, and we're actually going to have good coordination. You guys are going to listen to what I say. It really does vary overall, but this looks like experience. This looks like a lot of practice and work and preparation coming into this event to me.
This is a team where, of course, you've got this backline that is so storied, that has, you know, Overwatch League winners, EWC runners-up, people that have lots and lots of experience. And high-quality, experienced players, they breed the same thing. If you play on a team with somebody that has this really cohesive high level of team play, you will learn from them, and you will pick up those skills as well.
Yeah, absolutely true. For you guys as well at home, there's lots more coming through in this series we have, which is just begun, really. We got the best of 3, of course. Will it be an Hunter prediction where it's a 2-0 clean sweep day for Team Liquid? We'll find out very, very shortly. A quick break from us here on the broadcast, but stay where you are, because it's all about to go down, courtesy of the second map in this matchup in our Group B stage. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you just a few minutes' time.
future impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back to OWCS Mid-Season Championships here at Esports World Cup in Riyadh. It's great to have you with us. We are currently in the middle of our second best of 3 of the day with a 1-0 lead for Team Liquid thus far. Gents, we have seen a bit of a dominant display there, a smart, intelligent way about going about business here. But now we move on to a different game mode in this next one. Unter, what do you think is going to be advantageous for ROC to get back into this series?
I think ROC, their biggest strength is their ability to play dive compositions. I think I would very much like to see them take us to a dive map, somewhere like a Watchpoint Gibraltar, where Belosria, he can show how strong he is on Winston. Back in the Chinese tournament, qualifying for this, ROC actually managed to take a map off Weibo, the Legends of Winston comps. So I would very much like to see them take it to that matchup.
I was going to say I'd like to see a map that has more open space where Dia can shine. Circuit Royale. No, I mean, Gibraltar also similar story, right? Because you can still play the Winston here. It's a little bit trickier. My concern is that if we're moving to Circuit Royale, that Symmetra continues to potentially be a problem. Now, we don't have the bans up on screen. They may have banned it, which I think would make sense, especially based on what happened on Lijiang Tower. But it is a map where you could play through Dia's long-range hit scan. Obviously, an iconic Widowmaker player in his heyday, but they also tried to run that Cassidy composition to kind of protect the president, let him do that big damage style earlier, and it just kind of fell flat. But on Circuit Rail, I think you have a lot more space to work with the play styles like that than you do on, say, Lijiang Tower when your opponent's running Symmetra, and they're going to close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little bit concerned for ROC taking it to Circuit Royale, if I'm honest. We saw that they were struggling in these ground tank matchups, the push and pull. It's not only about the Symmetra that makes this difficult, it's about all of the heroes that are being played in the comp. And Circuit Royale, even if you ban out the Symmetra, ground tanks, Ramatra, Orisa, they are still very popular on this map, very viable. And if they cannot master the push and pull on Lijiang, what is going to change on Circuit?
And it's not to say, obviously, for a lot of people, especially old hats like me, like I think of Dia as this almost like untouchable god when I think about his prime. And sometimes I think about Overwatch players only in their prime, right? But in terms of current form, like Tree could just match him straight up in long-range hit scan. Like maybe he ends up being the stronger player today. And that's scary if you're playing on this map, if it ends up being that hit scan battle. There's so many different compositions that are viable here. The Symmetra, however, is banned as we expect. Ramatra banned in return by Team Liquid.
I quite like this ban from Team Liquid because Belosria very confident on the Ramatra. Even though the push and pull for their team wasn't ace, it was still quite solid. You could see he was carrying on that Ramatra, getting in deep, getting some big punches. Infected, he is famous for his Orisa. He is very strong on Orisa. And once Ramatra has been banned out, it's very common to see Orisa in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be the Orisa mirror for sure as we move into this one. You know, it's been a while since I've commentated. I'm glad to be back. The last, times I was commentating, I know things have changed a lot here. It was a ton of Orisa. It was a ton of Mei on this map as well that we saw come out. This is when Juno was strong back then. Obviously, we're living in a very different world now. I don't think we're going to be seeing Juno, maybe even at all at this tournament. We'll see what happens with bans. Maybe some niche situations come up. But I am curious to see what the read is here for ROC, because we saw in our previous series, Virtus Pro brought us this map, looked super prepared on it, and were able to bring us to 3. Maybe a similar story here for ROC, depending on what they're running here.
Yeah, ROC, they are playing Hero Roulette in the spawn right now, but Team Liquid, they are on defense. They're locked in on this comp. They're going to have Tree on the Freya. He's one of the better Freyas in North America. Very good on this map where you can play far back. You can play up in the skybox near the corners and be very difficult to kill. And Zera going to play the Mei, something that he's not necessarily known for.
Yeah, it's the Mei I mentioned earlier, though. It's always been so strong on this map, especially early on in the map. Dia going to look for that pop-out shot here on the Widow and will swap see what sort of dive set they want to have here. They're going to match the Freya. It's our first Freyas of the tournament now on our second map of our second series. And Taejong looking for a little bit more dive access with this venture, looking to get into the backline here. But it's a very volatile composition here for Rock into what is being run for Team Liquid. It's so ult efficient. Vega goes low.
Oh, Taejong very deep early on. He's on Vega's case and he will find that opening pick. It's so difficult to play the Venture if you play in the front, but if you go over the top and you wind up behind the enemy, it's a different story. Taejong, he will be traded out by Infected though, so it's a 4 versus 4 right now. Dia's rather low, Zira, no ice block, no lamp to keep him alive, but he walls himself off to safety, and it's still a 4v4. Trades favor the attackers though.
Yeah, absolutely. He is able to get in there and operate on that Mega. He built a ton of ult charge here, but as you say, the trades definitely favoring Rock right now as Velasquez pushes the high ground.
Already, Tree being down, Velasquez pressing on, RuPaul's going to be traded out, Infected, no more healing for him, it's do or die for him, he will spear Lengsa into the wall, but he can't secure the kill, and this is going to be the end for Team Liquid here on their first point hold, as they have to play the next corner.
Yeah, it is going to be really tough to get it back off to that corner. They didn't actually finish Zera's ult charge here to the Blizzard. If he has it, I think there's a real contest angle for corner control here, but instead they're going to have to just sit back and defend. Now the challenge here for the composition of Rock is to get Taejong in position to actually threaten that corner, and this is where things are going to get really interesting. He had a great successful dive onto the enemy support, was able to get Vega on that first attack. We'll see if he can mimic that success here. As you can see there on the silhouette, he's already deep around that corner looking for the angle.
You can see he's playing that Mega Room on the right. He is looking for the engagement.
There
Window comes out from Chamomile in main. Taejong off-angling from the side, trying to shoot out Infected a little bit, but RuPaul, he matched the window, and he looks to be totally healthy as well. So Rock, they're going to need more to displace Liquid on this long stretch.
Yeah, you're doing a ton of damage to Zera, but it's not enough to get the elimination there. It doesn't even have to ice block.
Zera's ult has been cancelled. Zera's gone for the Blizzard on the payload, and Belisarius speared him out. Tree will find a kill onto Taejong. Beat comes out from Lengsa now. It's a 4 versus 4. Infected goes down. Vega still doesn't have the beat online. Rock have an enormous advantage right now. Spear comes out again onto Zera. He's catching every spear right now. Now he's being spun by Belisarius, but Vega, he goes for the beat. He doesn't want to let it go. Dia, he's going to pop the bowler shot. No kills converted as of yet. Rock, they're scrapping it out, and Belisarius is going to be the one to go down. Team Liquid, they're somehow staying alive in this fight.
Yeah, they didn't get the Blizzard value, but they were able to absorb so much pressure. Still controlling corner here, and Infected, he is actually about to have his Terra Surge. They'll keep corner control, and when Tree is running away with a fight like this, he does end up building up that ult charge so incredibly fast. Sitting at 75 right now, he's got the bullet to try to stop any sort of push here from Taejong. Can actually sometimes even just solo ult the enemy Venture just to lock them down and take them out, as this is a really uncomfortable position here for Rock. Time bank incredibly low here, and I think that Tectonic Shock is going to have to be high value.
Dire straights right now for Rock. It's all on Taejong, but all he can do right now is burrow for position on the right. A slow neutral is all Rock can afford, but they need more. Window comes out in main from RuPaul. They're swinging aggressively with it. No kills converted as of yet. Taejong, he has an angle from behind. He might be able to pinch on this.
They know where he is, though, and they're just going to chase him out. They knew he was at half health, so he couldn't engage yet. And Infected doing such a good job tracking him. Let's see if that Tectonic Shock gets the value he's looking for.
Bowler in main from Tree. He's going to catch Taejong. Taejong couldn't even use the Tectonic Shock. Chamomile's going to go down with the window as well. Rock, they're playing for one last attempt at this one, but crucially, look at the ultimates.
Yeah, now Team Liquid don't have ults. They can play this one of two ways. They can hard force a fight before the payload and try to force Rock off of it. It's really risky. Or they can try to slow play for Zera's ultimate. The Blizzard itself can sometimes be enough, but Rock have all the tools. They weren't able to use Taejong's ult last time, but they have so many combos they can set up here, and Chamomile might be the one to start it off here with Window. Okay, Tectonic Shock blocked by the wall.
Tectonic Shock getting absolutely no value early on. It looks to be just about expiring as Taejong has already burned one of their advantaged ultimates. They need to win fast or more will come online. There's a window on card for Chamomile. Already you can see Infected, he needs to touch the card. He spins on, there's a wall to keep him alive. Zera, he's closing on the Blizzard, but it might not be enough as Infected goes down first. Bowler Shot comes out from Dia as well. It will connect onto Vega. No kill confirmed.
Blizzard's ready.
They're advantaged.
And it looks like he is just going to drop it down here.
Oh, already the Blizzard comes out, but it's too late. Belisarius was in position, ready to counter out with the Terra Surge. Team Liquid, they had to walk into that Surge, and the Blizzard, just a little bit optimistic
yeah,
from Zera.
I think it was optimistic. He knew he was going to get it for the Ice Block there, so Ice Blocks gets the last charge, and sometimes when you're playing Mei, you're like, I guess we go for this. I'm going to swap over the Tracer right after this anyways, but unfortunately, with that heavy commitment there, you know, we talked about the judgment calls earlier. This was a judgment, I think, that went poorly for Team Liquid. This is a lot of free push for Rock, who had such a limited time bank. They're feeling way better now than they were about 45 seconds ago.
RuPaul aggressing up in main. He throws down that window very quickly. Beat in response from Lengsa. Vega with the better beat though. Second beat coming out. No kills once again. Tree getting quite aggressive over on the left-hand side. He's flown into the open, but nobody's dead yet. Zera's going to go down first, immediately traded by Infected, so it's a 4v4, but the Rock backline is in a spot of bother.
Taejong here looking to turn onto Infected.
Riyadh, he's stepping up. They're continuing to get cart push here, so Team Liquid, it looked good for them early on, but it seems Rock Esports are just going to keep on pushing the cart through.
This Tracer pick, the swap hasn't really been able to find backline access, isn't really competing here with what Taejong was able to do, and Riyadh just keeps tanking it up, remains in armor charge. And, I mean, this is just a free push.
Vega's speared by Riyadh, but he gets away. Infected pushes deep and takes down Dia with the Terror Surge, and it's just all Team Liquid in the kill feed. Rock, they invested the window, but no value.
Yeah, I think that they were not expecting, with the window up, Team Liquid instantly make the snap call, speed boost Infected, and look for the Terror Surge engage. I don't think Rock expected that at all. It's so hard as the defender to just run forward on a reset and get value like that, but Rock were trying to hunker down on that play from Chamomile, and they get extremely punished there, and now the wind's out of their sails.
Wind well and truly stripped from their sails. You can see this part of the map. This is the most difficult area to retake from. You're stuck on the low ground. You have to fight from the top. Are there any answers here for Rock?
I mean, it's going to be tough. Zera is trying to find a pulse bomb angle here, and that's just going to slow down this push, frustrate them as the Tracer that hasn't even been forced to recall is getting so much value, so much delay, and he gets the health pack as well. Still doesn't have to recall.
Really, they need to deal with Zera, but they don't have the time. Only 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, and all that is really the hope here is trying to look for a tectonic shock flank angle. But Taejong, he's kind of been playing the same playbook this whole push, and they've read it super well.
The fight's about to break out. You can see Chamomile in the open goes down with no lamp used. Bowler shots exchanged. Taejong pops the tectonic shock. Riyadh using that just to live, but no kills. Dia finds a frag onto Vega, but it's just not going to be enough. Beat from Lengsa. The tree is up above. The bowler shot connects, and it's Dia versus the world.
I mean, it looks like Tree's up a tree on top of that, firing down on everyone. The bowler comes out, and Team Liquid will stop them before the second checkpoint. And for the side of Rock, they kept trying to play these tectonic shock angles for Taejong, and every single time, I mean, with the one exception where they were able to get a little bit of value there towards B, it just kept getting shut down, and they pushed him down to half health, and then he just has to sit there and wait, and then when they know he's back up to full, he's been healed. In fact, it's like, I'm here, I'm on top of you, you can't tectonic shock anybody, you don't want to solo tectonic shock me, you can't get out of the door, he has to wrap around again, and it was just Team Liquid just taking a match to the clock and just burning it. There was just no way back in for the side of Rock, and even with the ult advantage they had, you're fighting into high ground. You're fighting with a composition that struggles to actually get up onto that high ground unless you have speed boost tools they just did not have. And it was a good try there with the attempted venture in the start, right, where they got the first pick on the Vega. It made you trust, like, maybe they can get this done, but Team Liquid were just too strong. And now with the push that Team Liquid need to get being so low, like it's so limited, it's very common to actually be able to push that distance, especially in a match as close as this. Rock have got to be feeling really bad about their chances here, because you're about to drop out 0-2. If you have even one bad ult fight, it's just done.
Yeah, I mean, the margin is so slim for error, and Taejong, he's playing this feast or famine pick on the venture. It's really a case of, can you get a flank and get a game-winning pick every single fight? Otherwise, your value in the neutral is simply less than something like a Mei that can hold it down in main, throw down a wall, slow people down. Really interested to see whether Taejong actually sticks the venture on defense, where it's harder to flank.
If you compare it to the value that we saw from Zera on the Tracer, where he's just getting into the back line, and he's constantly harassing, he has recall, like, there's just not much you can do to stop this Tracer's harass, and every time you have to turn around and try to chase the Tracer away, you know, you're losing time. So we're going to see Zera stick with this Tracer that was so successful last time. Taejong on this defensive venture, so high risk, and Dia already gone.
Zera's done it again. He's snuck in the back on the Tracer, and he's such a presence. If they cannot contest him, he will pick you to pieces, and he's done it here. You can see now on the right, he's pressing further forward. The map has been flipped, mind you. Team Liquid, they're the attacking team, but Rock is stuck in Liquid spawn.
This is really rough here for Rock. Riyadh also super far up here and isolated, as Zera will be forced to recall. He's back in the thick of things.
Chamomile, no lamp being pushed inside. Very difficult situation right now for Rock, as they're all boxed indoors. They've got no healing in Tree. He's cleaning up all of the final blows. The Freya passive, that's going to net him a bowler shot for the next fight.
Oh my god, look at his advantage over the size of Dia, for example, here. Taejong did a decent amount of damage there, but like you said, the triple limb passive here stacks him up to Bola, and that's going to be them on the attack, taking high ground control away this early, as they put one on the cart, and it's infected up here with Tree, trying to threaten that high ground control. They don't even have to push up all the way around, because it's such a limited distance here that Rock got, so this corner control, feels so good for them. The time bank they are already working with is very, very strong here, and Rock need a strong defense.
Window swing comes out, RuPaul pops the window, Tree goes for a few shots through it, doesn't connect with anything, but already you can see Bellis-Ria taking so much damage. RuPaul's traded out, but the pulse onto Bellis-Ria for the trade. Lingsa, he doesn't want to let it go, he throws in the beat. Vega doesn't have anything to respond. Tree, he bowler shots, but connects no kills. It's even trades right now, but with Vega going down to Dia, they might have just done it.
Yeah, I think this is actually the angle they needed. It was a good call from Lingsa to drop the sound barrier. In moments like this, you often, as a support player, are tracking the enemy Lucio, how much he's done. If you think he doesn't have the barrier to match, you can make that risky call. If Vega matches there, it's a disaster for Rock, and they probably just simply lose the point, but instead, he ends up getting the value. That being said, Vega has his coming online now. That should be enough to push them over the line, but so much time was bought here, and Rock can even try to operate on corner here with the Terra Surge.
Rock have solutions. They can keep playing far. Chamomile has the window, can pop that from the high ground or very far back in main. Bellis-Ria can ham up a beat push with a Terra Surge, but right now, nobody's looking for an engagement.
Yeah, a little bit slow here for Team Liquid, but they're trying to look for that beat angle.
Oh, window comes out in main though, and you can see the push is on. Infected, he pushes deep to the backline. He has caught Chamomile. There's no beat to save them. Bellis-Ria has the Terra Surge, but has no opportunity to use it. Taejong threw the tectonic shock into that one, but just couldn't find the kills.
Yeah, that's a pretty expensive defense attempt here for Rock that just goes poorly. Chamomile drops down his lamp, but it's just instantly deleted. And, you know, at this point, Team Liquid have so much momentum, and Terra Surge is less powerful when you don't have the sound barrier. And once again, Vega, Infected, they work together. Sound barrier, speed boost. Infected gets into position as Terra Surge is so high value. Now, Dia does have the overclock here. Oh!
Zera in the back, he hits the pulse on Chamomile, but Chamomile finds the kill. So Zera's pulse bomb is for naught, and now Team Liquid, they're going to really struggle to keep on pushing the cart here as Rock. They're going to press forward. They're looking for a fight. You can see Taejong taking high ground, contesting, but Tree and RuPaul together, a 1-2 maneuver to take him down. Bowler shot from downtown, catches the backline of Rock, and Chamomile falls as well.
Dia pushed back now as well, and Infected is in such a good position. This may be the beginning of the end here, as Lingsa needs to desperately get back up and get that sound barrier, but I just don't know if there's enough time here.
This is do or die for Rock Esports. They need to touch the cart. The overclock comes out from Dia, but he's taken all the damage in the world. He's so incredibly low. Team Liquid once again showing their chops as they disengage yet another ultimate.
Yeah, okay. Bellis-Ria does survive here, has that Terra Surge angle. He's going to drop it here with the beat. Dia's down.
The surge over the corner from Bellis-Ria. Dia's still traded out though. Beat came out from Lingsa and all this. Zera goes down. It's an even fight. Infected is spinning on the objective. He's closing in on his own surge, and with Bellis-Ria falling as well. Now there's a tank hunkering down on the objective, threatening to pop a Terra Surge. Rock constantly needs to touch. Spear comes out from Infected. He's looking for the kills. Now he has that Terra Surge online. He's going to hold it on, and it's just Rock needing to touch.
Yeah, Taejong here doesn't have the pulse. That is going to be the end of it. And really, really close fight there at the end. And Team Liquid were actually down on a lot of ultimates there, but the fight was so broken up. That pick onto Dia, I think, was really critical because so much damage was lost. It was traded, but the Terra Surge value constantly was better for Infected on this map, and used in conjunction with Vega so many times with the sound barriers. The speed boost position-wise there were really good. And we just saw the DPS coming through so much more consistently because Infected was able to buy that space. I think the choice to try to put Taejong on this venture suits the style of Rock, and it's obviously the kind of dive style that they got here with basically through their tournament domestically. But it just fell flat. The answer was so good from Team Liquid every time, and it felt very predictable, the angles he was trying to take. How many tectonic shocks did we see that got high value? Really none in this second map.
Truly. I mean, we just saw two of the same style, slightly different flavors, but ultimately you could see Team Liquid, they had the fundamentals down. Occasionally they would lose fights as a player falls over and the neutral gets picked, but when it comes down to those big ult exchanges and the ult game, more disengages came out from Team Liquid. I'm not sure that I saw any disengages from Rock throughout the series.
Yeah, sometimes they were just overpriced into these fights, especially with a dive comp that is also running the Freya. You go in, you look for those picks, and if you get countered, if RuPaul has a really nice lamp and you don't get the kills you're looking for, there isn't really a way out. You kind of just have to fight your way through it, and if you do and lose, and you know you're losing a fight, you know you're giving over ult charge, which is why Vega had so many more of those important sound barriers. So yeah, Team Liquid, masters of this, and this is of course on the map pick of Rock, and they still just got so completely shut down.
That says a lot about them, I think, as well. It says a lot about them that they managed to dominate that so effectively, despite the fact that it's Rock's pick. I think the Infected there as well, Orisa, the Javelins, like the kind of continuous power like that coming from Infected as well, makes a huge difference. For now, though, I believe that we have ourselves ZP on standby with one of our victors waiting in the wings from Team Liquid. Let's head on over and see who will be chatting to.
All right. Thank you, Adam. We are here with Tree. Tree, congratulations on what was a very dominant victory just now over Rock. And, one of the themes right now throughout the tournament has been, you really have to perform in the first match in the group stage here because it's so easy to just be knocked out of the tournament. Did you guys do any specific prep for Rock, or was it just general prep looking ahead?
I think not really anything specific. Right now with the meta, it's kind of like Sim's really broken, and if you don't play it, you can make it work, but it's harder. So I think now there's just one style that a lot of teams are playing to, and it's really just about playing to your strengths, not punching down to your enemies. So I think we did that well.
Okay, and one of the interesting stories we've had here too is the idea is that some people saying meta solved, meta not solved, but we have seen a little bit of a difference between teams going, maybe you don't have to play Freya as much. Obviously, you came in here on the last map and had a very dominant performance on Freya. Where do you see the DPS balance right now, and do you think Freya is still in the role of like, yeah, you have to play this most of the time?
I feel like Freya is actually kind of weak right now. I think it's mainly because Kiri Lucio is so OP, and that's being played almost everywhere. And I think she's really hard to play versus like those fast comps on these close range maps. But I think maps like Circuit Royale, where you have like the long sight lines, it's easier to get away from them. It's like the one exception where you can make it work. But yeah, Freya is one of my favorite heroes. I wish I could play her more, but yeah, I don't think she's the best right now.
All right, well, looking ahead here, you guys have gone through this first challenge, and obviously there's multiple teams ahead that you'd like to get revenge on, but let's bring it a little bit close to home here. If you guys are able to get a rematch against Geek A, how, A, are you guys looking for that, and B, will it be different than what happened, of course, just a little bit ago?
Yeah, I think if we play them again, that'd be great, and we definitely beat them, but honestly, I'm more set on the Korean teams more than anything. I really want to beat the Korean teams on LAN and prove that NA can compete. I think more than anything, honestly, we're in it with Geek A right now because we're on the other side of the bracket. But hopefully later in the bracket, we'll meet them and we'll have a good match.
All right, well, I got to follow up on that last question then. You're going for the Korean teams. What Korean team do you want to take down the most right now?
CR and T1.
There you have it. CR and T1 in the crosshairs. And we still got a little bit more time in the interview. Anything else you want to get out here before we wrap things up?
Not much. Just shout out the rest of my team for playing normally in matches. I think that's the big strength to have when you come to an event like this. And I think we handled it really well.
All right, well, there you have it. That was Tree and Team Liquid. They are moving on after a very dominant performance. We'll see what they have in store for us later on in the tournament.
Yeah, thanks, ZP, and thank you to Tree as well there. Interesting to hear, T1, Crazy Raccoon, they'll take either of them. I think a great opportunity here as well, an international affair to play against other regions, and Team Liquid clearly relishing this opportunity here, Hunter.
Nothing but confidence coming out from Tree right there. This is their first international event of the year. They fell short in stage 1, but here in stage 2, they've come in swinging, looking confident, looking very comfortable on the stage as well. So very good looks early on for Team Liquid, but we're going to have to see, are they all talk? Is it all bark, no bite? Or can they actually punch up against these top tier Korean teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you had an interview like that, back in 2018, 2019, maybe even in 2020, people would scoff at that claim. But I think now in 2025, we're seeing a big improvement. I think a lot of teams have learned and mastered so many elements of Overwatch outside of Korea that it was kind of exclusive to Korean teams and some of the Chinese teams. I think the gap has definitely closed in that regard. So to have ambitions like that feels really good. He's already calling out the top 2 favorites, right, or first and second seeds from Korea. So confidence like that, I think, is warranted when you have a performance like what we just saw in their first series.
Yeah, I seen that kind of demeanor when they finished that. You wrapped up with a 2-0 there as well. You could see it was almost like an element of like they're just going through the motions of they knew that was going to happen. That was the outcome they predicted, and they just went through. Right, next thing, what's the next challenge? So it's good to see that from them, having that kind of confidence in the air as well. I think we're seeing a team that is looking forward to what's going to happen next in the competition, aiming for that high spot, trying to get to the final again, and this time turn things around and become the victors of the Esports World Cup, perhaps. We have a bracket update as well. You should check out our bracket and see exactly how things currently stand in this competition to give you guys a bit of a kind of an update at home as well here. And we look at this in Group B here, Wolf, and as always, spicing up. We've got another 2-0 in the other match across the way.
Now, Varel is a team that I've commentated a ton. I've watched this org, and I think that it was no surprise that they would get 2-0 by Crazy Raccoon. But I still think they're a very strong team, and Rock shouldn't underestimate them going to that lower bracket.
Absolutely. I think that watching the match of Varel versus Rock, that's probably going to be one of the closer matches that we get to see, because Varel, they've reinforced their roster. They've imported a couple of Korean players that were, closing in on retirement, but decided to give it one last ride over in Japanese OWCS. And now, I mean, really, they have been punching up.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, I'm already thinking about, we've got ourselves 2 more BO3s, 2 more BO5s. We're looking ahead to that kind of Geek A, Zocorp kind of matchup coming our way very, very soon here. But for you guys, of course, watching at home, we'll take a quick break here, give you guys a chance to kind of refresh yourselves for a second here before that all kicks off, because it's going to be very fun to watch indeed. Join us back here for loads more Overwatch 2 here on our B stream from Esports World Cup very shortly. We'll see you then in just a few.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just a piece of
yeah, the OWCS Mid-Season Championship continues here at EWC right now as we're bringing you the Overwatch 2 B stream. 2 matches down. We've got 4 more to go here today, so lots to get through here. Again, my name's Adam Savage. I'd like to be joined by Unser, and ZP is joining us back here on the desk here. Great interview. Enjoyed that a lot with Tree. That was fun. How was it being down there on the main floor?
You know, it was quick. I was over there a lot quicker than I expected. I just got back to the green room. It's like, Team Liquid, they've already won. And part of that was because, look, Tree had a really good game, but in general, Team Liquid was playing on another level. And look, they look ready to take on the world.
That's right. Literally. I mean, they really do. I mean, they're a team that are committed to getting to that final, whatever happens.
Team Liquid, they look incredibly solid. I mean, at the end of the day, they were here, they were expecting a 2-0 result. They are here to go and punch up against some of these top Korean teams. So going up against Seed 3 from China, that's light work for them.
Yeah, be interesting to see what predictions are for our next matchup as well here. As we look ahead to GK versus Zocorp. How is that going to go down? We can see the teams arriving right now. GK coming through. Again, there's smiles, there's happiness here, ZP. Everyone's enjoying themselves. Obviously, they should be being here at the Esports World Cup. But when you know you've got an opponent here who you feel confident against off the bat, it's an even better feeling.
Yeah, although it is worth noting that, well, I think GK is like incredibly favored in this matchup to a ridiculous degree. It is that level of joy. I'm like, we got it. Like, let me tell you, that could go completely to the wayside. Should somehow the first few fights go against them, I don't think it's going to happen, but there is that kind of wavelength of like, you're riding high, but you can go real low, real fast if you've underestimated.
I will say, I do think GK, they're a happy team. They're a team that know how to enjoy the game. They know how to enjoy the competition. You can see some of their roster right here. Lethal, Maimon, Kuffer. Kuffer, I mean, this is the spiritual leader of the team. He wants to get up on the stage and shout at the opposition in the middle of it. So you would be devastated to see GK Esports not smiling during a match.
You know, in esports, we love a character. We love a character in esports, and of course here in Overwatch 2, I mentioned there with the team GK as well, who are eager to kind of, I guess, put this to bed quickly, ZP. But I mean, you're right. If they feel their feathers ruffled here and things don't go according to plan, that's when experience is really going to come into effect here, to have to kind of make sure they button down the hatches and just carry on.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I look at this from GK, where the result in the match isn't too much in question given what we know about the regions historically. And look, always willing to be surprised, but on the world stage, there has been a general trend here for almost a decade now in Overwatch esports. I think for GK, though, if they come out and they don't look good, like if it's a struggle to win this one, then you have some questions going. It's like, look, if you have trouble wrapping up business here, are you actually going to do well against Team Liquid in a rematch later in the tournament? So for me, I'm kind of benchmarking GK's strength here based on sort of margin of victory.
I do think that this will be a good litmus test for GK, whether they can actually dominate an international opponent. Bear in mind, this is the roster that in Stage 1, they were able to take down Crazy Raccoon, the first Western team to upset Crazy Raccoon in the history of the game. This is a team that knows how to punch up, but now we're going to have to see whether they can confidently punch down as well.
Yeah, we talked about the kind of the element of each team kind of looking at the results and kind of knowing what to expect coming into this competition as well here. But when you have got that kind of thing, you know, every team I think we've spoken to has mentioned Crazy Raccoon, obviously being one of our favourites, if not the favourite. When you've got a team that you know has actually delivered on that promise of beating them in some capacity, people are going to start to turn heads and kind of want kind of expectation perhaps comes into effect here for GK. So that kind of also could play on things and weigh them down also perhaps potentially as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think realistically, GK came in, and I'll tell you this, the only thing that'll be going like kind of in Zocorp's favor here is that there's not a lot of pressure on them coming on in because of where the expectations lie. And also, I don't think GK did like particular, team-specific prep here. I mean, from the interview with Tree, maybe not a whole lot of teams did because teams are kind of trending towards, one true meta, as it were. But, there's a case where if you have interesting, secret strategies, maybe Zocorp can surprise.
Indeed. I like a surprise. You like a surprise, Hunter, right?
We all love a surprise, and I think a match like this is a match where you're expecting surprises because Zocorp, they're coming in with no expectations. They are coming in from South America. They're here to enjoy the event, and that means that they are going to not play the meta. Surely.
That's such a great point as well. We can see Zocorp on screen right now. We can see their kind of their lineup here. I think that's a real big factor here is enjoying the experience of this and playing. You mentioned playing in a live environment with other players, face to face. Not to mention the crowds, the fans being being here at the Esports World Cup alone as well is an exciting thing to be part of. So taking that away from a life experience standpoint, again, we mentioned that earlier on in terms of how important that is. But you're right, it's to learn of other players who are competing at such a top level here, CP.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a disadvantage too, because you think about regional support, obviously like North America, EMEA, and Asia all have like pretty robust support overall. In South America, there's support enough to like get in the EWC, but you don't have quite the level of investment that you do in the other regions. So in a way, when you talk about infrastructure, money and everything else, these players are playing on hard mode, which means, even just getting here is a bit of an accomplishment.
It is. I think you see Love here and Kiwi as well, kind of almost massive fans of Unter trying to copy you on the moustache game, but nowhere near close, dude. I mean, you're just on different levels.
Give them a few years, give them a bit more of that puberty, and they might be able to catch up, actually.
Okay, but Abs is actually clearing Unter completely on the beard game. It's not even close.
That's an impressive beard game. Obviously, we're going to meet Zocorp very shortly when we actually see them go head-to-head against GK, which is coming your way. Remember, this is a best-of-3 to reiterate. If you've just joined us here on the Overwatch 2B stream, we've had 2 best-of-3s, got 2 more coming your way, then 2 best-of-5s. We start going to our upper and lower brackets as well here. So that's all coming your way today. Tomorrow, then we get into the nitty-gritty of the BO5s when things really do matter, courtesy of eliminations happening and those keys being crushed. Yeah, I can see that every time there's a panning shot of the teams down there, I just look at that key thinking, what's going to happen there, CP? What's going to happen to that thing?
I mean, really, it's how many pieces is it going to break into? Because as mentioned, we have upgraded the power. The horsepower has never been greater, to the point that, like, the staff has to be careful to tell the players, like, look, you got to take your foot off this. Like, you will bring down the entire building at this point. Unter, though, I do have a question heading towards you here, which is that, obviously, in the time that you were doing coaching, you were on all ends of the spectrum where you'd go into some games and be like, we're going to win. And then you'd go into other games and be like, yeah, we're going to lose. We're going to lose badly. And when it was the latter, what did you tell your team? Like, what was sort of the attitude going in? Even if you thought you were doomed, like, was there a way of, like, keeping the spirits up as you went into those games? Or, give us the real talk here. Like, what are you thinking right now if you're in the ZK position?
I think if you're in the ZK position, it is really just a case of enjoying the event. It's not about stressing over the result. It's about doing something different, challenging the enemy, and punching up. You move the goalposts. It goes from being a situation where you're expecting to dominate the series to you're trying to embarrass your opponent. You're trying to embarrass the overdog.
I've got this kind of, as an optimist, I'm always thinking, but this is also an opportunity, if it's possible, to put yourselves on the map. And everyone, as surprises we talked about here, it would be great for a story here if it did actually happen, that we saw at least go to the distance to a best-of-3 the whole way. And I'm really put up a challenge that we're kind of maybe not expecting so much.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because the fandom and how they react to it. Like, the fandom also basically has one expectation for this match, but then you have fans of GK out there, if they go, wait a second, this isn't going the way they want. Like, what do you mean they just lost the first point? Wait, they're speed running through. Even if they get stopped, you have the fans just sitting here is like, okay, that kind of gave me a heart attack. Like, what's going on here, guys?
What do you think? Do you think there's an element as well here of, I mean, that kind of pessimism of if it doesn't go their way for ZK, it could be a very quick. I mean, what do they have to do ultimately to ensure that they at least put up that fight that we're kind of maybe not necessarily giving them credit for going to happen?
I think what's really crucial is that they don't stick to the standards. If they play what everybody else is playing at the tournament, if they do what is so well practiced over these last few weeks of all these teams boot camping in Korea, they will not stand a chance. It will be a very swift match. What's important is that they keep trying different things. They keep experimenting throughout the series and trying to produce a new challenge for GK. Because Zocorp, they're the underdogs here. They need to do something different. Otherwise, it'll just come down to a game of skill. And I mean, GK, they're probably a little bit favored in that regard.
Unter, you know what I just realized? Because we were talking about old casting moments, catching up with Wolf here. You just made the Monte Cristo Houston Outlaws argument, where Monty got like deep on the Outlaws being like, you shouldn't play the meta. You're going to lose if you play the meta. You should play off meta, and you'll have a chance. It's just like went back. It's like, the times are a little bit different. You look a little bit different. You got a little bit more hair. You don't really sound like Monty, but that was the old Monty argument.
Well, apparently I'm going to die on the same hill as Monte Cristo at the end of the day now. But, fingers crossed for GK, for my sake.
Yep. Okay, we'll see what happens very shortly here. We're just waiting for our players, and we're hopefully going to get that under your way very, very shortly here. I believe we might be going to a break in a second here, just to give you guys a bit more time to... Okay, we're not going to a break at all. I'm jumping in there. I'm testing production, and gotcha! We have that game coming away very, very soon indeed. For you guys at home as well, we've been asking you all day long, who do you think is going all the way? Who is going to be the one who is going to win each and every one of our matchups, not to mention who's going to be the victor of the Esports World Cup Overwatch 2 mid-season championships as well. Let us know. We love hearing from you all, and it makes our life a lot more fun as well. We get to get you guys as much a part of our show as humanly possible too here. But it's all happening very, very soon. It's going to come our way, and we're going to see. I think that first map is going to be really important, isn't it? I think the idea that, you know, if they're going to make a play for it, if ZK are going to make give themselves an opportunity to at least go somewhere in the competition, I think this first map is going to be the real one, because I think once it's 1-0, that's when it gets a little bit. It's a very big hill to climb.
Yeah, I mean, you get the most variability on Control too. Like, whenever there's upsets in Overwatch, you're usually not going to get as many upsets when you go to maps like Hybrid, because there's just more room for set strategies. The better coach team will usually do better. But, I mean, look, Control, you get a few things that go your way. You get around, and maybe it gets lucky in the second round. It's not as likely. The stronger team is still more likely to win, but you do get more variability in a Control map.
Yeah, I mean, I very much think that we saw the Rock series. We saw Rock versus Liquid. Even though it looked a little bit close on Koth, even though there were some fights won for Rock, at the end of the day, Team Liquid, they were able to win by the numbers. And that's exactly how the second map went as well. We're going to get a very good indication, even on map 1, as to which team has the better fundamentals and whether or not Zocor can actually pose a meaningful challenge and edge out even any fights.
Yeah, I hope they do. I think for all of us, I think we want to see the biggest, biggest challenge possible, because it makes it way more fun for us as well, doesn't it? That's going to happen very, very soon. Of course, at the course of this competition as well, we have been seeing that, you know, there's certain teams that are really dominating. There is, of course, another stream as well. You're having the other matches happen, but here in the B stream, we said this is coming away very soon. It's going to be GK versus Zocorp, and then we have our last BO3 before it gets real exciting. We talked. I mean, there's obviously a lot of people out there who may have just joined us late as well. BO3 versus BO5. Let's just reiterate here that the difference. I mean, as a coach as well, you've seen this. You know, the difference between. Do you tell players as well you're working with, is there a difference in which you would coach them for both different types of game mode with a BO3 or BO5, or is it the same across both?
I think the coaching is the same, but the way that the series plays out is completely different. Hero bans are so impactful. You can take away somebody's signature hero. If you can take that away for potentially half of an entire series in a first to 2, compared to a first to 3, a BO5, where there's only 1 out of 5 maps where you can actually have a meaningful ban potentially. You see Symmetra is so dominant in this tournament. In these first to 2s, you might not see so much domination from Symmetra, because one of these 2 maps she's going to be banned out. But as you broaden the series, as you add more maps and more opportunities to play heroes that would otherwise be banned, it really changes the dynamics.
I got a question here, Hunter. As I'm thinking about like X factors here, you know, as we're waiting for the teams to get ready. Here's my, this is always an X factor when you have one team as the supreme overdog. I would say, as a coach, generally speaking, you don't want your team to do a little bit of trolling, as it's often called here. It's given that it's first to 2, and there's actually a very severe penalty if you get knocked in the lower bracket. Do you foresee any world where GK gets a little bit silly with it hero-wise, or do you think they're going to play it by the books?
I think the stakes are so high for this tournament. It's so difficult to find yourself trolling versus any opponent when you know that the implications of a loss are absolutely catastrophic. So I think, as much as I would love to encourage my own players to troll as much as they possibly can, to disrespect as many opposition members as they can, it can get a little bit difficult in these matches where the stakes are so incredibly high.
Yeah. For you guys as well at home, hopefully we can bring this up for you. The brackets again, perhaps, just while the game is kind of, we're waiting for this to kind of kick off. So you can kind of get your head around exactly how this is going to play out, whatever happens, whether it's a loss or a win for either teams here. We'll try and show you that in a second here with some brackets on screen, just to give you kind of get your head again in the game for what is going to be coming over the next few days here, because obviously tomorrow we see our knockout kind of part of the competition, as mentioned earlier on. So we'll see that, hopefully those brackets very soon, as well as this best of 3 coming your way here as well. I mean, for you as well here, ZP, you know, we kind of casted the first game earlier on today and this is now. For Overwatch, I mean, so many changes over the years that you know, competitively as well here. We kind of talked about it a little bit earlier on, like kind of, you know, different metas and such as well. Any hot takes from yourself here ahead of this going into the next matchup?
You know, no hot takes per se. I mean, it's sort of interesting watching Overwatch in a way, because, you know, being intimate with the game for a very long time, it's sort of one of these deals where, on one hand, a lot has tangibly changed in terms of like specifics of meta, what you're seeing is powerful, what's being played, and then a lot of the fundamentals of the game just kind of stays timeless at the same point. Like, things like alt economy and like fundamentals of alt economy really haven't changed a whole lot over the years, where you look at this, like, you could look at this and be like, okay, this is a bad fight, you've just overinvested, and your next fight isn't going to go well for you. So OW is an interesting game where a lot changes, and then also at times nothing changes.
Any hot takes yourself?
I mean, I very much agree with ZP. The more things change, the more they stay the same in this game. The push and pull, being able to cheat out ultimates from the enemy team, disengage, these have been crucial, fundamental factors of the game for so many years now. Ultimately, the heroes being played, the style shifts, but always these fundamental tenets around the ult game is so crucial, defining how people play.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense there. The ults being a massive factor in all of this as well. We saw some brackets a second ago pop up on screen. If we can see those again, that'd be great, so we can give you guys a bit more insight into how this is going to play out if and when it goes a certain direction here. You can see it just here, hopefully, the brackets as they currently stand in our Group C as it plays. We've already had one, it looks like, game go ahead, and we've already kind of determined one result in this upper bracket. And then, of course, we have this next matchup, which is going to determine how that lower bracket starts to fill out as well.
I mean, already AL-KAD taking down Team CC 2-0, truly no surprises there. We predicted favourites to win the tournament, AL-KAD, the only EMEA representative that we were willing to say, potentially actually capable of taking it all the way and winning the Esports World Cup. So seeing them take down 2-0 Team CC, no surprises there at all.
All right. We can see now some pick and bans coming through. Lijiang Tower is our first map, as it was in the previous best of 3, and we see some bans on screen there as well, ZP.
You know, it's kind of interesting for, GK taking down the Symmetra. You have all this talk about, okay, the hero's really powerful. And I think until you get into the entire spot here where a hero's so powerful, you almost worry about the volatility of the hero and how, like, it could make ridiculous plays against you, even against a team that may be weaker. So, to me, you take out the Sim, I just feel like you take away something that actually could tilt things against you.
All right.
I think at the end of the day, you take out the Sim, but everybody's so practiced against it, but we're already in the game.
We're already in game, guys.
It looks like the first fight.
What are we talking about?
First fight's already done. Lethal's already cleaned up.
Only survivor is Wilma. That's it. And Wilma's gone.
Wilma's gone as well. So there we go. First fight done and dusted for GK Esports. Looks like it's going to be Ramatra and Baptiste available. Zocorp, they're trying to change things up a little bit. We saw this in the previous series. We're seeing it again with the Venture pick coming out from Zocorp. But GK Esports, they are on something that they have played so much of throughout stages 1 and 2.
Actually, I'm hearing from production, they had to bleep out the first team fight. It was too brutal. Like, that's actually
it was a bloodbath.
Yeah, it's just like, whoa, this is gonna change our rating on the broadcast. We can't do that, guys. Like, what's going on?
Swing into main right now. We've got Carney stepping up very aggressively, and Kuffa's going to go down.
Yeah, Kuffa a little bit overextended. Wilma taking the initiative here. Zocorp potentially going to get GK on the back foot. Love able to file on through. And just like that, Hunter, it's going to be a retake here from Zocorp. Not going to be absolutely run over.
A fight win on the board for Zocorp already. Apparently, GK Esports, they got a little bit too aggressive. You could see they were pushing towards the spawn a second time in that fight, and a little bit too much. Zocorp, they fake back, they rotate, and they catch out backliners with this Venture pick. Love now has a high noon, can play far away with that one. Support ultimates online. Abs has the Kitsune Rush to match Ultraviolet's window. A lot to play for as the scrap starts to break down on the point.
Right now, Kuffa under pressure. Ultraviolet gonna drop the window. Meanwhile, Kuffa backing out. Has to get saved by the Immortality Field. Lethal, though, coming on over with the overclock. Kuffa off the ledge. And 1-for-1 right now. Lethal looking for a little bit more. Ultraviolet able to add 1, and looking like GK may be able to start turning this aura. Still up 1, but it's not super decisive.
They need that flip, and you can see it looks like Lethal. He's going to be spun right off the map. Carney holding on to it, and somehow, some way, GK Esports, they're still scrapping it out, but it's not done.
Yeah, I mean, GK, even though it's going in their favor, this is not particularly clean. Carney moving on his, but booping people off. Dropping the ult in the middle. Looking for a little more. Maimo, meanwhile, in the meanwhile, able to get to the back, taking down Wilma.
Now we've got Maimone. He's in control up in main, swinging for more. Zocorp, they're on the back step because Wilma has gone down. Kuffa, he's got that Annihilation online as well, but he has to contend with still Kiwi's beat. That could completely shut him out of this fight if Kuffa goes deep. Already, though, the ult's coming out.
Yeah, Zocorp not wasting any time. Going to Venture ult early, and Love connects! Maimone going down immediately here, and Love making the Cassidy work. And, what do you think about the Cassidy here in this comp versus what GK is running?
I feel as if the Cassidy, it is good playing into GK's comp. You can catch these fast picks onto the Tracer, onto the Sojourn. If you are allowed to flank, if you are allowed to get over to the side of the fight, you can really carry. And you can see that's how Zocorp's making it work right now. They didn't even need to use their beat to get that retake. This is a dicey look for GK Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the, joyous, happy faces. Well, let me tell you, if that hits 100%, no more joy, no more happiness. Like, wait, we're about to go down a map. And it could be revolutionary. Maimone sitting here with the pulse bomb in the back. It takes down Love, gets rid of the threat early, sets up the 5v4, and Zocorp, I mean, they're going to add in the beat Even down one, and they're able to make it work. They get Ultraviolet and Lethal off to the side by the White Room.
Crucial trades coming through for Zocorp, and they have not capped the point though. You can see Geek got the flip, and now still Kiwi coming back into the fight will be traded out. So Geek, they get to swing back with a huge ult bank now, and they have the cap CP.
Here comes Love. Back on in. Quick little tap. Finds Admiral. Deadeye comes up. Kuffa, no cover. And the Cassidy continuing to do work right now for ZK. Lethal finally puts an end to it, but the damage have been done. Wilma, meanwhile, a little bit burrowing over here to the side. Connie, by the way, was able to find Lethal while that was going on.
DK Esports right now, they have so many ultimates, but they're staggering onto the point. And that's going to be that they might not be able to find value already. Maymoon goes down.
Right now, Zocorp is looking real good. EK is looking sloppy. Still Kiwi down. Overtime in progress. Lethal will take down Wilma. Round may not be over yet.
Kuffa already taking down Abs. Everybody from GK getting back into this one, and somehow, some way, they haven't had to spend their ult bank to use it, CP. Look up to the top. Lethal still has the overclock. Kuffa still has the annihilation. Admiral's threatening to have a beat drop for this next turn as well, and it's definitely the last fight. If you look, Carney is the only player with an ultimate right now for Zocorp. Bastion swap for the spawn fight.
Yeah, Bastion swap is out. Lethal goes down. Lethal gets caught. 5-on-4 opportunity now for Zocorp, but Maymon comes on in, equalizes with the Pulse Bomb. Actually huge to equalize here. Sets up the 4v4. Kuffa, though, going to be able to drop Annihilation as soon as Zocorp comes onto the point. There's the beat. That's going to come out first. And ZK have a lot to burn through here, and not much time, Hunter.
No time at all. Already 2 kills for GK Esports. Carney off the map as well. And that is going to be 100-99 for GK Esports, though. I was expecting a more dominant showing. Zocorp having some real signs of life here.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out you still have to respect Cassidy. Regardless of how strong you are coming into it, you just look at this, you're giving Love all these open angles. Oh, wait, what do you mean? He's not missing the shots? Uh-oh.
Love seemingly running around the map claiming scalp after scalp, and we're going to have to see whether or not GK Esports are able to tighten up on that a little bit, or if Zocorp can keep pressing the advantage and maybe turn a 99-100 round into one that they can actually win.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, if you're ZK, you're actually feeling pretty darn good, but we do have a pause, so we get to reflect a little bit here on the desk on what we just witnessed, and I think to the narratives that we set coming on in, technically, GK still was able to take the round, but it wasn't quite the match we expected it to be.
Definitely not. I feel like there are shades of the Liquid series here where you can see that GK have such strong fundamentals. You can see whether they're winning or losing fights, they always have ults in reserve. They're always building more. Whereas for Zocorp, often, you come down to that final fight, they spend the entire bank and then they've got nothing for the last turn. We're here over 2 Night Market though now, and it looks like more of the same for both sides. Sojourn for Lethal, Cassidy for Love, Wilma flanking with the Lucio on the Venture right now, but Maymon already marking that out quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if there's going to be a change in target priority here where more focus on the Love. And as I say that, guess what? There's more focus on the Love. Love is the priority. But, it's a tough love that sends you back to spawn.
A little bit of tough love for Zocorp Esports right now as GK, they're going to clean house. No trades in this first fight. They're going to get a nice quick cap. No ultimates online as of yet. First ult to come on will be Maymon's Pulse Bomb. Quite difficult to hit that at times. Maybe a little bit harder to hit now that Love has made the move over to the Sojourn, a more mobile character that can get up on the high grounds and escape the Tracer a little bit more. But I don't know how to feel about this swap because Love was doing so much heavy lifting on the Cassidy.
I feel like Love saw the pain heading towards him. There's like, I see how the rest of this round is going to work out if I don't swap. So, well, okay, if you swap, it's still going there. Like, congratulations. You hit 5-star wanted. Like, what has actually occurred here?
Yeah, so much for the gift of foresight for Love as they will be traded early on once again. GK Esports looking much more confident on this round, really just denying all of the space on the map. Wilma trying to sneak in on the side with the Lucio, not able to do it. Now being marked coming in from the top. Unburrowing over on the side, potentially an opportunity for Zocorp to flip towards the objective. But GK, they're going to be able to hard choke out Zocorp in main.
In theory here, with all the focus on the Love, it's kind of on Wilma to make things happen. Like, Wilma is the DPS right now that has all the space in the world, but not much is happening with that space under.
Nothing at all. It really does feel like GK are swallowing the entire map whole. If Zocorp try and send one player over to the objective like they just did there in that fight, they sent Wilma down to the point to try and peel members of GK back. In the time it took for that touch to occur, GK had already found kills in main, and now they have a huge ultimate bank to just keep this ball rolling.
Not only do they have a huge ultimate bank, but swapping the Mei for the retake, you just go down. You don't even get your ice block off. You just get deleted off the map. GK waking up in the neutral here because, as you mentioned here, Hunter, the ults aren't really being taxed. This is just see player, shoot player, repeat, and do it way better than the other team.
I mean, it's such a good fight from Geek there. You do not expect a spawn fight at 60%, and all they had to do was use the window to achieve it. Wilma not finding any value, not even able to get the wall or the ice block off. Kitsune Rush comes out from Abs.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush is out. Last opportunity here for ZK to make things happen. They get Maymone down early. Maybe the start of something. Connie holding on to the reset ult. Geek, lethal popped overclock in the middle of that. Overclock is now faded. Didn't find anything from it. We are now in overtime, 99-0. We'll see where this one goes. Kuffa right now on the point, hanging on to the Annihilation. Lethal able to take down his counterpart. Love down once more. Beat dropped here by ZK. They desperately need to get something here before the beat is gone. The beat is gone, but Geek, they are still there. Maymone comes on in. And that's going to be the end of the round and the end of the map.
Such discipline from Geek Esports. They don't even concede the flip there, even though Maymone was first picked. Geek, they didn't throw a bunch of ultimates into it. They didn't throw their bodies onto the objective. They masterfully ping-ponged back and forth. They kept the cap. They waited for Maymone to get back in the fight, and then they won a big ult trade 5 versus 5.
I just know internet speeds have gone really fast because the download was complete.
Yeah, do you know what? It was incredible. The first round there of the series, I thought, this is interesting. 199. This isn't what we predicted, fellas. This is what we thought was going to happen here, and suddenly, wham bam, thank you, man. That second game, 100% bish bash bosh. It's all over quickly. Almost like Geek could not allow that to happen again a second time around. Need to make up for the first game, and ZP they did exactly what they wanted to do and dominated and got the first of 3.
I just think they made a key adjustment here where you took a look at the focus fire. I was in the middle of even saying, I was like, okay, maybe put more focus on the... Oh, wait, he's already dead. Like, he's actually already gone. They figured out the mission objective, and suddenly, from Love's perspective, there's just kind of like, wait, what am I seeing on... Like, why am I having a UI in real life? It says objective survive. What is this?
Was it in the first round there? Was it mistakes made, or was it more a case of the fact that ZK just brought a lot more than they were expecting?
I think ZK had really good energy on that first round. They were absolutely blown out in the first fight, but in the second, they were able to do a little bit of a fake rotation, take advantage of Geek's confidence, walk over to one side and then flip back to the other and catch some kills that way. But there was no such luck on Night Market. All of that energy of faking back and forth, catching out Geek with quick plays, that completely collapsed. And once you start playing the basic neutral game, I mean, that's what Geek's practiced a million times over.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that too, I just think that there's certain things in Overwatch, regardless of how good you are relative to the other team, there's just mistakes you can't make. I think one of those things is probably giving a Cassidy too much room because effectively you're making the bet of saying you won't hit your shots. And as it turns out, regardless of level of play, aim has gone up pretty radically over time. And if you give something like a Cassidy free space to do what they want and hit shots, well, guess what? Sometimes they're going to hit those shots. It's going to end pretty poorly for you.
Yeah, I mean the next round here we have our best of 3, the second matchup. I mean, do you think there's going to be a lot of factors? We talked about surprises and differences in which our teams are playing here as well in terms of trying to bring those kind of moments that we're not expecting so much. Do you think it's a case that the likes of ZK have to do something now which is completely out there in terms of not being expected at all for Geek to really be pressed or challenged here in this second map?
I very much think that they are going to have to completely reinvent the wheel to take this next map. Yes. They used their most powerful ban on map 1. They banned out the Symmetra, which is the character that has everybody struggling right now. Now, they have to go into the next map without the most powerful ban available. So that if they don't do something completely non-standard, completely surprising, I think it's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult too because you can't go to a control map next. I think control was their best chance to take a map here, as evidenced by round 1. Round 1 was very close, and you chain 2 of those together. There you go. All the other maps in Overwatch are a little bit more biased towards a team with more experience because there's more ways to just sort of show your skill gap between the two teams. So it only gets harder from here. As Hunter mentions, the ban situation has gotten worse for them. The map situation has gotten worse for them. And also, they've kind of given away a little bit of what they're good at here because I have to imagine for Geek, they made the adjustment in the second round of, we're going to blow up Love. I don't think they're going to go into the next map and be like, actually, we're going to give Love some space here. No, Love's going to continue to get focused.
Yeah, exactly right. Why would they let him breathe? Just constrict harder. That's what they're going to do, I think. It's interesting, actually, just beyond me, I can see out the windows here, kind of the sun's starting to set here as well. And you think about the fact that our teams have all been kind of here all day long and the kind of like the length of the days as well. It's a lot of it's a mental game as well as it's a physical one as well in terms of kind of like preparation and getting ready for each of these matchups because after this, there's more coming their way later on which they have to kind of prepare themselves for too. So it's kind of about, kind of like we talked about, being a marathon, not a sprint earlier on. But playing players already are having to kind of pace themselves what's to come later on, I guess, as well.
Exactly right. I mean, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but you can't afford to let off the gas for even a second is the issue, because if you lose even one map, it's a complete collapse of mental just around the corner. So really, I mean, you don't necessarily need to fully prepare for a team like Zocorp. If you know that you are confident in your standards, you don't necessarily need to do a world of preparation in order to take them down, but you still need to bring your A game. You saw that on the first round.
Yeah, I mean, add on to like how quick the path to destruction could be. Think about a world where ZK comes in and they take the first round and take the second, right? And they were very close to taking the first. Then you go to the next map and things just all align in their favor. Love gets a few pickoffs and they first point hold. Suddenly, you're from the GK side, you're going like, wait, this is bad. This is really, really bad. What do we do?
Are we starting to think that they could do this? No, yeah, okay, thanks. That smile says it all for me. That smile, well, that fantastic. I mean, the hair is wonderful. Everyone that we walk past here says, his hair's on point. His hair has just got the greatest game. People just whisper it to each other in the corridors.
I mean, in makeup, I was compared to Elvis Presley. I'm not sure that I see that one, to be honest. You know, maybe closer to a Stevie Nicks or something like that.
It was like you've got real Elvis vibes. I was like, sure,
okay,
cool.
The idea that we have another season of Game of Thrones at some point. You know, he's actually just giving off Lannister vibes. Like, you got the hair color, you got the lion motif going on here, like. You know, you just got to go here and be like, I always pay my debts. And like, yeah, I believe
this is actually the world's most elaborate like casting tape for you. For getting into that show, that's what this is. This is also, though, of course, the OWCS mid-season championship here at Esports World Cup, where GK versus ZK are all about to go head-to-head in this next map, where we have to have Zocorp get themselves a victory here. Otherwise, they will be kind of really trudging along, trying to get themselves in the competition via the lower bracket side of things, which is going to be very tough to do.
Yeah, I think that the lower bracket, it's just so much more punishing. It's where the pressure really starts to mount. Whether you're here for fun or whether you're here to really take the competition seriously, as soon as you're thrown into a lower bracket situation, an elimination game, it's impossible to not feel some of that pressure. And for a team like Zocorp, naturally, with the state of, you know, how this series is looking, they're probably going to be feeling that pressure quite soon.
Yeah. You said about as well, like when you're coaching and things, and how important it is to kind of keep the spirits up, and how that is. I guess this is one of the situations where, when it comes to like lower brackets, it comes to kind of like, you know, kind of the favor tilting a different direction. You have to have that kind of wind in your sails from someone or someone in the team to really make you feel like you possess the power to do something.
Yeah, sometimes you do just need a clown of a coach standing behind you doing a little song and dance to distract you from the impending doom.
You know, it's kind of funny. I had a friend of mine asking me for coaching recommendations for an org that I was hiring, and you know, it's kind of one of those things. I was going around, I was like, okay, who do we think would be good for this? And someone I was asking for the recommendations was like, okay, do they need a strategy coach or do they need a vibe coach? Because they're two very different things, Hunter.
Yeah, I think I'm a vibe coach. I hate to say it, but I think I'm a vibe coach because I'm not entirely sure about the strategic depth of this game. This might be my first time spectating it, for all I knew.
Fellas, here we go. We're diving in. What is going to happen, folks, at home? Are GK going to do it and make it 2-0 all the way through? Or are Zocorp going to do what they need to make this a little bit spicier for us? We're going to find out now. Let's dive onto the map and see how this one will play out.
I like this pick from Zocorp Esports. We saw success on King of the Hill when they were flanking, constantly taking quick fights. They take us over to Flashpoint, they take us over to Atlas. There's the randomness element. This is the newest map in the pool, a brand new addition for the tournament, and a completely different comp as well. They're doing exactly what we wanted. You can see Junker Queen Venture in play. Nobody plays Junker Queen anymore, so I love to see it from Zocorp.
And the other side, though, we got the old Reaper Venture combo coming out here, Hunter, so, we're getting all sorts of new things.
So many new things, but Kuffer, I mean, he's already taken down Love. You can see still Kiwi off-angling a bit over on the side, but looks like the Reaper Venture comp is going to come out on top here.
It's actually kind of ridiculous how the first elimination down has been Love in every fight. So basically the last 6 fights going back to the last map.
I mean, I'm going to have a word with Love after the match and tell him that you cursed him, because ever since you identified that he was to be the target, the man has not had a second to breathe.
He's just like, did I just have Perma Widow ult on me? What's going on over here?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a bone to pick with you after the match, mate. That's all I'll say on the matter. You can see Zocorp right now already outside being aggressed on by GK. They are not wasting a second.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal immediately just able to catch abs around the corner. And, I mean, Zocorp, when you lose a support that early in the fight, what choice do you have but to be like, well, I guess I'm going to back out right now and go for a reset? But already, first point, 50% the way of GK.
And well, you can see such aggressive posturing from GK. They are not giving Zocorp any room to breathe whatsoever. This time around, Wilma flanking over on the side, but Maymoon's there to match it, which means that one of their best tools... Oh, hang on.
Oh, okay. Kind of clean with it. Got one. Now Zocorp, do you have what it takes to take advantage of this momentary 5-on-4? This is where you can flip the script here on the first point. But GK, they disengage just a little bit here, Hunter. They create plenty of space, and they're going to be back up to full strength here in a moment. They drop the window to try and back up a little bit more, but Love has nothing of it. Punishes Ultraviolet. Flip is in favor of Zocorp, but Lethal back into it, takes down Wilma. Still very fightable for GK.
Such a crucial flip. You can see Lethal, he's looking for that Death Blossom opportunity. The beak comes out from Admiral as well. But at the end of the day, Zocorp, they just didn't have enough to close it out. You can see how close they are to all of their ultimates up at the top. Still Kiwi, 90% to a beak. Carney, 90% to a Rampage. They really were just an inch away from being able to close it out.
And I feel like that's the difference you get at times between your very top teams and your teams not quite there, is that GK, they recognize to give up an early pick, and they do everything possible to slow down the fight and back up a bit. Whereas I feel like other teams in that situation may just get rolled over.
Exactly right. GK, not only are they aggressive, not only are they fighting you in your spawn, they've also mastered the disengage. It's not all about pushing, and that means that they are able to edge out so many advantages in the ult economy. You can see here, they did win the first point. They're at a little bit of a deficit right now. Zocorp do have 5 ultimates to play with. First ults come out from Zocorp.
Yeah, beat coming out here from Still Kiwi. Zocorp looking for anything. A pretty nice Rampage coming in from Connie. Sets it up for 2. However, Maymone able to find work on the side. Not as clean for Zocorp as they would have liked. Wilma gonna fall towards the end, and even with a good engage, it's just not the total package.
Ambitious ultimates coming out from Zocorp. You can see at the end of the fight, back end, Love and Wilma both popped their DPS ultimates at a deficit. And even before the DPS ultimates came out, Zocorp, they didn't take much of a fight. They didn't force a skill exchange before using their ultimates. Still Kiwi being pushed aggressively right now, though.
Yeah, I mean, the stagger coming on in, and this is going to buy GK even more time. And we'll have a little bit of time here, Hunter. You got Lethal swapping off the Reaper on the Tracer. You don't see Reapers often right now. What's the advantage of, say, playing Reaper here for 1 point?
Reaper on that nice close inside point. You can TP over the balcony, get into the enemy team's backline. But as the map opens up a little bit more, Tracer has so many different flanks and mini health packs that you can take. So I understand that pick there from Lethal. Just getting onto a hero where he can control the side a bit more. But he's being chased right now by Love, potentially to the ends of the earth from the looks of it.
I mean, Love right now is just happy to get the one-on-one, being like, wait, you didn't bring your entire team with you? Oh, man. Like, I'm actually feeling like I can breathe, unlike the last few fights where just everyone just jumped on me all at the same time.
Ultraviolet has this window available, and you can see already Wilma's down again. GK, they've gone for another aggressive push. Zocorp have flipped over to the point. They might get the cap for this.
They get the cap, but they don't have any real way of sustaining on the cap. You look at their health being drained. GK with the 5-on-4, now 5-on-3 advantage, so the advantage there, it's ephemeral. It doesn't last.
It's such good play from GK. They know how to find a pick, trade the flip when it's unimportant, and then win the fight by the numbers. They're so good with these fundamentals, and you can see they just keep on cleaning up kills now. Zocorp, it's only a matter of time before they lose the flip. Ultraviolet, Admiral, they've managed to hold on to their ultimates. Lethal and Cuffer also have them for next.
Also, the support play has been really, really good from GK, where I feel like it has to be so frustrating for ZK, where you just look at the health bars a little bit, and you're like, everyone's getting pretty low. There's an Immortality Field. There's a disengage. Admiral comes in with a boop. And it's not like Zocorp isn't having points where they're nearly taking people down, but the backline play from GK, the peel, it's been very good in these fights.
Exactly right. GK's supports are masters of staying alive, no matter the situation. You can see now Wilma looking for an aggressive angle, burrows out, but Cuffer with a perfect snare prevents any aggression coming out from Wilma. Big scrap taking place in main, though, as Cuffer, he's on the ropes.
Yeah, Cuffer just caught out. You just see the jumping. He's just like, please, someone save me. So a moment of opportunity here for ZK. 2 points down, facing elimination into the lower bracket.
Already, Carney has this annihilation for the next turn. You can see Zocorp, they've got bodies on the point. They did get that pick onto Cuffer, but there's no free lunch here. As GK Esports, they're going to be able to come back into this next fight with almost every ultimate available. Huge ask on Carney right now. Last time they used the annihilation, it came out very early on in the fight. I'd like to see it come a little later.
Zocorp has to find some way to get ahead in ult economy here. That is step number 1. We'll see if they're able to find it. GK, meanwhile, just needs to play standard. Connie, under pressure, might drop the Rampage, but could be fatal, and says, okay, still gonna drop it. But you take a look, only hits Cuffa. Cuffa's still feeling absolutely fine. Annihilation dropped right after. Wilma gonna drop in with the Tectonic, and not going to find much. So Zocorp completely drained on ultimates here, Unter. Meanwhile, look at GK. They got some tools coming up soon.
Maimone is about to have that tectonic shock. Everything in the kitchen sink has already been thrown into this fight, but now it's do or die for GK. They need this fight win. It will be the end. A massive tectonic shock comes out, ZP.
Yeah, the shot comes out and Lethal there in the fall through. Abs down right away. Maimone still not done, finds Connie. And again, you think about the stakes of the situation. GK's able to get the flip, and Unter, if that's it, hits 100%, that's it for Zocorp. They are in the lower brackets.
Exactly right. This is well and truly the last chance for Zocorp already in this series. 1 to 2 fights stand between GK and a ticket to the upper bracket right now. They have ultimates online just around the corner. Lethal closing in on this pulse bomb. Zocorp, they've got nothing in the bank. They're going to have to win a neutral here, ZP.
Yeah, right now you're looking to Love and go, can you do it one more time? Can you channel the energy you had on Cassidy back on the first map in control, because we need something to put it ahead. However, the engagement isn't here. Connie inside the building, a little bit of back and forth. Time being burned off the clock. This is such a long engage, Hunter.
They're just taking all of the time in the world. Zocorp seemingly trying to charge up some ultimates, jockey for some position over on the side, but they haven't had any success as of yet. Still both pulse bombs available. Could be the decider here, ZP.
Kiwi super low, really good poke command from GK. Zocorp down across the board, able to get away a little bit, but Lethal the style! The pulse bomb, Tracer v Tracer, the ultimate just power move in Overwatch. And Hunter, this may be heading to the end. Connie is out of it, and Zocorp on the final point as GK is taking him out.
2 players remain for Zocorp, but it's nothing but a formality. Maximum style points coming out from Lethal at the end there. We're harping on the fact that Love has this pulse bomb to carry the game, and Lethal, he sticks his opposition on Tracer to close it out. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. You can see Cuffer standing up with a smile on his face. We'll see who we are able to secure for the interview a little bit later. I'm hoping it's Cuffer, me personally, but I'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think well, you mentioned earlier on what a character Cuffer is, so I want to make sure that we kind of capture that if possible here. We'll get that in the interview very shortly, but yeah, I mean, dominant display in that second one. I think they was toying with their opposition there, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was one of those things where they kind of collectively said, we're going to forget about the first round control. That never happened. Now we begin anew. And a lot of that, I mean, look, they made very good adjustments. I think the support play kicked in the high gear for GK. And then, again, the target selection was ridiculous, where it felt like, okay, we're starting a new fight. Set the timer on when Love is going to go down. And it's easy to be like, Love, what are you doing? I don't think that was on Love so much as the fact I think GK made a very conscious choice on their target priority.
Was there you think that Zocorp would have taken away from that, other than obviously the loss, but like any kind of, you were talking about learning earlier on, this experience being here, would they have learned anything from that kind of that kind of matchup that they could take away with them and hopefully benefit from later on?
Yeah, I very much think that the lesson to be learned, it's about disengages and it's about tempo. So many of the fights that GK were winning, it was by catching Zocorp off guard, fighting aggressively in their spawn, fighting where you're not expecting it. But it seems like we've got enough about improvement because we're going to throw over to the stage for the interview.
Yes, we certainly are. Yeah, we're going to join Wolf right now, who's with one of the players from GK, tell us all about that fine victory.
Thank you guys very much. I'm here with Kaffa from GK Esports. So at this point, you guys just took a very convincing 2-0 victory. You were the massive favorites coming into this series. Even still, though, the first round of Lijiang ended up being pretty close, and you ended up running into some pretty wonky compositions. There was a lot of Junker Queen being played. What are your takes on this series overall? Did it go to expectations?
I mean, I was doing low-key a little bit of trolling, map 1 of Lijiang, so I think that's on me for that being remotely close. But I mean, we're just a lot better as a team. Like, I don't think there's any denying that. I think it was just me playing a little sloppy at the start, and yeah, a little bit of warm-up, and after that it was pretty easy.
So when you prepare for a series like this, knowing that you are such massive favorites, do you feel like, okay, we're kind of focused on what comes next? We're looking at the winner's bracket, or do you really still double down on an opponent like this?
I think we're just focused on the next game, really. Like, I don't want to lie, we weren't really, expecting much from that team. I think that's kind of valid. They're a decent team, but if we want to do better in this tournament, we need to be able to run through that team pretty easily. And yeah, the next game is our focus, AG.AL.
Sounds good. I mean, that is going to be your likely matchup, right, of course, in the bracket. So I want to get your thoughts on the meta a little bit, because we've been hearing from all of our Western teams right now that Symmetra is basically incredibly broken, super powerful right now. Do you agree with this take?
Yeah, I think she's pretty broken. I mean, I think it's like their bread and butter, the European teams. So if they buckle this tournament, I don't know what they're going to do, but yeah.
Okay, we did hear earlier, of course, from Tree, from Team Liquid. He says that North American teams can actually go toe-to-toe with the Asian teams, Korean teams in particular, and that's kind of one of his goals as another North American team and a team that was just very close against them in the finals. Do you also agree? Do you think that your team and North America can go toe-to-toe with the Korean squads at this tournament?
I think we can. I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to like hype up too much. I just want to play our game really. Like, obviously, people are underestimating us, and the odds are in Europe's favor, so it seems, for Symmetra comp. But I mean, we're just gonna rock up and play our game.
I like the confidence. Rock up and play your game. Thank you so much, Kuffa, for joining me for this interview. Now back to the desk.
Thanks, Wolf. Thank you, Kuffa. We've got some highlights here coming in from that matchup there where Geeke, Kuffa and Co dominated with a 2-0 clean sweep there. The confidence was awesome. I mean, we expect that as well, but the feeling being we came into this. This wasn't even an obstacle in the way, really. We just knew we had to get through this to get to the next phase, the winner's bracket side of things. And I respect that confidence. Bit of hesitation, versus kind of Tree early on about facing those Korean teams. However, still clearly very confident going into the next round.
Yeah, I very much think that Kuffa and the Geeke Esports squad as a whole, they know where they sit versus the international competition. They know they're capable of punching up. They've done it before. They did it in China. And this time around, here at the Esports World Cup, the playoffs bracket, top 8 and beyond, it's single elimination. So if you want to see an upset, if you want to punch up versus these Korean teams, there's no better time than right now.
Yeah, and also I think going into it, there's too much at stake here. They kind of come at the attitude of like, well, I don't know, guys. I mean, I guess, they're just crazy raccoon. Guess we'll die. I mean, you don't want to come into that because the reality is anything can happen in any given tournament. And while I think, the smart money would say, yes, teams like Crazy Raccoon do have an edge. History, in recent history, going back earlier in the year would show they're also not unbeatable under the right circumstances. So, look, I think both NA teams right now have their heads in the right spot.
That's right. Yeah, NA seem confident going into the next phase of this competition. And for you guys at home, you might be wondering exactly how things have panned out because there is one BO3 left before we move into those BO5s. Can't wait. I'm excited for that to see how that pans out. Let's show you the brackets and how they currently kind of stand and where our teams currently are on them. We can see Group C now concludes that first round of BO3s. We can see we have our lower bracket matchup there. And Unter, it's all coming our way. I mean, we look at that. Do we have a preferred favorite? I presume that we do.
I mean, I'm a big believer in the EMEA teams being top tier at these Symmetra comps. I think Symmetra is going to be tournament defining this time around at the Esports World Cup. So I really do think, as much as I love Geeke, I hold this team close to my heart. I do feel as if Alcatzia are the favorites. I think Alcatzia, they're the dark horse to come out and upset these Korean teams this time around because they are so good at Symmetra.
Alcatzia, do you agree there as well, ZP?
I think it's interesting because I think in a way you're almost running out the clock a little bit because if you have this idea that EU has been ahead of the meta, which seems to be the consensus, right? It's only a matter of time before other teams catch up and get more exposure and get better and better, right? Where the question you have to ask yourself when you look at, say, compared to teams like Crazy Raccoon is, how long do you have before it's figured out, copied, and adapted, and then used against you? And the tournament may be long enough here that I don't know if the EU edge, if it exists, will last the entire tournament. I think there's enough lifeline for some of the top Korean teams to learn and adapt.
Yeah, don't forget there's 3 days left of this competition as well here. So you've got tons and tons to look forward to here. And it may change, you're right, over the next couple of days as you make your way towards that grand final later on this weekend. For now, though, we are going to be going to a very short break. We get a chance to refresh, kind of rejuvenate for a second here. We can feel the teams for the next matchup coming through for that best of 3 you mentioned into the building. While that happens, grab yourself a snack. Come back here very shortly for loads more Overwatch 2 here on the B stream from Esports World Cup. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a mo.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
Hello there, welcome back into the Overwatch 2 B stream here for the mid-season championships of the OWCS in Riyadh here at the Esports World Cup. Good to have you back with us. 3 BO3s down, one more to go before things get really interesting. Making our way into the best of fives where we'll start to see the winners and the lower bracket as well. Fellas, we got Wolf here again with ZP and we're back here kind of talking about our next matchup very soon. But just to recap on the last one there, a great interview by the way. Loved it.
Ah, thanks.
Really good, really good. But
Kuffa carried, to be honest, but I did okay, yeah.
Yeah, hey, you did a great job. I mean, Kuffa as well, like sharing a lot about the kind of the team, the confidence in the team as well, which I think is really important too.
Yeah, I liked hearing from him. I like the honesty. You know, a lot of times when you have an interview like that where you have a team that's a favorite and you're like, all right, was this even really on your radar? And somebody's will be like, yeah, of course, I really respect him. But he did say he respects the team. They're very good, but they're really thinking about that winter bracket matchup. And you know, it's going to be a tough one. That's really the goal. So I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, they are laser focused on what's coming next here. So we're going to see our teams, I think, very soon coming out to the next matchup is upon us almost as well. And we've got a big one coming our way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I would say overall favorites, T1 coming in is like definitely favorited based on overall performance. But, you know, it's also a case where you look at their opposition, right? Still plenty of names we've known for a long period of time where it's just, you know, look, Overwatch Esports, who knows where the future will be in 10 years, but I'm pretty sure at this point, Color Hex is going to be one of those players that's still playing at that point. But seeing the walk in here, Wolf.
I mean, there are so many legendary players across both of these rosters. You know, between older legends, but also newer contemporary Overwatch top pros. I mean, we're talking about players like Proud and Color Hex going up against each other, you know? And that's what's so exciting about this series to me. I wouldn't call it the match of the day in terms of which match will be close, which match will be the most competitive. I don't think this is quite going to be as one-sided as our last series, but it could end up being. But for me, when you look at the star power that both of these teams have, it feels really cool that we actually get to have this matchup. That's what international tournaments to me are all about.
Yeah, having that international element is a really interesting thing because it kind of we talked about kind of the different strategies regionally as well sometimes, and it plays into this and the narrative narrative that anything could possibly happen, really.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, and like, while I don't think an upset is super likely coming in here, I would say the upset odds are significantly higher than the last match we just had. Because again, you look at T1, yes, they're veterans and everything else, but on the other side, you still have players that are veterans to Overwatch. They have been part of really good teams, but you talk about really good teams. Well, T1, it's hard to find much weakness.
Yeah,
it really is.
You know them very well, fellas. I mean, here they are, T1 on your screens right now, and again, like you mentioned, like the kind of the experience that you have a team like that. I mean, you're very familiar with the Korean kind of teams as well.
You think about this roster, this team. T1 entered the Overwatch scene pretty late compared to a lot of other big orgs, and they entered with a big, flashy roster, right? Like, this roster is incredibly talented, but they took some risks with this roster as well. Like, for example, Proud, ex-Poker Face player from Korea, somebody who was always really well respected, but never was on a roster that could go international, that could actually prove himself overseas. This is his first big tournament. This is his first big LAN. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table. You have old favorites in Donghak who have been around forever. Vigilante as well. I think T1, a team that people could look at and go, oh, well, they got second place. They're not as good as Crazy Raccoon. But when you look back at Crazy Raccoon and that series that they played in that grand finals, not only was it a 4-2, so it was really close in that regard, each individual map was incredibly close. So T1, I feel like when people put them a tier below Crazy Raccoon, I think you really have to think they're just barely below in terms of where they stand power-wise.
Yeah, I mean, you have this thing in Overwatch where it's like you have the results, but then what were the results? Like, was it a 3-0 or was it a 3-0, so to speak? Because sometimes the actual numbers at the very end may not be reflective of how close the series was, how oftentimes it came down to just one or two plays, and what was the eye test when you were watching. And if you went back and watched that Crazy Raccoon versus T1 series, by the eye test, it was any team's game, and it looked very, very close.
Yeah, well, they are taking on the Gapos Guacos as well, which is going to be very interesting to see. A Freudian slipping there. The Gapos Guapos, there we are. They're going to go up against T1 here.
Yeah, handsome cats.
They are indeed. And they're here that you can see, and having fun as well, which I like to see too, which I think is a really important thing here. They're kind of embracing the fact they're here at the Esports World Cup as well here, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I love about this team is they're a roster that just loves to have fun. Like, they're so high energy. There's a lot of, pre-built synergy with some of these players. Like, Colorhex and Punk have been Australian representatives and New Zealand representatives, just OCE, I should say, in general, the region reps for Overwatch for so long. Colorhex, the man, has just accomplished so much. He's still incredibly talented, even though he's one of the oldest players playing in this tournament, as well as one of the longest standing ones. Even though they're the underdogs, I look at this series thinking, I think it's going to be legendary, right? It's new blood against some of this older OCE blood as well.
Wolf, if you could survive some of those Boston Uprising years, let me tell you could survive anything. Like,
absolutely.
They proved their merit quite a long while ago.
I love to see Colorhex's smouldering looks there to the camera. That's great. I love to see that. I think personality is a real big factor here as well. And the Gatos Guapos have it by the barrel load you can see here. I mean, particular players that are going to be, I think, a big difference maker here as well. I mean, Wolf, which player do you think is going to be in those clutch moments who can really stand up for the team and deliver something?
A lot of people know Colorhex and Punk because of their massive experience, right? And they've been playing for a really long time. I think people are probably less familiar with Nyang, who's actually been kind of one of those traveling mercenary players that jumps between team and team and team, but has always been very consistent within the Pacific region. I think he's an X factor here, might be able to even outperform Colorhex in terms of how the matches are going to be played. And I think he's a player that most people who are fans of older Overwatch or mostly watch North America or EMEA don't know, but he's actually quite good. This team, don't forget, also were not the favorites to win their finals. They upset 99 Divine, who have always been one of those top teams in Pacific. They're always kind of the top dog. But this time around, Gatos Guapo said, no, it's us. It's our time. We're going to EWC.
I would also say, like, I think a player that was always impressed with, even going back to the day when it was 2 tanks rather than 1, is that I think it's rare when you look at his historical scorecard that Punk actually has a bad game. Like, even when Punk, who has been on some very bad teams, by the way, over the course of Overwatch history, it's rare that you actually be like, Punk was the problem. Punk is just very, very consistent as a tank player overall. And, as we've made the move, of course, over to, 1 tank in ages past, it's even more important to have stability in the tank role because, look, if your tank is inconsistent, the entire team is basically going to fall after it. But, Punk, you don't usually have to worry about that.
Okay, you can see our teams here preparing themselves as well. I mean, same kind of question, I guess, about T1. We talked about the Gatos Guapos there, but how about T1, a particular player that you think is really going to have to can step up in the moments and drag his team over the finish line?
So for me, getting ready for this series and prepping for this, watching back that finals, I thought one of the big strong points for this roster was Proud on Freya. He was really, really consistent, but also it feels like with some good research here from Gatos Guapos, they might be able to ban Freya, and it looks like this team isn't as comfortable when they're forced to run Sojourn, for example. They tend to avoid those long-range hit scan types of compositions, even though it's been so strong in Asia and so strong in so many different map types. When you consider Color Hex's strength on those types of compositions, as well as Young also being such a big boon for this roster, I do feel like there is maybe some strategical angles you could take here by banning Freya away because this team has been so reliant on it.
On the other hand, I'm thinking about here, I feel like Freya has not been as favored overall today, so I almost wonder, do you ban Freya when I feel like it may almost be in the realm of why interrupt an enemy if they're about to make a mistake, because I feel like the Freya stocks have gone significantly lower of just one day of play.
Yeah, we saw Tree, who crushed on Freya earlier, say, he feels like it's kind of map specific right now. It's not a hero that is as meta as she once was, so not necessarily a mainstay. Take a look at the bans we actually have here for our first map, and it's Oasis, of course, but we did have the Diva ban actually coming out from T1, so kind of hinting that on Oasis here there's going to be a little bit of Pharah at play, I would imagine, versus the Kiriko ban, which also kind of shows you that maybe they want to run some of these tanks on the ground where you actually don't, circumvent them with the speed that Kiriko can provide with her ultimate. So I feel like it's a perfect storm for trying to say, we're running Pharah because we know you ban the Kiriko, we know you're trying to run something a little bit slower.
I got one request for Overwatch Production 2025 is that when a hero gets banned, they shouldn't be so cheerful about it. Like Diva and Kiriko sitting here, it's like, you just got banned out of the game. Like, your existence was just to die. And you're like, yeah, okay, I'm just standing in line at the DMV. No, I need some disappointment.
No, Diva's got her day off, man. She doesn't have to play. She can just chill.
Like a continued screen, like sobbing. Think, please, please, get me back in next time. I like that. That's a good shout. That's a good shout for sure. We are heading in-game now. Of course, this is the final best of 3 in this competition today, so do make sure to embrace this. It's first of 2 ultimately, but who will be the victors of this, T1 or the Gatos Guapos? We're about to find out here as ZP and will take us in.
I'm going to be honest, Wolf, as I look at this matchup, what really terrifies me more than anything else is the fact that I will be saying Gatos Guapos multiple times, and I'm going to be honest, I'm going to mess it up.
No, you won't. Yeah, you got this, CP.
Well, we'll see.
You can just call them the handsome cats if you get lost.
I mean, worst case scenario, I may just default to GG.
There you go.
An abbreviation.
So let's take a look at comps here. Freya and, wow, just Freya Venture here for T1, at least on the outset, which is a lot of what they have shown us leading up to this tournament. So perhaps the idea is we're the favorites. We don't want to show anything. We're going to keep this hidden. But we do see the Symmetra, at least here at the spawn. Let's see if there is a Pharah swap. That was my expectation based on the Diva ban. Maybe not on this particular point of Oasis where it's a little bit tougher to run. You have a little bit lower of a ceiling. It's very punishable. ColorX actually running the Reaper on the other side here, the Ramaja. So very different identities with the Moira to come out here for Gatos Guapos as well. Looking for an early team fight win, early control in that fast Coalescence build.
I mean, I don't hate it with ColorX generally having really, really good game knowledge and positional play. I mean, the standard on Reaper in terms of, flick plays and everything else a little bit lower. I mean, your consistency can go up. That being said, you look at the poke between the two teams here, and it is going against Gatos Guapos a bit. Yang getting really, really low. ColorX and Punk are getting poked on back. T1 taking the initiative, moving forward, and just continuing to try and force something here. Looking for Punk at the crosshairs. Proud, though, getting pretty low in turn. Gatos Guapos hanging on here, Wolf, but for how long?
That Moira healing getting so much value, but it's still not enough to keep Punk alive. Look at how much charge Aki was able to build there. It was really, really close, but unfortunately Zest actually utilizing his passive, getting those shields up incredibly well there to just kind of continue to force the issue. Proud then gets on top of them, and like you mentioned, there's a range issue there, and once the tank is broken, it becomes so much easier for T1 to clean up these fights. And for Gatos Guapos' composition, you're really trying to win the first fight more than anything else, and they lose it, so now they have to kind of sit back and slowly build the last 20% of Coalescence. This is worst case scenario.
Well, for basically my mother, because I was just saying, is like, I don't love Reaper on the retake here. I really do. I love it on the defense, but like going back in on the retake, it is so much harder to get an advantageous position. As we see right now, Color Hex under the gun, super high poke damage coming from Proud, enough to take down Niang, and the health bars are just not looking good for GG, as again, T1 smothering from all angles.
I mean, this Coalescence here is basically a surrender button with this comp. I think they are definitely going to look to swap after this, you have to imagine. Even with the Reaper sitting at 70%, I mean, if you really want to hard force this, you're going to have a bad time. I mean, Skewed has Sound Barrier already. They have Terra Surge. They have the answers already in the war chest here. And without that Coalescence, I just can't imagine that Color X is going to be able to get in and set this up. He still needs 25% more ult charge to build, and he just doesn't have time.
Yeah, and the problem is, too, when you run the Reaper comp, you're not likely to get miracle pickoffs the way you are on other heroes. It's basically all on your Freya to get the pickoff in the neutral. And if that doesn't happen, you're not going to get anything done here. It's a very tough situation to be in. Oh.
Spear.
Oh, boy.
That's your Bola gone. You wanted to Bola into the ult there from Color X, but now you don't even have the ult from Color X, and at 86%, they're going to have to Sound Barrier just to get into touch, and it's matched by Skewed.
The beat also doesn't hit Punk. Punk goes down, not saved by Rack Attack in the moment. Percentage ticking on up as Proud easily cleans up his plate in front of him, and Wolf, that's dominant.
Yeah, that was quite dominant indeed. Proud utilizing the slow that you can get in mid-air there to just kind of make it a little bit cinematic with his Bola finish there. You guys are trying to get on top of me. I'll just eliminate you myself. Very, very dominant showing here for T1 on this first round. But again, we have to really contextualize further, like we did before, that when you lose that first fight with Gatos Guapo's comp, it's kind of unplayable.
Yes.
You either have to kind of get lucky, your opponent messes up, or you got to instantly swap and just accept that you're going to be down on ultimate. So I feel like some people are going to be watching this going, man, that was horrible there by the side of Gatos Guapos. But with the situation they were in, they kind of made the best of the bad situation, but it was kind of like, you know, it's that type of unwinnable checkmate situation.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of looked at it. I was looking at, really my view is laser focused on Color Hex. I'm just going, swap? Like, like you should be coming back out on this.
Punk on the ball, you know, so a bit of a different look here on our second round. Donghak will match it. This is quite strong on Oasis, but Punk has taken quite a bit of damage, CP.
A little bit of ball v ball, and yeah, I mean, the focus fire on the Punk has been quite good from T1. I mean, just on the fundamentals, they're not wasting any opportunities for solid damage in the neutral. And you look at the health bars right now, Gatos Guapos, they're stuck running. And in this case, speaking of running, Donghak is also running the other way. Calls for a little bit of support, gonna get it, just ruining the otherwise noble ball v ball duel.
I mean, getting a ball low is not enough. You got to get the elim, and he just is able to hook shot his way out there, get back on the point, help for the contest. And Punk had health advantage, but it didn't matter. They didn't get the elim. Bit of a trade here on the outset, but it is the cap to T1, advantage T1 in terms of positioning here. Now Proud also has Bola to stop any approach. And Gatos Guapos, I mean, they don't have a Coalescence. This situation is so rough for them. And look at how aggressively Zest is happy to play basically 1v3 here, knowing he has the escape. That's the amount of control T1 have at this moment in time, and I just don't think they're going to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, also retaking on this stage in particular has always been a little bit cursed, Wolf, where even if you win a fight, you have to win the fight after, and the fight after that, while the stall continues to come on in.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Aki was just sitting there trying to build Coalescence, and that was their game plan. And then T1 were like, you're not allowed to be here. You don't have the ults, you don't have the tools, your comp is broken up. And then even entering, not mind you the point, the entries to the edge of the point, they can't even get to it. Proud's like, try to take this angle, I've got that covered. Donghak's got the other end covered, he's got a minefield. And Rack Attack before he even has his old CP, just murder here.
That was dirty. Had the angle, put him down, and yeah, I mean, this level of hold from T1, I'm not sure they'd be going this aggressive if they didn't feel like they had a huge mechanical advantage. You don't usually see teams hold that far out, or at the very least, live while holding that far
Color
out.
X takes a bit of a gamble here. Unfortunately, his pulse bomb's going to go wide. He takes a bit of a gamble there to try to look for the back cap to pull T1 back to the point, but the fight was already lost by the time he got there, so it just doesn't work out. Young gets taken out by the Lucio as he tries to mag grenade back. And I mean, this is starting to look like some Harlem Globetrotters here.
we just continue to get close to the Washington General door is what is going on at the moment, Wolf. And
all right, Color X on Widowmaker. I'll take it. If that's what we're gonna get out of this, I'll take it.
It's the instinctual fear response from Color Hex, like deeply born into him by multiple seasons with the Boston Uprising. Like, I must go Widow.
Well, We set up the narrative, right, ZP? We talked about the new generation. We talked about T1. We talked about Punk and Color Hex. These guys are veterans. They are legends of Overwatch. But, man, it didn't live up to it, did it? It was a one-sided affair.
I nipped off to make a sandwich. By the time I got back here, it was done. It was that quick. I mean, it was incredible, really. I mean, the Harlem Globetrotters is actually brilliant. It's such a dominant display there as well, again. I mean, you mentioned Proud being a big factor there as well, but, I mean, cohesively as a team, they were just wonderful to watch.
You know, Punk got kind of split off from his team a few times because he's without the tools in a normal composition when you're behind on a comp like this. You know, Punk looks bad if you're actually like kind of unaware of how this is fighting out, like how the situation is in terms of the positional advantages T1 have and how you're this clunky, slow Ramatra trying to get in position to get Color Hex and ult. But in truth, like, you know, the situation they were in on that first round, there's not much Punk can do, right? I don't think he played badly at all. It's just they got completely outclassed. So the second round was when T1 really, their coordination just in the neutral was so much better.
Well, it was two things. I would say T1's coordination neutral was better, and then for Gatos Guapos, the coordination disappeared. It just kind of turned into, I don't know, man, just walk out the spawn door, see what happens. It's like, well, I just died. That's what happened. To what? Everything.
Yeah. Looking ahead to like this next game, I mean, T1, a display like that, I mean, GG, what is in their locker? What do they bring to this party to ensure that they kind of continue it going for as long as possible?
Well, I mean, they banned the Diva and then just didn't even play Pharah. They're continuing to run the Freya with the Venture, which we saw a ton domestically from this team. So they didn't show any strategies. You can ban the Freya, and then maybe we'll find out if T1 has some additional depth, but you have to imagine they do, which is, I think, in part why they continue to run this composition, right, and hide like what their game plan is. I think we'll probably see a Freya ban, just because this team is so reliant on it. But I'm pretty sure they have other things up their sleeve. I want to see a more open map where your Color Hex can actually shine, maybe have a true hit scan battle.
You know what would be the real villain? The real villain play from Team 1 that would lose them all their fans and maybe their one contractually obligated co-streamer that's out there, probably watching this game right now, if they ban Widowmaker. That's not what the people want to see. Like, I want to live in the universe where we get Color Hex to come out on Widow here. Forget whether it makes sense or not.
If they ban Color Hex's Widowmaker after Color Hex picks the map he wants to play Widowmaker on, I'm just going to hand the headset over to Adam here, and he's going to cast with you, ZP. I'm out of here.
You got to take a break, man. You got to take a break. Speaking of which, we are actually going to take a break here right now ahead of the next map. For you guys... Oh, okay. We're not. I keep testing them. But we're not actually going to be going to the next map very, very soon indeed. T1. I mean, they're one of the teams that a lot of teams have mentioned today about being on their kind of their hit list of the teams they want to play against. They want to, you know, kind of make sure that they kind of make a mark to say we defeated them onto the next one. Them alongside Crazy Raccoons. But T1 here. I mean, it just feels like it's a very kind of like going through the motions of such. And I don't know what GG can really bring here. This seems like they just seem so good.
I mean, when you look at T1 playing internationally here, one of the exciting parts about watching the growth of some of these players, like Proud, for example, I mentioned earlier, and Donghak. Like, Donghak was a player at the beginning of his career who was just constantly criticized because he wasn't as good as the other Korean tank players at the time he was growing up around, like Fisher, like Gesture, like Miro, right? And Donghak is this guy who's like trying to figure out his identity, trying to figure out like what tank he's best on. His flex tanks are outshining him as well. He's a player that, for me, like, you know, 7 years ago, I'm like, I'm not sure if this guy's ever going to have a place in competitive Overwatch because he's talented, but there's just so many people around him that outshine him. Now he's the guy who's like the masterful tank who plays really well around his supports. In Overwatch 2 in a 5-man roster, he actually looks so much better. Now he's one of the strongest tank players in the world. It's really cool to see that transformation as someone who's been involved in the Korean Overwatch scene for a really long time. Kind of proud of these players, like, no pun intended, to see like how far they've come in such a short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the cool thing is, as Overwatch has evolved, you now get these teams to have this, like, really big mix of, hey, you have a veteran that's been around for 5 or 6 years, and you also have players that are a little bit newer to the game that have been around for maybe only 2 or 3, in some cases just 1, right? So you kind of get this new and old mix, and you also get to see how players develop over time, to where, you know, as Wolf mentions, you go to the old Donghak stuff, it's like, okay, well, Donghak, maybe he'll get subbed in this map, and maybe he'll have his mode of glory, but just stayed on the grind, learned, and got to the top.
Is it ever a case, again, I guess, with players who make it through kind of and break through into the kind of more comp scene? Are there ever ones that are just all-rounders that manage to kind of like get people's attention, or is it usually they have a particular character or hero or particular class that they are kind of dominant in, and that's why they're brought into the arena?
In terms of, like, if we break it down by role, you know, in terms of tanks, there has always been a bit of a divide between what tanks you're a master of, because in Overwatch 1, you had a tank player who plays the main tanks, which is normally what we see now, and someone who plays a flex tank, for example. And Donghak did kind of walk the line between those early on in his career. In terms of DPS, you're looking at projectile versus hit scan, different types, but like sometimes there is just crossover. Sometimes there are those players that can play everything. Like Prophet, for example, is a great example of this. Some consider him the GOAT. I myself continue to do so, but you look at then the support role that's also then built or rather split into main support and flex support, and you know, players usually do look at one specific type of play to hone their skills, and that's the case here for T1. Like everyone's kind of slotted into their spot as
Wolf.
There's a lot of cheering going.
I think we just went into the average ranked game because Mercy just got banned.
Mercy got banned. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's a throwaway ban, ZP. I think that's a very interesting ban.
Interesting, ambitious.
So for context, for those who might be tuning in because you're a T1 fan, but you haven't necessarily watched Overwatch before, or you're just kind of checking out all the games here at the Esports World Cup, this hero is not played competitively very often.
Well, and also will absolutely not be played competitively in this next map.
No, it will not.
Because it's banned.
This is true. This is true.
But, like, objectively, that is true. Now, whether the ban has any real impact on that, you know, it's different story.
So we are going to Atlas, which was mentioned earlier by Hunters, our newest competitive map that is added to Overwatch 2. So, you know, at the end of the day, T1 are going to be looking to run probably the same composition that they just ran. I think they absolutely can just continue to run that Venture comp if they want. They can change it up. Orisa is banned. This is a really strong map type for Orisa, so I think it's a smart ban for Team Gatos Guapos. And maybe it'll allow, you know, a Sojourn comp or maybe a Widowmaker if Color Hex is feeling so inclined. Like, you know, please, we'll see what they got.
You wanted those graphics of like the heroes looking sadder. I think Orisa looked a little bit upset there. I think it's kind of semi-happening, I guess.
Well, also the same note, Mercy may have looked a little bit angry, just being, what do you mean I have to get on screen? Like, what are you talking about? I was on call, but that was just ceremonial. I wasn't actually expecting to get up here.
Well, there was like a groan in our crowd as well when the Mercy ban came. But there was some laughing. You know, I think everyone kind of universally understands what it means. You know, when you see that ban, you think, all right, well, that's a little disrespectful.
Yeah. But you're right. I guess. I mean, again, we talked about confidence. Maybe that's just an element of that and a way of kind of like projecting that against their opponents prior to going into the game.
I think it is also kind of it's a signal of, hey, look, we are so strong, so much stronger than you that like we will ban this hero you had no intention of playing and we will still crush you. You know, that can get into your head mentally.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it got into Gatos Guapo's head as I saw some giggles there from them on stage.
They were cheering.
It was more of an eyes like, oh, it's going to be that way, huh? Like, okay, you know.
But that's, I think, yeah. Do you know what I think? Again, if there's a team that's going to take it on the chin and just get stuck in, I think it's the GGs, right? 100%. Look at the smiles.
Yeah.
And we've got a sub as well here.
I didn't do any Viper glazing yet earlier because he wasn't on the starting lineup. But and I was kind of disappointed after that first map went so one side. I was like, oh man, I might not get to talk about Viper. Viper to me was one of the most underrated DPS players in Korea last year. He was on Fnatic, and Fnatic ended up, picking up a Korean roster. I know that sounds unusual for people who aren't familiar with the scene because Fnatic is normally a European org, but they picked up a Korean roster. And then Viper didn't really play it and was dropped. And for me, I was crushed. I was heartbroken. I was like, how do you guys pass up on this guy? He's so incredibly talented. And then this year he comes back in to T1, and you're like, oh man, now I think people are starting to realize how talented this guy is. On the side of Light coming in, this guy is the ultimate flex player. He plays support, he plays tank, he plays DPS. He's subbing in for Punk here, so I don't know what to expect, ZP, to be honest with you.
What if you get a little bit silly, I forgot those Guapos, and they go, you guys think you're versatile, what if we go in here, and like people was like, can we get the Color Hex Widowmaker? Can we actually come in and get the Color Hex Winston? coming on. Just put color hex on tank. That's probably not going to happen.
I mean, I don't think so. We did see the tank role icon displayed for that sub. So I'm going to assume that he will be on tank and then role locked to tank, of course, CP. But I'd love to see if actually that was just a graphical error and Color X is going to tank and Light is playing DPS. Light's been a player who's played in the Pacific region quite a bit and is known for being, first of all, very funny and very great personality, but also incredibly good at multiple different roles as guns are coming out.
Yeah, I was going to say also going there is like going, win or lose, I just want the people at home to know I go to the gym. Like, you don't get these games without going to the gym, and that is part of my routine. And
I don't think he goes to the gym. I think he's just naturally like that, ZP.
Just built that way. We talked about regionally as well. We talked about different kind of, be it Korea or EMEA or MENA and such as well, different kind of like regions, different strategies and such. For the Pacific region, is there a particular type of way in which they play comparatively to other regions, or is it kind of like similar to some other teams from different places?
In my experience with the Pacific region, it's a lot of fast dive and aggressive compositions where you look for the first elim. You look for a type of comp like what we saw them do in the first round there on Oasis, where you're like, I'm running this wonky comp, we're going to win this first fight fast, we're going to steamroll you, we're going to have this massive ult economy. It's really fast and a little bit less calculated than, for example, the Korean region, which is a lot more slow, a lot more methodical, a lot more punishing. And I feel like it's actually kind of a bad matchup for Pacific against a team like what T1 is showing here, especially the comps they're showing, because they're so defensive, they're so methodical, they're so slow. And if you think you're just going to run in and bowl them over, they just kind of catch you. Like if you're playing dodgeball, it's like they catch the ball, you're out, they absorb the pressure.
Now, I have to call attention here while we're just filling a little bit of time. You do have a difference in drink game here, where oftentimes will just be water up there, but one player drinking coffee or an unknown substance in the coffee container. It doesn't have to be coffee within the coffee container, Wolf. You have multiple options as a player. It is full stealth.
I love I'm playing Guess the Cup.
I didn't know where you were going to go with this one, ZP, but yes, indeed. We have seen oftentimes players utilize a coffee cup for a tea, for example, because it's still insulated and you're not going to burn your hand. So it could be that. Could also just be hot water. I didn't actually see it so when you mentioned it, so I don't know what color it was, but yeah.
It was brown. It was a brown coffee cup is where we're at. So you're right. It is most likely coffee or tea.
Likely, yeah.
But at this point, our speculations have just hit this level of speculation because it takes a little while as you're in the middle of a substitution.
Maybe after a 4D experience, so we're in hot water, I want to feel that hot water, and here I am having hot water. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, I'm really stretching now, but it could be a thing. We never know.
I didn't expect to be talking about what we're drinking on stage, but I myself... I'm not a pro. I was like a semi-pro in StarCraft 2 a really long time ago. But I'd have coffee up there for sure, not water. I'm always drinking water when I'm just in the backstage when I'm chilling. But if I gotta lock in, it's gonna be coffee for me. I got an empty coffee cup on this desk right here. You guys can't see.
You should have seen Wolf's eyes light up when we were heading to the green room. He was kind of looking at what was available, and we have this coffee machine over there. And apparently, like the good option to hit is like there's a button called American Cafe.
Yeah, and it's an Americano, but it says American Cafe. I press it every time. Yeah. I'm going to press it again right after this.
Do you think with a lot of players, I guess like over time, tradition plays a big factor in things like, kind of making sure before games you do certain things. You have
like
certain
rituals.
Routines. Rituals, exactly.
I think for some players that's definitely true. We've had some players over the years across multiple esports that have had like these insane rituals. I think one of the most famous Korean pro gamers for this was a player called Flash in StarCraft Brood War. He still plays competitively today, where he would take a ruler and measure exactly the distance from the edge of the desk where he wanted to put his mouse pad, the distance between his mouse pad and his keyboard, for example. So he became so famous for carrying this ruler with him whenever he played an international event or when he played domestically, which is mostly what he was playing because Korea was the only region for Brood War back then. But he would measure all specifically where his mouse pad and stuff would go. And it created this kind of meme where some of the other players would, like, when they played against him, bring their ruler and kind of tease him about it and stuff like that. But he was incredibly methodical. He was the most successful StarCraft Brood War player of all time, and he just had these crazy rituals where people would look at him and be like, that's strange, but I'm not going to doubt you because you keep winning.
well, that's just triggering old like StarCraft memories where, well, I'm trying to remember what the backstory was because wasn't Firebat Hero that like grabbed a cup of rice and like ran out into the beach and like threw the cup of rice into the ocean?
That did happen.
Yeah, okay, I don't even remember the context. I'm just like, I don't know why he did this, but there was a lot of prop unintentional comedy in the old Korean esports scene back in the Boulevard.
I do think that like we miss that, you know, like in the old days. So in this case of the one that if we told an old StarCraft Brood War story, this guy basically had this insane ceremony. He had this bowl of rice, was like, "You're nothing to me, basically. You're my food." Tossed it to the crowd. Then ran into the ocean, took his shirt off and ran into the ocean. Okay, now we have mercy bans. I mean, I don't know. It's like pretty good ceremony, but I'm kind of going to have to go with Firebat Hero.
Well, finally, after all the chat that you guys, I'm sure, have enjoyed at home, we are ready for our second map of this best of three. We're going to dive on in. It's T1 against Gatos Guapos, but how will it fare? Let's find out.
Well, Wolf, we're back on.
I'm just going to say last thing, Google Firebat here if you guys don't believe me. All right, so let's talk about comps here because obviously Mercy will not be played. I'd love to see Donghak play one of his old OG heroes in the Zarya, but he's just teasing us with that. Looks like we're going to see Lucio Kiriko for the mobility that is so powerful on this map to get between point to point. Donghak showcasing the Wrecking Ball at the same time. And Light's looking for the Doomfist, so I think this is why they subbed Light in, because of course Doomfist used to be a DPS hero, and Light has the versatility to play this, so pretty cool tech here with, what is he, Doomfist Reaper composition for Gatos Guapos. Again, that flashy Pacific style I was talking about.
And guess what? There's Juice get Color Hex back on the Tracer, but also Rack Attack just got completely deleted. I'm just looking at the health bars, be like, okay, we're on the setup, and it's like Rack Attack, dying. Oh, no, actually just completely dead.
Yeah, that fight didn't last very long. Donghak is going to go over here and cap the point and wave to the fans, as this is just going to be another rough start for Gatos Guapos.
Wait, how'd Light die?
It looked like drilled off the map, or actually not even off the map. That wasn't even an environmental limb. He just got caught by Viper. So now they're really broken up. So the problem is in that last fight, Light looks for the engage, and then they leave their support line completely open, right? Rack Attack goes down. Now they're kind of caught trying to regroup. Viper gets that kill into Light, and Gatos Guapos like, oh, now Nyang has to like teleport away. He barely survives, and they never get the group up. Meanwhile, T1 have already hit 40% of the first cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's about as one-sided as it gets, and I mean, you think about win conditions for the comp that Gatos Guapos is playing. I mean, they have to get positional edge. Niang has to be right place, right time as the Reaper, and right now is just getting pummeled in the poke game. Like, you're not really getting an ambush Reaper if you are getting ambushed as the Reaper.
So remember my Viper glazing? Yeah. It's you know, he's kind of doing it, ZP. He's kind of killing the enemy heroes. He's kind of killing the Gatos Guapos right now. He did go down, but he is doing a lot of work.
There we go. From Kadia, the first team wipe. Favor of Team 1. But needless to say, 95% to 0%. Blink and you've missed this round. It has been quick, decisive, most importantly here, deadly. Niang just getting pooped off and taken down by Proud.
This is kind of one of those bewildering rounds where I kind of go back to, my mother once told me, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. This one is so broken up. Like, Donghak creating so much disruption. The backline is always split here for Gatos Guapos. Proud and Viper are the ones who get in there and get those kills, but they're also kind of crushing the tank. Like, Light gets caught by them, gets deleted. Color Hex interacts with them, deleted, right? So you never get that grouped up fight. Now, finally, Gatos Guapos almost have their ults, only to be outclassed here in this first fight in terms of the ult economy. Viper's down, though.
Yeah, I mean, you cursed them. You talked about all that glazing and turned them run at the very end. However, even with the early pick, Light gets in the rough spot, gets picked off. T1, I think, is fully capable of winning the 4v5, as it was.
Color Hex here, maybe with a Pulse Bomb opportunity on Donghak, but wants to wait out the shield and doesn't take the opportunity, and Proud takes him out, ZP, and once this wears off, that's a dead Reaper, and looking like a 2-0 start here potentially for T1 if things don't change. Now, we have the full war chest. We used to call this a big 6. We can call it the big 5 now, ZP. 5 ultimates online. Sound Barrier to get Nyang into position to drop that Death Blossom. That's your best bet here. You've got the setup. Let's see what the execution looks like.
Or Skewed can just have no fear at the Doom coming at him. Drops the boop. Meanwhile, Aki gets caught by Proud in the backline. A little bit of Meteor Strike action, and away we go as Proud is just mowing down everyone.
Now you don't get to have your fight. Young dies while ulting, ZP. He was trying to get an ult off, but like Light getting picked there and having to...
Is that our standard now? He was trying to get an ult off, guys.
He was trying to get an ult off. He was trying to press Q. He pressed it for only 1 second. Now, like in this situation when Light has to defensively ult, the rest of the team falls apart, right? Like, your front line actually can't engage. Your Reaper can't get to where he needs to be. Skew's just going to drop this one almost like a party favor here, as this is just such a split-up fight for Gatos Guapos. Nyang's caught alone on this Cassidy, and ZP, this one is looking all but over.
I have a hard-hitting analytical question for you. Probably the hardest you've ever gotten of your career, but, you know, how much different is this if Mercy isn't banned? Where are we at, Wolf?
I don't want to answer that question, CP. All right, well, it's a 2-0 start here. Unfortunately for Gatos Guapos, they also burned a few ultimates in that last exchange, which ended up being, frankly, a kind of pitiful attempt there. Young's dead again. This comp doesn't have any stability because it's a Doomfist comp that's running Cassidy, so there's no peel for Nyang. So they just keep finding him and killing him. And they kind of do the same thing to Rack Attack as well. Aki at least has some safety because he can teleport to safety, but I mean, maybe Light, maybe an angle. Okay, they overextend.
There's a chance. There is a chance, at least on this point. 5-on-3, now 5-on-2. Opportunity for the Guapos as they move on in. But guess what?
Donghak.
Reinhardt. Wolf.
Oh, well, I mean, it was short-lived.
Ah.
Junker Queen, we saw this earlier. Big cheer in the crowd when the cap does come through, as Gatos Guapos did have point priority. Spawn closer to them, so they were able to get over there as the swaps came through. So big opportunity now to try to hold on to this one. They also have some pretty good ults here in terms of the economy they are leading in. It's Light.
We'll see if Colorhead can make a move here. Pulse Bomb is up already. Aki, though, already caught in the neutral. Time waning for a big Pulse Bomb opportunity. Niang is going to go down, and the time is over. It's not going to happen. And T1 again, a vicious fight, largely in the neutral.
Yeah, Light missing his punch there, actually, allowing Donghak to just circumvent him entirely and take Aki out of the fight. And it looked like, I believe, Proud hit the Pulse Bomb there on the Nyang. It wasn't able to actually secure the elimination, but they were able to follow up with all that extra damage coming through. So all your damage is gone. You have no tank. ColorX is holding on to this Pulse. They need to buy time for the sound barriers. Viper's not going to wait.
And the dive is just too much. Yeah, he's just immediately erased off the Teutonic. And T1 is just being ruthless. I mean, this has been a dissection, Wolf. You look at the health bars, it doesn't get any better. T1 just completely comfortable and in control. And, you know, the worst part about it is that somewhere out there, Vast is cashing the easiest payday of his life because this may be the shortest game of the day.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty fast. Now, we do have, once again, Big Five. 5 ultimates coming online here for Gatos Guapos. One last stand. Or maybe they won't get it, as Vigilante actually does die here. Sound barrier committed. Not sure if they needed to do that. As Nyang says, they absolutely did. Oh boy, CP, this one's a roughie. It's a roughie. Flip comes in, but let's see if they can hold on to this. ColorX gets a kill.
And by the way, if they don't hold on, if they lose one more fight, T1 is moving on, and the Guapos move down to the lower bracket. One of their mulligans out.
All right, Light got purpled there, but he is able to escape there. They're able to heal him up now. And still, with 4 ultimates, even the Rack Attack used his last one, Skewed gonna have that sound barrier advantage. This is a vulnerable moment for Gatos Guapos. Kitsune Russian defense.
So this one goes. T1 looking to put away 99% Vigilante, takes down Aki. Both teams, though, down the Kiriko. Proud, been so good in the series here so far. Can Proud finish it off? Meanwhile, Proud goes down, gets caught by the dead on Yang on the side. Still, though, fight not over yet for the Guapos. Viper, still very much a threat. Light, though, down from the skies, finds one, and the Guapos continue the fight here, Wolf.
All right, they hold on. Light gets the shield there as well off of the ult. The positioning of the ult, fantastic, where he's actually completely safe, gets the follow-up smash, and ends up saving his team's chances here. Now, Rack Attack, because he used his sound barrier so much earlier, is in this awkward position where I don't think that was the great choice at the time, but actually kind of works out for him here because he's only 20% away, so he will have sound barrier advantage here. Now, they just need to make sure they don't get picked. Nobody gets caught by Viper Proud, and I think this is a winnable round here, or cap, that is to say, for Gatos Guapos.
Yeah, you just said the magic words. No one's get caught by Viper, and hey, wait, with Proud going down, there's a real chance of that. All the pressure is getting on Viper here for pick power. Donghak under the gun, taken down. And the Guapos might not be getting out of this map without at least a little bit to their side. Well, 99 to 99%. Is it going to be enough? You have Viper coming on in. Teutonic has been used.
Going for the cap.
Going up, over. Right now, buying a little bit of time, still in overtime. T1 would still like to end this here. And now, down and over goes Viper, staying alive for a long time. Barrier in from Rack Attacks. They feel they need to finish it out. They take down Skewed, and the Guapos, they're staying in this here, Wolf, but for how long?
Viper winning that fight. They end up pushing him away, but Rack Attack takes out Donghak here. The contest is done, and Gatos Guapos will not go quiet into that good night. They will not be 5-0'd here. They're going to get at least one Flashpoint ZP. And no matter what, they're not going down without a fight.
And you know, the B-Stream area doesn't have too much allocation for the crowd, but the crowd we have here, they're very much in favor of Gatos Guapos right now. They like what they see, Wolf, but it is going to be a long way back. 2 points to Cap versus 1.
Everybody loves an underdog story. Color Hex looking for some backline access there. Skewed going to look for the sound barrier engage as the Flashpoint unlocks. And here comes Viper, the big benefactor of this.
Light able to equalize though on the Vigilante. Arguably a bigger pick. Color Hex on the Viper. And overall, I mean, Gatos Guapos being real scrappy. This fight in general kind of degenerating a little bit here, Wolf, but better positioning on the point coming in from Guapos, but are they going to be able to secure it? It's looking like yes.
You know, I mentioned earlier how the Korean style is a lot more measured, a lot more slow. Not so much post 2-0 start on Flashpoint here. It's actually the Gatos Guapos who are now playing incredibly respectfully. Light actually really turning this game around. Had a rough start, was getting caught repeatedly and being picked, but now that they have control, they really are running away with this. And Light actually, once again, finding so much value on this Doomfist. Has the escape here, so can get out and look for the re-engage.
Meteor Strike over and in. Look at the backup. Color Hexen does. Proud never saw that one coming from the skies. T1 in a little bit of danger here. However, Viper able to equalize, get a little bit of revenge. Tonic going to be up here in just a moment. 4-on-4 barrier having to be used here by Rack Attack as they try and chase down Vigilante. They're able to finish it off as Color Hex coming a bit alive here off the sound barrier. Pulse bomb, not so much, but hey, may not be needed though. Proud back in the fight. Onto Niang.
The problem is Gatos Guapos didn't get the flip. So T1, they lost the early part of the fight, but now they're starting to get a little bit of traction back, and they're nearly at 50% here. In this longer fight, it is winnable for them. Light needs to start getting some of these eliminations. Proud is going to be able to blink away. And Gatos Guapos, the stabilization just isn't there. The cap isn't there. It looked so good at the start, but they've lost control now.
Yeah, it's really gone away from them. T1 has fully reestablished, now at 70%. 30% away once more. But however, Donghak goes a little bit too deep, gets picked off, gives Gatos Guapos another golden opportunity to hit on in. And if you're T1 here, Wolf, you have to back out a little bit. You don't really want to fight without Donghak, and you especially don't want to get staggered. And Color Hex says, no, it's still going to happen to Viper.
Now, as exciting as it is that Gatos Guapos win this fight, they get the cap, crowd goes wild, right? A lot was used for this, and it was a fight where T1 played a little bit laissez-faire, but they end up getting the sound barrier online. Donghak dies, but they build 95%. All they need is one team fight win, and this is a 2-0. So Gatos Guapos have no room for error as Aki drops the ult.
Light nearly got bursted down, was saved by Aki just in the nick of time. The Kitsune, right place, just barely. And I mean, if Light got picked over there, that probably would have been the map.
This is the sound barrier fight here where you want to drop it second, but Vigilante, he can build this ult. That might be how they look to engage. They have just enough time to build that last 15%, as there's 15% left here for the side of Gatos Guapos to bring us to 5 rounds of Flashpoint. There's the barrier drop.
Yep, beat drop nearly simultaneous. Who's going to get ahead? It's going to be Viper. Finds Niang early. And now T1 looking prime and in position. Light able to get Vigilante, though, towards the very end. Was under so much pressure. Still somehow makes it work. But Viper getting work done at the beginning. Now in the middle. Color Hex, can you be the hero and turn it back around? Pulse bomb right in, down. Doesn't get the opportunity to throw it out. And Proud looking for the last little bit of cleanup here. T1, they get the flip. And can Gatos Guapos here, Wolf, delay for enough time? They lose Rack Attack. It's coming to the end.
Yeah, that's Donghak's Meteor Strike for celebration, and T1 will ultimately win the series 2-0 despite some really nice moments there for Gatos Guapos. And man, what a turnaround for Light. The beginning of that one looked pretty doomed. He was getting caught. He wasn't able to rejoin his team. They lost momentum. But once they regrouped, it looked like they had some pretty good setup with this composition. It didn't feel like this was a for funsies moment. This was definitely something that was prepared. And I gotta say, you know, T1 won. They were the expected victors, but I did finally see some of that fire I expected to see from the Gatos in that second map. And I gotta give Light a shout out because this is a player who has been for so long in his career, never really in the spotlight. He's never like the main character. He's been the flex guy who's often in these rosters very rarely utilized. And then with his Doomfist in this game, actually ended up making a big impact and almost was able to bring that back to 5 rounds. So cool strategy here for the side of Gatos Guapos, but it's fundamentals here for T1 that went out in the end.
2 words, chaps. No mercy. And that's what T1, that's what T1 had here.
The whole time.
Literally, I am dying inside. I have been waiting for hours for that.
You just unlocked a new hard mode. You get to do the desk by yourself now. Like, we're out.
You've been talking to the
That is how
T1 coaching
T1
staff. You guys need to ban this. I've got this really funny bit for later.
No mercy. That's how T1 went about business, baby. That's exactly right. And a 2-0 sweep there. And you know, got to say, GG put up an incredible fight there as well. I think particularly that last map where we thought that it was going to go 2-2 was definitely on the cards, but 3-1. T1 found a way to turn it around. But as you said, Light was put an unbelievable performance in there, but it just wasn't quite enough. Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, Light was really instrumental in this, and you know, the comp at first looked like it was just going to completely fall apart. It wasn't going to work out because they kept getting caught, and the backline was always the targets. Either Rack Attack, sometimes Color Hex even dying in the duels, and then Light was like losing 1v1s to the Venture, and you're like, ooh, this really just isn't going to work, right? There's no way. But you know, T1 started being a little bit less respectful, started to be a little bit more aggressive, and then, you know, Gatos Guapos were like, we're still a EWC, like MSC team, by the way. You know, we will actually punish you.
And they got the call from Swing Chip in the middle of the match saying, like, our co-streamer needs to be, like, online for more time. Like, you know, play with the food a little bit for a round or two. But no, I mean, most seriousness, I do think we saw a real effort coming in from Gatos Guapos towards the very end. I mean, Light's Doomfist, it took a while to come online, but when it did, I mean, right place, right time, was able to play around Viper's otherwise really strong Venture play and find ways to make it work. And even on top of that, Color Hex, some really good moments too. Not so much with the Pulse Bomb side of things. Pulse Bombs, you know, we can work on that, but the actual mechanical play, still pretty good from Color Hex. Moments.
I feel like Color Hex really has not atrophied at all as a player. Like, he's still got the same skills he had at the beginning of time, right? And you give him some agency with the Tracer, and he's going to showcase what he's capable of.
He certainly is. We're going to catch up with our winners here with T1 right now as Unter joins one of the team members on stage.
We're down here with Skewed right now, coming off a very confident victory versus the Gatos Guapos. I've only got one question for you right now, Skewed. You traditionally are known as a Brigida player, as a flex support player, but now we're seeing you constantly playing the Lucio. How does it feel to shift into the Scucio role?
일단 스키드 선수 일단 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 원래는 이제 브리기테를 주로 하던 이제 서브 힐러셨는데 이번에는 이제 루시오로 이제 메인 힐러를 전향을 하셨어요. 그래서 이렇게 전향하시게 된 계기가 좀 어떤지 궁금합니다.
사실 처음에 좀 루슈를 많이 안 했었다 보니까 좀 떨렸는데 지금은 이제 좀 적응이 되기도 했고 또 이제 좀 잘하는 선수들 뭐 1인칭을 보면서 하다 보니까 부담감은 이제 없는 것 같습니다. 메인 힐러 하는 거 있어서는.
Yeah, first of all, I wasn't experienced with Lucio, so I was very nervous when I first played. But I also viewed a lot of players who are very good at Lucio, so I think that has been very much lifted.
Yeah, I think it very much shows, because now I watch a Scucio VOD and I feel like you look like a top tier player on it. So really, it doesn't look like a reroll whatsoever anymore. Next question though. Further on in the bracket, we've seen so many EMEA teams playing lots of Symmetra. Are you afraid of the Symmetra? Do you think that this is actually a tournament where EMEA has a chance, or will you classically be able to solve it?
이제 많은 이제 유럽 팀들이 시메트라를 기용하면서 이제 시메트라가 되게 좋은 픽이다라고 일단 얘기를 하고 있는데 좀 본인 생각은 어떠신지, 정말 시메트라가 좀 상대하기 좀 까다로운 편인지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 유럽 팀이 시메트라를 많이 쓰길래 하는 걸 봤는데 잘하긴 하지만 무섭다 정도까지는 아닌 것 같고 충분히 저희 스타일로 뭐 깰 수 있을 것 같아요. 뭐 시메트라가 무섭진 않은 것 같아요.
Yeah, I've seen them playing Symmetra a lot of times, and yeah, they're playing really good. But that being said, I don't think they're kind of quite like formidable or invincible, because I think there's a way then we can counter it with our own plays. So I think in that sense, Symmetra is good, but I don't think that's like strongest pick.
Okay, I think that leads nicely into my final question. What's it like to play with Dongak? Because you said there's a way to win, and I feel like maybe Dongak is a big part of how that could come through for you.
이제 마지막 질문으로 동학 선수와 좀 플레이하시는 건 좀 경험 어떠셨는지, 확실히 좀 그 카운터 치는 데 있어서 동학 선수의 비중이 좀 많이 커 보이는데 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
동학 선수 뭐 영웅폭이 좀 넓어서 카운터 치기 쉽다 생각하고, 뭐 무엇보다도 제 영웅폭이 좀 다른 팀 선수들보다 훨씬 넓어가지고 조합 뭐 카운터 치는 거에 대해서는 전혀 문제 없다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I think overall hero pool of him and both me actually quite quite wider than everyone else. So I think in that sense, we can easily counter whatever the comp they bring.
Thank you very much for your time, Minsok. Kamsahamnida.
Thanks very much, fellas. Thank you to Unta there, to Skewed, and to his translator as well there. Do you know what? I thought that was really interesting to point out that there's always that thought of like, what will other teams bring, what strats from those different regions, which might change things up. Are you thinking about those things in advance or just focusing on the next matchup ahead? ZP, it seems that there's a lot for our players here to consider, because obviously now we're moving to that best of 5 bracket-based game. It's going to be quite interesting to see how that kind of develops.
I mean, look, here's the actual way you go about this, is that you don't want to show any strats you'd want to use against stronger teams at the stage of the tournament, and you generally want to use most of your prep time on the teams that you think will be a threat. However, the fine line there is that you don't want to focus so much on the future that you lose in the present. And in this case, T1, I think, pretty readily read exactly what they had to do, and they hit the fine line precisely.
I really like what Skewed had to say about Donghak, how wide his champion, or his hero pool is rather, because he has such a history of playing both main tank and flex tank, and even the Doomfist, actually, when we had a little bit of Doomfist meta early on last year, he was like the best Doomfist player in Korea, and you could see that eventually he's like tired of light shenanigans. He's like, I'm going to match this, and I think it was a really good question there from Unter as well. Like, Donghak's probably a big part of how he matches some of these different compositions with Symmetra, because a lot of teams have to sub their tank player out to be like, oh, okay, well, this is our answer. We have to make sure we're going to follow this, whereas Donghak can kind of play anything, and that gives T1 so much extra flexibility.
Yeah. And I want to say a big shout out as well to the Gatos Guapos kind of like fan club here as well. We've been hearing them cheering and chanting the whole time. They've got signs. I mean, there's loads of family, friends. That's been the great thing about this as well. We're kind of seeing kind of the wider community of supporters as well here for each of our teams. For now, though, fellas, we kind of move into that next kind of like chapter of this competition where the best of 5s do kick off. What we're going to do here is we're going to get ourselves ready for that. Have a quick break here on the broadcast, but we're back here with 2 more matchups coming away today. We will have more here on the Overwatch 2 B stream at EWC for the OWCS mid-season champs coming right up. Don't go anywhere. Don't be silly. Stay where you are. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like
All right. Welcome back into the OWCS Mid-Season Championship here at Esports World Cup. We are all about Overwatch 2, of course, here in the B stream. My name is Adam Savage. Great to have you back with us here. We're joined by Wolf and Unter here as well, who are going to be bringing us all the action courtesy of this first best of 5 coming away very shortly here. Unter, you've been kind of, we just got your interview very short while ago there. Back here now, though, we've got best of 5s. We've got a big matchup coming our way.
We've got best of 5s, which are going to be much more versatile series, lots of different comps being played because the bans are going to be unlocked a lot. We've got some of the heavy-hitting teams getting involved as well. We're going to be watching Crazy Raccoon, former EWC champions, going up against Team Liquid, the rising stars in North America.
Crazy Raccoons, definitely the tournament favorites, right?
Yep,
I mean, I mentioned earlier that I think T1 is a lot closer than a lot of people expect, but this team's got a star on their jersey for a reason. This team is incredibly strong, incredibly powerful. Shu really solidified himself over the last year as the best flex support. Like, you know, there were years where that was also true in the past, but I think now it's kind of undoubtedly, unquestionably the case. Lip is insane. The flexibility this roster has with its DPS players, support line being so robust, it's hard to imagine this team dropping a map, frankly, to Team Liquid. And I say that given, even with what we heard from Tree earlier and how Team Liquid's like, no, we can go toe-to-toe with the Korean teams. We're going to find out if that's true.
I'm a Team Liquid believer, maybe not to close out the entire series, but to at least edge a map in, because I really do think that even though Crazy Raccoon, they are this roster that's the perfect pairing of old and new, the veteran talent from the Overwatch League that have solidified themselves as the greatest of all time in their roles, paired with some of the newer rising talent as the Overwatch League closed out and we moved into OWCS. But that being said, Team Liquid, they are the North American equivalent of this, and even teams like Crazy Raccoon are fallible. They showed that last major.
I mean, players like Lip and Shu, like you guys highlighted there, is it moments that have kind of like defined their kind of legacy, or is it kind of more of kind of the consistency that they're always delivering regardless of whatever, always being the best a team kind of asset that you could possibly be?
When you look at a player like Lip, I mean, he started off, you know, as such a small, unknown player, got subbed in. Like, this is before Overwatch League, right? Like, when he was playing in Overwatch Contenders, I was casting with Achilles, and we were like, who is this guy? I'd never heard of him before. You know, he was doing a lot of, like, small streaming and stuff like that. Incredibly young, right? Now, the guy has grown massively, and I'm not just talking about his height, because he's extremely tall. The guy has accomplished so much over his career, and, you know, he's got the trophy chest to back it up. So, like, for me, there were a few moments defining-wise for Lip, especially across his time on Shanghai Dragons, where you're like, okay, this guy's really good. People are starting to know he's good. He's starting to become one of the best. And now, if you follow competitive Overwatch, you can't not know who this guy is. Like, he has such a storied history as well as so much success. Like, his trophy chest is massive.
It's not just a game of moments, it's consistency of those moments. The fact that Lip, year after year after year, puts on superstar performances and wins world championships. He won the Esports World Cup last year. He has won the Overwatch League. It is a huge career and all the way wins non-stop.
Yeah, well, a team that is eager to also win here at the Esports World Cup is, of course, their opponents, which is Team Liquid. Let's take a look and see how they fare as we look at the Tree. We talked to Tree earlier on in the show here, and saw the confidence there to kind of go into these matchups, and I probably relishing the opportunity here as well, Hunter, to go up against Crazy Raccoons and prove that they are the real deal.
I think they are absolutely chomping at the bit to get a chance to punch up against some of these teams that, you know, people often count them out against. And I'd like to highlight some of the rookie talent on Team Liquid this time around. Last time we chatted about Liquid, we were talking about the veterans, about Vega, RuPaul and their story. But Tree, he is a new up-and-coming player. Zira, these are such young players that have just entered the scene and continually improving their results. They were present in Stockholm, they went deep at Stockholm, and now they've joined a super team, and look at them now.
History aside, you know, new players aside, and, you know, talking about even the interview we had with Tree earlier where it's that confidence, right? We're finally going to see them tested against their first Korean opponent here at this tournament. I also want to see how the Symmetra angle that we've talked so much about actually plays into this, because it's kind of been touted as this weakness of the Asian teams. Like, maybe they won't be able to respond to it. Maybe this is the magic from EMEA. Maybe North America is able to catch up and run this as well. We already saw Team Liquid run Symmetra really well earlier today. I think Crazy Raccoon are going to have the answer. I think they're definitely aware of this, but they may just, frankly, choose to ban it as well on one of these maps where they feel like it's going to be quite strong, especially if Circuit Royale, for example, comes out. They're going to be like, yeah, I'm just not going to deal with that. But perhaps in the other maps where it can't be banned because it can only be banned once, that's where maybe we could see the edge. I'm not ready to trust just yet this is this like black magic that is just going to automatically win for you. It's not going to be like the Symmetra you pull out of a hat and then you could beat any Korean team. But I do think it is something that could give these teams an edge depending on the preparation that's come through here for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, well, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, I mean, earlier on today as well, it hasn't been a completely smooth ride, has it? There's also been like matchups earlier on today, and Hunter, they had their moments.
Exactly right. Crazy Raccoon, just leading into this match, they had a little bit of a hiccup versus Varel. They dropped a control round versus Varel, going 99 to 99, able to play their signature Wrecking Ball, but losing out to Varel on the Alari on control, which is, I would say, unprecedented for a team of Crazy Raccoon's caliber. You really expect, we saw the T1 Gatos Guapos match, pure domination across the board. You would expect that level of consistency from Crazy Raccoon, if not more. They're the top dogs.
Yeah. And, you know, we did see T1 play with their food a little bit there at the end of that, and I think that's very different than what we saw with Varel. Like,
Exactly
I actually
right.
think Varel, like, legitimately did push Crazy Raccoon to the brink. It was not Crazy Raccoon trying to have fun. You know, I've been kind of the Varel champion on this desk. I'm like, yeah, Varel's actually pretty good. Like, trust me, guys. But the last time those teams matched up against each other, it was not even close. So the fact that Varel's improved that much, but also Crazy Raccoon not necessarily looking as unbreakable, you know, infallible as they had in the past, could be a big boon here for the side of Team Liquid. I'm curious about maps because we're moving into a longer series now in this best of 5. What Team Liquid thinks their best chances are going to be. Because when I look at Crazy Raccoon, it's really hard to pinpoint weaknesses.
This was a huge talking point last Esports World Cup. When you're going up against Crazy Raccoon, hero bans aside, they're a ban-proof team. They're a draft-proof team because they have so much coverage. They have incredibly flexible players. They have 2 incredibly flexible tanks, which they pivot in and out depending on the map archetype as well. But both DPS players, both support players have complete coverage of the hero pool, which makes things very difficult when you try to ban against them and to actually pick a strength.
We see the first of our bans as well coming up on screen now with Liang Tower, which being our first map of this best of 5 here, Wolf. And any surprises with the bans?
Not really. We saw the Batiste ban earlier, so this isn't really a shock. The Pharah ban has been one that we've seen a little bit today, but even when it's not banned and when the Diva's banned, we're not seeing it that much. I think, I believe it's Gardens is the one where we see a lot of Pharah on Lijiang Tower and have over the course of Overwatch history, just because there's ways you can knock people off the map. Those environmental kills are quite potent, and then the choke points that Pharah can play around are really, really strong. So it's not a shock to see that banned either, especially considering how strong Crazy Raccoon are at the pick.
I think this definitely signals what's to come as well, because Crazy Raccoon, he is famous for his Pharah.
Yeah.
He is a dominator on that character, and Pharah, that's one of the characters that really gives Symmetra trouble. You try to TP and make a rotation, everybody's balled up, everybody gets hit by a rocket, and the game is done. You ban that out. It really enables Symmetra play, which could be something for Team Liquid.
Absolutely. It also, though, means that you can't ban Pharah for the rest of the series. So if they ended up wanting to play it later on, that is something that's gone. But it feels like a relatively safe ban. The Batiste ban feels a little bit more of a heavy investment for Crazy Raccoon here on this map, especially because Batiste has played on so many other maps in the pool.
Yeah, I think obviously with the bans there as well, we kind of look at the way in which that's going to affect things in this round, but looking at the wider picture as well, when it comes to the actual competition, this best of 5 here is a gateway, a key to a much further part of the competition. It's essential ultimately that you kind of get something out of this, because it's going to basically dictate what happens in your Esports World Cup run.
Exactly right. I mean, this is the separation of the wheat from the chaff right here, as we are going to see. This is going to ham in a first seed into the single elimination bracket. Anyone else, they have to go through a much more difficult qualification run, and then they're going to have an unfavorable seed in the main tournament.
Yeah, this is where you want to end day 1. You get the extra rest time.
Oh, yeah.
You're not playing tomorrow. It's ideal. And for Crazy Raccoon, they're the team we expected to come in with the least resistance, right? With a group that they were by far the most dominant team coming into. And we'll see if they can live up to those expectations.
Yeah, let's see who has the best start in this this first matchup here, and who goes into the second map with an advantage. Let's jump on in. We've all been anticipating it, and here it is. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Team Liquid. Let's go, boys.
Already here. I mean, we're just waiting to see the heroes revealed. We are on Lijiang Tower. No Pharah available, which will enable the Symmetra for Team Liquid. And we see some heroes being hovered in spawn, but I wouldn't read into them too deeply as of yet. I saw a Baptiste ban on the user interface up above. Looks like we are going to have to restart because Zero was able to pick Baptiste in the game.
Infected is just testing it out right now as well, you know, trying to make sure that it's working this time around. As you guys can see, we are going to be remaking the lobby, so this is a very simple, quick, and painless process. So don't panic. I mean, if you're like, maybe this is my chance to go fill up my coffee cup, yeah, but go quick because we're going to be in the game in just a second.
Yeah, we like that. We like when it's fast. When it's fast and gets done quickly, we love that. We love that. Absolutely right. But this is, I mean, as you said, like it's a slog. It's a best of 5, so it's very different. Like we talked about earlier on about the way in which players approach this. But getting off to a best start here, I think. I know Team Liquid. I mean, we're talking to them earlier on today. They had a certain air of confidence. You know, obviously that's a big factor here. But also having gone the distance and gone a long way in this competition last year, if there's anyone that's going to put up a challenge against Crazy Raccoon, it's this team.
We need to see how they're capable of actually standing up to adversity versus a team like Crazy Raccoon. When they play an easy matchup, you can see it's easy to just keep the momentum. You start rolling the ball, it rolls all the way down the hill until you collect your win at the end of the series. Versus Crazy Raccoon, they're going to have to fight tooth and nail every second of the series to get even the slightest slightest of an advantage.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, I think, for North American fans watching Team Liquid wanted to cheer for them here is that this is a reality check, and it's a rough one, right? I don't think that's necessarily what we're going to see here, and I'm hoping we have a close one on our hands here. I'd love to see this go the full distance. I mean, defending champions in Crazy Raccoon here up against Team Liquid. You mentioned don't talk about the hovers just yet, although we do see that Symmetra is now locked in. I'm a little bit more invested in it, as we do, of course, have the Lucio and Kiriko, and all these players just had to remake the lobby, so they're probably a little bit less interested in faffing about with the hovers. Now, we're going to see if this is the mirror, because right now it's looking like it will be here.
Yeah, it does look like Junman is going to be sticking the Wrecking Ball. This is very much par the course for how Crazy Raccoon like to approach Lijiang Tower. They like to play these very fast compositions, allow Junman to get as many environmentals as he can. And Liquid, they're sticking to their strengths. They've got Infected on the Orisa.
Yeah, we'll see what this rollout is going to look like here for Junman. He's actually just rolling through into the back line here, and is going to go relatively unpunished despite the stun there. As neutral advantage does go to Raccoon.
Even though he's stunned, it's so difficult to find the kill. You can see Junman going for the slam in the back there. No kills converted off that. Lip juicing damage in main, but Infected, he's taken such a beating. He's going to have to back right off, and he can't even get out.
Yeah, Infected taken out here first. That's the backbone gone. Now, Vega actually getting a trade kill here onto Heesung is going to feel nice, but unfortunately it's not enough. That's not the character you're going to kill, the hero that you're going to kill. It's actually going to turn the tides of things here. So Crazy Raccoon will get the first cap, and because it's Heesung's Tracer that falls, he can actually just blink his way back super quickly. Lip dying here, on the other hand, bit of a different story.
That's a crucial pick for Team Liquid. Massive snare from Infected as well. It's going to prevent Junman from slamming over the wall. Really allows the entirety of Team Liquid to step up into the space that they've created from picking Lip.
That's a huge punish.
Zero scrapping it out on the point right now, pressuring the flip, but Crazy Raccoon, they can keep ping-ponging on this.
Yeah, that punish is pretty massive, like you mentioned. See if they can make something of this, as they are on the point right now. Lip has really good line of sight, though, on the back line.
Zero's on his case. He comes and contests it, but not before Heesung finds a kill onto RuPaul. And now you're pinched between everything. Crazy Raccoon, they have all of the angles on the map. Junban is everywhere all at once. Shu can teleport all around. And Team Liquid, they're just trying to survive on the point here, trying to get a few extra percentage points.
And you see Lip and Tree dueling there mid-air when they actually go slow motion in mid-air, as Freya can do. And then it's Heesung who's like, well, this is not a 1v1. I'm getting involved there. I'm going to take Tree out of the fight. We're actually going to crush you when you're actually trying to look for this setup, because our setup in our defensive position there is much more robust. Now we're looking at basically a dead even ult economy here outside of Infected. So this fight is a really big opportunity for Team Liquid. If they blow it, the war chest is going to be gone, and it looks like it's going to be Crazy Raccoon taking the first round. So this is a huge moment for them. They cannot mess up this fight.
Team Liquid, they've made the cross. They're now on the objective, which means that they can start pulling the enemy team in. Kitsune rushes mirrored on either side. Chorong has the beat available, hasn't had to use it yet. Bowler shots exchanged as well, beat for beat as well. Everybody's mirroring their ultimates and nobody's going down. Pulse Bomb goes completely wide for Heesung. He's now being chased to the ends of the earth. He has a recall in the back pocket to keep him alive, but Zera's the Tracer to fall. Vega as well.
Yeah, Lip getting so much damage done here. Look at how much of the second bola he's actually built with the passive here. So many limbs stacked up for this player. And this is the disaster, the worst case scenario for Team Liquid. Ults were traded evenly. The position was pretty even as well, frankly. And like you said, Infected going to be a little bit of a late stagger here. And with already 76 to 21 here, that stagger means so much. They really only get one more fight here. Now, they do have the Ramatra ultimate, but that's not necessarily a game-changing ultimate without anything to pair with it. I like this swap here from Tree actually onto the Cassidy. With low ult economy, this can be a tricky way to actually blow up that Wrecking Ball and win a free fight.
Liquid being pushed into the spawn. Tree will find a trade onto Chorong, but RuPaul, he needs help getting out of spawn. He needs a taxi back or he's going to completely miss the turn. Infected, he's popped the Annihilation, he's holding up his hands, and they actually do manage to secure the flip in all of this. So Crazy Raccoon, maybe a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, backcap was actually insane, and Infected lived for so long there, actually survives with the Annihilation, but the flip still comes through here. Lip's about to have that Bola. Team Liquid need to actually fight this out without ultimates, but RuPaul's down.
RuPaul's down again. Infected, he's got the hands up on the point, but he's about to lose his form timing. Tree finds another miracle pick, but Infected, he's running low on health. He needs to hide behind his shield. He needs to hold on to the point. Junman comes rolling through and takes him down. Tree pops the High Noon in main. No skulls presented as of yet, and Zera's fallen in the mix. So Team Liquid, they're falling over by the wayside right now. RuPaul has one last chance to get back onto the objective, but they can't even touch.
No, they can't even touch. And man, Hunter, like, how much of that game did Infected spend on like sub 20 health? It was so low. They did such a good job of playing around him, but ultimately did end up falling. And even if you survive and you're that low on health, you lose so much position because you're off on the side, you're not peeling for your backline, which means that the enemy Freya is just going to rip the rest of your team to shreds, and that's a lot of what this game was about. But I do feel like the way those fights went and how close they were for Team Liquid gives you hope if you're a TL fan that, hey, actually this feels winnable. This feels playable. This is not the dominant series, unfortunately, for the Gatos Guapos that we saw just moments ago.
Well, I mean, we look over to the eliminations now, and it does seem like even though Team Liquid were able to edge out a few caps, it's only Tree finding any kills. Most everyone for the side of Team Liquid not having much success. But here on Control Center, this is where the Ramatra comes into its own. This is where you can close that gap on ramp and catch some squishy targets.
Yeah, it's Symmetra time now. Getting into that backline, getting onto the supports as well could be the main target here, with Jinbin still opting for this Wrecking Ball. And as you can see, the wraparound coming through here. Lip also just not finding any targets just yet. As Tree, though, gets found. As I say it, Caster Curse or Tree.
Tree going to be caught out by that fast rotation. Vega trying to get into the Mega Room, but he's going to be slammed up into the sky. Infected Snare keeping him safe. The shield is up, but it's just not enough. And another kill comes through for
And
Crazy
the Wrecking
Raccoon.
Ball, you know, it's not really considered one anymore, but it was kind of one of those old counters to Symmetra, because you can get on top of the teleporter, you can deny entry to the teleporter, you create so much disruption, and you can see it there in that room for Team Liquid, trying to get out, trying to cut their losses, and Jinbin says no.
Tree has found a crucial pick in all of this, though. He did pick Heesung, so you can see Team Liquid, they're already posturing up onto the objective, pressuring the flip, forcing Crazy Raccoon to make a move. You can see, though, Infected, he's being off-angled from the side. Lip has the angle. He's got the bowler shot in the back pocket as well, and Team Liquid, they've actually TP'd onto Shu. They found another kill.
Yeah, trying to deal, though, with Lip is going to be a challenge as he drops the bola here.
Bowler comes out, no kills converted for Crazy Raccoon. Team Liquid, they want this flip so desperately, but somehow, some way, Crazy Raccoon just keep ping-ponging on the objective. Liquid need more kills, otherwise they're just going to be back into the fight. Kitsune Rush invested by RuPaul, but they're scrambling for a target. Heesung is already back.
The disengages here for Crazy Raccoon have been absolutely insane, as Jinbin is now once again the target, but he's going to get out no issue.
Beat push. Charong drops the beat. Vega with the beat in response. Infected. He still doesn't have that annihilation online. Tree from the high ground. He pops the high noon. He's found Lip, but he can't find the kill because everybody's line of sighting him. Shu will fall to 0 though. So Team Liquid, they've got another crucial advantage, but they still haven't leveraged the flip.
Yeah, the name of the game for Crazy Raccoon now is just to hold as much percent as possible. They get up to 61 here. I think now they're going to be happy to regroup and concede the point. That said, Lip is trying to look for some additional damage here as Jinbin falls. I think we are going to have to see that regroup to come through. Minefield is going to be a big tool here. I also am a little bit surprised Tree dropped down there from the high ground when he was using that Deadeye. I think that could have been a bigger opportunity as we're trading on the edge of this fight here.
You've got to be careful with a scrappy fight. Crazy Raccoon's comp, everything gets back so fast. Minefield comes in from jump and he slams the backline. Team Liquid, their supports are stuck off the objective. Infected, he's trying to touch, but he's being booped on repeat by Junbin. And the point goes straight back to Crazy Raccoon. Kitsune Rush now from Shu up in main to bully him back into a corner. And Team Liquid, not only have they lost the cap, it seems like they're starting to lose players as well. Unless...
Yeah, that's a big turnaround from Infected. And I mean, now here, Jinbin is just trying to hold this choke point. They again are going to try to win the war of percentages here, jumping up to 80%. But now Team Liquid with a really nice position to look for a flip. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon want to contest or regroup.
Oh, good snare from Infected, slows down Junbin, but again, Heesung does secure the touch. Crazy Raccoon, they will concede the flip in exchange for RuPaul's Kitsune Rush. An ult for a cap, not the worst trade in the world, but you would love to get some kills along with it.
Yeah, for
Team
Crazy
Liquid.
Raccoon, I think they now just need to just sit back, regroup, and look for a slow push here as Heesung threatens the back line. If they can pull them off the point, it becomes a lot easier for Jinbin. He has that minefield now nearly at the ready, same with that sound barrier to match.
Charong has booped 0 off the map, but Vega will wall ride back in. He does have that beat available, and Charong was traded, so Vega might be able to leverage that. Infected pushing deep, trying to find a kill, but he cannot close the gap. Tree now goes down to a pulse bomb. Beat from Vega comes out. Charong will be back in a moment, and Lip up on the high ground is juicing damage.
Yeah, they get the flip here, and that's without the sound barrier because Charong sacrificed himself essentially there to get that pick on the side. Now his beat is dropped. They're sitting at 95%. It looks like this map may be all but over here, as in fact it doesn't have ult and doesn't have support.
Tree scrapping it out with Shu, but Vega and Tree both fall. RuPaul soon to follow, and Team Liquid, they're just running out of steam. Zero, he will find a crucial kill onto Lip, but all the members of Team Liquid are gone.
That's the team kill, and that is going to be the first map going over to Crazy Raccoon 2-0. Pretty good fight from the side of Team Liquid. Their composition, well practiced there, well versed in it. Fights got scrappy, but you mentioned it, you kind of alluded to it. I think fights getting scrappy with this comp is not what you want, because it needs to be 5 members fighting together constantly, playing with the backbone of that Ramatra, Symmetra. And if your Symmetra is trying to look for a pick on the side and trading with somebody, then you don't have your Symmetra, and then your Ramatra is trying to hold the point, but he's by himself, and then he gets picked off, and you just get outpaced by the composition of Crazy Raccoons there. And Crazy Raccoons were super quick to punish those decisions Team Liquid made. When they started to get even a little bit split, they got picked apart.
Crazy Raccoon, they are the kings of the juggle. They will get the cap in one fight, and then they will just constantly waste your time, have you go to the objective. You try to pull them in, but always Heesung is good for one touch, then Junbin is good for another. Chorong comes in from the side, touches a little more, and suddenly 40% of the fight is over. You trade, but everyone from Crazy Raccoon's comp comes back so fast. You never edge out a fight win.
Yeah, it's all about the mind games, boys. All about the mind games. And they've done an amazing job there. 1-0. You mentioned Team Liquid put up an amazing fight in that first matchup. But Raccoons will be happy, obviously, with the 1-0 lead going into the next map. I mean, for Raccoons as well, like, you know, for their assumption of how Team Liquid would go about proceedings when they came up to it. I think both teams probably imagined they would be in this position at some point today. They probably would have prepped for this. Raccoons, according to plan, is that how they you imagine until they would have gone, or Wolves even, how you would imagine they would have gone about business in that first game?
I very much think this is Crazy Raccoon's signature comp. They love to pick Li Jiang anytime they have the opportunity. They'll pick a Li Jiang, pick an Ilios, and they try to play the Wrecking Ball comps as much as they possibly can. Junbin, so famous for his Wrecking Ball play, and these control maps are just a playground for Junbin. He is booping everybody all over the place. You could see when Infected is trying to touch the point on Ramatra, it's a 4 versus 4. Junbin, he's got the perfect angle to just prevent Infected from doing anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to add there. I mean, it's true. Like, Li Jiang Tower has always been a Korean favorite, but this team in particular loves it. The Wrecking Ball is incredibly strong. And the strategy here, when you know how the Team Liquid composition works, the Ramatra, Symmetra, if your goal isn't to fight it 5v5 directly, because you will always lose that, especially if you're trying to run a Tracer, she's just going to get beamed down. Your goal is to harass the backline with Tracer, disrupt their positioning, pull the tank out if you can with the Wrecking Ball, try to knock them off of the environment if you can, as we saw in the first round. Basically constantly not 5v5, but 5v2, 5v2 over here as well, 5v3 where you can, and just win that war by picking them into pieces. And that's what we saw them find success with there on that first map.
Yeah, it seems so.
So much of the responsibility for Team Liquid does wind up falling on the Symmetra player. Certainly not an indictment to Zero by any means, but so much of your ability to carry. You could see Infected, there's actually nothing for him to push. He gets up on the point, he starts pressuring the cap, he starts blocking with his hands, but at the end of the day, it's not actually possible for Infected to do anything. There's nothing to push.
He squeezed all of the value you could get out of the Ramatra in those situations. We talked about it in the first round. He's like down at 20 health, like, I played this perfectly, I got behind this wall, I've got my block up, you can't finish me off, you can't kill me, there's no angle for you. But eventually, like, the cooldowns run out and you die because there's just nothing else you could do.
And that's when it becomes the responsibility of Zera and of Tree to find the angle. TP your Cassidy into the backline, find that pick and then TP back. Draw aggro away from Infected so that your team actually has some space to do something and you can leverage a flip.
When you're going up against a team like Crazy Raccoon, as Team Liquid are you? We talked about learning earlier on. Are you, as you go, are you learning from the best and kind of adapting to that in the moment, or is it something that you kind of have planned for in advance?
I think it's very difficult to adapt to teams like Crazy Raccoon in the moment. Obviously, you will have done a lot of prep leading into this match. You know their signature comps, you know what everybody is comfortable with, but at the end of the day, it's so hard to adapt to their tempo and to their style. It's something that is very unique to Crazy Raccoon. There are so few teams in the world that can play what Crazy Raccoon do. Nobody in North America does what Crazy Raccoon does, which means that even though it's difficult, you must adapt in the moment.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Like, in terms of adapting in Overwatch in general, sometimes you can swap your composition. Sometimes you can ban a hero that you think one team is reliant on, but that's just one comp that this team can run. Like, that's just one strategy for one map. You can't go, oh man, Wrecking Ball's a problem, better ban that in map 2. Because yeah, I mean, he'd love to play on a lot of maps, but he probably has something else planned. He has something else prepared. They have a completely different composition prepared. We haven't seen Lip play his hit scan yet. We haven't even seen him pull out some of the other picks that we rarely see from him, but he does play sometimes, like the Sombra. You just don't know what you're going to get with this team, and it makes it so difficult to just say, I've got the plan. Instead, you kind of just have to play your own game and try to maximize what you're good at and hope that the preparation you had coming into this series is enough. And honestly, for a team like this, you have to be hopeful that maybe they're going to make some mistakes. Maybe you can get in there with the punish.
Yeah, I mean, looking at a best of 5 as well here, the second map where Liquid will have a chance to pick here. How imperative is this to make this a 1-1? Because 2-0 down, 2 Crazy Raccoons feels like a bit of an unwinnable battle, perhaps.
Inclined to agree, for sure. If you're looking down down the barrel of a 0-2 versus Crazy Raccoon, you might as well make it 3 at that point. So honestly, very important that you equalize, and often a strategy that we've seen many teams employ versus Crazy Raccoon is they try to take it to a Max map. Max is their signature ground tank player, but more often than not, teams seem to favor playing against Max. So I would not be surprised at all if we saw Team Liquid try and bring Max into the lineup by virtue of their draft.
There's been so many different teams that have attempted to pull Max out as well, and sometimes you pull Max out, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter oftentimes.
It doesn't matter. For you guys at home, I believe there's a sub going on with one of our teams, and what we'll do is take a quick break here on the broadcast, but don't go anywhere. That second map is coming thick and fast right back here on the Overwatch 2B stream at EWC. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to OWCS Mid-Season Championship here at Esports World Cup. You're watching Overwatch 2 here, the B stream, and we hear there's been a sub that's happened, which obviously really changes things, dynamics in teams a lot.
Yeah, there was the kind of a suggestion that we had from Unter a little bit that a lot of teams like to pull Max onto the field and think that he's the weaker of the two tanks. They're like, oh yeah, this guy feels a lot more beatable. And then they lose to Max, and then Jimbin comes back in for game 3. Like, this happens all the time. When Midtown was like the main hybrid map that we had in OWCS Korea, every single team against Crazy Raccoon's like, okay, we're going to Midtown. Max is coming out. and then Max just crushes them as well. But it was a common strategy to pull Max out, and it looks like Team Liquid have the same idea.
It very much feels like this bring Max in theory has almost no legs whatsoever. Max spent the majority of the stage qualifying to this event playing, and still, people want to bring out Max time and time again. Max has been subbed in.
Yeah, it's Shambali Monastery as well. I didn't expect to see Max here.
We've not seen this today here on the B stream, the Shambali Monastery. The favor, we see the bans here as well here. I mean, who has the more favorable side of things here? Obviously, Liquid potentially here?
I think this is pretty sensible from Team Liquid to bring it to Shambali if we are in the whole boat of get Max in the game theory. This is a map where you have to play ground tanks. It's too difficult to play your Winstons or your Wrecking Balls. It's too narrow. So often you will see Orisa, Ramatra come out on this map. And no bans to actually target tank here on Shambali, but very much expecting to see some Orisa, some Ram, something of that flavor coming out from Team Liquid here.
Yeah, what do you think about the Life Weave ban?
Okay, so
I'm not sold, to be honest, but like I want to see if you know something. You're a little bit plugged into scrims and stuff more than I am. What's going on with this?
Okay, I don't think that we're really expecting to see Crazy Raccoon playing Life Weaver, but by virtue of the bans, this is a protect ban. They're banning a support that they don't think is particularly important, but it prevents Crazy Raccoon from taking away a support from Team Liquid. So Team Liquid, clearly they have an idea of what two exact supports they want to play, and they don't want Crazy Raccoon to have the ability to touch that.
Yeah, it's actually a really smart theory when you put it that way. Just saying, like, I want to have all access to all of my supports, and now you can protect, make sure you have the Kiriko to speed up. If you want to run Batiste, you have that banned already, of course, so that would have been already protected, but you get my meaning. Lucio, of course, really required for a lot of the comps you want to run here. We've seen a lot of different schools of thought on Shambali Monastery since its release. We've seen, as you mentioned, the map is so narrow. There's so many choke points that you have to funnel through and fight through. We've seen Reaper on this map. We've seen Mei on this map. But a lot of the time, we've just seen Ramatra plus high glass cannon, damage hero, like whether it's, I mean, I'm not talking about Reaper, I'm talking about like Freya, it's sometimes who's looked to tank bust, and the Bola is quite high value in those choke points. Sometimes it's Cassidy, where you just kind of push the Cassidy down these choke points, and that damage is insane. You protect him, and I'm curious to see what the read here is going to be for Team Liquid, since this is their pick, because Symmetra also fits that same bill. You're pushing down that choke point, you charge up your beam, you do massive damage. Great on the defense as well.
I think I saw a Venture ban coming out as well from the side of Crazy Raccoon, and that might signal that we're going to see Sim versus Sim, because Venture is a classical counter to Symmetra. Taking Venture out of the game, that shows that Crazy Raccoon might actually want to play the Sim as well.
Right, it's very much on the side of Team Liquid here to get themselves back into this and tie up the series at 1-1. We'll see how things will unfold here at Shambali Monastery as we dive back into the action.
Yeah, just to clarify for everyone, the bans are flipped on the top of the screen. It was actually Team Liquid who banned the Life Weaver and Crazy Raccoon who banned the Venture. You're going to see the Tree Cassidy to start things off here with the Diva, at least from the initial outpost here from the push to protect the approach to the cart.
Oh my.
So it's the Cassidy plus the Symmetra. I didn't expect, however, under the Diva to stay here, but that they're expecting Hisung on this Pharah, and they're right.
Oh, I was holding my breath there for a moment. I did not want to see Infected walking out of spawn on the Diva, but he has gone back to spawn. He's come to his senses, and he's gotten over to the Orisa.
But the Pharah still exists, and even though it's not a lot of space for the Pharah to work with, choke points and AoE work well with her. And so far, Hisung's done a lot of damage.
Yep, Charong's already been picked though, so Hisung, he's got a nice choke to spam it out. Zero will be traded out, but still an opportunity for Team Liquid to close this. Tree finds another kill onto Lip, but the trades are coming through so well for Crazy Raccoon. Infected and Vega will fall. Tree, RuPaul too. So Team Liquid, that's a wipe.
And people forget that Orisa does massive amounts of damage, so sure, you end up getting those picks there. The Cassidy does a lot of damage, but Hisung is just layering that AoE, and Max is there to help clean up. And once the backbone of the comp is gone, once Diva's lost her D-Matrix, you can't really peel for Tree, right? He does so much damage until they close the gap on him, and then down he goes. It's that glass cannon I was talking about. In this case, it's shattered.
This is a rocky strategy right now for Team Liquid. Infected is classically a main tank player. He's somebody that is not necessarily too comfortable on the Diva, but he's trying to counter out Hisung on the Pharah. You can see him flying up into the sky, but he hasn't done all too much damage. And now, everybody from Team Liquid, they're bleeding out. But Tree, once again with a kill onto Hisung. Traded on Zero, though, and Infected, he's lost his suit.
Oh, and yeah, down is the mech, as you say, and this means that this is going to be a relatively vulnerable Tree. Actually getting healed up, though, and Infected is almost able to remech. This could be a huge moment here for Team Liquid, but in fact, it goes down before he can get the mech.
It's a slow bleed now for Team Liquid, but Tree, he can't keep getting away with this. He finds Shu and Lip. A trade onto Max as well. Hisung doesn't want to let it go. He pops the barrage. There's only 2 members remaining for Crazy Raccoon, though.
Yeah, this is a really solid hold here on the side of Team Liquid as Tree does a massive amount of damage. They get to maintain cart control and push around this corner here. This is one of the tougher parts of the map, and we're even going to see a swap here for Max now over to the Ramatra. That's not where you want to be.
You can't have that. Now Team Liquid, they're back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're going to have to deal with this Ramatra with sound barrier here when the corner actually does get directly contested. And I think Infected definitely desperately wants to swap off of this D.Va, but isn't going to have the opportunity to do so unless the fight is won or lost by them. You know, in that case as well, he will have the opportunity, but still, a really awkward angle here as this D.Va isn't going to do too much.
You can see Infected is so hungry to mark out Heesung. He's flying across the map for him. Swing in main with the High Noon Tree. He's looking for a target. All he can see is Max, and he's got the hands up. Beat comes out from Vega as well. High Noon shot goes directly into the block. No kill converted. Every ult being thrown in by Liquid now. The window comes out for RuPaul. The sim wall for Zera. The cart is being flipped around the corner. But Crazy Raccoon, they've got ultimates to answer back. Shu pops the Kitsune Rush, pushes in. Tree TP's onto Lip. He cannot find the final shot. He will find the final shot. But still, 2 trades come through from Crazy Raccoon on the other side. Vega being chased.
This is a really nice position now for Crazy Raccoon because they have this control. It's a long run back. Some of these staggers are really going to hurt Team Liquid. And in fact, it does finally do that swap. Because yeah, Heesung is still on the Pharah, but his positioning, how far back he is with this Ramatra comp, he chased too far. Like, he keeps losing his mech trying to get on top of this Pharah, and then Tree is vulnerable, right? Your backline is vulnerable. Your supports don't have any peel. Swapping to the Orisa makes way more sense, but it might be too late here. Only 35 seconds to go to try to get that first cap. An ult advantage goes to Crazy Raccoon.
Nothing on the cards for Team Liquid right now. They need a flank. They need a carry performance. You can see Tree, he pushes in on the flank, but Lip is there with the bowler shot, takes him down. Already a 4 versus 5 situation. Infected will fall as well. And Team Liquid, I'm not sure they're even going to be able to secure a trade. Lip goes down. There's the caster's curse.
Oh man, this is really rough for Team Liquid. Max gets that Annihilation Elim. And that's the backbone of this comp, and when you swap to Orisa and you have to have those long run backs, it's just so hard to actually compete with this. Far here with the ult, Heesung is just going to clean it up.
Last staggered touch here for Team Liquid. Zera goes deep. He gets Heesung dangerously low, but can't convert the kill. Now there's no recall for the Tracer. RuPaul's had to use his lamp. You can see everybody from Team Liquid, they're still in the fight, but they're losing health by the second. Infected falls first. Tree and Vega soon to follow, and it's the curtains closing here on Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I don't think this was a bad comp here from Team Liquid, but part of what I think really hurt them, Hunter, is the fact that they were so hell-bent on saying the answer with this map pick is they're going to play far and we have the answer. And sometimes those types of counters can work, and D.Va is considered the best counter to Pharah, right? Because you can chase her down, you can matrix her ultimate, you can matrix her damage, and if you push the Pharah away, then the D.Va can quickly rejoin your team comp, peel for your backline. But they ran the Cassidy as well, which is a strong counter to Pharah in itself as well, because it burst her down. But a team like Crazy Raccoon knows how to punish your cooldowns so much, and every time we did see Infected try to go over and catch Heesung, especially in the later part of that first push, there was an instant collapse from Crazy Raccoon, and even though Heesung got pushed out, he often didn't die. In fact, most of the time didn't die. Escapes, and now your D.Va is out of position, and the rest of Team Liquid just got crushed. So I like the map strategy. I like the bait of, like, we're pulling Max out, we're pulling out Heesung's Pharah, we have the answer, but Crazy Raccoon just still outplay them.
I think it's such a difficult position for Infected to be in. He knows that there's a hero he should be picking to counter out the enemy Pharah, but he also knows it's not his strength. This is a role, tank, where you need to be incredibly flexible. Even the most flexible team in the world has 2 tank players to accommodate for this. But Infected, he's forced to do it all, which means that he has to play D.Va into the Pharah, and you can see why he struggled.
See what the game plan is going to be here on the defense. Zera playing his own Pharah here with the Orisa setup, so sticking with the Cassidy. And Max, you know, I love to see the Zarya. It's actually really strong on Shambali compared to other maps, but don't know if it's meta enough. They got the Mercy and the Zenyatta here, and they're just trolling us. I got really excited we were going to see Zenyatta and Zarya in 2025, but it was just a troll.
There's a little bit of a difference here for Crazy Raccoon, though, because Max, he is very comfortable on the D.Va compared to Infected. So he sees a Pharah in the sky, he locks the D.Va, you've got to watch out.
Yeah,
Zera
that's a
might be
comfort
entering
pick
a
for Max. Exactly. Too bad we won't see the Zarya, but it doesn't make any sense into what Team Liquid are running. Let's see how much damage Zera can get done here, and if those similar types of punishes can come through here for Team Liquid.
Aggressive push from Team Liquid. You could see Zera went all the way to spawn. Tree once again delivering a kill. He has been so good for it all series long. But Crazy Raccoon, 1-for-1 trades, and they've stolen the cart.
Yeah, this is a really big problem now. If Infected can hold on to this, as we see Tree continue to do that damage, there is a world where you can recover here, but Heesung is just completely uncontested on this Pharah now.
Hisung falls to the ground, actually mismanages his fuel a little bit and will go down to 0 and Infected together. You can see Tree up on the high ground as well. There's a big juicy angle and he's doing lots of damage. Lip appears to have marked him out, hit him with a bolt. But Liquid, they've closed this out.
I think Crazy Raccoon kind of saw blood in the water. They're like, oh, we're getting really close to the cap point. We're only 20 meters away. Let's actually hard force this and maybe we could just win the map right here instantly. And they got punished by Team Liquid. So a bit of a mismanagement, like you said, from Hisung there on the fuel. He gets punished and now Crazy Raccoon kind of need to regroup here and set up once again. Support ult economy actually favors Team Liquid right now. One good fight here, and it suddenly feels like, you know, this is a playable map for TL.
This could very much snowball for Team Liquid. RuPaul's got that Kitsune rush right now. You can see Infected spinning in towards the objective, blocking the cart. Liquid, they need to go fast. Otherwise, Crazy Raccoon are going to have the advantage once again. Zero blinks into the back, contesting Hisung a little bit, but no exchange yet.
And they're not able to actually capitalize on that Kitsune rush advantage. Shu's now going to have his own, and Chorong will be able to get his sound barrier. There's that
Hisung.
Kitsune.
Kitsune Rush comes out, Infected immediately spears Hisung right out of the sky. A second spear connects onto the backside of Max. And Crazy Raccoon, they're just on the run. They haven't used any ultimates,
Yeah, that's the thing. Crazy Raccoon are like, all right, we got an ult out of you. Now we're going to look for the re-engage with our own Kitsune Rush. They're pushing through.
They're right back into it, and RuPaul's traded out. Infected has to use the Terror Surge. Vega's got the beat drop, but it still hasn't come out. This is the last fight, is it not?
I mean, Vega, he doesn't get to use the ultimate. He wanted to save it for a better setup, but that better setup is just never going to come. And this is just the final corner push here. A touch almost feels like a fantasy at this point. You can see those Team Liquid silhouettes are so far away. Zara, the only person who gets close on the Tracer. And it's a 2-0 start here. Match point now for Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon knew that it was such a short distance they needed to go. They could play so on the edge and just hard force fights and say, TL, if you don't ult here and you lose this fight, we win the game right now. If you do ult and we leave, now we have an ult advantage. And it was kind of checkmate in that situation when Crazy Raccoon were that close to the end. It's really hard to make the right judgment call there as Team Liquid because one misstep and you lose the map.
It was a critical lapse in judgment coming out from Team Liquid, not matching those ultimates as Crazy Raccoon swung back in. You could see RuPaul under so much pressure. Shu pops the Kitsune Rush, but nothing was answered until already half of the team had fallen.
Yeah, in the UK, we'd call that a bit of a stinker. That one, unfortunately. With 2-0 there, Crazy Raccoons are just, I mean, they are rapid speed ahead for a potential clean sweeper at 3-0. We don't know if obviously that's going to happen just yet because Team Liquid have everything to at least fight back. But I think you're right. Maybe a misjudgment. Maybe kind of like thinking, not kind of focusing on certain aspects of what they should be doing in the moment. Maybe kind of trying to think, get in their opponents' minds and not think about their own gameplay. Maybe, what do you think, Wolf? Where do you think kind of they fell short?
I think that they played more desperately in this Shambali map than they needed to, you know, because you thought that, okay, Hisung's going to play far, and you could see, as the defenders, because they went defense first, you could see that Infected is thinking, I've got the answer, I've got this D.Va set up, I know what they're going to do, and I've already got the counter. But remember also, Hisung could have just, once they saw the D.Va like walk back and was like, I'm not even going to play the Pharah. And it's that kind of strategical desperation that I think Team Liquid didn't respect themselves enough to actually just play something that Infected's good on and just try to match them straight up, go Ramatra v Ramatra, and play your own game and try to beat Crazy Raccoon on your own terms instead of kind of resulting to what felt like a little bit of attempted trickery, you know? And that's what's sad about it to me, because it's a cool strategical choice, but the execution just didn't back it up.
I love the idea of trying to bring Max into the lineup and trying to force a matchup where perhaps Infected can play the Orisa, but as soon as they saw the Pharah, it felt like they were not prepared for that. They had Infected on D.Va the entire time, and I mean, I harp on this a lot. I think it's very important that teams play to their strengths. We all know that Infected on D.Va is not his strengths. The problem is that if you play to your strengths as Team Liquid, it's heroes like Wrecking Ball. That's Infected's best, and that's Crazy Raccoon's best, which makes things very difficult for them.
We're hearing as well, though, there was a potential sub on the cards. It's not going to happen. Do you think there's kind of like a, we talk about kind of Max coming in and that kind of the subs aspect to it. Is it kind of changing things last minute, trying to, like, is that desperation? Is it kind of like a, what do you think? Is it kind of like thinking about what they could do? Is a different strategy think set up, or is it kind of a case of 2-0 down, anything needs to go here to get us through?
So, I mean, with Max coming in on Shambali, you know, he has the D.Va in his wheelhouse, so he knows he can answer the Pharah. That's quite common there. He's also pretty good at the ground tanks, as you call it. The Ramatra he's very strong at. But Max has also in the past played Zarya, like I mentioned. He's also played a lot of Winston in the past. Maybe they're just going to keep him on, for example, if it is hybrid, to stay in if he's not going to be subbed out here. Once we get confirmation, we'll let you guys know. But we've seen Max so much on hybrid in Korea, especially when this roster was first formed and they weren't even actually Crazy Raccoon at the time before the rebrand coming through. So the flexibility is there. Yeah, Junbin's the stronger main tank for this team, But maybe Max is like, I'm feeling myself. Regardless of the map, I'm going to stay in.
I think a lot of it is strategic. I think the map pool for this tournament, for the Esports World Cup, does largely favor Max's hero pool as well. They've retooled it so that there's good balance between maps that have lots of high ground and lots of ground and wide space. So now, with this pool, it very much favors what Max likes to play. So Control, you're always going to see Jumbin. As you get deeper into a series, you're going to see many Max maps.
Yeah. When it comes to this this last opportunity here to Liquid to get back into the competition, obviously they need to win the next 3 in a row to get themselves into a position where they move forward into that winner's bracket and continue their journey towards the final. What do they have to do now? I mean, I know it's an open question. I mean, it's obviously win. We know that, but it's I mean, what they've tried thus far seems to have been kind of. There's been a few bad decisions. It hasn't worked out in their favor necessarily. What do you think?
I mean, this is kind of an ambiguous answer, and it leads back to what I was saying earlier, but I think you have to trust yourself. Like, Tree had the confidence in the interview, like, we can go toe-to-toe with these teams. You have to remember that this is your last map pick. If you win the series, the rest of the maps are your opponents, because if you win, the 3rd one, you have to win the 4th one, and then both of those map picks will go over to your opponent. I think leaning into what you were saying, and kind of you and I are on the same page, play your own game, trust yourself. Say, this is a team that we can beat. Are we favorites? No. Are we going to just win by the power of our trust, heart of the cards moment? Probably not. But, like, if you play your game, I think you can make it a lot closer than trying to pull out the Shambali like we just saw. Especially because, remember, this is your last map pick if you're going to win this and get a reverse sweep.
You can see that Team Liquid, they've prepared a lot for these ground tanks and the Symmetra, the Ramatra and the Orisa plus Sim. I really think they need to stick to their guns on that. They need to not get baited into pivoting back and forth, putting Infected on heroes where he's not as comfortable. Just stick to your guns, play your game. Surely you can edge out at least a map.
We'll see very soon as well here the map 3 and how things are going to shape up for us as our teams continue to get ready here, you can see. And Team Liquid, I'm sure, on the comms. Both teams as well. We've seen some teams that come in today, and obviously the teams are right behind us where we are and the desk here. And some teams' comms are loud, big, bold. Others are a bit more subtle, a bit more kind of relaxed. Both these teams here are quite calm in the grand scheme of things for the teams we've seen today. But you can see here we're going to the Colossio there in our 3rd map here. And bans as well are now registered and locked in here as well, Wolf.
I don't know how to put this in a way that I don't know. I'm pretty disappointed with this map choice, I'll be honest with you, Hunter, because this has been one of the best maps for Korean teams across history since its release, since we had Push added as a game type. This is a map where historically we've seen so much Sojourn, we've seen so much Cassidy. You're playing against Lip. I want to see what the game plan is here for TL, because I think this is an extremely risky choice.
I think ultimately Team Liquid, they're really relying on this strategy of keep Max in and avoid Jumbin's maps. Had they taken us to Esperanza or left Esperanza open in the pool, Jumbin would have played, and they would have been threatened by dive tanks, where Jumbin can play more Wrecking Ball, play the Winston that we saw Gushue come out on earlier today. So Team Liquid, even though they've been smacked about by Max for 1 map already, they're just going to keep going, stay the course.
Yeah, you can see on screen right now as well, we have ourselves a match point already here in this best of 5. Can we believe it? I don't know, you guys at home as well, as we keep asking you all day long here, will Crazy Raccoon manage to make it 3-0, or is there a fighting chance that Team Liquid can get back into this and really heat things up in this best of 5 that we've got here on the Overwatch 2 B stream? Let us know as we dive on into the game any second now. And see what Colossio has in store for us. Here we go. Let's go and check this all out here. So, Wolf, kick us off.
I know it's just hovers. We got 20 seconds before the gates really open here, but the scary thing about this map type, and it always has been for the side of Crazy Raccoon, it's been this way for Falcons, it's been this way for Yeti, back in the day, ultimately became Fnatic, right? This is where every Korean team will take you on push. You can play the Cassidy, you can play the Sojourn. This is a map type where you look at Crazy Raccoons and you're like, man, we got to kill Lip, but that's one of the hardest things any pro player could ever do in Overwatch in 2025. And we'll see if they could do it.
Either way, Crazy Raccoon, they do seem to be on something different, at least, to Team Liquid. Max playing the Diva, even on a more flat map, even on a map with long sidelines, and Infected getting to play something that he's very comfortable with the Orisa.
Yeah, now Tree can outrange Lip. That is one of the powers of playing the Sojourn into the Cassidy, but you need to hit those headshots, you need to have follow-ups, and he's going to take out Heesong first, so that's a great start.
Tree, massive opening pick onto Heesung. They need to press the advantage though. We need to see Team Liquid keep on walking forward and find more kills. Otherwise, Crazy Raccoon, they'll do their signature move. They'll play their life for a couple of seconds and be right back on you.
Like Lip is just going to have to kite back as we wait for the regroup here. Heesung is back up, can blink back so quickly. And the cross is there. As you can see, Max getting pushed out of his mech. We'll have to regroup and get those armor health bars back. As you see, Tree is just trying to punish Heesung. He's like, you're looking for the wraparound, you're looking for the flank. I've got my railgun ready for you, charged up. You got him last time, this time he gets away.
Lip flanks, but RuPaul, he marks it right away. And Tree, he slid into a very aggressive angle. You can see he's being chased down now by Max. But Max, he can't finish the kill. So Crazy Raccoon, they've pushed 30 meters already, and they've found another trade.
And Max is going to get demeched here. Tree survives with very little health and is back in the fray. This is a huge win here for the side of Team Liquid.
Team Liquid right now, they're already threatening a checkpoint. This is a fantastic situation for them to be in. Their ultimates are about to come online as well. Double support ultimate just around the corner, and they're going aggressively. RuPaul, he pops the Kitsune rush. Chirongi very nearly Ajaxes, but he gets that beat off. Window comes out from Shu now, forcing everybody from Team Liquid to kite a little bit, but they've got more meters on the board as a result of this trade.
Vega actually survives here. He has his sound barrier he can drop now in return, and this is an extremely favorable position for the side of Team Liquid.
Vega beat pushes, he takes down Lip as well. Meters continue to climb for the side of Team Liquid. No trades coming through as of yet. Infected, he's pulse bomb, but he manages to pop the Terror Surge to keep himself going. Tree finds Shu as well, and Team Liquid, they're going to get the checkpoint here.
Yeah, Max is going to toss this bomb out, and it makes you wonder if he's looking for a potential swap here because this D.Va just simply is not working. He's just an ult battery for the side of Crazy Raccoon. He's been added very little value, has not been able to chase those limbs. He will now finally match Infected on this Orisa, and I think this is a long time coming here. The problem is they've lost so much in his attempts to get value out of it that Team Liquid have got to be feeling amazing with their current position.
Max has found a very early pick spear onto Zera. That is crucial for Crazy Raccoon getting back into this game. They were going to have to retake into the overclock, but Infected, he's found a kill onto Shu. He pops the overclock tree, but goes down as well. So trade still favoring Crazy Raccoon despite the ultimate.
Oh yeah, that was unfortunately not exactly the follow-up that they were looking for. Still an impressive pick there at the outset, but even still, Team Liquid have the distance lead at 75 meters here, and they, of course, will have some time to reset here as Crazy Raccoon push all the way back to neutral, and now they can look for the contest. So not the end of the world by any means here because they still have that massive lead.
Crazy Raccoon, they've posted their first meters on the board. Now you can just see Team Liquid happy to play it slow. High Noon comes out from Lip in main. Spear over onto the side from Max. Still, Lip is swinging with that High Noon, but doesn't look like he's found anything. Team Liquid now, they're going to be wanting to push back in. RuPaul pops the Kitsune rush, swings up in main. Crazy Raccoon, they're looking to kite this. They haven't gone down yet, but Lip is in the spot of bother. Tree will find the kill. Vega's 95% to the beat. Chiron beat pushed in among all of this, but he might not even need to use it.
Yeah, it looks like it's not going to be in this fight here. Vega gets to hold on to that one. Heesung's recall baited out early. His punish, we said Zera this time, but it's been Tree often who's been getting those punishes, layering that damage in, has been so good.
Massive spear. Infected now, just continuing to get these stagger kills, pressing every advantage he possibly can. He's got the Terror Surge, he can keep it going. Lip has invested the slide. You can see Team Liquid though, they just want to turn on those close ones first and foremost. Max speared from behind, window up top from Shu, but Vega has the B ready. And Infected, he uses the Terror Surge, pulls Lip off of the high ground. Shu goes down as well. It's all Team Liquid right now.
Max going to trade a Terror Surge, but it's completely worthless. And in fights like this, I would have argued a lot of the time, you don't necessarily need to commit that beat Terror Surge here for Team Liquid, but when you have this much of a lead and you've already whittled away at so much of this time bank, I think it's worth it to take those types of guaranteed fights, and they even get that Terror Surge in return from Max, so they 100% walk away from that saying, oh, that's worth, this is the fight we were looking for.
Max was very much in the mood to provide a consolation prize to Team Liquid for giving all of those ultimates over. Zera's got a Pulse Bomb. Tree again threatening with the overclock, but look at this from Liquid. Aggressive retake underneath. Overclock comes out. Tree sliding for an angle. He swings on the side. He takes down Lip. And Vega, he's in a spot of bother, but the cart, once again, in Liquid's control, and all of the kills going their way.
And Tree has just been one of the most consistent performers here on our stream today. He is just popping off no matter what he's playing. He is just not going to be stopped. He is not going to make a mistake. Really feeling himself. That overclock damage was fantastic. Now, 80 meters ahead of Crazy Raccoon, and we're looking at sub 5 minutes. To come back in this one, it is going to take a lot of heavy lifting here for Crazy Raccoon. This fight could be a start as they look to push Infected.
Rush up on the high ground from RuPaul. You can see Liquid just pressing that advantage. Pulse Bomb comes out, but it's onto Max. Lip will be traded off screen, though, so already Liquid, they've got the advantage. Chirongi's 99% on the beat, but he can't get it off. Tree finds the kill, traded out with 0, but still Liquid have the advantage. They're up to 120 meters now. 100-meter lead on push. That is a very substantial one.
Once we start to get sub 3 minutes, then you're really starting to feel like this one is doomed. It's almost a lock, especially with the ult advantage here. Now, Chirongi is going to top that barrier now that Vega is down. Now they're going to try to hard push this advantage, but even this win in the fight is just step 1 of like 7 they're going to need to get back into this one, because Team Liquid could just sit back and delay, especially now that Vega has a massive ult charge advantage. Like Chirong, they killed Vega. They knew the sound barrier couldn't be matched. He drops his, and now Team Liquid is like, okay, well, it's your move now. How are you going to win this fight now down barrier? All we have to do is delay, and there's so many ways for this composition to do that, as Tree will also be looking for those railgun shots onto Heesong. Another one hits. You can see it in Heesong's health bars. He tries to flank and fails.
You can see Team Liquid, they're playing very slow right now. Kitsune Rush comes out from Shu, and Liquid, they're on the disengage. They're trying to charge up some ultimates. They don't want to get too invested. Vega pushed on the high ground, and he will go down. He was 97% of the beat. Infected has had to use the Terror Surge and all of this as well, so it's really starting to fall apart for Liquid. But Zira, he finds a trade onto Shu. Maximum value trade.
Infected so low here. We've seen so many of those moments today. This time he will fall. RuPaul getting that trade back onto Heesong is actually pretty massive. One critical ultimate that's still left here for the side of Crazy Raccoon is that overclock, but he's going to need line of sight to use it, and Team Liquid get back control of the bot, and we're back reset at neutral here at the very spawns of the map. And so Lip here doesn't want to use it right now. He wants to find a more high value location, but again, Team Liquid have that time on their side. Now we are talking about that sub 3 minutes, and Vegas still holds that critical sound barrier.
Overclock from Tree into main. You can see Crazy Raccoon expertly kiting that one out. Max is taking a beating. Here comes the swing back from Lip, but Vega's ready with the beat. He drops it, and you can see Team Liquid, they're pushing. They're trying to find a kill. Oh no, Tree has slid so deep, and he might have missed the fight, but Infected good for 2.
Yeah, and it's a sound barrier answer to Lip's overclock that just prevents Lip from getting the value. Tree matches is so bold as to slide in like that, but doesn't get punished, and now it's a front to back here. Max gets wiped out, and Team Liquid are once again in control of the bot. 2 minutes 20 on the clock.
That trade from Heesung onto Tree is massive. It will really prevent Liquid from pressing the advantage. They don't have close spawns on right now, so you can see they're just leaving the bot. They're just waiting for Tree.
Yeah, wait for Tree, regroup. But still, you know you have the disadvantage, so trying to force a fight like that, an awkward one, would just be disadvantageous for you and would give Crazy Raccoon so much extra momentum. They have the cart back in their control now. Chorong does have that sound barrier, but one team fight win is not enough, and Team Liquid could just weather the storm.
Beat out from Chorong already. Infected got very aggressive. He will actually trade his life for that beat drop. You can see RuPaul scrapping it out versus Heesung as well, and the trades just keep coming for Crazy Raccoon. Well, Vega will take down Lip. Again, this is crucial. This will slow Crazy Raccoon's advance, but Crazy Raccoon, they're getting closer and closer to the checkpoint. Liquid have got to be careful. They haven't won a fight in a while.
One more poor fight here, and then suddenly, you know, this becomes a winnable map here for Crazy Raccoon. Suddenly, it's a tragic loss for Team Liquid, right? We were so close to winning the first map of this series to potentially start that reverse sweep. Tools here, relatively even for both squads, as Heesong has been so shut down on these flanks, but does have a Pulse Bomb in hand this time around. A Pulse to open things up could give them that advantage they're looking for. Infected is the target here. He gets away, gets that armor back.
Infected takes a beating, has to backstep a little bit. You can see Zero is on the case. He's going to force so many skills out of Crazy Raccoon. Terror Surge in main from Max. Zero's actually going to fall. So Team Liquid not finding much value here. They might want to step off. They might even concede the checkpoint for this one. They have to be so careful. Infected goes down next, and this almost guarantees a checkpoint.
Yeah, I think for the side of Team Liquid, the idea here is force this fight a little bit longer, drag it out, get Vega a little bit closer to the sound barrier so they can sound barrier for the win. Because all they need to do here, as this gets closer and closer to the checkpoint, is deny 122. Still 66 behind, or 60-ish behind here for Crazy Raccoon. So Vega having this ult advantage, if they can win a fight decisively right at the end here, it's all over. But overclock, line of sight, these are things they did consider. Overclock's out here first for Lip as they look to push the attack.
Beat push from Vega in response to the clock, and you can see Crazy Raccoon, they've kited this one out. Now it's Chorong that's closing on a beat, but Tree, again, a miracle. He takes down Heesung, an absolutely crucial pick now.
And Lip has no line of sight. Like, he just doesn't get anything done here. They have the sound barrier coming online, but it's not ready in time.
Oh, Max being body blocked expertly by Infected here. He can't get out, and Infected, he's still got the surge. RuPaul's under trouble, but Chorong, he's still not going to find the kill, and the bot has been stolen. The overtime wick is burning down, but all of the kills are going the way of of Liquid, Tree closing it out with the overclock.
All right, looks like, Hunter, we are going to 4 games in this series. Crazy Raccoon pushed to the brink, but this time, not just a round, they will lose a map. And you said it at the beginning. I said, I can't imagine this team is going to drop a map to Team Liquid. You said, I'll give them a map. They got that map.
You gave them one, and they took it. Incredible scenes. I mean, I think the initial push there to get to the 122 just gave them such an advantage, and then they held on to it and did not let them break through and really kept them at bay there, frustrating Crazy Raccoons massively.
That body block on the Max was so fight-defining because they had already used their sound barrier, right? And with the sound barrier coming up for Chorong, if he's able to get that onto Max, then it's just a health advantage, and it becomes a playable fight. I don't want to say it would have been doomed for Team Liquid if Max gets out there, but it just prevented them from grouping. And then you see Chorong was like, well, I've got to be the one to touch. He has to like basically self-sound barrier to try to get onto the point. It was just going to be a lost fight from there. So a really good read from Infected, locking Max up there. Team Liquid incredibly confident and playing their own game. This is what I wanted to see from this team, and we were rewarded.
I really want to sing the praises of Tree because he has just been getting pick after pick after pick. It feels like every ult fight he's delivering with the overclock. In the neutral, he's finding picks onto the Tracer, onto the Sojourn, really doing it all for his team. And then overall for the team, their fundamentals have been rock solid.
It's crazy too because even in their losses in games 1 and 2, he felt like the best performing player. And then in this game, he was like, oh yeah, Heesong is flanking me. I'm turning that into a liability. Every time he flanks me, he's got a recall or he dies.
Turns out all Tree needed was 4 teammates to get him over the line. He was good for it all along.
Do you, I mean, just playing it out here, this was the way in which the game was turning around there, the map was at least anyway. Do you think that would have been, had we had like another few minutes, do you think that the Raccoons would have managed to do that? Do you think it's kind of a case of, you know, Team Liquid making sure they absolutely capitalize on the time they've got? Otherwise, Raccoons will turn things around.
It's a tough question to answer because I think that if there was more time, like if the bank was higher, then I do think Team Liquid probably would have played it a little bit differently, right? But they know they can play around that time bank. They know that clock is working against Crazy Raccoon, so force them into those really uncomfortable positions. So it's hard to say that like momentum was going back to Crazy Raccoon. If there were 3 more minutes, maybe they'd win because I think Team Liquid would play a little bit safer as well in that situation. But it did feel like, yes, there was a bit of a, you know, Team Liquid made a few mistakes and there was a bit of a comeback, right? The cart came back to them. But some of those fights that Team Liquid conceded, they did because they could burn ultimates and they could burn time.
I do think that the biggest blunder for Crazy Raccoon is the fact that they started on the D.Va. They lost a lot of meterage to having Max on D.Va, not really able to hold the cart. So any scrappy fight, Liquid were getting meters the entire time. Eventually the Orisa swap came through, didn't immediately deliver results by any means. They continued to lose meters, but towards the end, they were threatening a checkpoint. They were threatening more meters on the board.
Yeah, they certainly were. They've actually, well, they managed to bring it back to 2-1 now. So we got ourselves a real spicy one, guys. Who knows what could happen next? We are hearing though that there are some potential subs happening. So we're going to take a short break here and see how that's going to play out after this break. And we come back here. What's going to happen next? We'll find out very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. Loads more just after this.
a magical moment, and not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
OWCS Mid-Season Championships here at EWC returns right now as we bring you back more here on the Overwatch 2 B stream and a best of 5, which has suddenly really kind of changed how the kind of dynamics really when suddenly out of nowhere Team Liquid get one back and make it 2-1 in the series. Wolf, we're looking ahead now to a 4th map, and this is where things potentially for Raccoons, they may have thought 3-0 definitely on the cards here. Suddenly that's changed, but it is an opportunity for them now to pick something and really change proceedings. I cannot, but can the world here
Okay, here we go. Now it's working.
There we are.
I was going to say, like, otherwise Unter could just carry and I'll do hand gestures. Anyway, so we're looking at Flashpoint right now, right? And Hybrid. Those are the map types that are left. So, you know, it's Crazy Raccoon's choice for the rest of the series. We mentioned this was like the last chance for Team Liquid to have a map pick. But frankly, with the maps that are left, especially with Flashpoint, like it doesn't change all too much. We have a very new map, but it still plays very similarly to how all the other Flashpoint maps are played. The question becomes, what type of comp does Crazy Raccoon want to play? Are they going to hard force Max to play Diva for seemingly no reason, or are they going to play something a little bit more standard? These are the questions we don't have the answers to just yet, but I think that while Team Liquid played map 3 very impressively, there was some choices made and some weird decisions that gave Team Liquid an extra edge, and Team Liquid proved that with a small edge, they can actually push to a big advantage. We'll see if that happens again, or if Crazy Raccoon are going to kind of tighten up in map 4.
I do think it's very much a case where Crazy Raccoon, they don't make the same mistake twice. They roll out and they play Diva for half of a map and give away 100 meters in the process. They're not going to do that a second time. They're not going to give you that opportunity once again. So I really do think going forward onto the next map, it's going to be a situation where Crazy Raccoon, they're going to see Infected. He's competent on the Orisa. He can carry on that hero. They're going to want to take him away from that, put Max on something where he's more comfortable instead.
Yeah, speaking of Max, we thought there'd be some subs. I don't think there has been, so Max still in proceedings here. How does that change things? Max being kept in, what is the decision behind that, you think?
I think the reality of the map pool is that it's really difficult to draft for Jumbin, and you can see we're heading over to Midtown. We've got an Orisa ban coming out from Crazy Raccoon.
I kind of thought an Orisa ban might be the case because Infected has just looked so good on this pick. And it's also Midtown. I mentioned earlier kind of jokingly that Midtown was often the Max pull-out map. And like now they get to play the map that Max is good on. They don't even need to swap a setup. He's happy to play on this one. So, you know, this means that our final map will be Flashpoint if we go there. And, you know, again, the choice there matters very little between Atlas and New York City, in my opinion. Yes, they play differently, but there's a lot of strategies and a lot of crossover there. Midtown is a map where Symmetra is incredibly strong, I think, especially on A. So I'm a little bit surprised to see this pick, although it's a map that works well for Max. This is a really good Symmetra map, and that's where we've seen so much comfort here for our Western teams.
What we did see is that on the very first map, that Pharah ban was burned. Pharah, a classic counter to the Symmetra. First point Midtown, not necessarily famous for the Pharah, but definitely workable. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Team Liquid trying to make it work with the Symmetra, maybe a bit of Ram, maybe a bit of Sim, but he sung on the Pharah. That would not surprise me one bit.
Indeed. Match point again, fellas. The second match point in as many games. You can see here, it's all on to Crazy Raccoons. If they can win this one out, they are through up into that winner's bracket. They continue, and this is a done deal. However, Team Liquid have a bit of wind in their sails from that last victory in the last map here. So let's see if they can really kind of put this into practice now and get themselves a 2-2, which obviously going all the way to BO5 would be kind of epic if you think about it. We're ready to rock and roll. We're going to jump straight into this, and we join the Pigeons as they pick up the scraps, and we'll see if Team Liquid can do the same thing here by getting that 4th map. Let's jump on in as we join our teams and see who will come out the victor. Here we go.
Love to see the Pigeons on Midtown at the very beginning. I like it better when they pick at the pizza, but it is what it is, you know. So Crazy Raccoon, based on this graphic that we have, look like they're going to be defending first. So they got a hot dog. Okay, there you go. It's not the pizza, but it's probably second best. They're going to defend first. So that being said, that's actually the graphics on the wrong side. So it's in fact looks like going to be defense first here for Team Liquid. Whoever defends first, that's the composition I want to look at, is really what I'm getting at here, because you're the one who gets to set the pace of what the time bank is going to look like. It's Crazy Raccoon on the left side, but it's in fact the Team Liquid. There we go. Well, I got the correction there. Infected on Ramatra, Tracer, Sojourn. So there's a backbone to this where the Ramatra is very difficult to break, and and actually then the crush with a lot of different compositions, but you're flexible in that the Tracer can allow you backline access to the attacking team, and you still get to operate with those long sight lanes. It's not a Ramatra comp that's standard per se, but I think it is good for a hybrid A defense like what we have here at Midtown.
I do very much think that Team Liquid, they've been pushed into a corner by the draft. Infected, he has to play that Ramatra. He has to play a ground tank here on first point defense. And Liquid, they can't defend on the Sim. But Crazy Raccoon, they're going so fast. Straight out the gates with the Sombra and the Symmetra. And they're scrapping it out already. But Churong, he's the first casualty. So this fast play, this gambit from Crazy Raccoon hasn't borne any fruit.
Yeah, they may just simply swap off of this now. Because they didn't build really any ult charge on the Sombra. I think if the Sombra ends up building like 40 plus here, maybe you stay, but instead he's just going to swap over. And this was a cool little gambit for them. It's not a huge loss on the time bank. It's funny though, I mentioned Lip playing Sombra earlier. That's something you can pull out. He does try for it. Sometimes you can just cheat ult economy with that EMP. But either way, going to be a new setup here is look at Zera on the flank. As what I'm talking about with the Tracer, you can afford a lot of backline access to a team that has to kind of hard force their way towards A. You have a ton of agency as the defending Tracer.
You can see Heesung is working his way in behind. He's already pressured Tree to slide up onto the high ground. Infected, he's trying to trade out, get into the backline. He's pushing deep, but Zera gets the better of Heesung, clips him in the middle of the fight. So Crazy Raccoon, once again, they're down a man, and this time around, the clock is really being bled away from them.
Yeah, this is a really good start here for Team Liquid. Like you said, the clock is bleeding. And Lip, I mean, there's nothing that she can do here. He doesn't have great line of sight. Zera's just running through this team right now. Like it belongs to him as Chorong is desperately trying to operate on that health pack.
Max has got his hands up. He's trying to scrap it out right now. Zera has the pulse bomb, but RuPaul goes down. This is a disaster scene for the side of Team Liquid. They trade out onto Max, though. They might be able to pull it back. Infected pops the Annihilation. Vega has the beat drop. He's taking a lot of damage. Not sure whether he can get it off. He will get the beat in exchange with Chorong. So many ult being thrown in now. As Shu also pops the Kitsune Rush. Lip slides inside, potentially to his demise, as Infected is chasing him with the form. Shu taking so much damage as well. Somehow survives, but Lip will fall.
Yeah, the Nemesis form, they're doing a massive amount of damage, but at this point, like Team Liquid are going toe-to-toe with Crazy Raccoon, now starting to lose some of these members' attacker advantage in terms of spawns, may just eventually wear Team Liquid down, but really impressed with how this fight went as Vega desperately tries to retreat here with RuPaul, try to buy time for a last-minute contest, but without Infected, this is likely the cap. Chorong dying on the chase.
RuPaul with a crucial pick onto Chorong, and Crazy Raccoon, they might not even get a tick off the back of this. You can see they've disengaged, they're backstepping, and Team Liquid, they're swinging. Overclock from Tree, the hero play comes out. TP on from Shu to save him. Mirrored overclocks now, and it looks like Tree's going to be the one to fall, but Shu, he TP'd on to save Liquid, means he goes down as well. 2 for 2 trades.
Lots of trades here. Infected still alive, but Max does have that critical Annihilation. Rush. He is going to pop it.
Rush on the high ground comes out from RuPaul. Annihilation from Max in response, but all he can do is hold up his hands and block. Infected gets another form timing because he's got such a faster cooldown, and he takes down Chorong again. Chorong is having an absolutely hard time here.
I mean, this is starting to look like it might be a full hold as Lip desperately swaps to Sombra, then swaps back because he thought his team had a real chance to continue that fight, realizes that's not actually realistic. He swaps back to the Sojourn. We're looking at a 1:05 on the clock here. And Team Liquid, man, they might be on the cusp of an upset here, bringing us to 5. I mean, it's not over till it's over, right? But a full hold is definitely likely. It seems like here Vega has the ult advantage. There's only 1 minute left. Crazy Raccoon lose Heesung here. He's split spawn now, of course, will be staggered. And man, chances are looking pretty grim here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon, they're down to essentially their last fight, maybe second last as we fight so fast. Tree swings on the high ground, gets another pick onto Chorong again and again, but RuPaul traded out a very, very disastrous pick.
Infected has that Vega ult though to back him up.
They've stacked ultimates, the beat and the Annihilation coming through. They will take down Max. Only 25 seconds remain, but crucially now Chorong, he's got that advantage.
Now, if there's a character that Zera is looking to pick here, it's definitely going to be that Lucio. If he could somehow get into the backline, force him to beat at an awkward angle, or just pick him before he could use it, that would be ideal. But with double support ultimates here for Crazy Raccoon, they absolutely have the tools. But Heesung loses his recall, is down!
Heesung stuck behind. Crazy Raccoon, they're pressuring the point. They will get ticks off the back of this, and they still have double support ultimate available, but it's going to be scrappy. Kitsune Rush comes out from Shu, but he's boxed inside a corner. Max forced to hold his hands up and block yet again. Team Liquid, they have the player advantage, but Max is looking for value. He can't find anything. Chorong still has the beat in the back pocket. Slow onto Vega. A slide out into the open. He picks Chorong with the beat, and Tree, he delivers time and time again. It's a 5 versus 3, make it 2, and Crazy Raccoon have been full held by Team Liquid.
A full hold here, 69.6 is all Crazy Raccoon will get. And I gotta say, I didn't have it on my bingo card. I didn't have it on my setup coming into EWC, coming in here to the mid-season championship. that I would watch Team Liquid's DPS line gap Crazy Raccoons, but I'm watching it right now before my eyes, Hunter. I'm watching these guys just crush some of the greedy flanks we're seeing from Heesung. I'm watching Lip actually struggle to get line of sight, and the fact that they've continued to run Max here. We talked about the strategy of pulling Max out not really being that successful, but he's just not able to make the same impact that Junbin made earlier on in this series. And so far, with the tools that you know we saw there for the side of TL, it looked like, okay, Crazy Raccoon, they got double support ultimate. They should be able to cap this point, but you see the picks coming through. Heesung is picked. They get the kill onto Chorong. You know, he's not able to set up his sound barrier. They're finding the right targets, and to call it a miracle, I feel like would be an insult to Team Liquid, because they're just playing it right. They know the right targets. They're playing out of their minds right now. They're playing their best Overwatch, and now all they need is 69.7% here of this first cap, and we go to that final map of Flashpoint. What an insane story.
This series has been a real testament to the new generation of North American talent. North American DPS talent in particular going absolutely ballistic here. Tree generational performance in the first upper bracket game that we get to witness here on the B stream. Zera holding his own and gapping Heesung on Tracer, one of Heesung's signature heroes. Now we see Team Liquid, they're rolling out Spawn.
Here we go. One mistake from Crazy Raccoon, one failed defense. And that might be enough, especially with how snowbally things can go here, as we do see the Ramatra mirror again, but it's Symmetra on the cards for both of these teams.
A little bit of a change of pace here as both teams opt to play the sim. Already a railgun shot from Tree. Gets somebody from Crazy Raccoon nice and low. Max forced to hold up his hands and block. Lip sliding away. You can see Liquid, they're vying for so much positioning right now.
And they are going to get it. This teleporter is kind of awkward too. Doesn't really give a positional advantage to Heesung at all here, whereas Team Liquid now have teleporter advantage. And I mean, Infected's already pushing towards this point. The cap is coming through. Now Crazy Raccoon have to collapse back, and Chorong is down!
Chorong goes down yet again. You can see Zera now TPing up onto the high ground. He's looking to catch Heesung. Heesung looks to be stuck away from his teleporter. Max, his form is soon expiring. But Crazy Raccoon, they're down a man. They have to touch the point. Already one tick has been conceded, and Liquid, they're crashing out onto the objective. They're up to a second tick now. A boop from Vega, and Max is going to see 9.
One of the fastest maps we have seen here this entire tournament here on the B stream. And Team Liquid bring us to 5 games, Hunter. And it was a fantastic defense, but not only that, but they practically win it on their first real push here. Yeah, sure, it was extended and it was a longer push and there were some trades, but overall, they just out-Symmetra the side of Crazy Raccoon here. And this feels like the first big Symmetra gap we've seen so far, where you're looking at, okay, these Western teams have been talking about how this is broken. Maybe the Korean teams aren't as well versed on it. But some of the teleports we saw there from Crazy Raccoon just really didn't give them any ground at all. In fact, gave them positional disadvantages, which allowed Infected to then get onto the point. And Team Liquid kind of, quite frankly, ran circles around Crazy Raccoon in that final attack.
They just didn't seem to be able to deal with what they, defensive-wise, in that the first opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to put something on the board. They couldn't even do one inch, never mind, what was it, 67% I think they got overall, which is just a testament to Team Liquid. We kind of champion Crazy Raccoon so much, but Team Liquid, they did an unbelievable job at keeping them at bay.
So solid. I mean, we can talk about the Symmetra gap. We can talk about how some of those TPs weren't really putting people in positions that could actually carry the game. But even in the Tracer Sojourn mirror, Team Liquid were getting the better of Crazy Raccoon. This is something that I would say is bordering on unprecedented.
Yeah, no, it's something that you could not have predicted going into this. And it's something that if I could, if I could capture this moment and then take a time machine back to like 2 hours ago and show past Wolf this, he wouldn't believe or trust that this is actually real. It's just the performances we're seeing here from the DPS line that has been the case, by the way, for Tree all day long. And even in their losses, we talked about earlier, he's been so consistent. When you're the Tracer player and you're playing against a Sojourn, your job is like, okay, can I find backline access on the supports? Is the Sojourn playing greedy? Can I punish? In Tree, he has just been able to get these flicks where he punishes Heesung over and over and over again, and he makes Sojourn look like the counter to Tracer. He's like, I'm glad he's coming for me because I'm getting advantages, I'm getting recalls every time he comes at me, and it's just crazy to watch.
On the other side of the coin, I mean, time and time again, Zera, he's in the side, he's marking out Heesung, preventing him from pushing the side, he's getting into the backline, making it difficult for Chorong. We saw so many times Chorong caught out of position. The only reason that he's out of position is because he's being pushed by Zera. Zera goes off to the side flank, pushes him into main, and then Tree confirms the kill.
Now, I do want to remind everyone of stakes for this because it's really hype, right? And we're looking at a potential upset here for Team Liquid, but this is not an elimination match. This is actually winner's match, so the winner, of course, advances to the next stage of the tournament. The loser, of course, will play in Deciders tomorrow. So, you know, this is not like, oh my God, Team Liquid's going to knock Crazy Raccoon out of the tournament, our defending champions of EWC. That's not the case. But still, it would be a massive upset.
This seeding is so incredibly important. The next part of the bracket, the top 8, that's single elimination. Your seed means everything. You need to avoid the other top seeds for as long as you possibly can. You need to play against the weaker teams, because if you have to play up against another top dog, for example, Crazy Raccoon needing to play against T1 or something of the sort,
or Falcons,
in the first bracket, it would be disastrous for them.
Yeah. What I thought was quite interesting as well, watching when Team Liquid managed to hold him at bay, there was a moment where you saw Trees kind of like his cam, and his eyes kind of widened to kind of say, okay, that was actually pretty like, you could feel that there was a sense of we weren't expecting that, but that's a great opportunity for us to kind of capitalize. They have done that, and now it's 2-2. I mean, this could be a reverse sweep.
And from a player mentality perspective, if you are the underdog and you start to get that momentum on your side, you start to win, you have this insane adrenaline that comes with that, and sometimes your performance can actually go to like this incredible level where you're like, I never thought I could do this, I never thought I could win. Yeah, you say it in the interview, and yes, deep in your heart, you believe you could do it, but you never fully trust that until you start to actually do it. And on the same side, if you're the massive favorite and everyone expects you to 3-0, and you kind of look at the match, not like you didn't prepare, like Crazy Raccoon definitely prepared for this, but you kind of feel like, all right, this is going to be, we win both matches today, we take a chill tomorrow, we're going to prep a lot, and then suddenly you're like, oh, I might have to play tomorrow. I might get that worst seed that Hunter's talking about. I might actually get upset by Team Liquid. All the Korean fans at home are going to be mad that we lost this matchup. You know, it's going to be a disappointing day for us, and you start to feel this extra pressure against you. So it's like a pendulum swing where Crazy Raccoon coming in going, oh, this is going to be a pretty easy day, to like, oh, this could be the worst day of my life. We might lose to TL. Like, what are we going to do? And then so now momentum is 100% against you.
Yeah, it really is. We've got hearing news as well. There's going to be a sub, I believe, as well here. So on that note, we'll take a short break here. Whether that happens back at house here, you guys get some rest, relax yourselves for just a second, because when you come back here, it'll be map 5 and the decider who goes through to the winners bracket and who goes through to that lower bracket. It's 2-2. It's all to play for. Do not miss it here on the Overwatch 2B stream at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you right after this.
swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
The OWCS continues here with the mid-season championship. Overwatch 2's B stream is back with a bang because we have got the 5th map in our first best of 5 here today. And Crazy Raccoons Team Liquid both trying to win this one out as best as they can after a 2-0 head start for Raccoons. Team Liquid are right back in this thing again here. I'm joined as well again by Unsat and by Wolf. Fellas, we have got ourselves the players behind us here. We hear that kind of like, you can see one side probably slightly more chirpier than the other just because of the recent chain of events. But Raccoons here, I mean, they are stone-faced. They need to get this thing done. If they didn't, I think they'd feel like they'd let themselves down.
Jinbin's back, which I think has been a long time coming in this series because Max has just not been able to keep up with Infected, and was the reason why they got such a big lead on Colosseo, obviously. And I don't think it was a major problem on Midtown necessarily compared to Colosseo, but I think Jinbin, obviously the better performing player so far. We'll see what Flashpoint map we are going to in fact go to, but and maybe I'm going to take a look at it right now. No, it's going to be a really cool shot of our stage here. But I got to say, in my experience with best of 5s, best of 7s in esports, when a reverse sweep starts to come through, the team that wins 2 in a row most of the time actually wins the 5th game because the momentum, like I was talking about before we went to break, is always so much on their side. It is going to be our new map here of Atlas, and Crazy Raccoon are banning Mercy. That's the 2nd Mercy ban we've seen here on our stream today. Is there some secret tech that we don't know?
I am very, very surprised to see this. I was expecting to see a tank protect ban coming out from Crazy Raccoon because I thought you sub-Doom it in, you play Wrecking Ball. But apparently, Wrecking Ball ban has been left completely open. They protect support instead.
Yeah.
And straight away Liquid counter with a ball ban. So Jinbin, he can't even play his signature hero on this map.
I'm a little bit surprised and perplexed by this as well, just simply because you could have done that tank protect, or you could have looked for a DPS ban on the DPS players on the other side that are crushing you right now in that matchup. So I can't say that it's not a smart strategy. but I can say that it's not what I expected, and I don't think it necessarily gives the best edge. I look at the Team Liquid ban here on the Wrecking Ball, I'm like, well, this is 100% the correct choice. Like, there's no other option, and they made the right call. Crazy Raccoon here, you know, not to say it's a head scratcher, but it's not what we expected, and it's not fully. It doesn't feel like it really gives you an advantage based on what we know right now. Again, unless there's some secret Mercy comp. Obviously, this is a Protect ban, like you were saying, but I don't know. It's a risky choice, to say the least.
It does feel as if there's something hidden in the nitty-gritty that we do not understand.
Yeah.
Because, for sure, I don't see the vision. I don't see the vision on the support Protect, but we'll have to wait and see.
We have Atlas, Flashpoint, Game 5. I mean, this is what it all comes down to now. Who will be the champions of this particular best of 5? We're going to find out as they assemble their heroes, and we dive back on in to see who will win the series. Here we go.
Coming out already. We just see the hover, just a little bit of bait, but Jumbin on Winston.
Oh man, this is a throwback.
This is not beyond the realm of possibility. Lip on Farah, a little bit harder to believe, but Jumbin playing the Winston here, there's a possibility. Maybe finally Crazy Raccoon, when they're down to the wire, they pull out the dive once again.
I mean, well, the Tracer flanks certainly aren't working to kill Tree. Maybe you add the Winston on top of it and you can have a better chance, as we are going to have Symmetrus here out of the spawn to get the teleporters out. And Tracer swap expected for Heesong as well, but he will in fact not do so. So looking for teleport access here to the back line, circumventing the front line here of this Orisa, and trying to kill Tree. That's the main objective here. See if they can pull it off.
Very creative comp here. Jumbin gets a big jump onto the back line, and already he's taken down RuPaul with the help of Heesong. So right away, Crazy Raccoon, they're going for this Symmetra Winston dive. A little bit unorthodox, but it works.
Yeah, surprising too to Team Liquid, no doubt, when they see this come through. They see the teleport and they're like, okay, Winston, Symmetra. We know Jimmy can play this pick with his composition. Unorthodox, unusual, never really seen before. And that's the kind of surprise tactic you can do on Flashpoint to get that free first cap and start building up the percentage. Try to then turn that into an ult economy lead. As Infected will swap over to Mauga here on the return.
This is common. Getting Mauga into the Winston Lucio Kiri, making it very difficult for Jumbin to do anything. He loses another valuable target. He loses lots of health at mid-range. Zera scrapping it out underneath right now, trying to pressure the cap. He's taken the mini health pack. He has dragged Jumbin away from the fight, but the question is, where's Infected?
Yeah, he's not here yet. There's this charge and stomp in, but it's not going to really gain a lot of point control here. They're going to look for a slow cap as the teleporter now allows repositioning as Lip's on the cross here. The angle super good for Crazy Raccoon.
Stomp comes in from Infected, but doesn't find any kills. Kitsune Rush comes out from Schumann. It's much earlier. Zera's going to go down. RuPaul as well. Liquid, crucially, they've flipped the cap, which means that this is not the last fight.
It's not the last fight, for sure, but it is a big win here for the side of Crazy Raccoon in the team fight itself. But I believe when you look at the ult charge here for Vega, you're like, okay, well, there's one more fight. Ult charges are close enough here. Maybe even in a really extended fight, you can get that chain out here for Infected, lock them up, but it's all about what Lip's going to be able to do and what this teleporter is going to look like here. Heesong has had some really good ones on this final map so far.
Infected pinning in on the high ground, trying to find a backliner. Simwar comes up straight away from Heesong. Infected's on the ground. He's taking so much damage. Vega's got the beat, but he cannot save his life. The beat comes out. It catches everybody but the dead Infected. Beat exchange from Charong. Looking for another kill. Crazy Raccoon, they've pushed aggressively. Lip is in so much trouble, but the Suzu saves his life. And it's just all Crazy Raccoon in the feed.
Yeah, that was a really nice wall there to come up from Heesong. And unfortunately for Infected, he was just completely cut off and focused down. He lived for a really long time, but ultimately was going to die there. Lip gets the Suzu you mentioned. He survives. Now, in fact, is going to swap back over to the Ramatra here. It's going to be overclocks that can match each other. I think Team Liquid have a tough call to make. Do they want to use this Kitsune Rush to take a fight off the point to get control, or they want to do it to recontest here? Because Junbin has Primal, and that can disrupt a lot of the fight synergy here that Team Liquid have. So see what approach they're going to take here is all up to RuPaul.
We've got to keep our eyes on Tree because he's in so much danger if Jumbin pulls out that Primal Rage. It's so easy to take a kill onto the Sojin when you're a Winston like Jumbin. You can see Jumbin's already jumped in deep, gone backline. He pulls the Primal. Tree actually overclocks in response, and Jumbin not having much luck with the juggle, but Vega's fallen away off screen. Lip will clean up Tree, who was juggled into the air. That's another fight for Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, Tree, I think that was a pretty greedy call there to try to overclock. I think his game plan is, I've got enough support here, I can actually overclock and we can burst Jumbin down through the Primal, but unfortunately that was just not going to be the case. And that's a really expensive loss on the fight. Infected going to to get staggered here as well. Remember, they're down a flashpoint already, now down that critical overclock. Lip has the advantage, and they have point control. Lucio ult advantage. A big swing of momentum here for CR.
This Winston feels like a real unresolved issue here for the side of Team Liquid. They don't know how to respond. Infected, he's already on his 3rd tank hero of the round. RuPaul, he's going to step up. He's got that Kitsune rush in the back pocket. Jumbin, you can see they've isolated him a little bit. Snare comes out, but Jumbin, he's going to backstep. Oh, Choron caught in the snare, but still escapes. Overclock on the high ground. Lip finds a kill onto Zera. Kitsune rush from RuPaul comes out now in response to Shu. Tree will find the boot, but Vega goes down, and Liquid, they just don't have the legs on
It's
him.
the double there from Chorong on the boop to guarantee the win. He doesn't have to sound barrier. RuPaul is going to be staggered here as well at the end. It was a beautiful fight there for Crazy Raccoon. The Kitsune rush paired with the overclock is such an insanely strong combo when you have line of sight like that. And yes, Lip did die, but the damage was 100% done, and Chorong, and he is living his best life right now. As a back cap is going to force the recall here. Zera is not going to be able to get that cap, and this is the beginning of the end of the second round.
Wall comes up from Heesung on the objective. Infected, he needs to touch, he needs to pop the Annihilation just for that boost of armor. Team Liquid, they really have no aggressive opportunity right now. Infected, his form is over. Beat comes out from Chorong, and Vega is first to fall. RuPaul soon to follow. No healing remains for Team Liquid, and Crazy Raccoon, it's an easy one now.
The silver lining is at least they got Chorong's ultimate out of that last part of the fight. They were able to get that one small win, and that means that this next fight, if it goes extended, Vega will have the sound barrier advantage. Maybe they can get the first cap. As it's the 4th tank hero now for Infected. Moving over to the Hazard here. That may be able to help them cut off Junbin, but he's got to realize that Junbin actually has most of this primal. It's going to give him so much extra mobility. This fight is going to be tricky here for Team Liquid. A loss on this first cap could just mean certain doom, as it means it's basically guaranteed Crazy Raccoon will have ult economy for the rest of ult economy advantage for the rest of this final map.
So crucial that we see a carry performance from Tree right now. Infected, he's not going to be able to take down Jumbin. He's going to have that primal rage in time. Clock comes out from Tree. He swings on the wide angle. The Suzu is good to keep Lip alive, but not good enough as he will fall. Tree good for a 2nd and a 3rd as he cleans house, and Crazy Raccoon, finally they've lost a fight.
Look at him stone cold on the player cam as well with these flicks. Love to see that movement there. He takes his hand off for a minute to adjust his headset as he completely hard carries the fight with that massive overclock. Goes straight back to the choke point. He's got his hand back on the mouse. He's ready to do more, as this guy has just been 100% the MVP for Team Liquid here, keeping them in this series. It's not over yet though, as they're still down 2 flashpoints and they need to secure Vega. Sound barrier advantage.
Zera scrapping it out with Heesung on the side, and Tree again! He never stops. He delivers yet another pick in the neutral, and Team Liquid, this gives them so much space to breathe. Look at the ults they're able to build up as a result of this pick.
Yeah, you familiar with the Tree of Life? This is the Tree of Death. This guy just is unstoppable right now on the Sojourn. Okay, here we go. Sound barrier up here first for Vega.
RuPaul with the Kitsune rush as well. You can see a huge wealth of ultimates being thrown in by Team Liquid. Zero with the pulse bomb does not connect, and Liquid, the bank is dry. Infected is so incredibly low. Jumbin still has that primal rage in the back pocket, but Heesung has already cleaned up a kill onto Infected. Tree with yet another one, of course, he provides with a headshot kill. Jumbin now forced to use the primal rage by Tree, and Liquid, even if they can't close out this fight, they've already bled every ult out from Crazy Raccoon.
They bled the ults out, and they got nearly 99%, so this is a huge win for them as they reset the ult economy, as Jimbin's actually going to get staggered here. And that might actually just be the straw that breaks the camel's back on this final flashpoint here. Zera's on the point. They're denying entry.
Infected is in deep. The backswing is good. Suzu cannot save Tree. Heesung with a clutch kill, but Vega with a clutch trade. 4 versus 4 situation right now. Infected, he needs this downpour. Lip slides in. Recall forced from Zero, but the flip goes the way of Team Liquid. Crazy Raccoon, they now need to touch the point. Infected, he has a window of opportunity to hit this downpour. He throws it out. He catches Chorong. Chorong will go down to Zera, and Team Liquid, they cap the point.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the end of that, as we will have a little bit of exit kills here for Crazy Raccoon as they stop some of Team Liquid from regrouping, and they may be able to actually get the priority on this next flashpoint. But a huge win here for Team Liquid, keeping their chances alive in this 5th and final game. In terms of ults, relatively even until Vega was able to build so much of that sound barrier in that extended fight. That's one of the costs of trying to contest like that, is you give so much ult charge. RuPaul as well ahead and has the Kitsune rush for this first fight.
Eyes on Tree, he keeps providing, and he's got another overclock this time around. Crazy Raccoon have nothing to match as well. Team Liquid, they need to be careful not to rush the fight. Try and leverage the cap alongside it, but Jumbin now stepping up in main. He jumps deep behind. Zero has already found Lip though. Overclock comes out from Tree. No kills converted as of yet, but still a player advantage for Liquid. There's the kill. Tree always delivers. Takes down Heesung. It's a 5 versus 3, and Crazy Raccoon, they've lost this first fight to only 1 ult.
I mean, Tree is just unstoppable. It just continues. It's just over and over and over again. If you give this guy line of sight, he will click on heads. He will click on bodies when it's necessary. And once again, Team Liquid with a massive advantage. That support ult advantage they had is still there, albeit slight at this point. But it's enough to actually force a fight off the point if they want, or force a fight off the point to give Tree that LOS he needs to then once again pop off, as Jumbin is so far away from that critical primal.
Kitsune Rush available for
There it
RuPaul,
is.
and he will pop it. Tree takes down Chirong, but Vega's dead with beat. Absolute disaster here for Liquid. They could have used that in the mid-fight, but still Liquid, they're in control. Tree doesn't want to let it go. Lip goes down. Tree's on his case, but Lip gets the better of both RuPaul and Tree. This is the backswing for Crazy Raccoon, and they've done it without using an ult.
This is so massive for them, and now it's going to be a huge ult lead. In fact, all 5 coming online here for Crazy Raccoon. They get a late flip here as Team Liquid do a great job of buying some additional percentage here, but the same issue remains in that Crazy Raccoon, their goal here is not to press Q on every single character here in their lineup, is to actually try to do each defense with one key ultimate. Sound Barrier first, Primal the next. Lip gets line of sight, he can drop down that overclock. If they can stagger these ultimates and continue to hold that advantage, they're in a great spot. The first step is to trade with Vega.
Oh, Zero's
down.
Ankle snapped by Heesung and Jumbin together. Beat comes out from Vega, and Chirong's dead with his own beat though, so Liquid, they don't want to let it go. They're on the objective, they're on Lip's case. Lip's taking so much damage, the pocket is not good enough. Infected has the downpour, but he doesn't want to use it early. You can see Vega in Spot of Blood are taking so much damage. Jumbin with the Primal Rage, he's throwing RuPaul about, but nobody falls. RuPaul goes down. Vega has given him the slip though. Infected has this downpour. Beat comes back from Chirong, he's back in the fight. Downpour comes out, will he catch anything? I can't see if he's caught anybody, but Tree has fallen. This is the last fight.
This is really, really bad for Team Liquid here. Junbin used the Primal, doesn't have it anymore. Chirong, of course, ultless, but Lip still has that critical line of sight here, and it looks like Team Liquid are just going to have to try to trickle in here. Infected now on a different tank. He's back on this Winston. The speed boosts are going to try to get them in for a tag. Zera is blinking towards it, has the pulse. As overtime is triggered, it's going to take a miracle here.
Overclock comes out from Lip. He's taking so much damage. Pulse from Zera does not connect. Infected and Zera both fall. It's a 1 versus 5. Vega against the world. And Crazy Raccoon, far too clutch.
And if we're going to pop off when Tree gets those triples, we got to do it for Lip there at the end as well. His final overclock, sure, it's fish in a barrel. They had full control, but Lip does pop off when it is most needed. A tragic loss, you have to say, though, for Team Liquid, who got so close to our biggest upset of the tournament so far here on day 1. But Crazy Raccoon were able to stop them on that final map of Flashpoint. Junbin is probably feeling pretty good about how much impact he made in this series over Max, but still a team effort here. Really ult-efficient hold there on those final moments. And for Tree, respectful handshakes here, but man, he deserves everyone's praise, loss or no. The guy was, honestly, in my opinion, of these 10 players, the most consistent performing player.
Without a doubt, Tree, every single map, win or lose, rain or shine, he was delivering pick after pick, ult fight win after ult fight win, doing so much for his team. This is a very respectable showing here for Team Liquid. This is not a story of Tree being let down. This is a good result for Team Liquid, despite the loss.
Yeah, it really is here. It was incredible. I mean, yeah, you're right. Team Liquid doing this would have been something special that we were not expecting at all here. But for Raccoons, I mean, despite the fact they have won this, they will be happy with that. They finished up here and kind of marched off with it, looking at not disgruntled, but they weren't particularly kind of elated, because I think they went about it in such a long-winded way. They probably wanted to be a lot smoother than that. Has it kind of affected them, do you think, at all? The fact that they've been kind of tested to their limits like that so early in this competition?
I think this is very much a bad sign for Crazy Raccoon. Team Liquid is the 2nd seed from North America, not even the top dog in North America. If they're being pushed to the brink by a 2nd seed from North America, Crazy Raccoon, they need to contend with top teams from Korea, top teams from EMEA, everybody with a different style. And I'd say that of the styles, most formulaic for Liquid.
Now, if I'm going to be glass half full on this near loss for Crazy Raccoon, I think it's a pretty big learning experience. I think that how they utilized Max, or rather how they tried to utilize Max and were not successful, is a really, really big opportunity to learn. And unfortunately, the turnaround is quite quick. Had they lost and then had to play tomorrow as well without having some additional prep time, it could have been even worse for Crazy Raccoon. But I think they're going to go back to the drawing board here, fix some of these issues. I think Heesung had a rough day individually, as he just wasn't able to perform on the Tracer. Like, I'm going to give Tree 100% credit for catching him there. I'm going to give Zerov 100% credit for actually beating him in the 1v1 and the side quite often. But I think you reset, you talk about what tanks you want to play, what maps you want to go to, and Crazy Raccoon should be able to bounce back. Maybe this loss is the experience that leads to another championship, right? Is finding these issues right here and not in the semifinals, not in the grand finals.
It's true. I say that this is an indictment for Crazy Raccoon, but at the same time, Crazy Raccoon are famous for adjusting throughout a tournament, for beginning a tournament a little bit rocky and then closing it out by the final day. We've got 4 days of tournament play here at the Esports World Cup. Very reasonable to imagine that Crazy Raccoon will just keep building on this more and more until eventually, grand final, it's yet again.
Yes, it could indeed be that way. For you at home as well, you've been with us the course of the day. You're probably wondering exactly how things stand, where we are, how is things stacked going into the last best of 5 coming away very soon here. This is our bracket. You can take a look here and see exactly how it panned out there in Group B with Crazy Raccoons into those finals. They'll be playing in the next couple of days, but we look at the lower bracket now as well here. We see Rock there and such, but we've got another best of 5 coming our way, which is going to be an interesting one as well here, Wolf.
Yeah, we do have the final best of 5 of the day. Geekay also looking very confident. A pretty one-sided match that they played earlier today. Again, against a different caliber opponent than what they're going to be playing in our final series of the night. But compared to expectations for what this series looked like, this ended up being a banger. Like, best series of the day probably, I think, across both streams. The expectation for a final series is that it will look something like this.
Exactly right. I mean, personally, I was expecting more of a blowout from the series that we just witnessed, quietly expecting a blowout at least. But for Alcadcia versus Geekay, I'd expect a much more competitive one. But apparently this was as competitive as it gets.
And surprisingly, well, perhaps maybe unsurprisingly, one of our kind of dark horse teams in Weibo actually brought Falcons to 5 as well. So now 2 of our 3 Korean teams in our upper bracket here are pushed to the brink. So looking a little bit less immortal here on day 1.
Which it makes the competition a lot more exciting, doesn't it? I mean, it means that anything is possible in this. We didn't expect that to be a 3-2, but it was that way, even despite the 2-0 kind of lead there as well. So it's exciting and lots more to look forward to. We are now going to be going to a break ahead of what's coming your way in the format of a best of 5 to wrap up our day here on the Overwatch 2B stream here at the Esports World Cup. So pull your chairs up, grab yourself a few minutes just to kind of breathe after that epic last best of 5, because you've got another one coming your way very, very shortly. We'll see you there in just a few.
Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get to you.
Coming into the start of the year, AL.CADSIA were definitely expected to be a competitive team in EMEA, but were not considered to be the out-and-out strongest. I think that probably would have been Virtus Pro. And the Champions Clash wasn't the best showing for them because they didn't have Ziyad there. They were still playing with Tread and were kind of locked. Coming into the start of the year, AL.CADSIA were definitely expected to be a competitive team in EMEA, but were not considered to be the out-and-out strongest. I think that probably would have been Virtus Pro. And the Champions Clash wasn't the best showing for them because they didn't have Ziyad there. They were still playing with Tread and were kind of locked into a style that at the time didn't make a ton of sense in the metagame for Overwatch then. But coming into stage 2, this team looked very different. They hit the ground running. Ziyad obviously is a core part of the team. Landon, Checkmate, Kellex comes in. And these players are highly impactful playing a Symmetra-based style. And Kellex is a very solid, very dependable caller, someone who has a great view of the game, very good at ult tracking, and basically took this team straight to the top.
I think Kellex has been an amazing addition to this team. I mean, just throughout his history, he comes into teams, he wins tournaments, and then disappears. He knows his limits, he's always contributing to victory, not really the reason for a loss ever, and this is the support that you want on your team.
I mean, this year, GK are unrecognizable from maybe the team that you knew back in 2023. That was a team that showed great performances in the Saudi E-League, falling to Twisted Minds in what was then a pretty competitive game. But in NA, they pick up the ex-Nightmare squad, who'd already shown that they didn't need to be picked up by a big org to get results. And then GK came in and said, we're taking you guys to the top.
So the X factor for GK has to be Lethal. That is Turkey's gift to Overwatch. Him and Admiral go way back. Him and Maimon are just veterans from the EU contender scene. And I respect that Lethal will mirror a pick from someone on the other team just to show that he's better than them.
Putting GK and AL.CADSIA side by side is quite tricky because they're really different teams. I think AL.CADSIA has the veteran players, like a large collection of these individuals that have seen Overwatch at every level for many, many years. And I think they're better right now on the best comp, or at least we've seen much more of the Symmetra style from that particular team. GK will always carry the surprise factor, and being the best team in North America is no small feat. So I expect them to be able to match AL.CADSIA on the mechanical level. For me, it's the macro, it's the strategic level that I'd like to see GK really rise to the challenge on to make that a competitive matchup.
Welcome back, you lovely lot, to the OWCS Mid-Season Championships here at EWC, as we are here on the Overwatch 2 B stream and have a best of 5 coming your way to round out our first day here of the show. We have ZP and we have Unta back on the desk, and do you know what? We've got a good matchup here. This could be a very solid. I mean, we had a brilliant one the last matchup with Liquid competing, really pushing Raccoons to the limits here. But we've got a great matchup coming our way now. Is there a favorite? Where do you see this going, ZP?
I gotta tell you, over the course of the day, I've never seen the EU stocks crash harder just by transitive property and how this has been going on. Because if we were to do this match a little bit earlier, it'd be like, okay, AL.CADSIA, they have to be the favorites right now, even though GK has looked good. Are they that good? Everyone is super high on EU and their seeming dominance of the meta. And suddenly you take a look at the last series and also the fact that Twisted Minds arguably got upset earlier. And now all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, actually, maybe GK is going to be the favorite here. So this is very interesting, more so than it would have been at the beginning of the day, at least expectation-wise.
I do think, we've seen an overperformance come out from Team Liquid. They've gone to map 5 versus Crazy Raccoon, but end of the day, I'm going to stay the course. I'm going to keep shilling for the European region right now, because I still believe AL.CADSIA, that's the top team. That's the best Symmetra team in EMEA, and they haven't had any upsets as of yet. They haven't been upset by Sign Esports. They haven't gone to 5 versus Team Liquid, so I'll stay the course. I keep believing in the Symmetra.
Okay, AL.CADSIA, coming up very, very soon here in this best of 5, and we're looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the party here. We kind of had the high expectations of Raccoons kind of almost going clean sweeping through to the upper bracket, the winners bracket, but this could be a team that could do it here. But let's take a look at who they'll be going up against here. We have GK, who we saw them here earlier on the B stream, and they're back again now and arriving into the building and looking refreshed. Bit of time to relax ahead of this matchup as well here. But it's been a long day. I mean, does that affect proceedings at all? Having this kind of length of time waiting for this final match of the day.
You know, that's always the one argument that always goes both ways in the sense of like, you know, okay, have you had a lot of rest throughout the day? Are you going to be good? Has the other team gone through more matches? You know, what's the fatigue level between both teams? In this case, I actually think it's relatively even between both teams. I don't think either team was really tested all that much earlier in the day. So where they actually stand when going up against a team of equivalent quality is kind of up in the air. And again, you look at the beginning of the day, we'd probably say Alcadia looking to be the strong favorite. Here, to me, I think it's a pick'em. Could go either way.
Okay.
I very much see the vision for it, truthfully. As much as I do want to shill constantly for the EMEA region, we have seen the Symmetra team start to struggle a little bit. We have seen, you know, Team Liquid not even using Symmetra in order to get a good result versus Crazy Raccoon. But let's see, you know, Kellex, he's a winner on Alcadia. They sub that guy in and they never seem to lose a crucial match. And then over here, again, we're looking at the GK lineup a little bit. Lots of character on this side.
We saw Kuffer there, you talked to earlier on here on an interview, and we saw that kind of character, I think, which is really important to have that in this kind of context, in this kind of environment here at the Esports World Cup, having characters. We talk about spirit being a big factor as well here. It's important, and I think this team has it in abundance.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were very straight up on the interview earlier. I love how Kuffa was just actually also took personal responsibility. Said, yeah, you know that first round against Zorcorp? Yeah, that may have been me. Actually, I think we're way better. And it's like, okay, this is the type of frank response that we actually need out of our players as opposed to just going full on, you know, everyone's great, fantastic. It's like, look, he gave a little bit of props. He said Zocorp, they're pretty good. But, yeah, we're a lot better.
Yeah, a little bit of salt never hurt anybody. Isn't that right, Hunter?
Kuffa, he is no stranger to salting the wound. And honestly, this is the series where you're really going to get to see a little bit of that. Kuffa, he's going to get to play many of the heroes that are his signature. He's famous for his Ramatra in North America, a little bit of Hazard as well. And he gets to scrap it out against opponents where there's a real rivalry. There's this real presence. And everybody's saying internationally that EMEA is going to come out on top. He can hear me up on stage saying that they're going to lose. So he's got everything to prove right now. And it's not his first time as an underdog.
Yeah, I mean, Alcadia as well do pose a threat. We mentioned they've had a good run thus far, and they've got a team who I think others are very aware are very competent here. I mean, on the team, we're going to see the roster in a second here. Who's the difference maker? Who's the big player that you think is really going to kind of step up and change things up if they get into a sticky situation?
I'd say Ziad, star player for Alcadia. He has come out of nowhere. Saudi E-League player, you know, here and there in the scene, but he has exploded out into the OWCS scene as he's come of age here in 2025. His diva is second to none. I would say, you know, without a doubt, the best diva in the world right now, and nobody matches him.
You know, Hunter, I got a follow-up question here that I'm going to go here because I feel like it's been the story of the day where you can't come in and be like, okay, Symmetra, or even a little bit, you know, Freya. To me, when you look at the star performances, even in losses, it's been a lot of Sojourn today, where we've been seeing all the big plays. Even you think when VP lost, VP stayed alive in that series because Shockwave was just going wild on the Sojourn. Between these two teams, do you have a Sojourn advantage between the two or no?
I would say Libda, the Sojourn for Alcadia, probably edges out ahead of Lethal a little bit. Lethal, he's really good at the Cassidy, flanking and just hitting those shots real quick. But Libda, he's, you know, the genius of Sojourn. He's always on the perfect angle. He's always applying pressure from the side so consistently. Two very differing styles here between Lethal and Libda, but I'd probably give Libda the edge.
Interesting. You can see the screen on screen here as well. Alcadia, who are ready to rock and roll, arms crossed. They're feeling good. They're feeling strong as you need to. Again, look at this. This is our last game of the day here. They're right behind us on the stage here. It's always interesting looking over our shoulders. You're actually seeing how the players look and how they're feeling. We talked about kind of like different kind of kind of arms and different kind of mouses and everything. Mouses.
Mice. Maybe. I think it's
mice.
Yeah.
Mouse is not really a word, is it? Mouses. We'll use it for this. Mouses. But we're seeing how the way they kind of like, you know, you can see them feeling there's like kind of an aura, like a vibe around players as well here. And I've got to say, looking over our shoulders here, both teams kind of relaxed, which is good for us because it means that they're all composed and ready to put on quite a show for us.
Yeah, I mean, also, over here in the B Stream, it's a little bit more quiet, a little bit more contained. It's kind of the in-between between all you're playing in your room, some of these qualifiers, the online play, and, of course, the big stage over on Stream A. So, it's a little bit more calm and composed over here. Whether that actually helps either team, who knows? But, just observations of the playing environment.
We have a nice standing crowd out the front of the stage as well. A few players, watching on to see the match. And, I mean, both of these teams, these teams have vibe guys on the roster to make sure that everybody's mood is good all the time. We're talking about Kuffa keeping spirits high. Same goes for AL-Qadsiya with Kellex. He was the difference maker for their roster. They added him to the roster and everything changed for them this stage.
Well, we've got ourselves, to about a vibe. The vibe's going to go down in Liyang Tower for our first map of this best of 5 here. And the bans have come in as well, ZP. How do they affect what's about to come our way?
I mean, it's kind of interesting they're opening up here with the Ram ban, with the Venture ban. And, to me, I'm trying to there's multiple reasons as to why this could be. And, I wonder here if a little bit, how much of this, Andre, do you think is based on, okay, we want the best for Liyang Tower, and how much of this is actually saving some of the more impactful bans perhaps for like a little bit later in the series?
I think at the end of the day, AL-Qadsiya, they take out Ram because they know Kuffa is top tier on the Ramatra. They know Ziyad always wants to play that diva, always wants to get aggressive. And the counter ban for the Venture maybe shows that Kike want to play a little bit of sim no matter what.
Okay, we're going to have a look at the last kind of element here of what is coming our way here in this first matchup, which is the map picks, the bans. It's all happened here. This is the Group C upper bracket finals here, where you look at with Gike versus AL-Qadsiya, and who is going to be the victor. We've asked you all day long here for you guys and your input as well. Let us know who you think is going to be going through here after this best of 5. It's about to kick off underway here, and I guess this control is going to be very, very important here. You want to get yourself a 1-0 lead. Although it didn't affect, should I say, Team Liquid in the last best of 5. However, I feel in this one it is going to be really imperative. Hand on over to ZP and to Unter, and we jump on into the action.
Already we can see Kuffa, he's on the hazard. So that Ram ban, that actually came out from Gike. They want to lean into that strength and take Ziyad off it. But I'd have to imagine that's an invitation for Ziyad to play the diva that he's so famous for, ZP.
Yeah, and on cue, in Spawn, heroes change around a bit, but the diva, that is probably going to be for real. But, Hunter, it has been a long day, but we get to finish it in style. A matchup that truly, hard to say who is going to come out ahead, but we're going to get some pointers here and in a moment. Both teams out the door. What do you like right now, comp-wise?
A little bit of a difference here. Ultraviolet on the Baptiste, he's going to be juicing a little bit more damage, but more of a liability. Landon on the Kiriko. Got to be so careful if you're Ultraviolet, because Ziyad, he'll be on you in no time.
Both teams getting into it right now. No full dive here just yet. A little bit of zoning and poking, but Ziyad now again down into it on the diva, pushing GK a little bit back. And still, you see an abundance of caution right now, even as AL-Qadsiya moves over onto the point. Checkmate, get a little bit low, able to back on out. And now, Diva versus Hazard right here in and on the point. Kuffa dancing around Ziyad in hot pursuit. Kuffa right now withstanding here so far. Getting a little bit low though, needing to back up just a bit. AL-Qadsiya halfway on the point. Mabel though, able to stay alive as Checkmate gets caught.
Checkmate taken down early. Carry performance from Kuffa off the top ropes, taking down the Symmetra. Beat comes out early from Kellex, so this is first fight, CP.
Yeah, first fight. AL-Qadsiya right now looking to keep it in their favor. Ziyad going to town on the diva. You were singing the praises here, Unter, in the pregame, and the praises appear to be legitimate, even with the fall towards the end.
Presence of mind from Kellex there. They're down their Symmetra, and still he sees the opportunity to turn the fight, to push with the beat, get Ziyad on the backline, start cleaning house. DK Esports, they must have thought the fight was over when they had that initial pick, but Alcad, you can never count them out. Looking over to the next fight now, Ultraviolet's got a window, but he's got to be careful not to be pushed.
Yeah, drops a window immediately. Just looking for a little bit of a zoning advantage. Lubda getting super low save, landing. Kellex cannot withstand too much poking coming in from GK. And now, just like that, AL-Qadsiya on the back foot. Lubda super low, close to an overclock, but not really time to pop it as Lethal is going to town.
Lethal didn't want to let it slip this time around. He pops the overclock even with the advantage because he's learned his lesson from the first fight. AL-Qadsiya quite good at turning these disadvantaged situations. So Gike, they secure the retake. They've spent 2 ultimates. That's the window and the overclock. But AL-Qadsiya, they spent as well. They used the Kitsune Rush. They're going to come in with a bit of an ult swing here, though, GP. Yeah. And you can already see Mamo set up forward.
Yeah, I mean, Lubda's going to have so much room to work with. You're going to have the wall coming up here, Unter, and the overclock. I mean, it's basically an overclock shots without a whole lot of pressure if you play around the wall.
Kellex has gone down very early. Looked at, he is overclocking right now, but he's stuck inside the mini room and Admiral's cleaning house.
Yeah, it just doesn't work out at all as Kuffa brings the rain, grabs another 2, make it 3. You know, Kuffa here just kind of going like, hey, no ram, no problem.
It is 2 fights in a row now for GK. We're only 30% on the cap, where they've spent 2 for 1 on ults. So now GK, they're at a significant deficit ult-wise. AL.KATSEA for the retake, they have the sim wall. This is the best ultimate in the game for flipping the cap. They TP over to the right and they're already stepping up. You've got to keep your eyes on checkmate.
Maymone stick over, connects! Down goes Lubda, and AL.KATSEA, their troubles continuing here, Hunter. I mean, just off that early pickoff, it makes the job so much harder. Ziad, super low, gonna drop the bomb to get the remake. Ultraviolet down, and okay, a little bit of room for effort here for AL.KATSEA. Not actually out of the fight here yet, despite the really awful way it started.
Even though AL.KATSEA lose a man, they're never out until it's over. Landon has found a pick onto Lethal, and GK, they're not able to hold on much longer. You can see Kuffa already goes down. Maymone taken down as well. And AL.KATSEA, they have ultimates for the next turn. They've preserved that Kitsune rush for Landon. Kellex has another beat. He's quite a way ahead of Admiral because he got that first beat advantage. GK, it's going to be very hard to window.
Yeah, I mean, for GK, it's basically Ultraviolet has to set up a good window, and you have to have the fall through there. And by the way, your entire momentum there just gets delayed because Maymone just gets picked off in the neutral.
Exactly right. The other thing about this window, it's an invitation for Ziad to throw up the Matrix, shift over the window, and Kellex reinforces you with the beat. So it's so hard to pop a window with a very safe position.
Well, here we go. Dueling support ultimate to see them both on your screen right now. The Kitsune ready to go, and the window ready to be seen through.
Closing on the last fight now. Double support ultimate available for GK as well, but here's the window swing, ZP.
Yep, Ultraviolet drops the window right now, looking for the opportunity. Meanwhile, AL.KATSEA, they're just able to disengage here, maintain, but Lethal gets Kellex. He's not going to be able to be in this fight. Now the Kitsune is trying to come from behind. What an absolute disaster of a pickoff against AL.KATSEA. And now Ziad trying to make the difference, forces out the immortality field, but it's still so rough when they would have loved to have had that beat there, Hunter.
GK, they're finding the kills, they're cleaning up on the objective now, but you're exactly right, CP. Admiral, he had to use the beat to close it out. The fact that GK are never winning these 5v4s without investing an additional ultimate on top is a bad omen for them, because now AL.KATSEA, they get to come back in, they've got that beat available, they're going to have that symbol yet again to hunker down on the objective, and it's 99% this time around, so GK, they can't afford to let the point flip.
I feel like if you're GK right now, you're looking to Lethal, you want to do an early overclock, and they do. Before any beat, and he goes down! He forces out the beat, but Lubda does not care. Overclock for 2, make it 3. Lubda with all the room in the world, and AL.KATSEA, they're at 99%. GK now, they're going to have to try and come in here and do some form of delay. I'm not even sure they have the personnel in the area to do it. We'll see, and it's not going to happen. First round to AL.KATSEA.
The boot from Kellex at the end there to deny the touch. So clutch from Lubda. Overclock in spawn from GK, great fundamentals. You're a bit down on your ultimates. The enemy team needs to touch the point. All you need to do, fight them in spawn, split them off. But Lubda, he finds the kill on the clocking Soj.
Now, disclaimer, it's what I'm about to ask you, because it is the first round of Control, and technically even Zorcorp earlier today looked really good on the first round of Control. So it's not always the greatest litmus test of where things are at. That being said, beginning of the day, we're getting the show a little ahead here. Would you have expected that round to be this close between GK and AL.KATSEA?
I do think it's reasonable to expect GK to put up a fight. This is not a team of chumps. This is a team that has some serious aura about them. They came 3rd place at the last major. They caused a generational first-time upset. But now we're here on Control Center, where it's going to be a bit more awkward for AL.KAT to play that diva.
And Lethal nearly getting picked off early on. Both teams feeling each other out here. Point not open for another 15 seconds here just yet, but this is where you can get a bit of advantage. And, you know, GK, they're keeping it old school style. Bring out the Mei here at Control Center. Nothing more Overwatch than that as Lubda nearly falls, Hunter.
Lubda is so incredibly low, but he has survived. He will swing again. He will be a threat. Kuffa goes in again with a massive slash, though.
Yeah, Kuffa, again, a little bit low for the attempt, but able to create a little bit of space here. AL.KATSEA, though, more progress here in the point. GK, a little bit of rotational turnaround here as Kuffa is still priority number 1, getting pummeled. Ultraviolet says, I've had enough, drops the immortality field, but the pressure on Kuffa keeps on coming. Ziad up and over, and Kuffa finally going to fall. The focus fire, too much. AL.KATSEA had their target, and they stayed the course.
Brutal scene here for GK. They've got Maymone on the Mei, but he's not really able to find all that much value, and you can see AL.KAT, they're just pushing all the way to spawn right now. Admiral, he will slip inside. Lubda will survive as well. GK, they've got the window for the retake, but Lubda, he's got a high noon. Very deadly ultimate with the TP to keep him alive as well.
Yeah, what do you think of Geeke's comp here on the retake? I mean, it's kind of the old thing where, obviously May's super good first fight and holding, not as much here. Ultraviolet, though, going to drop the window, seizing the opportunity and gets it with the aid of Lethal. 2 immediately going down. A great window from Ultraviolet. Just like that.
Exactly what Geeke needed. A fast swing with the window, and before Kellex had time to get a high-value beat off, Geeke had already found those kills, already gotten that one shot with the Baptiste, with the Sojin Rail. Kellex invested the beat in that turn. He just didn't find the value that they needed. It came out a little bit too late. Really nice stuff from Geeke. They've won a fight with only the window. Now they have a huge bank for next.
Not only that here, but here's the interesting. Alcatel might have the huge bank, but also they have to pay the May tax to get in.
It's going to be very difficult for Maymon to actually find a valuable Blizzard because so many members of Alcatel, they're mobile, but they're taking a beating on the way in. Ultraviolet just beaming down main.
Yeah, and Lubda got caught out a little bit. I mean, the wall came in and split the team, and it's like, yeah, we're going to shoot the Cassidy. Why not? So this is the advantage of the comp Geeke is running when they're in control of the point here, Hunter.
Alcat, they've got all of these ultimates to play with, the Sim Wall, the High Noon, the Kitsune Rush, but they really don't want to use them here in this choke. Such awkward angles to do so. Maymon playing forward, forced to use Ice Block. Admiral's got the beat in the back pocket though, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, probably going to drop Blizzard under pressure here, but no, beat comes out from Admiral instead. Now the Blizzard comes out, a little bit of better timing. The wall out here from Alcatel, Lubda able to play around it, take down Maymon. Are they going to get a little bit more right now? Lethal able to take down Lubda. However, Alcatel still looking a little bit more healthy here on the whole. Cuffin nearly dead. Lethal running for his life, can't get away. And this is looking like Alcatel should be about to flip.
Looked like such a good scene early on for Geeke. The fact that they were able to get that good downpour from Kuffer, you could see players of Alcatel hammed up around the corner. However, Geeke, they couldn't actually finish the kills. So now Alcatel, they're back in control. They've got another beat to play with. Kellex has absolutely farmed this second beat way ahead. And Ultraviolet, I mean, he's got a window, but can history repeat itself? Can we get a second window swing opening pick?
Well, we'll see. Drops a window, likes what he sees. Kellex immediately goes down. Just high fives Lethal across the board saying, yeah, I love these windows. It's working out great. I mean, that was an assassination where, by the way, Kellex was about to get beat.
Kellex was so close to the beat, but Ultraviolet, you have to praise his judgment. He goes for the hard flank while his team is in main. He tells Kuffer, don't take all the damage in the world, Riley. I need you to sit in a corner for a couple of seconds. And as a result, DK, they get a free retake yet again. Window, no beat available for Kellex. Now he's got it for this next turn, though, and that could be disastrous still for Geeke because Admiral only 48%.
The downside here, though, is that they have to wait to get a little bit closer to the point here. You can't really pop it here because the May will delay you and you're not going to get value. And they pop it right here because they find Admiral. They say, no, we actually like it with the teleport. And Admiral's down. They get onto the point. The beat is gone. And now for Geeke, the question is, can they survive enough to get back up to full strength? It's not looking great. Kuffa's getting hunted down. Kuffa is at death's door right now. Now Lethal under the gun as Kuffa gets supported. Lethal's not going to survive. And Alcatel real close now to taking this first map.
Potentially critical error there for Geeke. They've tried to play their lives instead of holding on to the point. And now they're going to be incredibly pressured to touch. Alcatel, they can fight forward. Geeke, they're the team with all of the pressure on them needing to touch. You can see Admiral being chased on the coast. He's trying to secure the touch. He's in and out. He's over onto the Mega. He's being chased all over by Kellex, but is he going to get the tap?
Hey, I mean, breaking a little bit of ankles, and yeah, the tap still comes on in. Checkmate. Gonna drop the sim wall. Look to put this over for Alcatel, but Ziad is in trouble. Ziad having to drop the self-destruct, getting caught in Maybone's Blizzard. Geeke in a good spot. Here comes Lethal. Can Lethal be the hero once more? Has the window, has the overclock, doesn't have the angle though in this particular spot. Lethal now gonna go back the other way. The overclock now tick-tocking on down, gets a decent shot, but Admiral and Ultraviolet dead. On the other side as Alcatel dives on the opposite end, but Lethal's still in there with Maymo. They're able to pick up another 2, and this one may not be over yet.
It's Lubda and Ziad versus the world, but Ziad manages to get it done. It's Maymon and Ziad in a 1 versus 1 now. Maymon just trying to buy time for his team. Ziad beaming onto him so incredibly low, but Ziad wins the duel. Admiral can't get back in time. Geeke, it felt like they played everything very well in terms of the ult layering. Admiral drew aggro on the side, got that better beat, but Lethal just couldn't deliver with the clock in the end.
No, not at all. I mean, it was one of those things where I think the window positioning, it was really good window positioning throughout most of the map, but that last window didn't give Lethal a ton to work with. I think Lethal, a little bit too late into the overclock, realized, oh, I need to reposition if I'm going to get any eliminations here, and it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, Alcatel with the first blood here in this best of 5. You can see here the Geeke players feeling flummoxed by it. frustrated. You could see that you sense the frustration in the air there as well there, Hunter.
I think they all knew that final fight was theirs to win. They played the ult game to perfection. They had 2 ultimates matched by 0, but they just couldn't get it done. Lethal spent a couple of seconds too long on the window, no angle. He swung wide. He found a kill eventually, but the trades came through from Alcad by then. And then even at the very, very end, game of inches. It's Maymone versus Ziad for all of the marbles.
Well, then you run into the part of like, by the way, in the transition from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, yeah, you have a tank versus anyone else in a one-on-one. The tank's probably going to win. That's just kind of how it works.
Yeah, Ziad might be ever so slightly favored in that matchup, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
We see here as well the highlights for the first matchup as well. Expectations from our teams going into this prior to and post. Hunter, did Plings play out as you imagined they would do? I mean, it seemed incredibly tight the entire time through, and is maybe a kind of a tale of what's to come as well in this best of 5.
I would say so. I think very much expecting to see D.Va and Symmetra at different points in this series banned out by GK. I think that those are the big tools that we know ALCATSIA are so powerful on. Taking Ziad off the D.Va, taking Checkmate off that Symmetra. These are the most powerful tools available to ALCATSIA. Very much expecting to see GCAT take them away.
Hunter, I got a question for you, and this is a full-on glass half full, glass half empty sort of situation, where NA has come out today and has been looking pretty darn good, including now against GK and ALCATSIA really being as close as you get. Is this the case when you compare EU and NA right now? Is it NA overperforming or EU underperforming between the two, given the gap that we thought may exist at the start of the day?
Look, truthfully, it's hard for me to say because at the last tournament, at the China Major, EU really struggled. Now here, again, at the Esports World Cup, we're seeing some cracks beginning to show, but there is a more convincing showing coming out from EMEA this time around. It's not a complete blowout for the EMEA teams by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, we've got ourselves that second map coming up very shortly. We'll see exactly how that's going to play out for you guys watching at home as well here, because I think for this is, we'll see GK here, who will be undoubtedly desperate to make sure that they put a stamp on this best of 5 in the next round here. I mean, how do they go about proceedings here? Does it kind of change much? Would they have, I guess, the assumption of what was going to happen in that first control-based map there? How do they counteract to ensure this doesn't happen again, that they kind of do get one over on their opponents here, ZP?
Well, look, I think it's just been close enough between the two teams that just having the simple advantage of being able to go to your own map pick may easily be enough to get a map the way of GK. It has been very, very close, and having your own map pick, that is a big advantage.
To be honest, I mean, there's actually a lot of options for GK because they can target different roles, and because GK is a very flexible team. They're very good on Winston dive. They're very good on Hazard. They like to play the Ramatra as well. They have a full wheelhouse to deal with. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like a Watchpoint Gibraltar, ban out the D.Va, potentially targeting the fact that Ziad loves to play the D.Va, allows Cuffer to play something like Winston or Hazard, where he can, play with the high ground a little bit. Reasonable chance for them, but I wouldn't put all of my eggs in that basket.
Looking at before we go into our next map here as well, just a generalized kind of like view over today and general hero selection from all of our teams. Just any things you've been surprised by, things coming into this that you thought didn't quite pan out as you thought they would do, things different strategies in which our players have kind of like chosen who they're going to take into each of the matchups.
I mean, I think the biggest story to me going into it, and I mean, there were some rumblings about this before, but compare it to the finals and where we were at, is that the Sojourn stocks have gone up and the Freya stocks have gone down. Has been my story of the day.
Yeah, Freya has very much seemed to have just hit rock bottom. We heard Tree talking earlier in his interview about how when everything is happening so quickly, Freya gets caught out a little bit too much. Freya's been the victim of many a nerf over the past couple of patches, and now she's at the point where if an enemy team can play a very fast composition, you become a liability rather than an asset to your team.
All right, let's take a look over at what's coming your way next on map 2, which is Gibraltar is coming up here. The bans also have been registered now as well here. ZPB can see that both of our teams have done so. And what's your thoughts on how that's going to affect what happens in map 2?
I mean, I look at map 2, and if you're a team that's banning Lucio, it kind of signals to me you want to play a composition that's going to be a little bit slower by comparison, or at the very least, punish the other team that if they want to play a fast comp, then they have to play Juno, who isn't really as high of a priority right now or seen as quite as good. So that's kind of what's signaling to me.
I don't want to try and divine the bans too much, but I am pretty sure that the Lucio ban would have come out from GK here, and then the Hazard ban would have come out in response from ALCATSIA, because Cuffer, famous for the Hazard, and the Lucio ban makes a lot of sense because you can protect Ana Brig, these safer backlines, which means that no longer can Ziad freely play the D.Va.
As far as Gibraltar goes, we haven't seen it, I don't think, at all today on B stream as far as maps go. What is the key attributes of this map to ensure a victory? What do you what in terms of this map? People watching at home here, what is Gibraltar? What do you have to ensure that you do to make this your own?
Well, I think for Gibraltar, I mean, obviously the map has changed a little bit in recent times, but it's still one of those maps where it's like you don't want to be, you don't want to get snowballed on, which is still something that could very much happen on the map if you have a few bad fights in a row. It's something it's been famous for. Again, it got toned down a little bit over the course of time, but
ultimately, this is a map that is just completely defined by the fact that there's this huge disparity of high ground. You need a character that can pop between top and bottom constantly. Symmetra helps to bridge that gap a little bit though. The fact that people play so much Sim nowadays, you can play a ground tank and portal them up to the top. So at the end of the day, you can essentially play ground tanks anywhere if you've got the mindset for it, which is, pretty classically EMEA.
Yeah, indeed. GK will be desperate here to get themselves back into this competition, obviously to tying this up 1-1. However, inspired by the previous best of 5, maybe even going 2-0 down, there's always hope. We've seen that. There's always an opportunity to get back into things here. But we head into Gibraltar here. We'll join, of course, the illustrious ZP and Unta as we prepare ourselves for GK versus Al-Qadsia in this second map of our best of 5. Here we go. Let's dive on in, let's do this thing.
As we get into this, Hunter, one thing that always comes to mind here is that if you're on a bellwether on the state of balance in Overwatch, and you're like, how are specific heroes doing? Specifically, how's Widowmaker doing? If people aren't playing Widow on Watchpoint Gibraltar, you can basically guess she's not in a good state meta-wise.
It's a litmus test for the character. This is essentially the Widow map to end all Widow maps, and she's fallen out of favor. It's quite rare. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Lethal randomly spin the compositional wheel and come out on Widow just for one last ride. But he also loves a little bit of Hanzo, and we are seeing GK on one of their signature compositions right now, ZP.
Yeah, they got the Life Weaver coming on out. This is more of an NA special on the whole, on average, and we'll see how it works. And, for those watching, for those that haven't been as tuned in, and those who still may be in the role of like, wait, Life Weaver, why? Why Life Weaver?
Life Weaver is so powerful because he can sit at the back of the map, he can enable the Baptiste to just get as aggressive as he wants and do so much damage. The problem though, and interested to see how the regions clash, is that Life Weaver is a huge victim of D.Va. Really has a hard time playing against the D.Va, but Lethal already opening things up.
Yeah, speaking of victims, Landon, Hanzo victim on the other side, so get to see a little bit of Hanzo in play. And I mean, you talk about the bow tier list right now. Seeing Lethal on Hanzo, that's starting to equal the Freya. Not quite, but who said normal bows were out of style? Is honestly GK getting a lot of cleanup kills here.
It's a nice trade from Libda. Ultimately able to take down the Baptiste, meaning that GK, they're not going to be able to hold too aggressively. Maybe Admiral can go back to spawn, grip Ultraviolet closer to the fight. But Al-Qadsia, they're going to be able to take some space off the back of this. You can see their backline already holding up on the high ground, and they're going to be able to walk sooner because Ultraviolet still isn't here. Kuffer cannot hold space forward. No ultimates in play as of yet, and Al-Qad very clearly playing just to push the cart right now.
Yeah, I mean, step one right now, at least get the cart into the car wash area. You need cart progress because it is a slog here on the first point of Gibraltar. Dia, though, getting very, very low, nearly getting bursted. Lethal finding window of opportunity right now. D.Va's off the field.
Lethal, he's applying so much pressure on this Hanzo. Now he's got the Dragon available. He's hiding off to the side. Not much of a target right now. You can see GK, they're going to concede a little bit of space. Al-Qad have taken top, but here comes the Dragon Swing.
Yeah, Dragon Strike going to come out, and more than anything else, forces a little bit of movement. Is there going to be follow through on the other end? Lubda got a little bit low, but not quite. Still, though, it's burning time. Nearly 2 minutes off the clock. But here we go. Ziad diving on, up and over, looking for the opportunity, trying to take some space. Landon Mortality Field forced out. EK trying to counter dive, and they take down Lubda. Lethal able to get a little bit of room, get the pick onto the Freya, and GK playing this Hanzo comp to perfection where the cart is still underneath the car wash, Hunter.
This is starting to look really solid for GK Esports. A couple of ults were thrown into that fight, but they've still got the window in the back for Ultraviolet. He can still use that to keep himself alive, use it aggressively to help Lethal take some more scalps. Kuffer as well with the Primal Rage. It's going to be very difficult. Bat Brig struggles heavily versus a Primal Rage. The Baptiste, it's very difficult to keep him alive versus a good Primal Rage. You can see now the fight's starting to break down because Al-Qad, they're already on the point. They're already looking for a fight.
They need to win this here because you look at it, they've just fully banked ults. They're all in on this fight. If it doesn't go their way, first point hold, very, very likely. Checkmate. Opening up at the wall and immediately get caught by Kuffa. But Winston having hands. Who says NA can't play it? Some interviews earlier today said that, but hey, Kuffa proving the exception as GK hold on. And the ults for Al-Qadsia here, Hunter, got considerably lighter.
Alcacia, they spent in that fight. That was a double DPS ult turn. GK, they spent even more though. They've got nothing in the tank. Only Maymone's Pulse Bomb remains lethal with a Dragon Strike eventually in this scene. But GK, you can see they want to do something aggressive. Cover's already playing forward.
Lethal though, getting caught. Perhaps a little bit too far forward. We'll be able to get back in. And if you're GK right now, Hunter, you just need to get back here and of the moment. And the problem is it's not happening. Alcacia, they sense a little bit of blood in the water. They chase down the kills. They add the extra staggers. And now the ability to contest here is way more in question.
It's going to be so difficult to get the touch. Maymone, he's going to have to blink on for it, but I don't even know if he can. He can't. So GK now, Kuffa, Ultraviolet, Admiral, they're all just stuck behind, dying slow. And Alcacia, they didn't even have to use any of their advantage ultimates to take the first point.
Yeah, and I mean, that was looking very grim for Alcacia. I mean, GK, they were so close to getting a hold there, which realistically would have secured them the map in most scenarios. So now, though, when you get first and the other team takes a little bit of time to re-secure back on second, this is where you can snowball in Gibraltar.
Alcat are back in control. They've got these ultimates online. Dragon Strike comes through onto the card, but it's a slow fight right now. Alcat, they don't have to do anything. They're just waiting. They're just pushing the payload from underneath.
Lethal also having to work with, like, way worse sight lines in particular here. Still gonna try and make it work, but Kuffa's going down, and Lethal right now is doing way more repositioning than actually firing the bow.
Already Admiral falls as well, and this is the absolute worst case scenario for GK Esports. They died slow on first point. They haven't even had a contest on second. Alcat, they've used one ultimate. Ults come in from Ultraviolet. He doesn't want to let it go, but the only death, it's Lethal.
Yeah, and again, I just think that comes down to the idea that it's a little bit harder to get value off the Hanzo at this point, and man, oh man, you're dropping the tree here. Why? Are you about to swap? What is going on here from Admiral? Because that did not seem wise. The swap is coming in.
Yeah, this is so tough now for GK. They've abandoned the Lifeweaver pick. They're just playing Bap, Brig, Winston now, and I think that is weaker than having an Ana. That is weaker than having a Weaver. Feels like a little bit of a concession. They were so close to full holding, but now they've had to completely abandon ship in a lot of ways, and Alcat, they've got the tools to just keep the ball rolling. Simwall on the objective, that's going to buy them more meters. High Noon, that's going to shut down Kuffa's Primal Rage. So many options for Alcat, so few for GK.
And also, this is one of the classic points where Deadeye is above average value. You can see everything. I mean, you're Patrick Stewart on extras if you're playing Cassidy here. So, man, oh man. We'll see where it goes. Kuffa over. A little bit of juggling right now coming in from Kuffa. Lubda off the Deadeye, was able to pick off one. And Alcacia not letting their foot off the gas. Maymone getting caught. Alcacia here, Hunter, just unstoppable. And GK, they've fallen apart after a very good first point.
It was a crucial trade onto checkmate. It's going to mean that GK, they get a solid recontest. Alcacia, they might play slow. They might play fast. It looks like Ziad is shifting forward. He wants to hold aggressively in the enemy team spawn. They're going to fight without checkmate. Kuffa's now on the Ramatra. He punches out Kellex on the card, who goes down without even using the rally.
Yeah, I mean, if GK is going to get any sort of redemption, it needs to be now. Taking down Kellex before the rally, an incredibly imperative step. Mortality Field coming out, a very well-timed one. Not able to save checkmate, but maybe able to save the rest. Alcacia, though, still in full retreat. Ultraviolet, meanwhile, a little bit of DPS back going on, but maybe not more they can chew. Here comes Ziad for the punish.
Already Alcacia, they've got their foot in the door. Ultraviolet's down. Kuffa no longer has any healing, but Alcacia still, they have to take a lot of space before they can start pressuring the cart. Clock comes out from Lethal and he finds a kill.
Yeah, space created. It was just right there. His Lethal drops the overclock before Alcacia can set up. And I think that was a kind of risky overclock because you didn't have tons of angles and shots, and Lethal just says, I need one.
Lethal, good for one from the looks of it, and GK now they've stemmed the bleed. Because they held for so long on first point, Alcacia only have a minute, and again the staggers are continuing. Ultraviolet finds an early pick onto Lubda, and Alcat, they're just going to have to keep backing up unless Maymone gets picked.
Yeah, Maymone gets picked, and it's like, well, we did have to keep backing up, but now we're rethinking our options a little bit.
Yeah, no, now it's looking like GK, they're still able to keep holding forward, and you can see Ultraviolet's making a hero play. He's flanking, he's got the window, he's done this a few times before. He flanks behind, he pulls it up.
The timing that wasn't quite there. You had the angle, but instead, all you've done is summon the Diva. However, self-destruct right in your face. A little bit of evasion back the other way. Gonna force the remake, and honestly, not the worst from Ultraviolet right now, creating a huge disruption in the back. Lethal, though, unable to take full advantage, gets punched by Lubda in turn, but the rest of GK able to dive on in, and Ziad diving back like that, Hunter, may not have been the right call.
Ultimately, Ultraviolet, he's doing so much for his team. Flanks like this, game-winning plays where you understand if you allow the ult fight to play out in its natural state, things are going to go pear-shaped. You need to do something special. And now you can see forward hold from GK. They're getting very aggressive. Lubda's pulled the high move, but he's TP'd behind, died.
Ooh, Lethal able to get one, and GK, after a tremendously good first point, a really bad second point, they pull it together on third to stop the full cap, and that was a roller coaster.
Real dogfight here taking place as GK Esports, I mean, the first point hold, rock solid. Third point, once they won a fight, rock solid again. You can see their fundamentals are so good. They understand when they're down on ultimates, when they need to play. That's actually what lost them the first point, trying to aggress when they were down on ults, but the truth is they have to do that.
I think what happened when you look back at the first point is that they staggered right before second was taken, which is one of those classic Gibraltar mistakes that is timeless. That's been bad on Gibraltar going back all the way to 2016. And then on top of it, I mean, yes, you can get value here and there. I'm not sold on Lethal staying on the Hanzo because we had his point of view a lot on second, and a lot was just repositioning constantly while looking for an angle. It's like, well, your entire team is dying while you're doing this.
Yeah, ultimately, the fact that they staggered out their supports, staggered out their tank, they couldn't take that good positioning up on the high ground. They had to play retake right from the beginning. Hey. And Alcatia, they just keep pushing.
She's here. Oh. Even if it's just for the window, the opening shot.
He might just dare to dream. He might play the Widow and then, you know, maybe get Grip back into spawn and get onto something a little bit more acceptable. He's been given the Hanzo a whirl for the entire map. I think it's so easy to kill Widowmaker nowadays. Low health pool, easy big hitboxes. Tracer can get right on top of you. But Alcat, I mean, they've had a change of pace too, right? They're over to the Symmetra.
Well, no Life Weaver here just yet, but that would be the definition of a little bit of vigilante justice of like, look, I said swap Widow. Now. But, okay, Lethal. It's not just a quick spawn peek. It's a little bit more investment than that, Hunter.
Yeah, he's getting all the way into it, and he's going to miss the first shot. He still has a nice angle, but Ziad is right away on the case, going to rocket him out, and he's going to have to de-pick, going to have to find himself a new angle on a Brig Winston Widow. A real switch-up for GK.
Now, Lubda teleports in, takes down Lethal. Does the Widow stay, or is Lethal swapping? I feel like the Lethal is about to swap. You know, it was a quick little experiment, a love letter to the past, but Lethal's still on it.
I mean, there's still a chance, you know, you just keep spinning the wheel and eventually you will find a pick, but no, Lethal is going to make the move over to the Sojourn. This is one of the more awkward maps to play the Sojourn because it's hard to slide up onto high ground on Gibraltar. They're too high. So your slide doesn't do much for you. It can get you further away from the enemy tank, but it can't get you onto a different vertical plane. You can see GK right now, they're just playing for the cart touch though, and they have taken the cart underneath.
Now, because of their opening comp, that's basically cost them a full minute of play and a bit into the ult bank here. We'll see if they're able to make up the difference. But even losing a minute like that, Hunter, can be pretty difficult here in Gibraltar because getting first, you kind of need every minute you have.
Well, Maymone's going to get an early pick onto land and he will be traded out, but losing your flex support for Alcatia means that they're going to have very little healing. No Baptiste to juice them up. Lethal's taking a beating up on the high ground and he will be taken down as well. So Alcatia, they remain in control.
And Ziad is just pumping damage up top, the top floor, completely Ziad's. Of course, Checkmate and Lubda applying some extra damage behind all of it, but Ziad feeling incredibly comfortable on the side ground Diva.
Yeah, now that Ziad has position, he's making it so difficult for GK Esports to take any space on the map. Anywhere they go, he is there, ready to find a kill. And Alcatia, now they have almost every ultimate available. Maymone is going to open up the fight by tapping the point yet again, but we're going to have to look over to Ultraviolet and Kuffa. Who's going to receive this nano boost?
I mean, to me, I look at it, it's probably going to go on the Kuffa, and then Maymone is just going to do a little bit of freelancing. Try and land a good pulse bomb here. GK, they have to be a little bit scrappier because they are at an ult bank disadvantage, but they're also running out of time. Kuffa gets the nano, hops on in. Primal's going to be built in the middle of this, so extra options to keep this going. Alcatia, though, meanwhile here, Hunter, they drop the window and they just do a little bit of a disengage, so the nano is gone. Yeah, there's a Primal, but they've weathered at least half the storm here. But here comes the other half. Kuffa jumping up. Primal on the menu. Lubda, meanwhile, Deadeye off here in the server room. Got the Symmetra ult here. A little bit of protection. Kelix is down. Needs to get something off this. But too many servers blocking the way.
They need to touch. They don't get it done. Kuffa, he's done it. He's isolated Kelix off the payload. Kelix missed the TP flip. And then Kuffa and Maymone together, they've gone to the objective. They've dragged it all the way over the line. This is so clutch for GK. Alcatia over-invested in the server room. As soon as Kelix goes down, there's no one left to touch the cart.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just a flub there where you're focused on the server room. What's going on there? It's like, by the way, the payload. And also, it's a flub in the way that it might hurt their setup here for second point. And with Checkmate getting staggered, I mean, history may be repeating itself. We saw it in the last round, the danger of getting staggered here on the second point. And GK right now looking like they want to return the favor.
GK right now, they're just continually pushing forward, but their ult bank has gone dry. It's Maymone with the Pulse Bomb, Lethal with an overclock a little bit later, but AL.KATSEA, they still have this high ground positioning. You can see they're TPing on, they're going behind right now, looking to catch a backliner, and they will ZP.
That's huge. If you can reestablish here in the second point, the amount of damage you can do to the time bank is unbelievable. Maymone, yeah, you get the pulse bomb, but a little bit too little, too late. But now you look at the positioning advantage here, Hunter. It is the best thing that can happen to you on Gibraltar.
This is the hardest part of the map to retake. GK Esports, it's an uphill battle for them. The only advantage that they may have, because AL.KATSEA are playing Symmetra and Cassidy, no Tracer, that means that objective pressure is key for GK Esports. If they can get bodies on the point, Tracer touching, Winster touching, it means that AL.KAT, they're going to have to give up their hold. If they push to trade, they might flip the cap.
Well, here we go. Nano on the Lethal. Here comes the overclock. It's all on Lethal. If Lethal can find the angles, it's a little bit down and dirty. Looking for it. Tough shots. And so far, not quite able to make it happen. The overclock is over. So is the Nano. All the chips put in favor of Lethal. And it may be a bit of a bust out. Well, right now, Hunter has left us for a split second. He should be back soon. Take a look at Landon right now. Landon up and over. Right now, dropping down the healing here for AL.KATSEA, doing a little bit of a swap in the middle of it here as a little bit of rotation behind me. AL.KATSEA doing a rotation of their own, keeping firm control here of second. And Hunter, are you back? Hunter is not back. Hunter, come over here and steal this one, is where I'm going to say. Yeah, going into it, only a minute 30 left for GK. And things are rough when you get gummed up here on the second point. And Hunter, let me hear it. Are you back? Hunter is not back. Honestly, I don't know what happened. I think actually at some level we decided to cut the stream. Cut Hunter. He's out of there. But now, AL.KATSEA back over. Trying to defend here and get up 2-0 over GK here and of the moment. Landon dropping the window. GK, though, able to disengage just a little bit here. Maymone super low, so is Ultraviolet. GK, they're low across the board, and Ultraviolet, the one that can't escape, it's Riyadh that's chasing it on down. And just like that, we are down to the final minute now for GK Esports. All right, 40 seconds left remaining here for GK. And honestly, you take a look at the ult bank, it is not looking particularly great. Neither is it for AL.KATSEA in the same notes. I mean, there are a few windows of opportunity here, but it's difficult to find the angles here on second. But here we go. 24 seconds left remaining. GK trying to keep this alive here on Gibraltar to even things out. 1-1. Lethal charged up. Railgun shot good to go. Lovda has the Deadeye. Gonna drop down, look for it. Not necessarily the best angle, but still may be able to find something. Kuffa, meanwhile, off in the room, taking a 1v3 in a rough spot. Landon's gonna go down, but it comes at the cost of Kuffa. Now 4v4 between both teams. Payload, 2.83 meters away from second being capped. Ultraviolet up and over there, able to demech Riyadh. It's going back and forth. Riyadh, though, gets a little bit of revenge right after. Maymone, though. Tracer, a little bit unleashed here. So is Lethal. It's Lethal and Maymone trying to keep this in. Overtime in progress, goes down, checkmate. Gonna clean house. And that may just be it here on second. A little bit extra stall here coming in from Kuffa off the respawn, but GK running out of players to contest. And that's going to be GK failing to take second, and AL.KATSEA one map away from going into the playoffs. So between the two, right now, it's just me that we got here. It is the good old solo cast. We worked through a few tech issues, and all in all, very interesting matchup where GK at points looked like they nearly had in the bag. They were so close to getting a first point hold. And wait, are we back?
Well, I am. Hey, how's
Excellent.
it going? How's it going? Yeah, incredible scenes. And hopefully Hunter will be back very shortly as well here. But absolutely stunning. Riyadh there as well. 20 eliminations we saw there, just holding the fort down, not allowing that second checkpoint to be taken. And thus we have a 2-0 lead now with 3 to play, but it could just take 1 for AL.KATSEA.
Hunter,
are you there?
No, no. Wait, we're still kicked out under it.
The anticipation is, I don't know about you, it's killing me.
Well, one of these days, this is like you kill him. It's like,
he's back!
And he immediately blows up the microphone. But, it's still
there
working.
He is.
Still working.
Yeah, that's right. We are so. I was worried about you for a second there, buddy. And here you are. And thank goodness, because A world without you is a world not worth living in, my friend.
Frankly, I was just happy to hear the dulcet tones of ZP for 3 minutes straight. But, you know, to each their own.
It was. I mean, honestly, we watched it there. It was a fantastic display. A great example of how to hold things up at that checkpoint without allowing it to cross the line to ensure that you get yourself a 2-0 lead. They did it unbelievably well. Maybe Lethal there, I think, had moments where he could have changed things around, but it just didn't happen because kept at bay so strongly by the defensive displays of Alcatia.
You can see Alcatia, they know how to hold an advantage, even if a point looks a little bit choppy, a little bit dicey, even if they let the occasional point slip through to the keeper by the numbers, they know how to close it out. They are a very structured, very disciplined team, and they know every area to hold. They know how to cling on to an advantage.
Realistically, when I take a look at this, where GK looked good, their main mistake was that they just got wiped at the worst possible point at the end of first, and they gave up what is the most defensible point on second effectively for free, which let Alcatia back into the game. And Alcatia, on their defense, Hunter, they just didn't make that same mistake.
Exactly right. It could have gone the other way had GK not let second point be a flash in the pan, be a mere moment of a couple of seconds. No card contest, no backline establishing position up on the high ground. Very difficult for them, but right back into it for the third map. Let's see if they can tighten it up a little.
Do you think GK, I mean, we saw that Liquid managed to turn it around and bring it back to a 3-2 despite being 2-0 down. Are GK a team that you feel are very capable of doing the same thing?
I see no reason why not. I mean, I think a lot of what went wrong there was just kind of watch point Gibraltar specific things where that's just sometimes how Gibraltar works. Even when you're playing really well and things are going really good for you, sometimes just get gummed up on second, and that's where it is. The eye test between these two teams is that they're still playing each other very, very tightly.
There's still a sim ban available as well for GK Esports. They can still take out Alcad's signature comp, essentially. But at the end of the day, it's a 5-map series. Even if you can edge one out by banning out sim, you're going to have to contend with it for the next two. So even if they can get a map on the board, they'll be far from out of the woods.
Also on top of that, even if you do get another map, it's going to have to go into enemy territory because from there on out, the final maps in the series are all going to be the picks of Alcatia. So Alcatia is now working with some pretty significant advantages beyond the obvious of being up 2 maps to 0.
Yeah, that is a really good advantage, actually, having the opportunity to choose how they're going to see the next 3 maps go. It's on their watch, ultimately, here. We're kind of getting that vibe again. Keep turning over my shoulder here just to kind of get a sense from what's happening down below us. That's one of the cool things about being on the kind of Overwatch 2B stream here is that we have the players right next to us. They're literally right behind us, which is awesome. Comparatively to, I guess, when the main stage, which is going to happen, I guess, at the weekend when our players compete on the big stage across the way here, it's going to be a lot, with fans screaming. We've got the fans down here too, which has been nice all day long, by the way. I've enjoyed having the fans here. I've seen kind of signs be made. I've seen family members. There's a kind of a real kind of like everyone's being wrapped in a blanket, which is really nice by the wider community here as well. Hunter, we look at the head to the next map here, and we're going to see it very shortly when we get the picks and bans coming through here. What can possibly be done now if they're going to ensure they try and get themselves back into this GK? They seem, as you both have alluded to as well, it's been very kind of almost 50-50 in terms of kind of the way they both played. It's just a case of like one has to kind of do something slightly better than the other to kind of have that edge.
It's been very close throughout the series. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a Symmetra ban coming out, perhaps a Colosseo pick as well. We've seen Alcatia in the past. They go up against teams like Twisted Minds. They don't mind a bit of Colosseo, having the Symmetra banned out on that map. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it here again because Maimon, he's happy to play the Tracer. Happy to ban out the Symmetra as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting where we go. I kind of agree with Hunter the idea that, okay, going into this, probably go with the idea of trying the sim ban. I mean, look, you got that one bullet in your chamber. You might as well fire it at least once going in here. Give yourself a little bit of chance for momentum. Build a story towards the comeback. What do you got to lose right now? Because right now, if you don't do that and you do just go out, you're going to the lower bracket.
I do love a comeback story. We all do. We all love a comeback story. Is it on the cards, though? That's the thing. Is it on the cards? I think so. I kind of feel it could be here. I think GK, again, I'm going by the confidence. We talked again about the spirit, the general kind of vibe as well, has been very strong with that particular team as well, Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, there is no better way to cement an underdog story than to simultaneously reverse sweep while establishing it. I do feel, like now their backs are to the wall. They're already down 2 maps. So if they want to be the underdogs, they're as low as they can possibly go right now.
Yeah.
Who wants to be the underdogs? It's like, if they want to be the underdogs. So it's just like, I don't want to be the overdog. Like, that's just a little bit too boring. I want to be, coming from behind every single time. It's like, I don't know if anyone wants to be the underdog, but they certainly, at this case, are the underdog.
Yeah, we said about earlier, right at the top of the show, hours ago now as well, we were talking about this competition as a whole here at the Esports World Cup and our $1 million prize pool here, which, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of opportunity here to kind of set you up for the next year as well of comp Overwatch play here too. So I guess back of our players' minds, crushing keys being a thing, that comes our way tomorrow, by the way. Excited, crushing keys. But obviously prize pool wise as well, there's a lot to play for here, not to mention that kind of like the becoming the champions, the Esports World Cup champions, if that. There's a lot on the line is what I'm trying to say, and I think that players, that must become a time where it kind of starts playing on them, particularly tomorrow where elimination is entirely possible.
I do think for the teams that we're witnessing here, these are teams that more feel like no matter what, they're going to be top 2 in the group. It's more about proving if they can top their group here, that they can actually go deep into the bracket, that they can do more than just qualify for top 8, but actually have a run deep, go top 2, win the tournament. But if you cannot come top 2 in your group, it's not a very good omen for a deep run into the bracket for a huge prize pool payout.
Yeah, and generally in Overwatch history, when you take a look at lower bracket runs, they have happened, they have occurred. However, generally speaking, if you go from the lower bracket, the odds of you actually being the one to win it all or even get top 2, I mean, it drastically goes way, way down, because the reality is that the teams that are on top generally aren't going to drop those series early in the bracket, even if it's really close. It's just kind of what the data shows.
Let's take a look at this here as well. We have our next map coming your way, which is Midtown as well here. And we see some interesting bans that are undoubtedly going to make a big difference here going into this midway in our series.
Symmetra ban finally coming out, so Checkmate, he's going to be forced off the Symmetra, maybe going to be playing a little bit of Tracer, a bit of Pharah, a bit of Mei. He's got a lot of options in his wheelhouse. He's got a very broad hero pool, but taking him off the Symmetra is going to be crucial for GK because so much trouble has been caused by Alcad's team play on the sim.
Also the same note, you can just see the rage meter towards Ultraviolet on the BAP is just finally hit the peak moment. I think it was the part on Gibraltar 3rd where Ultraviolet goes for the hero flank. Ziad goes to deal with them. Ziad gets his ankles broken. They have no frontline protection. It just all goes terribly wrong. At some point, if you're the coach there, you're just like, okay, actually, get rid of BAP. Get rid of BAP here. If they're going to take sim, get rid of them.
It's popped up on the screen again, that in orange and white. Match point. That's where we're at right now. We're at match point already here. We said this last time. I'm going to jinx this by saying it, but hey, it was 2-0 the last time around, our best of 5 earlier on. It's the same again here now, but will the same fate happen again? Will it be a kind of potential reverse sweep, or could this be a 3-0? We're going to go into the game right now and see exactly how it's going to pan out here in Midtown, where again we join the Pigeons. Bit of pigeon watch, we love that as we wait for our game to continue. The last time we saw this map as well in the last best of 5, we saw a dominant defensive display as well from Team Liquid. So let's see if we can have Alcadzia do exactly the same thing here as we move on into our game. So over to you fellas, let's do this thing. Here we go.
GK, they're going to be forced to change their style a little bit, taking Ultraviolet off the Baptiste. It's no longer going to be possible to have Ultraviolet flanking every ult fight, having these hero performances. Over to the Kiri, you're relying a lot more on star performances from the DPS, from Kuffer, finding these angles where Ultraviolet can then teleport in and close out the fight. He can no longer make these solo plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big change in dichotomy for both teams. Also, to the entire narrative, are we going to have another reverse sweep? Look, after earlier today, I'm down for it, but actually finish the job. I don't want this reverse sweep situation where you get betas, it's going to be the reverse sweep. And no, it's not. If you're going to do it, GK, bring it all the way or I will be mildly annoyed. That's all I got.
GK rolling out on the Ramatra and the Mei. Mei, a very sensible pick on Midtown. It's a nice flat map where you can actually get a lot of value shutting out the Diva. You can see Kuffer already stepping forward in main as well, but Maimon really, he needs to walk up with the rest of the core so that he can shut out Ziad.
Right now, initial poke going on down as GK looks for the way to the point, but Kuffa gets caught in transition. Love to going to be one to finish it off, but it was a full team effort, and you just see the quick retreat here that happens. Lethal is just like, oh, I guess I've been found. That's just kind of what happens here, Hunter, when you lose your main tank that early in the rotation onto main.
This is so tough as well for the side of GK because it's a slow bleed. You can see Maimon, he did lots of damage. He's already 60% of the way to the Blizzard, but deaths all the way down to the 3-minute mark. And GK, no signs of life on that first attack. Really just Kuffa walking up in main, taking a hell of a lot of damage, and then walking back out dying.
All right, GK, 1 minute off the clock. That's the penalty for what happened in the last fight. Also the fact that Checkmate about to have a pulse bomb ready to go. Kuffa though, moving on in, has Landon in a tough spot. Landon on the Kiri, close to the Kitsune Rush, but goes down. Maimon able to finish what was set up by Kuffa. Lethal though, falling in turn, 4-on-4, pulse bomb out. No result there.
Onto Kuffa, but he did not die. And now he's got another form timing. Now he's got a snare coming down in the choke. This is going to be a tough retake for AL.KATSEA. They do have double support ultimate online, though. Admiral does not quite have his beat yet. Kitsune Rush is mirrored, ZB.
Kitsune for Kitsune, it's about to be beat for beat. Kellex dropping it before getting bursted. Admiral waiting. The waiting pays off, drops it, doesn't hit everyone, but may have hit the most important people at Maimon. In danger, really could have used the sound of music there, Hunter. And now, a little bit even, still, GK close to taking the point, but AL.KATSEA, they're working their way to potentially getting the retake here. Kuffa getting very, very low, but able to punish Ziad in turn, in the back. Don't enter the room with Kuffa, Hunter.
Kuffa and Ultraviolet clutching it out so heavily. You could see Ultraviolet off to the side, shooting in, getting multiple headshots in. Kuffa there with the punches to finish the kills. And AL.KATSEA, they were this close to clutching it out. But now you can see Checkmate, he was playing behind. He's been scouted out. That means he's going to be chased all the way to the ends of the earth by Maimon. And that's a very late death for Checkmate.
Yeah, that was also kind of rough, where it started with Checkmate just being crouched in the corner motionless, and Maimon just looks at her there, is that me for another time? I'm going to shoot me from another time, and it's too much of an HP deficit to come back. Maimon, though, going to get shot by Lubda. A little bit of return fire here from AL.KATSEA to solidify and not let things get away from them.
It's a massive trade coming out from Lubda there. Already we've seen Annihilation coming out from Kuffa. GK are continuing to push the cart, but Lubda, he pulls the clock up on the high ground. He's got a good angle to do some damage here.
Yeah, it's not looking bad at all. Lubda off the overclock, though. It is done. Meanwhile, Lethal gonna get their crack at things here and now. Lethal getting pretty low, healed back up. Now back at full HP. Time to drop the overclock. The angles aren't necessarily looking great, but gets a few opportunities for a few more shots. Shooting one after another, not quite able to get the mouse on target there. As AL.KATSEA, they rotate back. Maimon, though, was able to find Landon in the chaos, so still opportunity here for GK.
This is a brutal scene here for AL.KATSEA. They've conceded so much cart push throughout. They have one last chance of a recontest here, but it will be staggered. And GK Esports, they've got bodies on the point. They've got Kuffa holding forward. AL.KATSEA, all of the pressure is on them. They need to touch, and they need to do it now.
AL.KATSEA, what do you got right now? 1.57 meters to the cart. Will you be able to delay? Checkmate. You got a pulse bomb. Where's it going to go right now? Looking at Kuffa. Kuffa, meanwhile, again, Ziad out of the mech. Checkmate, doing a little bit of freelance in the back line, and oh, is Lethal caught him! That was not the place to be, is Lethal adds on another right on after, and that's GK breaking the way open. A fantastic time bank here, Hunter, as they go for third.
4 minutes on the clock for GK Esports, and it really feels like AL.KATSEA are struggling to find their footing. Second point, really just no ability to contest the cart. Constantly, GK were juggling the cap, and Checkmate, he's actually going to move away from the Tracer over to the Torbjorn. A little bit of a switch up from him. Not sure whether this is going to work out for him versus the Ramatra. This is a character that can very easily be run down by the Ram, but can also do bulk damage at close range.
Hunter, this is what happens when you get rid of a man's sim. You go, I still need to build some things and where we're at. However, Maimon able to take down Lubda. Between both teams down their Sojourn, so going to be more of a clean fight here, and maybe this is where Checkmate can make his presence known. Admiral, though, just getting hunted down by Ziad at the same time, so AL.KATSEA doing a decent job of slowing this down a bit.
Even though GK Esports have lost this trade by the numbers, they did continue to push the cart. They did get it around the first corner, which means that AL.KAT, they can't be happy with this. GK, they keep getting cart push every single fight. Win or lose, the objective is being pressured heavily, and AL.KATSEA, they have no response to that. Checkmate on the Torb, it's only going to worsen the issue. At least Tracer can occasionally touch the point. When you move over to the Torbjorn, that opportunity disappears.
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent point as we move forward. GK gonna have a lot riding for them here. 3 ults ready to go. Kitsune Rush gonna be the way it opens up. Kuffa wins, drop the Annihilation. Maimon just looking to be an opportunist here. In the back goes for the Torb. Checkmate, though, able to survive, stick or no. Ziad punishing in turn, so not quite the play that GK thought it might have been there.
Such good play from the supports of Alcatia. Landon with that Suzu saves checkmate from the pulse. But GK, they don't want to let it go. Cover's going to pop the Annihilation. Ziyad, he's lost his suit. He's popped bomb.
Checkmate. Meanwhile, staying alive in no small part due to the supports. Kaffa going down in turn. And say what you will, but on the Torbjorn swap, GK, they had an enormous time bank on turn, and now it's down to only 2 minutes.
The time bank is dwindling, but checkmate's been traded. Ziyad, good to save his team, takes down Lethal and Ultraviolet. So really, Alcatia, now that they've found a little bit of high ground, that's crucial about this third point. You can see there's a high ground above the arch that Ziyad can play from, and when he can be up top, death from above, constantly trading backliners, constantly denying aggressive angles, that is where Ziyad can shine.
Also, on top of Ziyad finding his safe space here, it's also for GK that you look at the ult situation, it's not great. Ultraviolet halfway to another Kitsune here. I mean, GK kind of needs one trash fight before the real fight with the amount of time that's left. Only a minute 22 to go.
A minute and 22 on the clock. Already an overclock has come out from Lethal in this. Landon, he went with the Kitsune rush, but Lethal's just taken off his head. So GK looking good in this exchange.
A huge exchange. I mean, ult for ult, where one team gets nothing and the other team gets everything. GK, Lethal, coming up big. Ultraviolet gonna have Kitsune. Emerald didn't even have to blow the beat. And that entire ult situation we were just describing is now completely flipped on her.
Now, I mean, last turn, 55 seconds on the clock, but Alcatia, they need to touch the card desperately. Ziyad, he wants to carry, he wants to go deep, get some kills. Beat comes out from Kelix, beat in response from Admiral ZP.
Beat is out for Admiral. GK coming on in, gonna layer the Kitsune as the beat fades. They need to get something off of this. The Kitsune is out, but Alcatia still very, very much alive. The disengage looking good here so far. Lethal still a long way from an overclock, but doesn't need it to put checkmate down. GK up one. Lethal, though, gives his life for it. Blizzard coming out from Amo towards the very end. A little bit of spacing at the point, only 2 meters to go, and it's a chilly payload indeed as Maimon goes for the mid-air icicle and puts GK over the top.
Alcatia, they've let it slip at the final moment. That third point at the very end, it's very difficult for Ziyad to exert any influence. He has to play a long angle, and he has no high ground to play from it anymore. So it's so hard for the Diva to carry from there. You can see he was glued to the objective. He couldn't close the gap on the backliners. He's being frozen by the Mei on the cart, but there's nothing he can do about it.
Man, oh man, some interesting swaps there between the Torb and the Mei at the end. And what I'll say, I think if you're Alcatia, obviously you're not really happy about how the first 2 points went, but on the last point, you did make this much more in the winnable category where, yeah, you still got full capped, but you got full capped by almost draining all the time as opposed to getting full capped with a near undealable 3 minutes left to go.
There were definitely signs of life there for the side of Alcatia, especially when Ziyad was put in a position to carry the game, put in a position to get on these backliners, but I'm not sure how it will go for Alcatia's attack because so much of this map, it's low ground dominant. It's so hard for the Diva to actually get in and close the gap on squishies here. So I do think GK Esports, they've got a heavy advantage here on the defense. The Mei does better on defense when you have position as well.
Yeah, I think being comfortable on the Mei definitely works out. And again, you stop and think about things that you'd like to deal with. The Mei is also gaining extra value here, Hunter, because you don't have the sim on board anymore. There's no sim, so part of the idea is like, well, you don't have to worry about Ice Wall and the choke. We'll just teleport through. It's a sim meta. It's a sim meta until you actually physically cannot pick Symmetra.
Well, this is the one and only map of the series where Checkmate will be physically incapable of picking Symmetra. Alcatia now, you can see they're actually going to make a change. Ziyad, he's off Diva. Over to the Orisa, a little bit of a change of pace. No longer happy playing the Diva on a flat point. So Orisa versus Ramatra, bit of a different matchup. Can it be way more awkward for Maimon to find impact on Mei?
Ball is out here. DK looking to hold strong. Ziyad under quite a bit of pressure, not able to play the Diva here, of course, onto the Orisa instead. However, Alcatia, they're able to get through the first choke point, the first Mei block, but while they're going for Mei, Lethal has more than enough time to find checkmate, put GK in a much better spot, and Maimon right now, just an escape artist, Hunter.
Lebda has a really good angle over on the side, but he can't connect any kills. And with Alcatia, it feels like they're not finding any trades at this point. It's more just a matter of them slowly bleeding out. Really, shades of GK's first attack as well. A minute off the clock already. Landon, he has a Kitsune rush for the next turn. That could enable them to go rather quickly. You can see Ultraviolet's a little bit behind on that. But if Alcatia don't go very fast, GK are going to have double support ultimate to respond.
if they've been ult tracking well, I think they should realize they have a very small window. They still need to play around the wall, but yeah, Kitsune gonna come out immediately. They're looking for anything off this, but Lethal again is able to find the angle. Mid Kitsune takes down Calyx and cuts off the knees of Alcacia as they try and get to the point, and now they're in hot retreat.
Calyx going down early, just can't be letting that happen. Geeke pushing forward, cleaning up the kills now. Ultraviolet, Kitsune rush. It's just so easy for them now. Alcacia in such a tight spot. Checkmate gets a crucial trade onto Lethal though that could enable a fast retake for Alcat.
Yeah, I mean, you get that towards the very end, and also Lethal has been the one that's been destroying pushes, and also would be the biggest bane in this next push because we've had overclock up, so Alcacia again, they have this tiny window hunter.
It's a tiny window, but it's so difficult when Admiral has the beat drop. Calyx, only 75%. He's having a very rough time here on the offense. And you can see Alcacia, they don't have anything to push right now. Ooh. They're pushing up in main, looking for an angle, but no targets.
Main Momo's getting low. Here comes the overclock. Admiral still hanging on to the beat going, hey, Lethal, I don't even know if you need the support. Can you find it on your own? Looking for the targets, forcing Alcacia back. Ziyad going for the ult in the middle of nowhere. Just get focused down instead. The Blizzard out, and all the while, the self-control from Admiral is unreal, Hunter. No beat was dropped.
Admiral, once again, presence of mind, holding on to the beat drop. Geeke Esports, time and time again, just cycling these ultimates. This was not cheap for them, though. Ziyad, he used the Terror Surge. Yes. Geeke Esports, they dropped 3. That's an Annihilation, a Blizzard, and an Overclock. So if Alcacia were going to have a time, an ult swing, this would be the fight. There's beat for beat, and it's really going to come down to, can Admiral get max value out of this beat? Because you can already see a fast push.
And the second thing it's going to come down to is Lubda on this overclock. Is anything going to be found? Admiral waited for it to drop the beat, just stopping Lubda from getting high value. Ultraviolet, Kitsune rush at the same time. However, Calyx could be the decider off the end, but Admiral's going to get caught. Lubda finds Admiral. The pickoff that was promised gets another off the top, and Alcacia with only 40 seconds left to go. This may be the time that they're able to get some progress here on first.
When you're down, when you're in the clutch, Lubda will provide, and he was good for it there. Played his life in the back of main, started cleaning up kills post-overclock. You can see Geeke, they want one last touch, but their tank is blocked up top. Alcat have 3 members on the objective. Oh, Maymon goes for the touch, but Calyx with a crucial...
Oh no, they're getting staggered.
It's happening again, ZP. It's Gibraltar all over again. A staggered copper. An absolute disaster here for Geeke.
The thing is, you don't need to do this. You're so far ahead on the time bank. You could just play second and feel good. You've gambled for something where the payoff is not worth the punishment.
This is really a worst case scenario here for the side of Geeke Esports. They have no ultimates as well. Alcat, they can keep on snowballing. They should be able to take position up on the high ground. You can see Ziyad holding this choke. He's got the Terror Surge. It's going to be brutal for Geeke to push through this tight choke up top versus the Terror Surge. It's so hard to run across an Narissa when she has that surge in the back pocket. And Checkmate, he's just pushing the cart this entire time, ZP.
Yeah, Checkmate right now, it's like, what is your duty on Tracer? I push cart. It's like, I thought that was Lucia. It's like, nope, not in 2025. Ziyad able to move forward. Fantastic positioning on the Orisa. Picks up 2. Lubda following up. And again, Geeke, different map, same story, second point collapse.
Such a good aggressive push from Alcat. They milked every meter they could out of the cart and then straight away landed. He's on the case. Overclock comes out early from Lubda though. They want to keep it going, ZP.
They're looking for it and they get public enemy number 1 down. Lethal taken out. Lubda dealing with his counterpart. Kuffa though, able to put a little bit of pain on the Checkmate. They haven't gotten in here just yet. No, they did. Yeah, they get the cap.
Oh my
Just
days.
barely.
Geeke, I mean, even if they get back outside, it doesn't matter. Alcacia, the damage is done. They've secured the cap. Ultraviolet's traded as well. This is just getting worse and worse for Geeke. They have a huge ult bank, but they can't capitalize on it while Ultraviolet's dead.
They were so far ahead by the end of the first point. And then the second point was mailed in. There's no other way to describe it. And realistically, it was damage from the end of the first point. Geeke, though, a lot of ultimates here to go. This is where they can re-solidify. Kitsune rush. Dropped early here in the fight. Ziyad gonna respond here. A little bit of a Orisa spin. Meanwhile, Maymon in danger. Out the ice block, pulse bomb in, and Maymon still alive all the while. Finally gonna fall. But staying alive long enough, they may have created a little bit of opportunity here for Geeke. Kappa able to punish Lubda. Moving on forward, still has the Annihilation, but doesn't even need to pop it.
Checkmate, he's dueling it out right now with Lethal. He might be able to find that kill, but no! He escapes Ultraviolet, TPing in to save the day. GK Esports now, they've planted the flag. They are holding on. Landon goes down yet again. Ziad potentially being staggered out right now. GK, this was such a crucial fight for them. Now, they actually get to hold it in a very strong choke.
If you're Alcatia, what is your win condition here? 1:30 left to go, not the absolute best position.
They need a fast fight with Landon's Kitsune Rush. They need to close the gap on backline, take down Lethal. You can see they've gone for that Kitsune Rush. Kuffer is wildly isolated right now, completely lost. And he is going to pop the Annihilation. He's going to be speared into the wall, but he's alone. It's going to be so hard for him to do anything. Checkmate has been traded though.
I mean, Kuffa bought a little bit of time and realized, okay, I'm going to go down. I'm going to dive into the stairway and hope that the chaos allows for a pickoff. And it kind of happens. Maimon really enjoying a lot of the chaos that happened here. Is it overall good for GK? Probably not. But I think it could have been worse, Hunter.
These are nice trades coming out from GK. The fact that Maimon finds a late kill, it slows down Alcacia's advance. But at the end of the day, we're closing on the last fight. GK, they only have that Kitsune Rush around the corner. Alcad, this is a big, long stretch, ZP. This is where Lubda, he's going to shine with the overclock.
Overclock is out. Lubda can put this one away. Alcatia would love to have this just be a 3-0. They're going to have to do extra rounds no matter what. But this is step one. And GK, you got to get here to the payload. 2 meters, 1 meter, playing a little bit with fire. But here we go. Ultraviolet on the Kiriko, able to get down his counterpart off the Kitsune Rush. Huge pickoff for Ultraviolet. No BAP required. But also keep an eye on the payload because that's a little bit dangerous. It's back cap territory.
At this stage, Alcatia, they have ult advantage and they know it, but they have an insurmountable task. They need to touch the point. They are so far away from the objective as well. You can see Checkmate hiding on it. That's Maimon hiding in the back. He's in. He is a snare in main as well. But ZP, the ult clash is about to happen and Alcat have to touch the card.
Alcatia, a long way to go. Opening up here at the beat. Maimon gonna try and wait it out. Go for the pulse bomb after. GK dropping a beat of their own. A little bit of Orisa ult here on the payload. Dropping people back. Checkmate taking advantage with R2. But Lethal still in it. Picks off Calyx. Gonna need way more because Checkmate is going wild here on the payload. Overtime ticking on down. And do we go to extra rounds? We do.
Such discipline from Alcatia. They had to touch in overtime. They had to layer their ults perfectly in order to edge out that advantage, and they get it all done despite the pressure of overtime, despite the pressure of these late respawns and staggers. Really solid performance here from Alcad, and it looks like they've been performing so much better with Ziad over on the Orisa. The Diva wasn't really working for them on so much of Midtown.
Yeah, I mean, the swapping off and realizing maybe not the best Diva situation definitely worked in their favor, but also what worked in their favor is that, man, I mean, they say oil and water don't mix, but when it comes to today, here in EWC, I gotta tell you, I'm not sure second point and GK mix. They get out of it as soon as possible, often to their detriment.
If there's a payload on a map, I'll tell you, GK is going to struggle on the second point of said map. Apparently, just overall struggling to touch the card at any point, just giving it through, a freebie in the series. Alcatia, they're already 2-0 ahead. This is match point. Alcatia, if they win this map, they're punching their ticket to the top 8, to the single elimination round. GK Esports, they need to claw it back. They get a time bank, they full push a map, and Alcat are right there again, full capping in turn.
Now, the one upside here for GK is that if they're able to repeat the performance that we saw on the first set of rounds, well, Alcatia, they're not going to get first. And GK will get first, and that will be an extra map. But teams adapt. Teams learn from their mistakes. And the first point may not be quite as easy for GK on either end. Or also, Hunter, there is the true curse scenario. No one gets anything, and we go for a draw. I had to summon the evil. ZP. I had to summon the evil.
The day's been long enough, ZP. I don't want to see any draws. Let's get a definitive result going.
Somewhere out there, someone's saying I can see it, but it's going to be harder to see with Lumped again. That early pick on the Admiral. Alcatia, a much better early attempt here so far. Mamo wants the health pack, but it's not there. Gets taken on down. 2 big picks of Alcatia. Lubda piling on. And GK, this time around, Hunter, they fall apart on first.
Alcatia, such a dominant performance here on the first point. You can see they've made the necessary adjustment. They've made Ziad play Orisa from the start. And GK Esports, it feels like they don't have a response to it. Lubda gets very aggressively. He's going to be caught out. GK, they're going to press this. They're going to try and take the fight right now.
Maimon able to take down Lubda. create more of an opportunity. Big overtime push going to happen here, but overtime spawns. They can cut both ways. Ziad, though, really low HP. And Geeke being real scrappy here, looking to take advantage if they can. Kuffa up and over. Alcancia trying to reestablish, but Kelix is going to go down. And all around here, Hunter, it is going the way of Geeke Esports. They split up Alcancia, and it looks like this overtime push is not going to be long at all.
So dicey for Alcancia there. You could see Lubda, he wanted to keep on pressing the advantage. He pressed over to the second point, but a fantastic snare from Kuffa prevented him from escaping. And as a result, they just step on the gas, get all the way through to the spawn point of Alcancia and close out the fight. Still a minute for Geeke to cap first point. It's a huge ask, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about overall favorites and just how stats work on this map, you have to favor Alcancia because, generally speaking, it takes more than a minute 20 to cap first. Yes, the first time around, Geeke did have a very good first attack. They're not guaranteed to do that again, as the same way that they're not guaranteed to hold off Alcancia for 4 minutes on first again. So we'll see where this one goes, but Alcancia,
oh my days.
They got match point in sight here, Hunter.
Match point in sight, and they've decided, you know what? Let's spin the wheel again. We've got Checkmate on Torbjorn. We've got Ziad back on the Diva for the defense. I was singing their praises for the adjustment, saying how happy I was to see that they've adapted. They've put Ziad over to the Orisa, and now he's back on Diva. Checkmate from the start on the Torbjorn. Maybe here on first point, Ziad can get some flanks going. Maybe he can get behind, go over the train, get onto the back line that way, utilize some of the windows above the point, above the alleyway, but still, Checkmate, he's really going to struggle on the Torbjorn to hold the side, because Kuffa, he can throw in a snare and he can run checkers down.
Well, take a look here at Lethal doing a little bit of swaps back and forth. Wait, you think the Bastion was just like a swap for spawn, but it's still a swap for spawn. Okay, that lasted a little bit longer than the Nord, though.
Yeah, just a few spammy shots coming out from Lethal in the spawn, but now he's ready to rock and roll on the Sojourn. Ziad immediately on his case, pushing him back into the room. But Alcacia, at this moment in time, they're really just trying to hold the side, prevent Geeke from taking too much space.
At this point for Alcacia, you want to play something that's slow to get through and hope that you get a good pick. But okay, Checkmate, getting challenged here by Lethal. Getting a little bit of pressure here on the same way. Everyone from Geeke hopping over into the building, trying to make it into a pick on Torb. Doesn't quite happen due to the support of Ziad.
Ziad is up top right now, and this is a real threat to Geeke Esports' backline. You can see Maymo and Ultraviolet both taking so much damage. Now Ziad's actually shifting back into the fight, trying to shoot Kuffa from behind. This man is all over the map all at once. He's blocking out Lethal as well, but no kills have been converted yet. 20 seconds on the clock, CP. This is very much the last fight.
Yeah, we are into it, and I still can't believe Geeke didn't lose anyone there. The health bars were super low. Lethal, though, if Lethal goes down, that could be it. Geeke has been so reliant on Lethal, but Lethal gets healed back up. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ziad in real danger. Gonna get demeched. Won't be able to remech. Ultraviolet Mimo gets Kelix. And this point looking like it's gonna be capped by Geeke, and they don't have far to go, Hunter, to extend the series.
They don't need to push the cart whatsoever past the choke, and these kills are crucial. Alcacia, Ziad's coming back on the Wrecking Ball. Checkmate's just desperately trying to play life, but Geeke Esports, their spawn is just around the corner. I'm not sure that they're even going to be able to get a touch out of this
Emergency ball is where we're at right now for Alcacia. If they can even touch 2 meters, 1 meter, the contest is in. Alcacia looking for the miracle. Are they going to be able to do it?
No way.
And Lubda gets Lethal. Hold the phone. There's still a chance that this ends in 3. Lubda looking for a little bit more. Maymon, though, able to punish the ball. Ultraviolet up and over. Kuffa says, absolutely no way. Have some fisticuffs and have a map 4.
They're keeping it competitive, ZP. I'll give it to them. Kelix and Landon coming back into that final fight. 99% on both support ultimates. So close to being able to clutch it. But everybody needed to stagger onto the payload to prevent the cap. And as a result, they couldn't quite clutch it out.
They're teasing us, aren't they, lads? They're teasing us. They're saying, oh, it's going to be a 3-0. No, no. Hold on. Hold the phone. Because it goes to a 2-1. What an incredible kind of map 3 there. And we'll have a look at some of the highlights now of what was, you know, a great, again, every single map we've had, a top display from both teams, fighting their corner as desperately as they can.
Exactly right. One thing that is worth mentioning, of course, now we're going into essentially uncharted territory where Alcacia, they get to choose the map. They get to choose from the remaining pool, and the Symmetra ban has been burned. That means they don't even need to protect Sim. They can protect Diva. They can keep playing Diva and Sim.
Well, okay, you say that, but what if Checkmate has just seen the light and says, no more
He's
Sim?
A Torb head now.
It's exactly, it's just Torb. Like, what am I doing with my life? Well, you were winning with Sim, not so much with the Torb, so probably more of an argument for the Sim.
I mean, if we want to go to map 5, I would love to see checkmate on the Torb some more. But if we want to close this one out in 4, I'm thinking, let's get back on the Symmetra. Let's stick to what we're good at.
Okay. So you're thinking this? I mean, it's very much in Al-Qazia's favour here that you've actually got yourself a team who have got a really good opportunity here to go all the way, and actually they could make it easier 3-1 here if they play their game, they do the right picks, and they make sure that they do what they do best here.
I do very much think that because of the bans that have already been spent, we saw a Lucio ban on Gibraltar. That means Kellex can no longer be targeted. We saw a Symmetra ban as well come out, which means that checkmate can no longer be targeted. Alcad, with the luxury of the first ban, all they need to do is protect Ziad. If they protect what Ziad wants to play, checkmate and Kellex, they get to play their best no matter what.
Also on top of it, not only do they have an advantage in bans really at this point, but also they can go to a map that they're going to feel stronger on. So GK, this was their final map pick. They made it work as close as it was. But from here on out, you are in enemy territory in every single sense of the word.
You certainly are here. And we can see the last remaining play here, that overtime, which was so crucial in our matchup here. And it just went one way. It could have either way. There was such limited time with that 1 minute, 21 seconds or so. Really, really close up there. But there we have it. There it turned out to be a 2-1 for us here in this best of 5 series here. So the question is, how are things going to fare as we go into the 4th map here? And as we said, there is an advantage now when it comes to the picks and the bans here. What we're going to do here is we're actually going to take a short break. We'll come back very shortly and jump straight back into that for you guys as we wrap up that best of 5, our last best of 5 of the day here on our Overwatch 2 B stream. Do not go anywhere. Join us back here in a few minutes' time. We'll see you then.
DPR. Lazy Sunday. A bike ride to the cinema. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. City lights sing my song. Sticky rice on my tongue. Movie stars on my walls. Running to the phone, hoping it's you who calls. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile. Cotton candy clouds matching.
Welcome back to the OWCS Mid-Season Championships here at Esports World Cup in the glorious Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We've got a best of 5. It is currently heating up here as Alcad take on Geek. Where is it going to go? Who is going to be going through into that winner's bracket? We're going to find out very shortly. Fellas, we've just seen ourselves a tale of which could have gone either way ultimately. It was 1 minute either side of overtime, and Geek just had that little bit more. They were able to take the point and make it their own.
Yeah, and I think the problem for Geek is that it was that close when it was their map, and they were using their most powerful hero ban. Now, at this point, if that's the best you got, it's probably not going to be good enough when you go into enemy territory and you don't get the ban the sim.
This is the nature of these best of 5s. As you get deeper into the series, the meaningful bans that you can use, they diminish, they disappear completely. You start to fall more and more victim to protect banning as well. And that's what's available now for the side of Alcadzia. They can protect tank. There'll be no meaningful DPS or support bans that remain for Geek in response. So Geek, if they want to win here, they need to do it by playing the same staples that we saw in maps 1 and 2.
Absolutely right here. Let's have a look here. Map 4 is New Junk City. That's what we're heading to next here. And our bands have come in. Also, New Junk City, we've not seen that really today on the stream either on here on Stream B for Overwatch 2. Unta, what can you tell us about this map? What's going to differentiate the players who dominate this versus those that don't?
This is a nice close map. It means that it's very easy to get onto the back line at any given moment. You can see as well, first ban coming out on New Junk, it's going to be the Ramatra, taking cover off his signature hero, making it simultaneously easy for the Diva pick for Riyadh.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other hand, you're taking out the Kiriko and you're trying to stack the deck going, okay, we're going to make the most important support here, the BAP, which is ultraviolet. It is really going to enjoy that sort of dynamic going in there. And of course, that's the one upside to ban-wise. If there was one here for GK, just a simple fact that they're not going to be able to, worry. They don't have to worry about losing the BAP again. And ultraviolet is free.
Ultraviolet has really shown that he is a superstar on the Baptiste. The difference here on New Junk compared to something like Gibraltar, the angles are very far, very long. There are high grounds where Ultraviolet can jump up and escape from the Diva's clutches. On New Junk City, no such high grounds exist. No such long angles exist. So really, it's going to be a dogfight for Ultraviolet. He's always going to be under an incredible amount of pressure.
Alcadzia here, hoping to make it a 3-1. It's match point. You can see that highlight in orange and white once more. Or will Geek bring this back and take it all the way to having a best of 5 to 2-2? We're going to find out very shortly here. One thing's for sure, it's going to be heated and it's going to be tight as each and every one of these maps has been thus far. Fellas, we head on in now to the action. I can't wait for this one.
Well, take a look here. Again, a quick look at what to expect here lineup-wise. Still may change up a little bit, but some things don't change when you have access to them, which is Ultraviolet on the BAP, Kuffa on the Hazard when you don't have the RAM available, and Riyadh and Checkmate, Diva and Sim, respectively.
Kuffa already showed us on Lijiang Tower that he has a very respectable hazard, able to catch out lots of different kills. The difference here is that Ultraviolet, it's a very close map. Really going to have to see whether he can survive versus Ziyad. Lots of opportunities as well for Checkmate to get a fully torqued beam, win in the front, TP into the back. Lubda's always going to be threatening an off flank as well, so got to be so careful of that. Maimon, he can shut down Checkmate on the venture.
Yeah, what's the difference here between Maimon and Checkmate, effectively? Like, on one hand, you have the sim, on the other hand, you said, we're not going to do sim, we're going to do venture. You know, what's the win conditions between the two teams here?
Checkmate, he's an enabler. He can TP Lubda into aggressive angles. He can get into the side. When Maimon, he is a full carry on the venture. He needs to solo carry with displacement, with solo kills.
Well, the Immortality field going to be forced out pretty early here. Lubda looking for a little bit more. Meanwhile, Lethal just turns the corner. The quick little tap. Landon goes on down, and GK, they start out with a decisive take on the first point.
Masterclass from GK there, really baiting Alcatzia in, not falling victim to any of Checkmate's teleports. A late trade onto Ultraviolet is absolutely disastrous for GK though. Alcatzia's comp with the Symmetra gets back so much faster. Kuffa now has to hold the choke forward with no Baptiste healing.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult here. It's more of a delay of going, okay, let's wait for Ultraviolet to get back over and in. Landon, though, getting close to the window. Ultraviolet, much the same. Ult's going to be way more of that importance here. And Alcatzia going to be first to get the beat, but Admiral goes down. An even bigger advantage. Now you have the 5-on-4, and you can secure it Hunter with the beat, or even better, maybe not use it at all.
If Alcatzia can win this without even using more, but no, there goes a high noon coming out from Lethal. He doesn't want to let this one go. Kellex is about to have that beat available. You can see Ziyad on top of Ultraviolet, forces out the lamp. But Kellex, he's gone down with the beat, and GK, they've turned it, ZP.
Yeah, GK able to turn it. Kellex just waits too long, but also waits too long in the good way. It doesn't quite turn to an Ajax mode, because anytime you see Lucio down at about a third HP with ult, you're like, don't do it, don't do it. Kellex didn't do it.
And then Mew proceeds to do it. But here, for Alcatzia, they do have a beat for the next turn. They are closing on a sim wall. Sim wall on New Junk City, on Flashpoint in general, probably the most powerful mode for it. It's so easy to get to the objective, throw that wall up, leverage the flip. But GK, they have tools. They've got a beat, they've got a downpour, they've got Maimon with the Tectonic Shock. You can see Kuffa already burning a lot of resource early on, though.
Yeah, Kuffa with some options here. Kuffa just walked into the Lion's Den and got mauled. That was a bit ridiculous. And here comes Alcatzia on the punish. Kellex dropping the beat. Maimon, though, goes in with the Tectonic. Not only deals the Immortality field, but finds Lubda right on after. Maimon going wild. You talk about need to carry on the venture. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of back pressure.
Really, 2 picks from Maimon, but still Alcatzia are able to get that cap. It's important that GK are able to kite this one out for a little bit, come back in strong, taking advantage of the trades that Maimon secured. But Alcad, they got to do that with only the beat. Kuffa got so overzealous, going inside for a second time. Really incredibly aggressive, and it has cost them heavily now. GK, they spent lots of ults. Downpour comes out on the point, though.
Ball out early here from Checkmate. Lethal still able to find opportunities. Lethal says wall or no wall, I got your number. Tap, 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 3 go down, and GK right back in it.
Somehow, someway, Lethal is completely outpositioned that sim wall. You would think that the hit scan would have a hard time carrying when there is a Symmetra wall in play, but apparently Lethal takes it as a challenge, an opportunity to fill the kill feed with his name. Alcad, they're coming back with a strong bank of ultimates. They've got the high noon, which they can teleport around. They've got the window, which they can pop on a flank. But still, GK in control, closing in on their own ultimate, CP.
GK right now desperately trying to keep the dream alive. Lethal gonna get the nano, a little bit Electric Cowboy option, and okay, Electric Cowboy more like Electrocuted Cowboy as Lubda ends it then and there.
Trying to turn it. Ultraviolet, he's popped the window and he has taken down Kellex, but Admiral will fall. Ziyad is just on the supports numbers right now, all over them, and Ziyad is not even going to lose his suit. Landon's so good for the pocket. I want to highlight in that previous fight the difference between the Baptiste. Landon flipped into a room where he could put the drone down around a corner. The Immortality field around a corner cannot be broken. Meanwhile, Ultraviolet, he was forced to use his drone on Lethal out in the open, easily broken. And that broken Immortality, that's the difference maker for the fight.
And just like that, Alcatzia on their way to evening up things here on Flashpoint. Where things go And oh man, AL.CSIA, they just get pummeled in the neutral. Look at the health bars here. An incredible engage from GK, and the fall through looks to be there. Emerald takes down Lubda, and meanwhile though, Landon staying alive. Landon actually, no fear whatsoever. I can't believe that just happened.
Landon and Ziad, they've secured crucial kills. They've cleaned up the fight by the numbers, but GK, they snuck in behind. They leveraged the flip. They're going to be able to take another fight, or at least another scrappy recontest here. Maymon's on the run though. He doesn't have any skills for the touch. Ziad blocks him, which means Kuffer has to go and do it. GK, they're coming back. They've got the beat available though. They've dropped it.
They dropped the beat and they dropped the Tectonic. Maimon gonna have an opportunity here to pick up some eliminations. Here on the back, not quite the best positioning. A little bit of juggling though, finding the BAP in the back line. However, Immortality Field gonna work out for now. Maimon right now just more zoning out. Meanwhile, back on the point, are things going well for GK? They lose Maimon, but has a sacrifice panned out here, Hunter? They only take down Checkmate. It still may be good.
Somehow, someway, GK seem to be clutching this one out. Despite the heroics from the Alcad backline, they've fallen over in the front. Kuffer now on the objective, holding up the block, but it's Landon and Ziad versus the world. Ziad not able to find any more kills as Ultraviolet gets the better of Landon, and AL.CSIA, it seemed like it was theirs to play for. Not only did Kellex do a fantastic job peeling for Landon, keeping him alive through the pressure of Maimon, he then dropped the beat, which Admiral had nothing to respond to. So somehow, Kellex, even with a beat advantage, AL.CSIA have lost this fight. This is a 2-0 lead for GK. Are we really going to map 5 again, ZP?
We just might. And remember I said before, I'm fine for the map 5, but GK, you better finish the job. Do not just, tease us like this, the way that happened earlier today of Team Liquid and Crazy Raccoon. Just, no. Complete the reverse sweep if you're going to do it. AL.CSIA, though, still have something to say about it right now in this map. Landon able to find Ultraviolet super early. Lubda right on top. So the beginning of this next point should be all AL.CSIA.
Yeah, that was an overclock invested by Lethal in that turn as well. So AL.CSIA, they're going to get the cap. They only had to use the Symmetra wall for it. GK, they're going to come back in. They're going to have some fantastic ultimates, double support ultimate. Meanwhile, Alcad supports have nothing in the tank. But look at this pick early on from Maimon. Takes down Kellex. That's a great opener.
Yeah, I mean, looked effortless. And Maimon may not be sated here right now. Looking for the BAP. Gets the Immortality Field out, and Landon still had nowhere to go. So Maimon, phenomenal performance right now on the venture. Just continuing to drill away.
Rock solid performance there from Maimon. And now Ziad, I mean, look, he's got the bomb. He's going to be able to go backline against GK Esports, make it difficult for Ultraviolet to go for one of these solo plays. He was doing so many flanking window carry plays, but Ziad with a bomb, he'll be fearless. He'll be happy to push into that window, pop his heavy rockets. Window comes out early from UV though.
Ooh, so close from Ultraviolet. Landon barely survives, but it's not survival at all. Kuffa was off there on the opposite corner. There's no safety for Landon. And losing your BAP that early, the healing situation is atrocious for AL.CSIA. And let's not forget, Hunter, if GK takes this point, it will be map 5.
We are now in a situation where it is last touch for AL.CSIA. They have one fight that remains. They're charging up their support ultimates. They need to take their time with this one because it will be last fight no matter what. Aggressive push from GK though.
Beat out here from GK. Maimon looking for it on the Tectonic, able to get bumped up before falling in turn. Landon on the finish, but Kuffa still looking good on the chase down. Landon again cannot escape. Kuffa, right place, right time. 88%, and for AL.CSIA, do they even have a touch here, Hunter?
Ziad is on the point right now. He's got the bomb as well, so he has secured the touch. He has pulled GK back and kept AL.CSIA alive, and this is not good news at all for GK Esports, because AL.CSIA, they're coming back with every ultimate, everything to throw into it. Lubda's pulled the overclock already, and Admiral's fallen.
Yeah, and that's economical. Kellex is probably about to drop the beat, but you just have the signal. Wait. Hold fire. We got it. We got it with the overclock. Still a precarious position for AL.CSIA, needing to be perfect for the rest of this point. But as you mentioned, Hunter, they got the ults to back it up.
AL.CSIA, they didn't overspend on that retake. They do still have tools to just keep it going, and really you need to see something super aggressive or super slow from GK where they win without their ultimates or they charge them up right now. You can see Ultraviolet 90% beat push from Kellex, and Ultraviolet's already gone down. Not a good omen for GK.
A very good opening here for AL.CSIA with their backs against the wall. Landon was getting bullied for several fights in a row, and now the bullied has become the bully, Hunter, is what we've been seeing. Lethal, some nice overclock picks towards the end, but does it amount to anything? Probably not.
Lethal is an extremely ambitious Sojin when it comes to these overclock timings. He always wants to try and turn the fight, no matter the situation. You could see there, what was that, 1 or 2 versus 5? But still, he pulls the clock, he finds 2 kills, but it's just too late. It's just not enough to turn the situation because too many of your teammates have already fallen. GK, this means that they continue to struggle in ult economy. Window comes out from UV, and Ziyad very nearly takes him down.
Ultraviolet barely getting the self-lamp out. Lamp, though, is out regardless. Kuffa on the back foot, getting pushed back. Ziyad creating all sorts of space. However, that may have been a little bit too early for Al-Qadsiya. GK gonna have time to recover before the point unlocks. Although Kuffa, again, getting themselves in a precarious position, getting beat up from all angles and is not able to escape to safety.
Oh, fantastic angle for the window from Landon, but Checkmate will be traded out. Still an advantage situation for Al-Qadsiya. You're much better off having a tank than not having a tank. Maimon over on the flank looking for something, but really all he can do is unburrow and disengage right now. And here come the kills. Lubda takes down Admiral, and it's just going to be a slow death for GK if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, GK, at some point, just leave. You got plenty of time on the point. Hunter, just leave!
They're leaving the slow route, I'm afraid, ZP, as fight after fight, it feels like GK have mastered the art of staggering their way out of this series.
They'll never expect, as we just throw bodies at them, surely it will win the war. Not quite, in this case. Lubda, meanwhile, off the overclock, deals with Ultraviolet. Ziyad in turn on the Kuffa. Maimon trying to turn it right now. I mean, it's a reasonable tectonic, but again, it's not with the right timing. And GK, none of these engages on this point have been quality Hunter. They've been scattered.
Al-Qadsiya, they're really starting to steal this map away. GK look to be in the driver's seat for it. So many advantage situations slipping through their fingers. Kellex takes quite a bit of damage early on. Landon as well. Beat from Admiral is early on, but it only catches 3 members. Al-Qadsiya, if they weather this storm, they're going to come back in with a huge advantage.
Here we go. 99% right now for Al-Qadsiya. They would love to end this here and now on the next point. Still have to win this one, though. Beat out from Kellex. Al-Qadsiya not taking any chances. Kuffa again is just getting focus fired to death repeatedly. I feel like Al-Qadsiya have changed their strategy here, Hunter, where they're going out of their way. They go, you know what? Just kill Kuffa.
Kuffa's having such a hard time now. You can see Al-Qadsiya, they're very patient. They're playing the angle game. Landon getting a bit of Ultraviolet's playbook, flanking over to the side, dealing damage to the Hazard, not being caught out early on. And suddenly a 2-0 lead has become 2-2. Once again, it's match point. An opportunity for Al-Qadsiya to close out the series here and now.
But also, it's getting a little bit scrappy. Maimon was able to get on in there, and GK catches Al-Qadsiya with their pants down. A good opening, perhaps, to the next point. But again, you kind of look at the timing on turn away. It's almost too early.
It's a very early one, but look at Ziyad. He's being hopelessly staggered out right now. You can see he's looking to build up the remainder of his core mech, but he's only at 60%, so GK will surely be able to cap the point off the back of this early push because Ziyad, he doesn't have his suit.
Yeah, I mean, that part there is a bit tragic. So, right now we have a microcosm of the series in reverse where Al-Qadsiya going for the mini reverse sweep.
Lots of time being bought right now. Ziyad, he's just now getting back into suit. Checkmate, he's got that window. Al-Qadsiya, they're gonna want to get towards the objective, push onto the point. Lethal still doesn't have that. Ultraviolet, he pops the window. Immediate response for the symbol. Al-Qadsiya, they've got to start pressuring the point.
Al-Qadsiya, time not on their side. Yeah, Kuffa's able to go in, gets the Immortality Field out, but ends up falling in turn. Lubda on the Maimon. Ultraviolet, though, looking for opportunity. Landon immediately going to shut it on down, and Al-Qadsiya a little bit more consistent, but for GK, you've still gotten your prize, 48%. However, here, Hunter, you need 2 quality fights, and one of those fights has to be draining the ult of Al-Qadsiya.
Really, GK, they needed more. They needed to get it up to 70, 80% so that then Al-Qadsiya would feel overwhelming pressure to touch. Al-Qadsiya, they're going to have no qualms with allowing the flip to go through if necessary, and they have the ultimate advantage. Already, we've got the Venture borrowing in right now. Window comes out from Landon. What's coming next, ZP?
Well, right now, you got to be looking at Maimon, where the Immortality Field is out. If Maimon can stay alive, this could shift with the tectonic. The window is gone. Al-Qadsiya, a little bit weaker in resources. Maimon, 97% for a while. The overclock is going to be used, and the beat. GK, a full commit. It's beat for beat. Lethal, laying down the shots. Kuffa, able to find Landon in all the chaos here. Maimon drops the tectonic, and Kuffa just gets a walk forward. Finally goes down. But again, the damage has likely been done, and GK looking to get the reflip here. Al-Qadsiya is still lurking on the outskirts, but they don't want to pull GK and continually stagger here either.
Kellex just skating around right now, barely able to survive, but Maimon will clean up that kill. AL.KADSIA, they've crucially gotten the point all the way up to 96%. It is down to the wire now, the final possible fight here for New Junk City. Well and truly going the distance at this stage. No ultimates online for either side, but Ultraviolet, 75% to a window. If he pops this up in the mid-fight, could be the difference maker.
What a story it'd be with Ultraviolet, who's been so good on the map this year. And Lethal awakens, comes back in. It's been a sleepy last 2 minutes here for Lethal, but he's back here, Hunter. However, it's so decisive so early. There's a few plays for AL.KADSIA, the touch and go for the miracle, but it's going to be so difficult.
Oh, already AL.KADSIA, it's such a
Wait, they're blocking!
touch.
They're blocking!
It's not even going to happen, ZP. We're going to map 5. GK once again, just like in the Crazy Raccoon series, threatening to reverse sweep yet again.
I'm hearing, let's go, from GK, and rightly so there. Bringing this series back to 2-2. ZP, I mean, we talked about the potential reverse sweep. Back-to-backs here. It could happen this time around.
Look, we've been flirting with it all day today across all the streams. Do we end it with the reverse sweep? Or once again, have all our hopes been raised up here, only to have it dash again and go like, why was it just a 3-0? Why not just a 3-0?
I really think GK are good for it at this point. The fact that GK were able to do this on Alcad's map pick, you go to map 4, Alcad is going to pick their best. They are not playing for the map 5 because they're already 2-0 up, or 2-1 up, I suppose. So really, they were playing for their best here. This, on New Junk City, was their best option. Map 5, that won't be their best. Kuffer's going to be able to play whatever he wants, and we all know he's good for it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at this point, this deep in the series, and this is the difference between the first to 2 versus the first to 3, is that when you get this deep into a first to 3, a lot of the bans that kind of decide, oh, a team has to play differently, they've been used up. By the time you get to map 5, you get, some bans that may offer some advantage depending on it, but the reality is, by this point in the series, you have used your best options.
Not only have the best options been used, this is starting to become a test of AL.KADSIA's mental. Everybody was telling them they had huge egos leading into this match, and everybody was saying they are the ones that are going to take it. They go in boot camp over in Korea, and everybody is constantly saying AL.KADSIA are an unbeatable team. And now they're on the verge of being reverse swept by a North American squad. They wouldn't even dream of such a thing. You'd have to imagine that some of the more inexperienced members of AL.KADSIA, this would be a position that they're not familiar with.
I think it's testament to this competition, because we said this in the last game as well. We saw Crazy Raccoons. We thought there's no way this would happen, and Team Liquid pushed them all the way from 2-0 up to 2-2, and then the fifth game was the deciding factor here. So it's, I mean, AL.KADSIA, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, it's going to say a lot about them as a team here as well, and the way in which they're able to actually kind of like to take this by the horns now, having had that 2-0 kind of like lead, and see whether or not they can drag it over the finish line, because ultimately they want to prove their mettle in this competition, particularly in the latter stages. Other teams will be looking at their results and seeing if they can turn things like this around and kind of use it to their kind of benefit, basically.
Well, look, I mean, at this point, when we live in a world where earlier today we saw Crazy Raccoon get taken to 5, it's not necessarily a black mark here against AL.KADSIA that they've been taken to 5. I mean, everyone's doing it. It's a cool thing. Just flirt with the potential of losing here in the group stage. Ask Falcons how they feel. This has just been the trend of the day. Story of EWC in 2025. What more can you say?
When it comes back to this evening as well, I guess like VOD reviewing, kind of looking over kind of what's happened today and kind of moving forward, do you think there's going to be a lot of kind of dissecting what's happened in the course of today, to say why have things gone all this way to 3-2? Why has it gone the distance? Why didn't we do that thing 3-0?
Well, I do feel as if, if you're GK, they must be feeling like they should have won that Gibraltar. That Gibraltar was theirs for the taking. So they're probably just going to sit down and review for all of about 30 seconds, say, yeah, let's not stagger through the entirety of first, second, let's maybe touch the cart once or twice throughout the map. Same thing review-wise for AL.KADSIA. They're going to talk about Midtown. They're going to say, yeah, maybe on second point we should touch the cart once, not just let them push it all the way through. But on a more serious note, I do think there's a lot of unpacking for the opposition, but the problem is you can solve GK. What comes next? You have a different opponent again and again.
I love the point you just made there, Hunter, because I think back to Overwatch history, various different content creators, different takes on things, and the difference between the coaches and analysts that are actually in the trenches dealing with the players and the people from the side, where you'll get some people will be like, okay, this was like a 400 IQ play, full breakdown, etc. Super deep stuff. Type people's like, this was the most complex, 90-degree angles everywhere thing I've ever seen before. And then you talk to the coaches like, I don't know, man, he just didn't hit his shots. And that's it. That's where the analysis ends. It's like, sometimes it's that simple.
I mean, do you remember Kuffer's interview earlier today? He's asking, why did you go to 99% on Li Jiang? I played badly. Done. Let's move on.
Sometimes it's not that deep.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, as a coach as well here, Ante, what would be your kind of approach to this evening? Having seen a kind of whatever way this goes here, whether it goes to the 3-2 either way, how do you kind of get a team ready for what's going to come their way in the next kind of round, or the next kind of matchup tomorrow? How do you kind of prepare them for that?
Well, the truth is, the more valuable footage often isn't even watching your own matches back. You can talk about what happened in the current match here, but it's more valuable to watch the team that you're going to play next. Look at their key mistakes, look at what they want to play, and see how you can counter that out. Think about the draft and how you want to approach that. Think about what is easily exploited here in this matchup.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed here. And for you folks watching at home, I know that you're very interested to see how this pans out as well. As we said, the two BO5s we've had today on the B stream, both of them going all the way, which we didn't necessarily think was going to happen, but it has absolutely happened. Don't forget tomorrow as well, here on the B stream, 4 back-to-back BO5s. I mean, dare I say, we're going to get 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. I might need to book another hotel night here. I don't know.
Actually, now you said that, Overwatch also has a proud tradition of 3 Overwatch. And you don't, even if you have a really good day one like this, tomorrow could just happen. It's like, yeah, actually, we're just going to clean up at 3 every single map. So you would think it would be close tomorrow, but in reality, it may not be.
Yeah, I mean, we did see earlier on in the day, in the 1st-2 side of the bracket, lots of very dominant performances. And tomorrow, we might see some repeats in that vein on account of the fact that we're seeing teams that are right now going to map 5, real top dog competition. We're going to go up against teams that have been knocked down into lowers.
You talked about fatigue earlier on as well, ZP, about, here we are currently in Riyadh. It is almost 1 in the morning, 1 a.m. Players have been waiting around all day, playing, competing in this kind of environment. I mean, how are they feeling in this moment as well? How much is that a factor here when it comes to playing this last best-of-5 match?
I mean, I think when you get this late, you do start getting an element of jet lag and those sorts of things because, it is a long way to travel here. The body does need a little bit of time to recover, and you're probably fine as you're within normal hours, but it's turned into a pretty late day because we've had some pretty good Overwatch, and yeah, it becomes a test of endurance at some point.
Yes, it does, and this is the final test of endurance here as well. We're going to go into our very last map. It's a best-of-5, of course. This is the 5th of that. Whoever wins this will go through to that winner's bracket. Will it be Al-Qadsia or will it be Geeky? Again, let us know who you think it's going to be for now that we jump into that action, and hopefully we're going to get something very, very interesting here indeed.
Incredibly, Al-Qadsia have gone with the approach of banning out Farah, which is a DPS protect. Even though Checkmate could not be banned off the sim, they wanted to protect Libda on the Cass. That means the Geeky have come back out and counter-banned D.Va. Ziad's best character, which he has been hard carrying on, has been taken away on map 5, ZP.
Also, Hunter, I just thought back to something here. I just had to, confirm everything and where it's at. We don't have to mention the specifics, nor should we. But I am thinking here is that, Junkbuck for Al-Qadsia definitely didn't expect this to be this close, based on comments going into the match. That's all I can say.
Yeah, there is actually a lot riding on the result of this match if your name is Junkbuck, but enough about the stakes for the coach of Al-Qadsia. Let's get into the action right now as Ziad is already taking a beating in main.
And also taking a beating in practice as Lethal and Maymone able to finish it off. Good early opening here from Geeky and Al-Qadsia fully wiped out. That's a sponsor. That's a sponsor hit, or it has been. Was early in the series.
It's a very nice trade onto Ultraviolet, means that Geeky once again cannot press the advantage. You can see Admiral, gosh, he is so fast, pushing back, taxiing Ultraviolet back into the fight, but no aggression now. You can see Geeky have completely abandoned the bot. They're going to play for the middle fight once again because they did not have Ultraviolet in position.
Geeky in a good spot here from the beginning. Still going to be an ult-neutral fight coming on up. Lethal look to put things over the top right now on the Sojourn. Has a reasonable angle. Railgun out, does not connect. Lubda, meanwhile, close to the Deadeye. Also working the off angles. First ultimate's coming online in Lubda. How quick do you pop this Deadeye right now? You have a great sight line for it. You drop it. You're looking for those happy little skulls, and Kuffa dies while trying to get away. Sometimes, Hunter, just a mere threat is enough.
So brutal there for Kuffa. He's got nowhere to run. So much of his team has to kite away from the High Noon of Lubda. He's also threatening to teleport into the back line and change his angle. So really, a rock and a hard place for Kuffa there, and the absence of an ultimate to respond for Geeky Esports to cost them so heavily. Looking over to the next turn now, Geeky have a little bit of an advantage. They've got that Annihilation in turn, but Maymone, he's swapped over to Mirror Sim.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't love it from Geeky. I don't think you got here by mirroring
window?
Sim, but we'll see if it works out. Ultraviolet says, doesn't really matter. What's there? Gonna go for the flank. However, it is not quite the typical ultraviolet flank window. AL.CSIA able to ride it on out. Now they have their own opportunity. Kuffa under pressure, has to pop the Annihilation to stay alive. Checkmate meanwhile, gonna drop the wall. AL.CSIA with the Kitsune rush moving forward. Lubda looking for opportunities, so is Riyadh. But a lot of ults used here on both sides. And nothing major happening just yet. Calyx, though, hopes this beat will be it. But Admiral trades beat for beat.
Beat for beat coming through right now, but GK Esports, they're losing out on it. Kuffa goes down, Ultraviolet as well. And ZP, so crucially, is the fact that AL.CSIA, not only have they won this fight, not only have they won the ult exchange, they were pushing the cart almost the entire time. They now have checkpoint in very little time at all. GK won the first fight. They dragged out the second, but somehow they have check in very little time at all now that they're swinging in their direction.
Yeah, and I mean, you take a look at where this is going. GK, the next fight, Hunter, may be the most important of the entire map for them. It is something they need to win, lest they find themselves in a deep chasm.
High Noon again from Lubda, no kill conversion this time around. Maymo nearly has that sim wall, but the cart has pushed so far, 88 meters already. AL.CSIA stealing it away.
Free real estate. I mean, this is all happening while you're fighting. It doesn't get any better than that. Landon, though, off the Kitsune, still not enough to save them from lethal. GK finding some opportunity. Can they save Kuffa? Kuffa low! Kuffa's gonna go down. Still, AL.CSIA getting wounded from all angles here. Lubda running for his very life. And here comes Sim. Maymo leading the way, but a little bit of a turn there from Lubda. Nearly is able to flip it back around. Not quite.
Oh, Lubda gets the better of Lethal right at the end there, but the cart is now rolling back for GK Esports. Every member of AL.CSIA is going to get close spawned though, so they will be able to take a fight in the center of the map. And GK, Lethal's already spawned further away than the remainder of AL.CSIA, so no chance for GK to play quick here. You can see the adjustments being made over the course of the map. Lethal happy to take the check versus Lubda on the Cassidy now. Really just a clean mirror matchup as Riyadh has also abandoned the Orisa pick. Close spawns actually being kept online by AL.CSIA right now, but they've given it up here.
AL.CSIA a little bit wounded at the start of the fight from Ultraviolet on the window, able to stay alive for now. The worst is over, the window is down. Kuffa still working with Annihilation, which with AL.CSIA being a little bit late, they want to drag out this fight, at least until they get beat or get wall. Is that going to be enough? Yeah, you got Lethal here with the Deadeye.
Once again, High Noon swing coming out for Lethal, but no angle to convert it. You can see Calyx hopping around in the back. He's in a spot of bother. Lethal will connect those shots, and that's Calyx dead with beat ZP. An absolute disaster for AL.CSIA.
Calyx was bouncing around, and Lethal says, it doesn't matter, I hit these. GK in a reasonable spot. Kuffa able to find checkmate, and now you take a look. The push is happening, and it's happening with pretty good momentum, and in an ult situation that's quite winnable for GK.
GK, they do have the beat drop to keep on fighting on the payload, but if they play very slowly, if they allow AL.CSIA to take all of the positioning on the high ground, it's going to be so hard for them to win this ult scrap. They are a bit down on ultimates right now. You can see they're playing underneath. They're trying to play for a kite. Beat comes out from Calyx. They're trying to beat push. Admiral gets the second beat. Maymon hasn't received it.
Yeah. Right now, AL.CSIA trying to take advantage. They get rid of the Immortality Field, and they get rid of Kuffa and Ultraviolet right after. Lubda able to take advantage of the engage from Calyx. Both support ults going to be used, but the result is undeniable.
Yeah, this is a really strong position for AL.CSIA to be in at this point. Still, GK have not captured the checkpoint. AL.CSIA, 95 meters on the clock, always threatening to re-enable the checkpoint spawns. Now GK, they have a little bit of an ult swing for themselves. They've got the sim wall, a very powerful ultimate, but Riyadh, he can push right over it with the Annihilation. Something of a counter to the sim wall. Ultraviolet up on the high ground. He's about to have that window yet again, but he needs to be careful not to be kited.
Ultraviolet already has to do a very early Immortality Field pop from the pressure coming in. Not going to have the level of safety should he go for the window here in just a moment. So AL.CSIA's pressure, pretty important here. Riyadh sends a little bit of weakness, going for the Annihilation. Maymon drop the wall in response, and Calyx gets caught by Lethal. It's a big pick. Ultraviolet goes down, but it actually may work out here for GK. They still have the window in reserve, and the rest of the fight still pretty reasonable for GK here.
GK, they have managed to deny AL.CSIA the close spawns. They did not lose the card control at any point in that fight. Despite Riyadh hitting a fantastic backline snare, GK, they were able to surround AL.CSIA. They were able to take many different angles. Such nice play from Lethal, from Maymon, from the entirety of the GK squad. And now they roll into this next turn, beat just around the corner. Window available, Annihilation available. This is their chance to turn it around, ZP.
It may be their best chance with only 3 minutes left. Can GK convert? Can the reverse sweep?
The flank!
be a reality? Yes, the flank coming on in. Ultraviolet with the window. Doesn't quite have the angle. Has the band in the window. Drops on down. Maymo, though, doesn't care. Still able to find Lubda. Window, no window. Ultraviolet is deadly.
For so long, everybody has been saying that Landon is the best Baptiste in the world. But here at the Esports World Cup, I feel like Ultraviolet, he is the new generation of Landon. Time after time, he is making these hard carry plays. Flanks. He flanks with the window. He gets a couple of shots off. He has the discipline to drop and clean up a kill off the window.
Oh my, Lethal does it again, finds Landon. I mean, you're talking about Landon on BAP. How about Landon back in spawn? Lethal able to get the shot. And now you take a look at the lead that looked near insurmountable from Alcatzia. Geeke is threatening. They have the momentum. They force out the sim wall. Now going for a little bit of a disengage. Immortality field out. Kuffa dropping Annihilation. They're looking for Kuffa. Can anyone save Kuffa? No! Admiral can't drop the beat in time and now may not want to drop it at all.
Geeke, they had an opportunity there, but they didn't want to pop the beat first. They didn't want to use a beat just to save their Ramatra. They needed to kite out one more layer of those ultimates, but there's only so much you can disengage from. It's going down to the wire now, ZP. Geeke have a huge opportunity here. Close spawns will be disabled. Lethal has been backspawned a little bit. He gets the close spawn, but he's a bit late. And you can see Geeke, they're playing for a slow fight on the high ground. Once again, Ultraviolet in that signature position up top right, hoping to pull Alcatzia in.
As close can get, but Alcatzia is still in the lead. A minute 25 left to go. Map 5 at stake, staying in the upper bracket. How's this one gonna go? You see both Lucios ready to drop a little bit of music, and it's me, Kellex dropping it first. Admiral beat dropping a turn, beat for beat. Ultraviolet though, close to the window. Lethal, a little bit low. Lubda off the overclock, takes down Lethal. Lethal can't get away. And now if you're Ultraviolet, do you window? Do you try and turn this? It's a tough decision, and right now, if they go for more of a delay.
Maymoon has the symbol. He's going to invest it, but Ultraviolet goes down. It's the worst case scenario for Geeke Esports. Now, they will lose this fight. They will lose checkpoint, or rather Alcatzia will turn on close spawns once again. It's all down to the wire, and Alcatzia, they've got ultimates for the final turn. Geeke, they did try to clutch at the end there, and it might have just cost them the entire series.
I mean, I don't think they could tell, do they want to be conserve or not, because Ultraviolet was saving, and then Maymon was not. Now Alcatzia, they add on to their lead. Geeke coming so close to the reverse sweep, but maybe falling short. The window out here from Ultraviolet, the checkmate goes down. Kuffa walks on forward, but here's the problem, Hunter. They need a lot more. They're really far back.
The cart is so far away. Geeke are going to need to win 2 fights, and Lethal has been traded. Lubda's done that with the snare on the back end. Kellex, I think he booped him into that and then has skated off into the night. It's overtime now. Final fight territory. Admiral is taxiing Lethal back into the fight. Kuffa has the Annihilation. He needs to gap close on a backliner. You can see the snare from Ziyad just up in the skybox right now. Checkmate, crucially, has that symbol though. There is an ult advantage for Alcat, and Geeke can't leave the payload.
It's been a long journey. Geeke looking to keep it alive here. Reverse sweep at stake. Ultraviolet goes down. Ziyad finding Ultraviolet when it matters most. Alcatzia on victory point here for Geeke. Kuffa out of it. The 2 most important players in the last few fights, they're out of it. Geeke falling bit by bit. And Alcatzia will stave off the reverse sweep.
History repeats itself. Apparently history was made, you know, a couple of hours ago here on this exact same stage, as we get to witness 2 not quite reverse sweeps. Well and truly down to the wire here. Geeke Esports, they could not have played it any closer. A margin of something like 10 meters at the end on our map 5 push here. So many maps. Everything was so competitive. Full push, full cap, 99-99. Dogfight.
You know, we were watching EWC chess earlier, and they had like the pulse meters attached to the players playing. I wonder what Junkbug's pulse meter was with all the commentary coming in this game. But hey, at the end of it, Alcatzia still won.
I love listening to when you cast as well as EPQ. You suddenly step up out your seat. You're like, let's go. It's incredible performance there from Alcatzia as well, who managed to eventually, after all this time, manage to lock in, get the job done, the 3-2 victory, and they progress in the winners bracket here. A fine display, but as you both alluded to as well here, I mean, Unser, they have really, both of these teams here, gone toe-to-toe every step of the way here, and both, there wasn't a map really I can think of where they weren't both competitive to, and made sure they kind of made their stake or claim trying to win one of those maps.
both teams also proving that they were capable of playing different styles. Even with Sim banned out, Checkmate, he's able to full push Midtown. He's able to cap the first point again in overtime. It was a very close series, regardless of the ban state, showing that both of these teams, not only can they go to map 5, they can do it competitively every step of the way by showcasing the depth of their hero pools.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this has been a really good thing for the mid-season championship here, because coming on in, you did have some narratives that was like, look, some of these teams aren't going to be competitors. We're kind of looking at EU, we're looking a little bit at Korea. North America, people are pretty down on North America, and even though both GK and Team Liquid find themselves in the lower bracket heading into tomorrow, the fact that Team Liquid brought Crazy Raccoon to the limit, and the fact that we saw this just now from GK and Alcatia shows that the Doomerism on NA was not necessarily the right thing.
That's a really good point to make there. And one of the great things obviously about here on the Overwatch 2B stream is you get a chance to speak to some of our players sometimes. I believe Wolf here right now is joined by one of our winners. Let's join him on the show floor and see what they have to say.
Hello, thank you guys so much. I'm here with Kelix after a grueling 5-map series here to end the night. It's just after 1 a.m. right now. As an interviewer, I normally hate to ask this question, but you went to 5 on Flashpoint. You went to the very distance there on that final map of Push. How are you feeling right now after the win?
I'm very relieved. I'm very happy. Finally, we won this game after waiting for around 4 hours since our first game, so yeah, I'm happy to be done.
It's a grueling group stage format. It's pretty unforgiving as well. You start with first to 2s, and then at the end, it's first to 3. How do you prepare for a series like this coming in when there's so many different meta reads around the world?
I mean, honestly, it's very hard to just figure something out. The Asian teams like to play something specific, and then these guys play something else. I think you just have to play your own comp and then try and adapt mid-game and see what happens.
So shifting gears a little bit, obviously your team is a big fan favorite here in Riyadh. How has it been for you here around the Boulevard and around the venue? Have you had any cool experiences interacting with fans?
I haven't personally had that many interactions, but I know my Arab players have. But in our first game against Team CC, the crowd was absolutely amazing. Great fans.
That's really cool to hear. That's awesome. You guys are playing here in Riyadh in front of the home crowd. So I wanted to ask kind of a weird meta question. It's not necessarily about the overarching meta, but on Gibraltar, if you can think that far back, I know the series was super long. Your opposition ended up playing a weird Hanzo Lifeweaver composition. Do you think this is viable, strong? Like what was going through your head when you guys scouted that out?
The Hanzo I was a bit surprised about, but we know they like to play Lifeweaver on certain payload maps, so we did expect that to a certain extent, but the Hanzo one really, that was interesting. It did catch us off guard a bit, but we managed to adapt correctly and won.
Nicely done. Very well played. Kelix, such a veteran, of course, here of the Overwatch scene. Final question here is, what are your ultimate goals for this tournament? Are there any teams you really want to face?
I really want to face Twisted Minds in the grand final because we have this rivalry going on. So yeah, I mean, our main goal is to win the tournament, of course, but playing against Twisted Minds and beating them, that would be like the best thing.
Maybe you can make it happen. Best of luck for you in the rest of the tournament. I know it's super late, so go get some rest. Thank you so much for joining me on the interview. Thanks, and now back to you guys on the desk.
Thanks, Wolf. Thanks, Kelix, as well there. Alcad there, I mean, congratulations to them going through to the winners. But I think it was quite interesting there as well. Kind of showed a bit of vulnerability, I think, as well, saying, we didn't expect the Hanzo play, but we kind of adapted to that as well. I was kind of saying Twisted Minds would be a great matchup for the grand final as well, ZP. We'll see what happens tomorrow, I guess. That's even a possibility. But for now, it's good to hear from the players, and they're enjoying their time here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the players, look, they get treated really well here in Riyadh, and really, at the most of it, the biggest stress you're going to have is, are you going to be able to perform here on match day? And look, it may be a little bit stressful for the players if the matches were way closer than anticipated, but from the viewer perspective, this has been absolutely fantastic, and the fact that today was so close does bode well for the future as we get in the days 2, 3, and 4.
It's been a very long day at the office for these teams, and I'm sure, you could see the relief on Kelix's face. I know Kelix, he is a huge fan of PTO. If you can secure a little bit of paid time off, which he has just done by punching his ticket through to the top 8 bracket, he gets all of tomorrow off to sit at home and pretend to study the opposition's VODs for the next day. He will be over the moon at that one.
Love a bit of PTO. Love a bit of PTO. We all do. But yeah, a great point well made there. Calix and co get a chance to have a bit of rest there for tomorrow. But other teams, of course, we mentioned this earlier on. We've got 4 best of 5s just here on the B stream coming your way tomorrow as well here. As we kind of start to close up our show, as mentioned, it's late, but it's been an unbelievable day. Like every single game has had some kind of form of electricity to really bring it home for us here and for you guys at home. Let's have a look at the brackets here. Let's start with Group A here, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Group A. I mean, this went by the numbers, so to speak. But man, oh man, the Falcons Weibo match that was going on was incredibly close. Of course, I was over on A stream, but it doesn't get closer than that, where Falcons got taken to the limit. And also even going down the Weibo VP, I mean, that went pretty much to the end too. Weibo just a little bit too strong, despite Shockwave having enormous heroism.
Exactly right. I mean, for tomorrow, there's going to be AGVP as well, but we're off the screen now. Crazy Raccoon, they did take down Team Liquid 3-2. It was a lot closer than some of the pundits were perhaps expecting. Looking over to tomorrow, we're going to have Varel versus Rock. Varel, they were able to briefly test Crazy Raccoon, winning a point on control. Rock also, not a hopeless showing here, so I think we could be in for a decent match there. And then the winner of that match, loser will be eliminated. Key crushed, winner off to versus Team Liquid.
Which is going to be a proper matchup as well here. Group C as well here. We see Alked there with a 3-2 victory in the finals, and they stay in that winner's bracket here. And of course, we then have our lower bracket as well to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we just got done with Alcatia versus GK, and it's about as close as it gets. I mean, Dorcorp versus CC, I don't know. Whoever wins, are they going to win the match after? From what we saw today, probably not. But either way, they're going to be fighting for survival first thing tomorrow morning.
Finally here for Group D, we had T1 taking over an easy 3-0 qualification. Tomorrow we're going to have Gatos Guapos versus Twisted Minds. Perhaps that might be a little bit more one-sided. And then a surprise, a rematch, Cyan Esports versus Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's been interesting kind of matchups on the A stream as well here today. So it's all going to come to light and to fruition tomorrow as well. We'll see exactly how it's going to play out here. We must as well celebrate the MVP. That's important here. Who has been most impressive to all of us, who has really put on a top display today. A lot of our players have. But let's take a look and see exactly who our MVP is here as well, here popping up on screen. Who do we think it is? Do you guys have any ideas? Who would you kind of, off the top of your head, who would you see before it kind of pops up?
Well, tragically, the only MVPs that I'd be nominating would be people that lost today. So I'm not
sure.
It was Tree. It was the heck.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. It'd be either Tree or even arguably Shockwave back in the VP series.
Absolutely.
But, yeah.
Both deserve it, but the Sony MVP you can see is Tree. I had a chance to hear from Tree earlier on in the broadcast as well here, and despite the fact that they didn't go through in the winner's bracket, Team Liquid looking very, very good indeed here. I think they've got a real opportunity tomorrow in that decider matchup to put a really good opportunity here to kind of put themselves in contention for being in those grand final stages later on in the competition here as well. But it's been a fantastic day. I mean, highlight of the day for you, ZP, what's been the kind of the moment that you've kind of really sticks out for you?
I mean, highlight of the day, I think it still had to be going back to the Crazy Raccoon Team Liquid match. The fact that it came so darn close. The fact that Tree nearly brought them over the edge. Didn't quite pan out, but that was a matchup where going into it, not a lot of people gave Team Liquid a chance. And the fact that it went that far, that was amazing.
Yeah, it really was. How about yourself?
Highlight for me, it's got to be the GK series we just witnessed. I mean, I've put it all on the line, saying that EMEA is going to take it home, even though GK, they're so close to my heart, North American, Australian, tank player, in tow, lots of friends there, but still, if I'm going to keep saying that EMEA is going to dominate this tournament, I cannot abide by a defeat in the group stage. Neither can Junkbuck, mind you. So yeah,
I was
I'm
going
not
to say,
the only person resting easy.
Again, you put a lot on the line reputationally. Junkbuck put a lot on the line at a level far deeper than that, but still, you did put a lot on the line. Can't dispute.
He went all in, but I was happy with both of these group stage series at the end here. Both best of fives, really close and unexpected to an extent.
Indeed. I think we have a play of the day coming your way here as well, the Aramco play of the day. Let's take a look at that in the second. We have something else. We have Kadia play of the day instead. Let's have a look at that, and it's coming our way on the screen right now, I believe. The Kadia. Alrighty. We have ourselves a finale sign-off first and foremost, then we go to our play of the day. Thank you guys so much for being part of this today. We've had an amazing first day here on our Overwatch 2B stream, and you guys have been here for every step of it. We've got loads more coming your way tomorrow here. It's been a pleasure, lads. You enjoyed yourselves?
Yeah, it's been fun. Absolutely great. It's been a long day, but it's been a good day. I'd rather have this than have nothing but 3 Overwatch. We defied some expectations, saw some good stories, and we're set for the rest of the week.
Yep. Hunter?
Yeah, what he said, but in an Australian accent.
Very good, very good. Thanks, Elvis. Thanks, Elvis. Thank you guys for watching here as well. Big shout out to all the production team, everyone here at the Esports World Cup. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the second day here on the Overwatch 2B stream here at the Esports World Cup. For now, enjoy the play of the day. We look forward to seeing you then. Take care, have a good one, and we'll see you then.
Thank you.